think we know. We know that inertial mass is equivalent to gravitic or relativistic mass, i.e., they seem to appear in equal quantities. But as far as I know, we don't know a reason for that. It just seems to be the way mass is configured.
Yeah, that the thing. We don't know why mass curves space-time.
Yeah.
But we know it curves space-time. We just don't know why or.
See, I wouldn't even say that. I don't think we know that mass curves space-time. We have a theory of gravity, a model. It's a toy model that is based on the idea of curved space-time. And that theory makes predictions that turn out to be validated when we do experiments. But we don't know that space-time is curved. There's no evidence that space-time is curved.
I suppose it's a concept.
Yeah, it's a great theory. The theory has never made a prediction, that doesn't comport with what we see, and so it's a great theory. But it's really important to distinguish the model from the reality. And scientific theories are mathematical models. We can prove things in those mathematical models, and then we look at nature and see if nature agrees with those, if it does the things that we've proved would happen in our model. And if it does, we say, wow, we got a good model. But we don't know if there's curved space-time. We don't know if there's a thing called space-time.
And many of our real-world observations and measurements gave rise to that model, like surveying and stuff like that gave us like the general shape of things. But we keep on analyzing real things and going, oh, what could explain this thing we don't currently fully understand yet? And yeah, when we look into the stars and see that, lensing of a distant galaxy, or like, was it Einstein's cross or something? You go, wow, something's really happening because we're really seeing it.
Yeah.
And it conforms to the model. Absolutely not. I mean, orbiting pulsars. Wasn't that done a year ago or so? Confirming Einstein again. And I think about 6 months ago, they managed to measure gravitational redshift of sunlight as well. So plenty of stuff conforming to the model or the scientific theory.
So you guys believe that somehow the rocks and the stuff all around cancel each other out, and there's a magical floating space at the center of your globe?
Well, it's like
you actually believe that
everything is pulling in different directions, right? Some of them are pulling you towards the. They're all pulling. It's like you're connected. You're in this big empty sphere, and you have like a million bungee cords connected to you, all pulling you outwards. So the bungee cords tension all cancels each other out. I mean, that's a, that's a pretty wild analogy, but I don't think it's completely off base to what we to how we would describe what we believe is going on there.
Hey, like I said, if you guys want to believe that, it's fine.
Okay.
No worries. Yeah.
I'm just saying that's the theory, right?
I don't understand why that's so difficult. If you're at the center of the Earth, and then you have all the mass of the Earth on equal side of you, and if mass attracts mass, you would be pulled in every direction equally.
Yeah, it's not like we think. Yeah, like the material occupies space. Like you can't have like atoms, quarks, etc. occupying and not occupying the same area. So there's substance and lack of substance everywhere.
Well, again, how do you reconcile that with the other form of gravity, right? You're talking about mass attracting mass, right? We all know that's been superseded. Let's not get into that. the fabric of space-time. How does that work into your cancellation? You got a soup bowl, right? You got a soup bowl all around you. Like,
Well, it's a soup sphere.
can you guys like honestly make sense of that?
Yeah, I think so.
The thing is, you don't have to
If
make
you have a soup bowl pulling
you don't
all
have
around
to
you.
you don't have to make sense of it. That's what the model is. The model isn't reality. The model is just a model. And then the model makes absolute predictions. If any of those predictions aren't true, then the model's wrong. We can never know whether it's right, but we can know if it's wrong. In general relativity, we don't yet know that it's wrong because every prediction it's made is borne out by experiment.
One of the smartest things I heard you say, John. The model isn't reality. We should write that down. Yeah.
Well, okay, I don't have. Yeah, I don't know if I'm sorry if I never said that before. So core belief.
I agree with.
And
I agree
that's
with
that's no problem, is it? You have a model, and then you go out and do experiments and observation measurements to see if the model is correct or wrong.
Yeah, but so if the model isn't reality and we can show you stuff that the model breaks down, are you still going to believe in the model?
Oh my God, where's the model?
No, that's the whole point, Esty. If the model ever made a prediction that isn't borne out in reality, then the model's wrong.
Okay, and how about if I show you some model predictions that are way wrong? I've showed you guys this.
Please
before,
do.
right?
I invite you. Get the Nobel
Talking
Prize.
about dark matter. So
Well, I'm talking about the new findings that you heard me talk about this before, right?
A lot
That
of
your
stuff
so-called
Yeah,
satellites and telescopes have found. So your predictions, your model predictions, are being wrong and wrong and wrong and like wrong squared.
Well, it's funny to me that you point to these observations of satellites that you don't think exist, which, of course, we're really happy to these things. The only reason you know about these things, SE, is because people who understand the things that I'm talking about are going out and testing things. And in the process of testing things, we discover stuff. Now, there's nothing about dark matter that falsifies relativity. It's a phenomenon that we don't even partially. We partially understand. We know what it does, but yeah, big mystery. Dark energy, dark matter, big mysteries. But neither of them falsify relativity.
I thought it was a bit funny when somebody
sure
wrote an
about that.
article that said like spinning black holes were like endangering the model, but they're 80% of the predicted speed, which means it's within tolerance. Like, it
You're
seems
kind
like
of broken up,
perfect
but
the
I
final.
don't know that. Are you still going?
Pay for it. Why don't you pay me? Pay me in the PayPal, yeah? Instead of whining about your fucking religious bullshit. Yeah, why don't you give me something that might incentivize me to actually tolerate your fucking retardation? Why don't we do that? Yeah, pay
Just
me
take a breath.
in money.
Take a
Or
breath.
get the
Why don't we
fuck
all take a
outta
breath?
here.
Call your therapist. Chill
We
out.
can get all the
Okay.
globe defenders
Calm down.
t-shirts and put
Yourself,
together
bitch.
$50
down,
each.
man.
And then we
Fuck
can
you,
all give it to Arwen.
asswipe.
Whoa, take it easy there, Arwen. Come on, man.
is that the real Arwen?
Sounds like it.
Hey, are you a Pac-Man Earther, Arwen? He doesn't answer. Pac-Man.
I think he left.
I knew
Yeah,
it.
Who triggered Arwen? What the hell?
Bro, the
Get
last
smart.
few times he's been here, he just starts screaming he needs 1,000 euros. That's like, and then he yells at everybody.
I don't
So-
think he's the real. I don't think that's the real Arwen.
Say R1 doesn't come out of the echo chambers.
I have an idea. Every time a globe defender says, I haven't seen evidence or there is no flat earth evidence, it's like a swear jar. You guys have to put in like $10
Well,
into
how
the
about you
swear
give me some
jar.
evidence? How about you give me some evidence? Then?
Right? There we go. $10 to the swear jar.
And how about you actually give me some damn
Well,
evidence? Huh?
Well,
You have to come up with
Guys,
evidence
stop
first.
talking over him. Let's all
So
be
we
nice.
just made
Come on.
$20 in less than 5 seconds.
Well, you know, you could say that instead of giving me evidence, you're going to make me, you know, have some, make believe swear jar.
I'll
Rather
just
than
follow
actually
the argument as nuclear explosions in the sky don't dictate the shape of the ground.
Eden, what are you going to put in the swear jar every time a flat earther
Just
denies
imagine if this
globe
was at
evidence?
$100 per incident. We'd be at $300 right now.
Well,
And we
imagine
can
that
give it
flat
to
Earth.
Arwen.
Imagine that a flat earther actually had some evidence to give. That would be a shock. I would gladly donate a couple $1,000s for a real piece of evidence that supports the flat Earth.
That's a good
How
point.
about we disprove? You wanna crowdfund something? I got something for you. How about we do a crowdfunding for the drop tower and drop some stuff? We can disprove your gravity that's equal everywhere. How about that? That's something doable. I'll
Well,
contribute to that.
They have a drop tower in Germany. They actually shoot stuff up.
I can be present when the experiment happens. I would drive to Bremen, no problem. I would support
There
that
you go.
experiment.
Set it up.
I'd contribute to the I'd contribute to the fund.
What are we going to drop?
Make it.
Yeah, I'm in too.
Make
Why
a
not?
proposal for the experiment.
The experiment is there already. Well, it's a test. We have, lithium, and we're going to put different kinds of, lead, aluminum, all kinds of stuff, and drop it and see what happens.
You could drop
Yes,
me.
but we have to find a way to do this not in those glass jars again, because that could create friction and other things. So you'd have to work out this experiment a little better, Essie.
Well, you could just drop the slug, right? That isn't that drop tower a vacuum?
Yeah, but they won't do it if they won't allow them to drop just the element, right? It has to be in a container.
Oh,
That's the issue. Yeah.
drop test require a container.
Hold on. They already worked out the claim problems that
I'm listening.
They already
Let him finish. Yeah.
worked out. I guess I'm not going to get to finish, huh?
I'm sorry, guy. I wanted you to finish. Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, so apparently they worked out the previous problems that they claimed the last guy had, so we can go by their parameters, by the Bremen Tower's parameters of how the box should be constructed properly, because they used that excuse for the last one.
Okay.
Is the boxes tied into friction of the atmosphere, or?
No. That has nothing to do with it. It's somehow they say that the box wasn't constructed correctly, and I don't remember the details. But the box falls, right? The box is aluminum, so it falls at a certain rate, and then it showed the other elements like lithium. They were kind of like floating at a different rate.
Wait a minute, you
So
think
that's-
Galileo was
Yeah,
wrong?
but
The Bremen drop tower actually.
different densities, though, aren't they?
Okay, one at a time. So there is a video, a very short video that purports to be, and we'll assume for right now for lack of hard evidence to the contrary, is a test of dropping different elements. So they have a series of cylinders, and when they drop it, we see what are presented as different elements move at different speeds, meaning they fall at different rates, which is supposed to be good evidence that gravity does not affect all elemental masses the same way.
Which is antithetical to the theory, which is
yeah, agreed. Yeah, big if true. So this would be attempting to more or less replicate that with, I haven't heard about the container, but I guess with a better container.
The problem, I researched it, and I got the German documents from the Bremen drop tower, their response to the experimenter, and the explanation of the issues they figured out, and why they rejected a repetition of the same experiment without removing these flaws. And the flaws was that the base of these constructions, where the tubes were glued to, had a variation of, or how do you say, like a a movement of up to 1 millimeter up down. Which means if you drop it, it would directly like release the stress that is on there, release the tension that's on there due to gravity, and disrupt the whole experiment. So they bolted 6 more screws there and made it stiffer, but still had a variation of 0.2 millimeter up down. They couldn't get it more rigid. So that is one thing. They explained that it needs to have a rigid base. They also claimed that the test masses were differently shaped and had different surfaces, therefore had different adhesion to the base. So they proposed to bear them on basically a micro tripod with sharp spikes to the bottom, so that there is no adhesion to the ground. So they gave actual advice how to repeat that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, I hadn't heard that. I mean, I agree that he reiterated what you said. I think that you agree with each other. I'm just pointing out that okay. So how much would it cost to drop something?
Well, so they need to do another
That's
thing
the
too.
next question. Yeah.
The problem with the previous experiment is that it shows to within your ability to measure things that gravity is affecting everything exactly the same, because everything in that drop tower, everything in that experiment is moving at constant velocity. That means that nothing is accelerating with respect to anything else. So, and part of the problem, though, is that 3 or 4 of those things are just sitting on the bottom. So you can't tell, right? They might want to fall faster than the other things, but they're prevented from doing it by the bottom. So you need to take all of those elements that you're testing and release them in the center to see if they accelerate away upward or accelerate away downward. In that experiment, nothing accelerates, so gravity does what it does. But it's a really shitty experiment. If you want to really test it, you need to make a much better experiment.
So someone tell us what this experiment is again, because I couldn't understand the guy before with his...
Do you have the video, SE? I can find it.
Yeah, I think I have the video. Yeah.
So we think that Galileo was wrong and things don't fall at the same rate.
No,
the thing is, they dropped 7 probes, 7 test masses in their own tubes in a container. Once they dropped, the 2 outer ones float slowly upwards, and the center one is even floating a little bit more slowly upwards. And the experimenter claims that this shows a different rate of acceleration, while it is not, because the upward movement in relation to the base is linear. So it's not accelerating quicker or slower. It just has a very slightly lower speed, like a falling velocity. But it's if the outer container is accelerating with 9.8 meters, these test masses, even those who float slowly upwards, are also accelerating with 9.8 meters per second square, because the upwards motion relative to the base is not increasing. If it would be a slower acceleration, the distance to the base should increase more rapidly, but it doesn't.
Yeah, and
So
the problem is that you have
misinterpretation of the result.
You have people like SE seeing that things are moving at different speeds, and then he says, well, they're moving at different rates. And then with an attempt, and I think he knows he's doing this, in an attempt to suggest that rates are accelerations, and they're just not.
Well, I mean,
is the container like exposed to air friction, but the inside is like a vacuum? So it seems like
no. So the entire drop tower, as I understand it, is evacuated.
Donate to my PayPal. Get me fucking money. I need €1,000.
Somebody.
1,000. I need
don't know how to mod.
€1,000.
Just find out what the alt is. All right, I got it right here. It's Arwin_2. Who's the fucking mod?
Boot him out, whoever that
Who's
is.
the mod? Arwin
I think they
I'm
booted
right on
already.
top of that.
_2.
Yep. All right, I'm on it.
Omni, you want to make me a mod?
I'm still looking for that video.
So am I. I can't freaking find it.
So running into Discord with a stock account yelling, "Pay me," is counter
Oh,
evidence.
sorry, I was muted. Sorry. So the drop tower is evacuated, but the aluminium container is still with air pressure, so the tubes are with air pressure as well.
Which I guess isn't a problem because nothing moves fast enough for air resistance to be really a factor.
And see, if like the Bremen Tower thing was done, and then you saw like it didn't happen the same way as the first time, would that change your opinion, or it would just be, you know?
So it looks like Arwin 2 has left the server.
He left before we got to boot him.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, of course it would change my mind, bro. Of course. If I see something in front of my eyes, obviously. If things fall at the same rate, things fall at the same rate. But that's not what
things
this showed.
did fall at the same. In the video you've already seen, things are falling with the same acceleration.
John, get over your trip, bro. Right? Get over your trip. I saw with my
I don't know
eyes.
what my trip
Everybody,
is.
you can rename it, and I know you're getting triggered.
Let him finish.
Yeah, I know you're getting triggered, but you know, if you
Yeah, I do
need,
get triggered.
if you have to correct me every time I say it, no problem, bro. But it's not gonna change the fact that what we saw in the video. You cannot change reality, no matter how many times you say it, John.
See, this is SE being dishonest because we've gone through this a million times. What you see in that video are a bunch of things moving with constant velocity. That means that none of them are accelerating with respect to each other. Each one is accelerating at the same rate. This is not my opinion. This is simply what you see. And SE knows this. But he persists in talking about rates.
He has this personal thing. He has to, like, every time I say something, he has to correct me. Like, he has issues. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'll say that those things clearly show that they fall, they hit the ground at a different rate because they're in different areas in space, right? He doesn't want to acknowledge that somehow I'm wrong. Nobody.
So I would expect, my expectation would be that all of the objects would move in unison. Why is that not the case?
Well, they hit the ground at the same rate. Did you see the video?
Yeah, I've seen the video. So
I've got it here too. Yeah.
So do you think, Omni, do you think those things are going to fall at the ground at the same rate?
I believe they should. Yes, my understanding.
And they do.
Yeah, but how is that if they're in different locations in space? How are they going to fall at the same rate when they're clearly not at the same rate?
They are clearly at the same acceleration.
They're not at the same height, right? With respect to the ground?
Oh, you're talking about the fact that there's like a few millimeter difference between the heights of those things as they move through the. I mean, there's that difference, but you'll never see that.
Finally woke up?
Gravity is fundamentally constant in the drop tower. There's no, I mean, it doesn't change enough from the top to the bottom to see any effect of that.
Yeah, clearly we do see the difference. Did you see this? You saw the video, right?
You keep saying that. There is no visible difference in that video. That's not my opinion. That's just a simple fact. Let me put the link in.
So SE, the thing is that I wanted to explain is if they would accelerate in a different rate, that would mean the distance of the object to the ground should be gaining kind of speed over time. So, which means in the first second, it should only move maybe a millimeter. In the second, or a centimeter, in the second second, it should be 2 centimeter. In the next one, it should be 4 or something like this. But that doesn't happen. They float up constantly without different rates. So you see they are accelerating at the same time relative to each other.
You
Or
can
at the same
reword it
rate.
any way. I thought you were done. You can reword it any way you want. The claim is that things fall at the same rate in a vacuum. We have a vacuum and we see that things do not fall at the same rate. They're at a different heights above the ground. Therefore, if we see the experiment to the end, right, they should fall at a different time. If you guys don't understand that, I cannot help you any further.
So,
So
I
there's
have,
a part of
I
what
have to step away. 1 second, John. I have to step away. Try not to get triggered by SE. Everyone try to be good to each other. I will be back when I can.
So there's a part of what SE says that I don't know that I've heard before, and I'm not understanding it now. SE is referring to them being at different heights. I don't. That's not the point of the experiment. The point of the experiment is to determine whether they fall at different rates in the same, in the same region. It's nothing. It doesn't have anything to do with heights. And what you
When
see
they show
in
the feather, and when they show the feather in the bowling ball, when what's his name,
Yeah.
the freaky guy that smiles all the
Right.
time, the creep. What do they show? Don't they show the feather and the ball falling on the ground at the same rate? Isn't that the whole thing
they
of
show
this?
them falling at the same acceleration.
See, he
Not-
can't handle it. He's gotta change it. He can't say what his eyes see and what the model fucking says. Dude,
Gravity
how
is
many
acceleration.
Your eyes see them falling with the same. If you had dropped the feather first and the bowling ball second, they still would have fallen at the same acceleration. Same is the acceleration.
You don't understand the gravity acceleration there, Issy?
John, tell us about momentum. Does that
Believe what
exist?
you want. I told you a thing. Now you can go into La La Land and work it
Wait a
out in your
minute, so
brain.
you think
It
that
is what it is. The
You think
ball.
that you
and
think
the,
that
are you
Galileo?
interrupting me? You
Well, you think
interrupting
that
me?
Galileo was wrong?
Yep. You're out.
Well, you think that Galileo was wrong? Why won't you answer a simple question?
NASA Shield, shut the fuck up.
No, it's a simple question. Galileo, right or wrong?
So the fact of the matter is, they can dance around it all they want. Their theory says things fall at the same rate. They touch the ground at the same rate when you drop them.
No, that doesn't. The theory says nothing about them falling. Sorry, I'm sorry, SE, my bad. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to rush him out. But the thing is, of course, they hit the ground at different times, but it doesn't change the fact that the accelerations are the same. I was going to say something else. Never mind, muting up.
So basically, he is saying that the whole theory, all the way back to Galileo, that things fall at the same rate is wrong.
I thought when you drop two things, they hit the ground at the same time, like they did on the moon during that test, because they dropped on the moon. They dropped a bowling ball and a eagle feather to show that from the same height, when you drop them, they fall at the same rate, which means they hit the ground at the same time. That was the whole experiment they did on the moon to show that a bowling ball.
But the only reason they hit the ground at the same time is because they released them at the same time.
Yes.
It's not about when they hit the ground. It's about comparing their accelerations. And the best way to compare their accelerations is to release them at the same time, so that the time they hit the ground is an indication of whether they've had the same acceleration.
Okay, we're on the same, we're understanding the same thing. We was just,
Okay, I'm
I was
sorry.
just misunderstanding you on what you was getting at. So what they're saying is, or what I'm trying to say is the same thing you're saying. If you drop them at the same time right beside each other, they'll hit the ground at the same time in a vacuum. If you do it right at the same time right beside of each other, but you can't drop one from one side of the earth and one from the other side of the earth and think that because one hits the ground faster than the other, because there's fluctuations in gravity on the planet and everything else. I don't know what they're getting at, but me and you was apparently on the same wavelength. We was just had our wires crossed a little bit.
Yeah, and I just wanted to point out too that one of the reasons that the Bremen people have been loath to just let them do another experiment is that they've already been misrepresenting the one that they did do. You can see it in the video I posted. It's titled Einstein is Wrong, right? In other words, they're doing just what SE is doing. They're looking at the video anybody can look at and claiming that they're seeing different accelerations, that Einstein is wrong. They're not. The video explicitly shows that everything there is falling with the same acceleration. They have different velocities, but the velocities are not changing.
If the things weren't in that square box and bunch of test tubes or whatever, it would probably behave differently, right? If they were all dropped at the same time and didn't have the glass around them, it probably would look a lot different, right?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it shouldn't. I'm not quite sure what you mean. If you just dropped all of those things at the same time in a vacuum, then they should all fall at the same acceleration. And if you drop it at the same time, then they should hit the ground at the same time. The Bremen drop tower, you understand in the video, there's a camera that rides along with, so there's a big canister that has all of those things in it. And the camera is also in it. And everything in it is in free fall. And you're just looking at those things.
That's what when I watched about it, you talking about that big tall vacuum tower in like England or somewhere. I'm thinking, right? It's in one of the
Germany, I think.
Germany, wherever. Yeah, Germany, that's where it's at. But anyway, the video I watched, it was talking about how not only do they test things in free fall as they come back down, but the object is actually in free fall all the way up and all the way back down, because they throw it straight up and it goes, but they can actually measure things in free fall, even though it's going up instead of down. And that so many people will argue about that and say, well, it's not free fall because it's going up. Well, it's still in free fall because
free fall is what you're in when there's no force acting on you other than gravity.
Yeah. I thought that was neat.
Yeah, that's the definition of free fall.
And Einstein would say free fall is what you're in when there's no force acting on you, period.
Yeah. Is there an atmosphere inside that thing they drop?
Well, I think Snooze was just saying that somebody was just saying that that inside that thing there's air, but it doesn't really matter because nothing in there is moving fast enough for air resistance to be a big deal.
It really would matter, because you can have a density gradient change and a buoyancy effect.
Well, there won't be any.
Very slight effect on it.
No, there won't be any density gradient because there's no gravity in that container. There's no gravitational field.
The video that I watched about it, they took all the air out of it. They pulled all the air out of it and made it a vacuum. Go ahead, Blue.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
no, I know what you're saying. I mean, it's a thing. If you, for instance, if I take a container, I have a container on the ground. There's a density gradient in that container because there's a gravitational field in it. But if I throw that container up, the gradient disappears while it's in free fall, because in the container there's no gravitational field. That's a weightless environment. Without gravity, there can be the atmosphere in the container will quickly equalize to constant pressure, constant density everywhere.
I'm going to post that video in the chat. It's by Tom Scott. He makes really good science videos. They're never very long. They're only like 4 or 5 minutes long. But it's the one about the tower. It's the one that I've watched about it, and he says that they pull a vacuum in it before they do their testing.
Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't. Snooze maybe, somebody said there was atmosphere inside. I don't know why they would. I would think they would evacuate it too, but I don't think it would make any difference if they didn't.
I posted it in the chat anyway, if anybody wants to watch.
So, John, how would this not make a difference?
Sorry, how would what?
How would not having a vacuum of space make a difference?
Well, you have to have a vacuum in the drop tower, otherwise the container itself isn't going to be in free fall. But inside the container, you just have these little test masses that barely move. And even if there was air inside the container, that it wouldn't create much. It wouldn't create noticeable, in my opinion. Maybe it would, but I don't think it would create enough air resistance to change the motion of those things, because they're only moving at a couple of millimeters a second relative to the air inside there. Anyway, but I do agree. I mean, it seems to me why wouldn't you evacuate that container? I don't know.
Do you think you can make a true vacuum on?
No, you can't
Earth?
make a true vacuum. There's no such thing as a true vacuum anywhere in the universe.
Even in outer space? What about outside the ever-expanding universe?
Ooh, outside it. Yeah, well, all bets are off there.
Where light from the spark of the first Big Bang cannot reach its own ends. It's darkness. So if it is dark, then there's nothing there for light to propagate in.
If it's dark, there's nothing for light to propagate in. I don't know. Okay.
Name that fallacy. I love when SE comes in here and triggers all you fucks.
Yeah, he does too, and that's kind of a big tell with SE. He'll often say that, make it clear that that's what he lives for. He's not interested, actually. He won't even embrace flat Earth. He just wants to trigger people.
Well, SE incredulity has done it once again. He's come in here, been incredulous, and wound us all up.
NASA shill. Every time you talk, is there like a coffee cup just like right underneath your mouth?
Yeah, well,
and you're slowly like just sipping on it between.
Do you have your head
gibberish.
up your ass? Maybe if you would pull your head out your ass, you could think more clearly and with some oxygen, perhaps.
Well, thanks for that suggestion.
We can insult all day, Marty. The fact is that the Earth isn't flat, demonstrably so. That this thing of SE is stupid. That we've known that things fall at the same rate for hundreds of years now. So anything you want to say is just bullshit at this point.
NASA shield, can you unblock me so I can turn you back up, or do you need to talk like a man?
I will talk however I choose to talk. Your insults.
Can everyone else hear his whispers?
Your insults don't mean shit.
Sweet nothings.
I don't have to talk loud. I mean, it's screaming doesn't make it. Screaming doesn't make things right.
You are a bit quiet, NASA.
Yeah, speak the fuck up, NASA.
I'll do what I choose to do. Well, let me show you.
Is your mama gonna hear you? Aren't you in the basement?
Marty said you lived here.
That's such a big insult. Oh wow, I don't know what I can do with that.
You sound like Brenda when you whisper. Are you Brenda, bro?
There we go. Some more insults. Way to go. Congratulations.
Yes or no? Are you
Do
Brenda?
you feel better that way when you say
Is
that?
Brenda your main, or is this your alt? Or is Brenda your alt?
Do you like better when you say that? You feel better, more like a man?
I think I just accidentally temporarily server muted somebody. I think Ned, and that was an error. I apologize.
So now that you've insulted me a lot, do you actually have anything to say, Marty? Anything helpful in this
I
topic?
can't hear you, fuckface. No one else can hear you either. That's been confirmed.
Then fucking turn it up.
I hear him fine personally.
Well, he has me blocked, and I can't go in there and turn him up, which is
That's bullshit.
Dumb as shit. Discord's like the shittiest app.
I don't think, given that he's been responding promptly to every statement that you've said, I don't see it as likely that you are currently blocked. I could be wrong.
I can't hear him.
Well, then fucking turn me up. Go to 200%.
Did you unblock me?
It shouldn't matter. Like,
it does matter. I just told you it matters.
Yeah, but
I
say a lot.
How are you hearing him?
Profile? Because you
How
blocked
are you hearing
me.
him, Marty?
Fine, there you go. How about you happy now?
Can you not hear him, or can you not hear him well? Those are two very different things.
I'm unblocked, NASA.
One more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unblocked.
I don't even want to talk to NASA Shill. I never want to.
Well, maybe you
I
just
just
had
hear
something to say. Maybe if you had
and you
something to
repeat
say.
the same thing over and over again like a crazy person.
Yeah. Maybe if you had something to say. You, on the other hand, do repeat everything over and over too. What more do you? The fact that you have no evidence. The fact you have no evidence. The fact you just come around here to insult me.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Oh,
it doesn't
says
matter.
As the guy with his name Democ, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that's Damoc. Yeah,
I'm here to insult you. I would go back to Jim if I wanted to assault you anywhere.
Oh, well, that's okay.
That's your little cave.
I know you got run out of there, so that's okay. Yeah, but here we're supposed to but we're supposed to be nice to one another, and listen to all the flirts and that, not tell them they're dumb shits when they're dumb shits. I understand.
Yeah, and we have quite a track record on this server of muting NASA Shill when they don't follow those rules. I'm pretty sure NASA Shill thinks that I mute him a lot more than I should.
Oh, he ran off SE.
The time, effort, counseling, he'll get over it.
I'm over it. Trust me.
It should be banned like red tape is.
Not you, SE.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I get muted. I probably get muted more than I should, but I deserve to be muted half the time. I give that. I mean, I just fight. What happens though is I do flat Earth tactics to flat earthers, and the flat earthers don't get muted. That's kind of funny.
That is true. Due to the fact that flat earthers are in much more limited supply on the server compared to Globers, we do sort of as a consequence give more leniency to flat earthers. Is that fair? No, it's not. Is that the fact of how it works? Yeah, a little bit.
And that emboldens people like SE. That emboldens them.
Yeah.
I think it's you kind of have to adopt that policy because so much of the flat Earth argument is necessarily couched in nonsense and kind of aggressively deployed nonsense. If you're going to talk to them at all, you have to tolerate some of that.
Yeah, you guys obviously can't even tolerate SE coming.
I mean,
well, I'll tell you what. Hey there,
SE remains a moderator on this channel.
Yeah, I know. I find that funny too.
Yeah, he's not going to moderate his own conversation with dipshit Shield.
Bullshit. He does all the time.
He does it when he feels like there isn't an alternative. If there are other active mods, he does it a lot less. As we try
What's the
generally to
topic?
do, like one.
Yo, what's the topic in here?
Modding.
No,
We're
we weren't
talking meta, bro. Nothing but meta.
No, it was meta for a long time. Before
You
that,
guys don't have any
before that,
topics.
we're talking
You
about
guys
how.
don't
Before that, we're talking how Galileo.
The point that we're talking about. The point that we're talking about. The point that we're talking about. The point
Oh,
that we're
shut
talking
up,
about.
Marty.
The point that we're
Shut
talking
up,
about.
Marty.
Oh, shut
Yeah,
up.
if I don't
Oh,
get
shut your
interrupted
mouth.
by Marty
Oh,
all the
you're
time, I'll
stupid.
tell you.
Dirty mouth.
But
Shut
you know,
your
Marty
dirty
has to
mouth.
interrupt me because you know this is Marty's
I
thing.
feel
When he
bad
complains
for your
about
mother, NASA Shill.
he complains about people interrupting him. Then he just interrupted me for a good 30 seconds there. Way to go, Marty. You feel bad about my mother? Yeah, my mother's a saint. Yours, on the other hand, well, we won't talk about that.
Is that the topic, mothers?
So, Tora, what sort of...
I do have an interesting topic related to mothers.
Oh, God.
We had been talking about the Bremen drop tower results.
And Galileo being wrong.
Wait, I want to hear about this. I'm not actually familiar.
Oh, I posted a link to the video back 10 minutes or 15 minutes or so.
Oh, let me see if I can find that.
And it briefly, what they do is they put a bunch of different elements in tubes in a canister that's then launched upward in a tall evacuated tower, and then falls back
Germany,
down
right?
so that it's
In Germany?
right, and so that
They all fall at different rates.
It's weightless. No, they all fall at the same acceleration. They all fall at the same acceleration.
These are literally tests of the equivalence pyramid.
Yeah, and what happens? I mean, just in a nutshell, the thing is that it's a really bad experiment. It was designed by people who thought they were going to prove that Einstein is wrong, and they claim to have done that because the objects in the tubes, some of them are moving upward from rest, where the other ones are just sitting. But they're all falling with the same acceleration, and they are these people who I think are being dishonest because I think they know.
No, John, you're missing it, John. The people that posted that video are probably flat earthers.
Oh yeah, oh no,
that video and clipped it over. Yeah, it's not the people that posted it aren't the people that did it.
No, but I think, as I understand it, and maybe you've heard, they are, or at least somebody is lobbying to redo the experiment. And after having already lied about what the results of the previous experiment have shown, it's a bad experiment because they need to get the thing moving and then release all of the test masses in the middle of the tubes, not at the bottoms of the tubes, because there's 3 or 4 masses in that video that you can't tell. If they wanted to be accelerating down relative to
That's going to be the practical use of this experiment.
See it. Okay, you talk.
Well, you've been going for a little while about how it's a terrible experiment.
Well, it is. It's a really bad experiment.
Like the practical. After I do this experiment, what practical application does it have to be?
Well, Tora, would you crowdfund it? Number one.
Would I be like, yo, now I know that things fall when I pick them up off the ground?
No,
crap,
that's not what the experiment tests. What the experiment tests is the equivalence principle. What the experiment tests is that masses fall at the same rate universally.
Same acceleration.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Yeah, what's the practical use of
that? What the practical use of that information is that it can rule in or rule out entire classes of physical theories that have as generic.
No, I mean what am I going to do with that info? Like practically, like, okay, now that we know this, I want to go make money off this idea.
What are you going to do with it? Nothing, because you don't know what the hell to do with what we have already.
So you can't make money off this idea?
No, you can't. You specifically can't. Yes.
Can you?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, can you explain to me how you're going to make money off this idea?
So, understanding how relativity works, which is a fundamental concept related to the equivalence principle, it underpins all of GPS technology. if you can't think of any commercial application for GPS technology, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, so like now I have navionics, so I could take the boat out, mark my tracking, and that's all thanks to this experiment where we drop things in vacuum tubes or whatever.
Thanks to relativity, which this experiment is testing.
To some extent,
So yeah, the depth finder in my boat is thanks to relativity.
You hold on. You articulated that as though it was an absurd response. The answer though is yes.
No, I didn't.
If you have reliable and precise enough and accurate enough inertial gradiometers and accelerometers, you are then able to establish your precise position via strictly dead reckoning. That is not something that we currently have the technology to do. We require external sources. But if you have a high enough fidelity accelerometer and you integrate that over the course of the movement of your system, then you will be able to say exactly where you are without ever talking to an outside instrument. That is worth something.
Yeah, definitely. It is good to know where the fish are. You know what I mean? Like if I catch fish and I mark the location. But we were doing that before GPS was around.
Not as well.
Pretty good. I mean, I would say we're fishing way more, so we're like overfishing. So yeah, now you could get more on top of the spot.
I'm not talking about so.
Yeah,
correct.
before it was. Well, I think that's might be the reason you have to update. Like I'm talking about the intent here. I get you're going with the mechanical understanding of like the how. I'm talking about like the why here.
Okay,
and I think, I think it would make more sense that you have to have a more precise location. If we overfish the ocean to the point that you can't catch fish, like, a mile off the reef, you also have to be right over top of the reef. It does make sense to make a more accurate locating system. But, or we can make it illegal to drag the bottom of the ocean, and then we don't need it.
Fair enough. What I'm talking about does not necessarily only apply to fishing. Okay, if you
that's what we're talking about, though. That's what we're talking about. That's what I want to talk about. That's the topic.
Okay, well, I'm broadening the topic, I guess.
Yeah, you're gonna make money off this, so you're gonna sell it to fishermen. Well, so go ahead, sell me.
I personally am not. I could, but I'm personally not going to because I'm not interested in.
You drop these things in the lab, and then you're like, "Yo, Garmin, I invented it."
Somebody will, yeah, probably. If you're able to establish based solely on a local measurement that does not require any connection to any satellite network or any internet network, and it is able to tell you to within 5 feet of where you are after you've been moving around in, multiple different directions over the course of multiple weeks, that is an exceptionally useful technology. It would be exceptionally useful. I mean, the military applications are the most obvious and probably where the funding for it starts. But it's also like, how we don't know where that plane from Malaysia went down? We have no idea. I mean, we have.
We know right where it went down. We have a globe. We have a globe model. We can predict everything. We know right. We know. No. Don't let them convince you of that.
Do that. If you have this technology, you could do that, and it would not require any connection to an outside source because you could just be in a room with no windows, and based on how fast you accelerate in a given direction, you can log that and use that to derive exactly where you are. That is not a technology that we currently have. It would be an exceptionally useful technology.
No, we know where that airplane went. We have a globe model and it's perfectly predictable, so we know exactly where things are gonna fall when they start to fall. So yeah, we know right where that plane went, dude. I don't even know why you would buy that story as a glober like me. because we have a model that can predict everything, and especially like when it comes to airplane routes, we predict those so precisely, it's ridiculous. So yeah, we would never lose an airplane. That's just crazy talk. Don't buy the propaganda, man. Why are you buying into that stuff? You really think we could lose an airplane with all of our predictive capabilities of the globe model?
Yes.
That's impossible. We can predict the orbit of Jupiter's moons. We predict the orbit of Jupiter's moons. We can predict that there's
Jupiter
going to
doesn't
be
have
a planet
engines.
out there. We can
Jupiter
predict
doesn't have
all the.
engines.
We can predict where a rocket is
Jupiter
going to
doesn't have
land. We
engines.
can predict and send a rocket
Jupiter
into
doesn't
outer
have
space
engines.
and land it on the sun, dude. That has
Yeah,
engines, bro. There's absolutely
that
no
has
way you're going to
engines,
tell me
and we
that
have to
an
fire them at the
airplane
right
is
time.
unpredictable because it has a pilot at the, like he's flying the airplane on his own or something, bro. That's crazy
They
talk.
literally
No, we
are,
didn't
man.
lose. We didn't lose it. You think an airplane pilot is like, yo, I'm just going to take a left and a right here? Come on, man.
Not
It's called,
often.
you never heard of autopilot?
I have. Have you ever heard of turning off autopilot? If autopilot had done everything
As a captain,
with the Malaysian Airlines
you
thing,
have to
then
ask
it
for
wouldn't be a.
permission.
No, stop talking over the man and let him respond to you, Tora. Jesus Christ, bro. Let the guy
No, I
fucking
don't.
respond.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't know why you had to interrupt him to say that, bro. That's rude.
Dude, he was interrupting you after you were interrupting me.
I don't know. It sounded like he was interrupting you.
No, well, that's probably because you and everybody else recognized that it was my time to speak, and then he started speaking.
No, first I interrupted you,
Okay,
then he
hold on.
interrupted you, and now
ladies, talk.
So God, I can't even remember what I was responding to. So now I have to unmute him.
Pilots making left and rights, and turning off
Pilots.
autopilot.
So if you're able, we're not able to find. We have not found the black box of the Malaysian Airlines. I can't remember I think 390 or 370 or something like that. I can't remember it. 370. Yeah. We don't know where that plane crashed, but if we had the records and we had the technology that I'm describing, and the results were uploaded to a centralized database as it was happening, we could tell you to within a very, very tiny amount of distance, like a small enough amount that you could just go down and then look around with your eyes and you would find the wreckage. Where exactly that is. We don't have that. It doesn't exist. It has not been integrated into the actual planes, even if it did exist. And it doesn't quite yet. However, making absolute precision and absolute accuracy inertial sensors that can detect acceleration in an absolute sense is a technology that is being actively worked on. And one of the main ways that is being developed is using, for example, atom interferometry. And with that, you're able to say, okay, well, at this time we were accelerating in this direction by this much. And then 2 seconds later, we were accelerating by a little bit less than that. And then you can, make an interpolation and you can figure out exactly where you are. It requires very high quality input data. We don't currently have that in the commercial sphere. In 50 years, we will. In 50 years, the idea of a plane like Malaysian Airlines 370 or 390 or whatever, becoming completely lost and unfindable will be way, way, way harder to even imagine. I guess I have to unmute him.
Who is we? You keep on saying we haven't found it. Have you talked to every single person in the world? Like, that's a bold claim to say, because the news has told me that we haven't found it, therefore me and the news haven't found it, therefore nobody has found it. That's just a crazy claim. And then also you were saying something about absolutes. So you believe in absolute truth?
I believe in absolute measurements with respect to a particular reference frame.
Okay, so yeah, so we could absolutely, so you absolutely know how tall you are?
No.
Okay, so yeah, what measurement ever is absolute?
A measurement that is not reliant on presuming the accuracy of a earlier measurement that you are bootstrapping off of. An absolute measurement does not require to bootstrap off of an earlier measurement. If you're going to take that absolutely literally,
what would it be referencing if it's not going up? Like, in order to hold up the truth of a curved line, you need a straight line. That's just like the necessary antecedent. So, like, when you take them, yeah, 100%. In order to prove a line is, in order to prove a line is curved, you have to have a straight. Dude, it's just common sense, bro. You have to have something to
okay, so
compare as a
if you
curve.
think that the mathematics and geometry of topological systems is just common sense, you have no idea what you're talking about.
I know, I'm talking about geometry in general. When I'm talking about, I was talking about upholding the truth value claim of your absolute measurement would have to be taken off of something that you're certain this is absolutely precise. That's how we know a line is curved, because the shortest distance between two lines is a straight line, and we can put the shortest distance between two lines next to that curved line and say, yes, this line is curved because we know this one is straight because it's the shortest distance between 2 points. A straight line is what upholds the truth claim of any geometrical curved line. You don't get that? You don't understand that?
I do
you
get
didn't
that.
know that?
What you just said there is essentially true, as far as I can tell. Yes.
Yes, exactly.
But
So
it does not. But it is not in congruence with what you said earlier.
well, no, it's based on what you said, that we will be able to absolutely tell 100% exactly your location.
That's not what I meant by absolute. What I meant was
what do you mean by
non-relative.
absolute? Absolute non-relative. Okay.
What I meant was when you're measuring an absolute acceleration, you are measuring it with respect to an inertial frame. Okay, and you can do that if an accelerometer. Sorry, hold on.
You would need
I'm so
absolute
sorry, dude.
stationariness to
Sorry,
uphold
my
the
buddy
truth
just
value.
came back. I have to. I'll be.
Have fun. Yeah, you would need absolute stationary in order to prove absolute movement, just like the straight line proves the curved line. Absolute stationariness is what upholds the truth value claim to any motion claim. Just how it goes. So these are two fundamental principles necessary to determine truth, one being a straight line and one being motionlessness. In order for you to claim that there is no straight lines and there is no motionlessness, you have to reference straight lines and motionlessness. So that's kind of tough to do if those things don't exist in your worldview. You can't even have two parallel lines on the ground at all. Anywhere. If you have a straight line and that's what proves your line is curved, but then if you live on a globe, you can't make a straight line. So how do you know that all your lines are curved if you can't make the straight line to compare it to? It's a big conundrum for you Globers. How do you have parallel lines on the ground? That's impossible. Parallel postulate goes away on the surface of a sphere. It's non-Euclidean. So do you have any parallel lines?
Yeah, train tracks. They're all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. That would only be possible if you lived on a Euclidean surface.
Listen, if you go and you look in railroad engineering books from the 1800s even about how to lay train tracks, right? They actually account for the curve of the earth in those measurements. So I am not done
They
yet.
can't be parallel. They can't be parallel. They can't be parallel to one another, though, right? You agree they can't be parallel to one
I am not
another?
listening to you, and no, I am not going to answer your stupid semantics questions. Okay, it is not my fault you can't understand these things. So I am not the one to try to explain it to you because I am not the brightest person in here. We have much smarter people than me in here.
Well, Bajorn, I think that you're smart enough to understand that on a sphere, if you draw a straight line, you go all the way around. It's called a great circle route. If you put another straight line right next to it and draw another great circle route, it has to intersect that first straight line in 2 points. Therefore, you can't have a parallel lines on the globe, on a sphere. You understand that, right? That's not hard to understand.
And yes, we have train tracks that go around the entire world. What are you talking about, man?
So yeah, so you don't live
You're
on a.
just
You
finding
can't
things
live on
to
a
be
sphere.
contrarian with. It's just semantics.
No, okay, so so you obviously understand then the ground can't be a sphere because you can't put two parallel lines on a sphere that don't intersect. You understand there's no such thing as parallel lines on a sphere, right?
We live on a sphere and we have train tracks. Therefore, there is such a thing as parallel lines on a sphere.
No, those would have to be concentric circles or something like, you know how the equator and then the latitude line right above it? You're not thinking of the straight line. When you make the straight line, like
are not parallel? Are you saying the train tracks are not parallel?
they are, they can't be on a surface of a sphere though. That's the
But they
problem.
are. But they are. Every single one of them.
Okay, well then maybe your premise
world is on a sphere.
Okay, maybe your premise that it's on a sphere is wrong because this debunks your premise right here. The only straight line you have on the globe is the equator and all the longitude lines. Okay, do all the longitude lines intersect each other or not?
Yeah, at the North Pole and South Pole.
Yeah. Okay, that would happen with train tracks then too, right? Because they're parallel lines on a globe.
Jesus Christ, it's called scale. Okay, like I know that's a fucking really hard thing for you to understand.
Hold
right?
on, scale doesn't have anything to do with parallel.
I am not interrupting you. So if you're gonna interrupt me, I'm just gonna mock you. So that's your choice. You can wait until I'm fucking done, or I'll mock you. Which one do you want?
I don't know. You could prove how dumb you are by mocking me, I guess.
I mean, no, I don't think anybody would think I'm done for mocking someone like you, bro. So I'm just going to explain this to you, right? So what you want to do is play this word game that because on a globe, on a sphere, you can't have parallel lines. So since we have train tracks, this must not be a sphere. Right?
You brought up the train tracks, not me.
No, I'm bringing them up because every single set of train tracks proves that we have parallel lines on a sphere because we're on a sphere.
Well, then, so how did you break the Euclidean aspect? How do you break that? Like, you agreed with me that all the lines of longitude are parallel, but they intersect each other because the parallel postulate cannot exist on a sphere. It's not a matter of scale or anything. It's just the fact that on a sphere, on the surface of it, you can't make two parallel lines. It's just a fact of the matter.
No, it's scale. It's scale.
You said you have a train track that goes around the entirety of the Earth, bro. That doesn't
I said we don't
either.
have that. We don't have a train track that goes around the entirety of the earth the way you're talking about. It doesn't happen like that. It is localized. It is where it is. Okay.
Okay,
I
how
understand
far?
it's really hard for you to understand that the globe is huge, right?
No,
And
no.
you are a little insignificant speck on that globe. So all you can see is what's around you. And yes, it looks flat. I know. Oh my God.
So you've been convinced that you're too small? Someone convinced you you're too small. Okay, that's fine that you have that convinced, like you've been convinced of that in your head. But answer me this. If I put 2 railroad tracks and I want to run them, 3,000 miles, at what point do they intersect? Since they're on the surface of a sphere and there can't be any parallel lines on the sphere, so what kind of correction are we making to keep them parallel to one another? Because that's what you claimed. You said that we actually account for the curvature when we do the railroad tracks on the ground. So there must be a distance that we know these will actually cross, so we have to correct for that crossing. So what is the distance and how far apart are they separated, and at what length is that correction made?
I will tell you that I don't know. I just know
That you told me that they take it into consideration and they account for
I
it.
don't understand it because my math is not great. I am not great at math like some other smart people, right? But when I look in a book, right, and within their whole formula and the whole thing they're working out, it says, and to account for the circle of the earth, for the curve of the earth, you do X, Y, and Z, right? So if it's in the book, right?
Let me see that. Where's
but
that at?
running parallel lines, running horizontal. I mean, what do you call them? Latitude and longitude lines on a globe for navigation is completely different than laying a set of railroad tracks. Obviously, when you lay railroad tracks, you keep them a certain distance apart right there at that local area, and no matter if you go from pole to pole, they'll still stay at that same distance apart because you're not making longitude lines with them. You're just laying 2 rails a distance apart.
So then
Big
they're not
difference.
straight lines. So they're not straight lines then.
Oh.
Right? They're not the shortest distance between 2 points. They're not. They can't be, right?
What do you mean? They're great circles. What do you mean?
Wait, all the railroad tracks are great circles because great circles, if you put one
In your
next to each other,
hypothetical scenario?
they intersect with each other. If I took the equator and we just go 1 degree above the equator and we do a great circle, we will cross the equator twice.
What?
Yeah, if I go to the equator, right, and I want to travel in a straight line, I could travel in a straight line all the way back to my position. Now, if I go half a degree above the equator, 1 degree, it doesn't matter, and then I want to travel in a straight line and come back to my same position, I will cross the equator twice.
Yes, you will. If you
Yeah.
go just slightly north or south from the equator when you take off, you'll for half of the way around you'll stay on the northern side of the equator. For the other half of the way around, you'll stay on the southern side of the equator. You're just drawing a circle.
Just follow latitude. Just follow latitude. Follow latitude. Stay 1 degree above, 1 degree below. You won't have any problem.
But then but then we don't.
the point.
Left lane's a pilot, so I would listen.
I'm talking about straight lines here. I'm not talking about turning. I'm talking about 2 straight lines being parallel. Are you guys claiming that railroad tracks are not 2 straight lines that are parallel to one another?
No, what I'm saying is that railroad tracks, the tracks have a certain tolerance that they can be. There's turns in them, so you can constantly be adjusting the distance within the tolerance of the train tracks.
All right, what distance does that occur at that we can no longer call them straight and parallel?
You're constantly adjusting.
So then even at 1 foot, they're not even straight and parallel with one another, right?
The difference would be negligible. They're never perfectly straight. There's always a tolerance.
Okay, does a straight line exist?
There's no such thing as a perfect measurement.
Okay, so there are no straight lines in reality. So therefore, if a straight line is what holds the truth value claim to a curved line, because the only one way to tell a curved line is a curved line is with a straight line, and straight lines don't exist, how do you know all of your lines are curved?
How do we know that they're not perfect?
Yeah, but if you can't make a straight line, you don't think straight lines exist in reality, then how do you know any line is curved if you need a straight line to prove that you have a curved line?
Right. So, for example, I went over this. I thought I did this with you before. So, if we have the ability to measure something within a certain amount of accuracy, say, like, for example, 1 inch of accuracy, and then we measure something to have, say, for example, 10 inches of curve, we know that that thing is curved. Now, if we know that we can measure something within 1 inch of accuracy, and we get 0 inch, we get 1 inch, we get less than 1 inch, we get just 1 inch the other way. We don't know if it's curved or not.
No, I think you're missing what I'm saying here. No. If you're saying
Do you understand? Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah,
Do
it
you
was
understand
not.
what
It
I
was
just
not.
said?
Yeah, it was not according to what I was saying. Okay, so if you
What did I
think you
say?
can make it doesn't matter. It was like a non sequitur. It went off the whole point of what I'm bringing up here.
If you think
Okay,
it's a
what
non
you
sequitur,
said is
then
what you said. I'll repeat it for you because you're going to continue interrupting for some reason. What you said was specifically that if we know within an inch of this tolerance, then we know. So you're saying that there are straight lines, we can make them, but they're very small. So we can make an inch long straight line to know that all lines are curved and there is no such thing as a straight line, even though
that's
you
not
just
what I
made
said.
one in your analogy. So you don't think you can make a 1 inch long straight line?
No.
Okay, so you are under the assumption that in reality, we cannot make a 1 inch straight line.
No.
You're not under that assumption, or yes, you believe that?
Within a certain amount of precision, I can, just not perfect.
You cannot make a perfectly straight line, so you do not know the distance between 2 points.
Is that what I said?
Well, that's
You
what a
said
straight. You know what a
you
straight line
you
is,
said
right?
you said
You know,
perfectly 1 inch.
do you know
You
what a
said
straight
perfectly
line
1 inch.
is? Yeah, in
But
order to
you
know
did
that it's 1 inch, you needed a straight line because a straight line is
right,
the
and
shortest distance between 2 points. So you just
I would also need
contradicted yourself by claiming that you can't have a perfectly straight line, yet you can make
because
a
I
1 inch long straight line.
because I don't have the ability to have that perfect precision.
Well, then how are you getting all your measurements? How do you know how tall you are if you can't know what a straight line is? A straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. So the top of your head to the bottom of your foot, you make a straight line, and then you know approximately how tall you are, right?
Exactly. The key word in that word, the key word that you just said is approximate.
Yeah, but that doesn't take away from the fact that you made a straight line between those 2 points.
So if you want to
No, because
rearrange
you're
your
now
question,
because
if you
conflating
want to
the
change
idea
your
that
question, if you want to change your question to can you make an approximately straight 1 inch
No.
line, I would say yes.
That's not the question. You're missing it.
I know
You're
that's not the
saying we
question,
have
which is why my answer
because
was
you're
no.
missing the point. You're saying we can't measure it with accuracy, with precision, because there's ticks on the ruler. I'm talking about making the straight line regardless of the ruler, bro. You're not
Well, you
getting
said
it. In
you said
order for you to
specifically a
know
1
that a
inch.
line, no, dude, in order for you to know that a line is curved, you have to compare it to something called a straight line. It upholds the truth value claim for you to be able to say, this is 45 degrees, this is 90 degrees, this is 65 degrees. The only way you could come to any of those conclusions is based off the principle of a straight line. And you're saying straight lines don't exist. So therefore, Euclidean geometry is useless. That's your claim, Mr. Silly Man. You're silly, bro.
What? Yeah, somebody's silly here, all right.
Why, do you disagree that a straight line upholds the truth value of a curved line?
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with anything you're saying because you kind of obviously practice this little
This is
skit.
not a
We can
practice
have straight
skit,
lines
dude.
on a sphere. We can have
this is
straight lines. We can have horizontal lines. We can have them parallel for distance.
we can
Left,
do all the things
That's
you
like
say we can't do.
saying that's
left lane, no,
he's
you
like
cannot.
he's
On a
saying
sphere
he's
is
saying you can't have the
non-Euclidean.
color
Shut
red
it,
without
dude.
the color
Shut up.
blue.
Left
You
lane
just
wanted
said you
to
can't have
engage.
the color
Stop.
red without the color blue because
No, that's not what
you
I'm
can't have.
claiming at all, dude. That's
Then
a
why?
totally
Then
different
why do I
category.
need it?
You're in a
Why do
totally
I
different.
need to have a? Why do I need to have a straight line in order to have a curved line?
That's how you would know the line is curved in the first place, because the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. In order for you to prove it's a curved line, you have to say this line did not go the shortest distance between 2 points. It took a curve here. The way we know this is we set up a straight line over top of it, which is the shortest distance between 2 points, and now we know this is a curved line. That is just basic understanding of mathematics, and for someone to say I don't agree with that just shows you how biased they are and not interested in actual mathematics and geometrical truths.
So let me ask you something. Why can't I know that I have 4 points? 3 of the points are the same distance away from one of the points. But those 3 points are not the same distance apart from each other. What kind of line do those 3 points make?
In order to set up and know for a fact that you have 3 straight lines, the interior angles have to add up to 180 degrees.
Can you just answer my question?
You would have to measure the interior angles of whatever shape you're making.
You do realize the definition of 3 points do define a curve. Just 3 points define a curve.
3 points all connected together. If you have straight lines between them, you will have interior angles that add to 180, and you would have a triangle.
I didn't say anything about the lines in between them. I said 3 points in reference to a 4th point are the same distance to that 4th point. But the distances between the 3 points are not the same.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't have anything to do with what I'm talking about. The point that I'm bringing up is in order to claim that you have a curved line, you have to show someone a straight line first in order to uphold the truth value of your curved line. That's just necessarily the case, bro.
Do you know the definition of a radius?
Yes, of course. That would be a straight line. So
a radius. Definition of a radius
would be a radius is half the diameter, right? That is equal to all the point in the middle is equally distant to every point along the surface, right?
Including the 3 he just described.
Okay, except for the fact that this gentleman has said the radius doesn't exist because there are no straight lines.
I didn't say that.
You said there can't be a straight line in reality.
This guy's without function. Disengage.
No, he said it. Flat earthers are silly said there are no straight lines in reality.
I cannot make a perfectly 1-inch straight line. I said I can't do that.
He can't make a perfectly straight 1-inch straight line. Therefore, he doesn't have a 3,959 mile straight line that he got all his measurements off of, bro.
This guy's just fucking semantics. That all he is.
Yeah.
All he is word games and semantics. You're a joke, Tony.
Yeah, okay.
You're a fucking
You call it word games and semantics. You don't understand the argument.
Semantics. I understand the argument. You're an asshole. That's what the argument is.
It's not semantics, bro. All debates occur over semantics in the first place. So even if it was semantics, you should have absolutely no issue with that because that's what debates are over.
Yeah, that's why. That's why he tried.
Basic.
That's why he specifically avoided when you use the word perfect, because perfect. That's the problem. You can get a very, very good straight line, but perfection. That's an illusion. So you have mathematical constructs, and then you have physical realities. Physical realities can be very high compliance, but the word perfect only applies in a mathematical construct.
Okay, I'm not claiming perfect. I'm saying the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and I believe for certain that that is something that exists in reality. If you're claiming it does not exist in reality, that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, then you're claiming like something against Euclidean geometry. And when you're working on the surface of a sphere, he's correct. You wouldn't be able to provide the shortest distance between 2 points because you're always working on a non-Euclidean shape. So your non-Euclidean surface, the parallel postulate breaks. Therefore, it would be impossible to declare this line is a straight line because you can't set up two parallel lines on the ground in your own worldview.
Wow, that's a bunch of gibberish. To your point, I have measured the shortest distance between 2 points, and I have 3 points, and I measured the shortest distance between all 3 of them. And I did find a radius that satisfies those 3 points by measuring the shortest distance between them. And they were 520.
Was that line of sight?
And there were 5. No, yeah, well, not line of sight.
Okay, so
Not
line of sight is a straight line?
I didn't use optical means, so I do have 260 miles, 260 miles, and 520 miles. And when you carry out the full precision, those 2 shorter lines add up longer than the long line. Therefore, it builds a triangle. Those 3 points are on the surface of the Earth, and the triangle was returned and the radius defined. Yeah, I got 3,562 miles.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, that's fine. But how about when we look at like the moon? Is that a straight line between our eyes and the moon?
Well, give or take refraction, yes.
Give or take refraction. What do you mean?
I mean the words I just said.
Yeah. Well, how are you? In order to say it's not a straight line, you got to show me the curved line. They work both ways. They go back and forth.
Well, your lack of practical experience is not my problem.
That's not practical experience. This is just your lack of proof for your claim. You don't show evidence for your claim. I will make the claim that when you look at the North Star, you're looking at a straight line distance. And then
this is him doing a dialogue tree down to you like, because this is going to lead to the bending of light due to space time and all this stuff, and he's going to be like, well, you don't fully understand that. It's a dialogue tree.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. When we look to Polaris, yeah, that's a fucking straight line.
Okay, perfectly straight line, and then I walk in a perfectly straight line.
You threw in the word perfect.
Okay, sorry, I'll take that word out. Okay, so it's a straight line when I'm looking at Polaris, and now I walk in a straight line, and Polaris rises as I get closer to it.
Well, as you go further north, yes.
Yeah, but I'm walking in a straight line. Okay. I'm looking in a straight line, and as I look in that straight line, I notice Polaris start to arc above my head.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So 2 parallel surfaces would cause this same phenomena. And then you could, if you wanted to, take that curve that you're taking off the sky of, like, say I was at 45 degrees and it's 45 degrees. And then I keep moving up north at 46 and I keep plotting this down on a chart. And then I draw a line from all of those instances where I took measurements to Polaris, I would end up with a curve. Now, I still was on 2 parallel surfaces, so what you've just mapped out is the curve of visual space. You literally mapped it out, and then you decided you live on top of that curve.
Well, where did you get 2 parallel surfaces?
Because that's exactly what would occur on 2 parallel surfaces.
No.
And what do you think happens, Tor? What do you think happens when we measure both the distance as we go up and as we go left and right? What do we think? What do we notice happens?
The distances? You don't measure. I'm not measuring distances. We're just measuring angles.
You're just measuring angles. That's it?
Yes, that's it. I'm walking from 45 degrees north towards the North Star, and I'm taking angle measurements the entire way. And if I plot all those angle measurements on a piece of paper, you will end up with a curved line. Yet I still was on a parallel line, and the stars could be on a parallel line above me, and I can demonstrate that on a graph looking as if it is a curved line.
Well, I could demonstrate it on the ground of Earth. So we're at a problem
what about
here.
the other
No, you
stars?
can't because
What
you
about
don't have
what
a
about the
straight
other?
line to compare it to. So that's the
What
problem.
about the?
Is you can't have a
What about
straight
the other?
line on a globe. You can only have great
What happens?
circle routes, which are curved lines. And if a straight line
What,
doesn't exist, you can't discern that a great circle route is a curved line.
what
Oh,
happens when you
concur.
compare it to the other stars?
Doesn't matter. It's not
You
part of
cannot
the
speak.
point.
What field
Why
experience
does
do
that
you
not
have?
matter?
What field experience do you have to just say those things? I have field experience observing Polaris from different latitudes.
And how to back up
Wait,
evidence
I
No,
to
you
want to
have
know
no field
establish
why.
truth
experience.
and what
Hang
upholds
on,
the truth of
Shugo.
your claim. So in order to uphold the
Wait,
truth of the claim of a curved line, this is just philosophical. You would need a straight line. That's what upholds the truth value of the claim of the curved line. You must agree with this. If you don't, you have bankrupt logic.
why do the angles to the other stars not matter?
I don't know what dude, why can't you just address the actual points that I'm saying?
You're
Why do you
talking
have
about
to
one
go
star
over
in
into
particular.
something different? Can you just actually address the points I'm saying?
Yeah, because I'll address it. Because
Okay,
in certain,
does a straight
even when,
line uphold the truth
yeah,
value
I'm
of a
addressing it.
curved
I'm
line?
addressing it. Or if you want me to address it, I have to be able to address it. Even when you're doing basic measurements, whenever you tie off something, you want to tie off to multiple common points to other points. So you never look at it between one direct relation to one other point. You always use multiple points and that relationship. So why are you not using any of the
Okay, can
other
you address
angles
my
to any
point
of the
now?
other stars? Yes,
Can
I
you
just did.
address my point? My
Yes,
point
I
being,
just
okay,
did.
the main part of my point is it true that a straight line upholds the truth value claim to claim any line is curved?
Not when you compare it to the other points.
No,
How is that?
he just made up a syllogism which has
That's not a
no foundation.
syllogism, bro. This is foundational. This is ridiculous that you can't grasp around your head.
Well, you
that
made
in
it
order-
up.
Okay, if I want to do 3 points, that's fine. I will add up the interior
more
angles,
accurate.
and they will add to 180. And then I know
No
I
one's
have
talking
the
about
shortest
interior
distance
angles
between
adding up to
A,
180. No one's
B,
talking
and
about
C.
that. No one said
that's how
anything
you would
about that.
establish, dude. That's
No
how
one
you would
said
establish
anything
the
about that.
straight line, dude. You would need that in order to establish the straight line, so you can compare your curved line to it, bro. Have you ever read Euclid's work?
I never even mentioned anything.
You don't think talking about geometry is necessary to reference Euclid? Jeez Louise, you guys are garbage, bro. You can't even admit to the fact that in order to prove a curved line, you need a straight line because it upholds the truth value of
you
the
don't.
curved line.
Yeah, he made that up.
No, you don't.
I didn't
Oh
make
my
that up.
God,
That's
seriously?
Euclid's postulate, bro.
No, it's not Euclid's postulate. Fuck off. Which postulate is that, by the way?
It's a triangular postulate.
Triangular postulate has nothing to do with measuring curves. Thank you.
No, exactly, because you need to establish the straight lines
Incorrect.
in order to say any line is curved. You first need to
Incorrect.
establish
Actually,
the
you need
straight
a
line.
curve. You need a curve to prove any line is
Do you
straight.
need to? Do you need to have? Do you need to
You
know
could
what
do it
red is
that
to know
way,
what blue
too.
is? Do you
No,
need to
that's
know what
not
red is to know what
necessary.
blue is?
Red and blue is a subjective concept. Are you saying
No, it's not.
triangles are subjective? Like for you, it's 180 degrees, and for someone else, it could be 181. Blue and red is
No, the problem with that,
subjective,
Boris.
bro. You cannot prove to me that your blue is the same as my blue. You cannot prove that.
How every individual interprets the wavelengths that we call blue and red is not what I said. I said we can identify what blue is without knowing what red is, because we define
That's
that
not even the same category, bro. You're not even in the same category. Do you agree in order to prove you're moving, you have to reference something stationary and you have to
Incorrect.
use a reference frame? Do you
Well,
agree with that?
Reference frames don't mean anything stationary. It's just
Okay.
stationary relative to you.
Yeah,
Like a
exactly.
car, like
Okay,
two cars,
but do
like
you
two cars,
agree that
like
is
two cars,
necessary?
like
Do you
two
agree
cars,
that is okay?
like two cars going down the highway. They're
Right.
both moving at, I don't know, 50 miles an hour, yet relative to you, it's not moving at all. So
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
so
So you need
exactly,
something.
which is why you need a
Okay, so
third
you
thing, which is
yeah,
why you need a
okay,
third
thank
thing to
you. So
measure.
how do I know a line is curved if there's nothing else but just a curved line in front of me?
how do you know a line is
That's
straight if there's nothing but a
my,
straight line?
that's my point. That's why you need a
You would
third
need to
thing. And
draw a
that's why it's
curved
even
line.
better to have a fourth thing. This is why when you do a survey, you don't want just one piece of control. You don't want just two pieces of control.
What are
Optimally, you
you
want three
talking about
pieces
a
of control.
third thing, bro? I already brought up you can add a
Because this is
third
how
point
you
and create a
verify. This is how
triangle,
you
bro.
verify your first 2
You can
points of control.
you can create the third point, create the triangle, add up the interior angles to know
Yes,
that you made
yes,
straight
you
lines.
can.
That's
Yes, you
perfectly
can
fine, bro.
calculate
That doesn't
third
have
points based
anything
off
to
of
do
2
with what
points.
I'm talking
But the
about,
thing
though.
is, when you do a survey, you would rather have actually 4 points of control because then you can
Dude,
use
what the fuck are you talking about? Dude, I just granted
actually
you 3 points and
how
now
we
you're like, we need
determine.
4 points. What if I grant you 4? You're gonna be like, you know what? Actually, we need 5 points. Like, what the hell are you
It's
doing
always
right
better
now?
to have more. Yes, it's always better to have more
Okay, so I
points of
grant you
control.
4 points. How do you know they're straight lines? Go ahead, 4 points. You got 4 points. How do you know they're straight lines?
What are you talking about? Straight lines now?
Can you make a straight line in your surveying abilities? Do you have the ability to draw a straight line over top of the earth?
Not perfectly straight.
Okay. How would you know that you drew a perfectly square on the earth above the earth? How would you know?
I would only know it within the ability of our accuracy to measure it.
Okay, so then you measured it with an instrument that's extremely accurate, right? And the interior angles added up to 360 degrees. You had to take a 90-degree turn at every angle. Do you now agree you have 4 straight lines?
As straight as I can possibly make them within
Okay.
our
Can
determination.
you
Yeah.
do that? Can you do that on the surface of the earth? Say over 1 mile.
Yes, and yeah,
Yes, you can make
that would be
perfectly
that.
straight
Yeah,
lines
so
with
that would
90-degree
be
angles.
section. That
Oh,
would be
hold on.
section what
You
would
could have
they
90
36,
degree.
right? True
You
Bill?
could have
That would
90
be section
degree.
36, True Bill?
Dude, chill with your fucking school shit. So you're saying I put 4 points on the earth and I measured 90-degree angles at each of the corners of that. So do you know what you're doing? You're debunking your sphere because non-Euclidean shapes don't have those properties on a non-Euclidean shape. So what are you doing,
Yeah,
bro?
yeah. So that's why we have when we get to section 6, we have to push all the error to the north and to the west, and that section's smaller.
Mike, check.
Hello.
Okay. I wasn't hearing the mute button. Just making sure.
No, you got a phone call. I don't know what happened.
What's up, y'all? It's No Globe Tuesdays. No globe. Imaginary glober. Pretending that you live on a ball. That you don't experience a ball. You experience Earth.
Yes, we experience a globe as flat. I know that's crazy for you to understand, but we are on a globe. Sorry,
How do you know
buddy.
that?
Because I'm not a crazy human being who thinks that NASA is satanic because of satellite array, The Exorcist Kid, and Jack Parsons. So they have showed me pictures, and I have seen a globe.
I could show you Star Wars. Does that mean Earth Ball exists?
That's just dumb. Okay? No. See, like NASA shows us pictures of the globe. It's not fake.
So?
When I was a kid, I got to see a space shuttle take off. That was really cool. In you guys' model, it would have hit a glass dome. It didn't hit no glass dome. So, where'd the space shuttle go? It went poof, disappeared.
What rocket
Man
launch?
Earth.
What rocket launch did you watch?
It was 87 or 88. I was a little kid. So it was
Do you know how high it went?
High enough that we stopped seeing it. I mean, I was a little kid, man, so I can't tell you everything, but it was a space shuttle, and it went into space. So I don't know what you want me to say.
It didn't make a parabolic arc? It went so high that it became unresolvable to your human eye. Or did it disappear over the horizon because it's on a parabolic arc? Which is it?
It went up, man. What do you want me to say? Like, like, I was a little kid, okay? So, like, all I remember is seeing that thing take off and keep going. So, like, where did it go? It doesn't. They don't fall below the horizon, like you're trying to say. That doesn't happen. That's not
I am
what
asking you to recall you said 87. It's like a 30-something-year-old memory. But yeah, my question was, did you see the rocket get obstructed by the horizon, or did you see it become so small and then it was unresolvable? Do you remember?
Got really small, but I was a little kid, so like my attention kind of was like all over the place, Like there was a lot of people around and stuff, so like it's kind of hard. But I'm just saying, like, there's been a lot of them, and I've never seen any of the space shuttles hit a dome. Like, because it's not there.
You ever hear of Operation Dominic Fishbowl?
You ever seen air? Have you ever seen an airplane have to go through air, or boats have to use water?
I want you to look up Operation Dominic, DOMINIC, Fishbowl.
That doesn't mean
the government will tell you that there was something in the way.
There's air. The air is what makes the fucking that they didn't blow up no nukes. There were big gas bombs or steam bombs. Just like the rocket shoots down a whole bunch of steam, it goes up in the same type of plume. You can do the same thing with just steam. You can do the same thing with sound and air, sound and gas. You put two chemicals together, they make a crazy ass amount of gas, right? You got the ocean at your disposal, salt water, everything else. You can use that. You mix this shit, boom, underneath the ocean, boom, a big explosion. It rises to the top, all the smoke goes up from a distance. It looks like a nuke.
He's on your team. Yes. I'm just letting you know that, bro.
Yeah, smoke and mirrors. I'm just letting you know. You don't know that's how that works. You release an air bubble of smoke underwater. What pops out? In reality, what happens? Air pops up. The smoke pops out, expands, explodes like a smoke ring in the sky. Isn't that cool? No nuke necessary. Wow. Sorry to burst your bubble. So anyway, the rocket. We'll take a side view, and we'll also have some helicopters posted everywhere, just sitting there live filming it all. And we'll film exactly where the rocket's going to go into the water or hit the dirt. And you can also have an airplane going past, an F-16, all that good stuff. And you'll see the rocket go up and come down while those are still going straight that way. From a side view, of course. But in your perspective, all that shit will disappear. But on the side view, I'll still be able to see it a little bit.
Yeah, see, I'll look that up, and we'll discuss it a day when the Kraken is in free. Okay.
Yeah, rockets don't go straight up. They go in parabolic arcs. They have to follow the geodesic. They have to follow the geodesic of the elliptic orbit, which is not, perpendicular to Earth's surface.
Anyway. That doesn't exist. So anyway, they're going to hit the ground or water. That's exactly what they'll do.
Then rockets don't exist? Is that what you're saying?
No, I said the ground and water exist. You falling down to space doesn't exist. You falling down along sea level doesn't exist. If you think so, show me where you can drop vertically along sea level.
It's funny. You think your TV's curved. You think your body is curved.
We're not worried about thinking though. We need to know for a fact that this rocket is dropping down along the sea level. Like a little kid one day is going to be standing there and just see a fucking rocket go right across the fucking ocean. That's what we need to see. We need to see a rock do that, a jet, a helicopter, a hot air balloon, an airplane, any object go down along sea level. How would you demonstrate that? Where would you prove that at? That your rocket's going down along sea level vertically. It's got a slingshot around the ball. How would you prove that? Instead of proving that it hits the water and dirt like you know it does. Definitely didn't go 3959 anywhere. You think that rocket went 3,959 miles that way and then passed the dirt afoot? We need that side view. Get a line based on 3959. That's why we need that reference of distance, because you guys don't know what the fuck that means and what you're doing your math on. Ignorant looking forward math with nothing to base it on. You'll need a side view as reference for everything. That's the way you measure stuff. You put the stick to the side of it and you read the dots. So anyway, the side view will show you. 3959. You get a ruler, stick it up. Damn, you're looking at your horizon, Bob? Yep. Okay, I got the side view. 3959 from you? No, the Earth's still going past the stick. Huh? Yeah, the Earth's going. Put another one in front of it. Another 3959 stick? Yeah. Clone? No, the Earth's still going past. No, put another one in front. Clone? Oh, no, it's still going past. Oh, my God, what are we going to do? The further I go horizontally that way, the more 3959s I can put, and I never see the end. What the fuck's going on? What would be happening? Where's your 3959 reference to know a rocket went up in 3959 that way and dropped down right behind it? Where's your actual material to prove that? Not to say, look at the smoke bomb. Look, fireworks.
Yeah, and I just want to say, there's such things as rockets, even if Earth is not a globe. But if this is about exercising how well you can discuss what you already know, then feel free. Regurgitate all what you learned by your scientism priests. If you want to see how good you are at just, vomiting globe claims, but to know that you don't have evidence of your claim.
So what evidence do you got of a flat Earth? Lay it on me.
Yeah, the only evidence there is of the shape of the Earth is your experience of it.
Okay, I experience a spherical Earth.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
That's a lie.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
No, there's nothing
Not, man. When I go out on the boat, right, and I go off of Coney Island, it's really cool how like when you look back at the shore, you start only seeing like the top of the steeplechase and the Wonder Wheel, and then like the buildings that are behind them start to like look a little higher. Like it's really cool. So like
Yeah, when I'm
that's
coming
because
back
it hides
from
behind the curve of the earth.
when I was coming back from Fire Island, all I could see is the top of the Port Jeff smokestacks.
How far are you
And it's
off the
cool,
coast?
right?
How far are you off
Yeah.
the coast of Pony Island before things start getting obstructed? You must be on a tiny ass globe.
No, but Coney Island is on the ocean, so you can go pretty far out, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
Yeah, how far
Yeah.
out did you start obstructing the buildings on the skyline?
I honestly haven't measured it. Next time I'm on the boat, I'll do it for you. I'll try to find out how far off I am, and I'll take some pictures and stuff. I hadn't done that since I've joined this thing where I'm talking to people who believe in flat Earth. But when I'm out on the boat, I'll do it for you. I don't mind.
My point is that superior mirages appear, to affect the apparent elevation of targets that are like 3 miles away. What you call bottom up obstruction due to Earth curve could just be a superior mirage. And New York is so polluted, man. I doubt that you're looking at an actual. Well, we can talk about that later when you do your trip again.
Where's the footage of what city or state or port?
Yeah, I'm going fishing in a couple weeks, man.
portion of
I'll
ocean?
take the pictures for you. I'm gonna go. Try to get
I want to know how
the
far out
swimmers
you
when they're
are.
running.
When
It's
do you
gonna be
guys see
interesting.
something vertically drop? And hold on, here's the thing. How high up do I gotta go to see the sun just sit still like it's supposed to be stationary? How far up do I gotta go for the sun just does its thing and sits still? Where's this footage at, boy? Sun's stationary in the code model. I don't know if you forgot the sun movers, but the sun ain't moving at all in your model. In our model, it's doing the shit across the sky. It's good to go. We ain't no excuses. No cartoon Coriolis moving our sun. So now, Coriolis doesn't move our sun. Sun moves itself in our model. So now when we go up, how many feet do I got to go up as the sun starts slowing down every foot? According to your math, right? Relative, every foot away from the globe is a different distance of speed of time, correct? So when and how high up, how many feet up do I go before I see the sun just start slowing down and sitting still? And then where do I go to for it to stop with me? Hot air balloon, helicopter, whatever, sitting in there, sun stopped. The earth under me is doing its thing. Where's that at? Where's any of that footage ever at? So no sitting still sun before we go. One thing you need. And that's not what you guys looked for when you got up in the air to go to the moon. You didn't look for one dude, that one fucking thing. Just go high enough and show that the sun is sitting still and the earth is moving underneath you. What the fuck? Why couldn't that be the case? Then you come back. Yep, we did that. Roger Wilco, Texas Ranger Co. Houston, we have no problem. And then you go to the moon afterwards. Like, why wouldn't that be? So if in every view you guys have, all you can see is Coriolis of fucking non-reality, and you don't even know what the fuck's going on because Coriolis makes all your space move. It's a cool effect. Coriolis is a bad motherfucker. So anyway, um, yeah, the non-existent Coriolis that hasn't been proven because nobody can see the sun sit still. Boom, 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 boom. What you got, New York? Where your rockets at? Where your high altitude balloons at?
You want to see the satellites or something?
Really nice,
Not
man.
seeing
I
no
said,
star. I want to see
Democ,
stars.
stop talking over me.
Your-
Democ, you
your
asked the
balloon.
question. Let me answer. Okay.
Yeah, he
I
said he was
asked
gonna
you
say
very
hi, but
stop
no,
it. Stop it, Democ. I asked you very nicely. I said, Democ, I'm curious. If I got a balloon and the camera and sent it up and showed you the curve of the earth, would that be
I'm
enough?
not looking for that.
And the very
I'm
next
looking
thing
for
you
fake
said to
footage.
me was,
I'm
no,
looking for
I
the
want
sun
a 3D ball in a lab in a bucket. So it's really hard for me to like, why am I going to spend the money on the balloon and the camera if it's not going to do any good? Because I can't make you a 3D ball in the lab. As much as I wish I could make a cool little Earth in the lab and shit, it would be great. I'd probably make a lot of money on that technology. It just can't be done yet, pal.
Yo, born of Brooklyn.
Hey, brother.
I'm on a mission to break you free from the Matrix. I hope you don't take anything I say personally.
No, you know what? You don't insult me. Like that's the one thing I don't like. I don't want people to talk down to me or insult me. Once that happens, the New York asshole comes out, and it's not going to help itself. But as long as someone's just disagreeing with me and even passionately disagreeing with me, that's cool. Like, that's what we're here for, right? Like, so, I mean, you can try to break me free from the Matrix, as you say, man, but it's going to be really hard. It's going to be really hard because I've read a lot of books, and this whole thing of NASA being Satan is just batshit.
You know what NASA means in Hebrew?
No, I don't think it really matters because
I don't
acronyms
think
are
you're also
acronyms.
saying it right. Also, you're not pronouncing it right. So NASA doesn't. There's no NASA word. That's not how it's pronounced.
How do you pronounce it, the Hebrew?
I've heard someone correctly say it's like Nashi or something like that, or Nasha.
Or Nahash. I've heard Nahash before. Nahash means shining, which means somebody that uses deception. For their
Yeah, meaning not so, not NASA. So not NASA.
Yes, NASA.
No, not NASA.
What next time I'm going to the grocery store?
Sorry.
Next time I go to the grocery store, I'll ask the nice Lubavitch guys in front what the word is and what it means because they're really good at that stuff. So I'll ask them.
Yeah.
They're really
They'll tell you space is fake right away. Yeah, those guys are already on point.
What, the Lubavitch guys?
Yeah, the guys that run the deli. Yeah.
No, dude. Lubavitch is the guys that they believe that oh God, what's his name? Their Rebbe was the Messiah. Menachem Schneerson, I think was his name. That's their thing. The Lubavitch guys. They're the ones that wear the cool fur hats, like, and they believe that Rabbi Menachem Schneerson was the Messiah.
I've never heard that. Okay, I don't know.
Nice guys, you know. They play with it. I'll ask them. Why not?
Ask them what they know about Project Paperclip. Let's see if they really know their stuff. Ask about Operation Northwoods, Project Paperclip, Operation Dominic Fishbowl. If you can remember those three things.
I'll look up Dominic Fishbowl. I know enough about Paperclip. I mean, we can't really use Paperclip, and I think it's hard for a lot of us living in this time to understand that World War II had just happened, and the idea was, okay, nukes are a possibility. So, do we want the guys who are making rockets for the Third Reich to go to the Soviets, or do we want them with us? So, I can understand the thinking of, I don't want the Soviets to get rockets before us.
Well, I just want to ask him, like, if the people at the deli say they don't know anything about it, what does that tell you?
Well, he's gonna ask them because he wants to know what NASA means in Hebrew.
Right, and if they don't know, or if they don't know about the Operation Fishbowl or Operation Paperclip, if they don't know anything about that, what does that tell you?
Well, that information is not, it's not sitting on headlines. I'm not surprised people don't hear about it.
Okay, and if they do know about it, what is?
If they do, then therefore they're not in the Matrix 100%.
Wait, what?
We're on a flat plane in a Matrix? Like, is that what you think? Like, we're all top batteries? Is that what you think, dude?
Nah, if the Leibowitz guys, I don't know who you're talking about, but if these guys say that they've heard of Operation Dominic Fishbowl and they can go into detail about it, and they know what the word NASA means, then yeah, they're not in the Matrix. That's all I'm saying. But if they tell you they don't know, then that's it.
What if they also think the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, lots of people think Earth is a sphere. It doesn't mean that they're correct.
Doesn't mean they're in the Matrix.
Dude, you know Occam's razor, right? Like when they made NASA, it was the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. So they just took the first letters. It's like the same thing with that silly satellite antenna tracking and whatever, all with Satan. I mean, nerds are kind of weird and have a weird sense of humor. And you had a bunch of engineering nerds that came up with this satellite tracking thing, and they named it what the first letters were. Sometimes it's just, the simple answer, dude.
Can you hear me, Bjorn?
It's really easy to go and get along and be like, oh, look at all this stuff. These guys are hard at work, trying to make it seem like they went to the moon. Let me just stop asking questions. That's easy to do. That's not critically thinking. No, go ahead.
When NASA was first created, the president didn't want the guys from Germany to build the first American rocket that goes into space. They wanted it to be built by Americans because at that time Werner von Braun and his team was still locked up pretty tight. They weren't allowed to just roam around in town. They had them under lock and key for almost like a year. But anyway, when the Americans built their rocket, because Russia had just sent a man to space, so America had to try to hurry and do something, and they wanted Americans to build it, but it failed and blew up. So then the president had to go ask, he didn't go ask. Von Braun actually came to him and said, look, you give me a couple months, we will build you a rocket and put it into space with a man on it. And even though I can't remember his name, but he's the president, didn't really want to do it, he went ahead and agreed to it because they already had a rocket blow up on national television. So they had been embarrassed already. So they decided to let Von Braun and his team have a go. And they built this crazy looking rocket that had a spinning thing on top of it for the capsule, whatever. It didn't have a man in it. And that's what they first sent into space. And after that, Werner von Braun ended up being allowed to then start developing rocketry for America. But he had to prove himself. And he proved himself because the Americans blew their first one up.
I came here because I was told Dimok was unmuted. I was muted. I got the bat signal. It's the Dimok signal.
God, who muted Demok? Damn, what a dick.
I don't know.
Because I asked them for the footage of the sun sitting still. So in North Pole or South Pole, wherever they lie and say they're at, things that don't exist, exact South Pole or North Pole where you see the most spin as you leave the Earth. So you get your object, you put it in whatever cat toy you want to say, oh, that defies gravity because it's fake and negligible and doesn't matter for nothing anyway. Gotcha there. So we send it up and then we watch Earth spin and the sun sits still. Where's this footage, Will Duffies?
Where is it? That's right.
Sun sits still on the globe model, doesn't it? Last time I checked,
No, it doesn't.
The sun moves.
Whole solar
system spinning.
Move.
No. You're not going to see the sun.
Yeah.
So you see the sun moving through space with your spaceship. You can tell it's moving through space. How long you got to sit there?
I don't know.
How long you got to sit there and notice the circle of the sun move through space?
A little while.
So the sun does circles?
Sure.
So the sun doesn't sit there and the earth doesn't spin. Holy shit, I got a different model. I was taught something different.
No, the earth spins.
But the sun's not sitting still.
No.
Yeah, the sun is stationary in the reference frame of Earth's orbit. Absolutely.
Yeah, everything in your Earth and everything's supposed to be orbiting around the sun, buddy. That's how much.
Yeah, and all that stuff orbits around something else.
Yeah. So do you have proof of the sun sitting there?
Yeah, but the sun is not stationary in your model, but you treat it as stationary when you're in the reference frame
Exactly.
of
It will
Earth's orbit
appear
around the sun.
stationary to you leaving the Earth, 100,000,000%. That's right. What you'll see the Earth spinning and the sun sit there.
Yeah, sun's not moving.
Degrees. No, yeah, exactly.
Stationary
No,
sun.
it is to you because you're lockstep with it, stupid.
Yeah, the sun is
Well, you don't know
stationary in
what
the
lockstep
model,
is?
absolutely.
Helicopter boy? You're helicopter to the sun. So anyway, let's watch that sun sit still.
No, it's moving.
Coriolis done. You what? You ain't got sun Coriolis?
You just say it's moving, but you can't measure it. You just invoke movement, even though you treat it as stationary in Earth's reference.
That's what you think. I mean, that's what you think.
Don't worry about gravity no more. We're not moving with the sun, and the sun's doing its own thing. We're doing our own thing. The Earth's spinning this way, and the sun's spinning that way. When do we leave each other?
You can have your cake and eat it too on the globe model. You know, you say Earth's not moving, and then it is moving. You treat it as stationary, but it's not. But it is moving. It's just
Now the
whatever, man. There's no
stationary and
arguing
moving.
with somebody that could just have like possibilities.
I mean, you agreed that when you're moving down the same speed as the highway as the car next to you, it looks stationary. You agreed with that.
Moving.
You're saying it looks
Hold on
stationary.
a
In my
minute, hold
opinion,
on.
it doesn't, and it definitely is not measurable. I can
Okay.
measure
The
the
sun's
acceleration of the other car. Can you
If the
measure
sun's
the
moving on
acceleration
your
of
map-
Earth's orbit around the sun? I'm sorry, Devon. go
Oh,
ahead.
you just got to start right here, brother. All of their mass is based on a stationary motherfucking sun. They can suck it or dislike it or not. Lump it or fucking leave it. It's their problem. They got to
I
figure
can
out
suck
why
it
they got to
or
make it
dislike it.
Like it or lump it is what it's called, buddy. That means
Why do you
either
always
like
go
the facts, 'cause the tree is a tree, or you get lumped up by the tree. You like it or you lump it.
I think I'll take the lump.
Okay, well, all Globers will take the lump. Welcome to reality.
Yeah, I think I'll take the
Flat
lump.
Earth is your lump. Yeah, we know. You'll take the loss.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
got
I'll
you.
take the lump. The
So
lump?
nobody
No,
can
no,
prove
no.
the
I
sun
want
is
the lump.
stationary.
No, I want
This
the
guy
lump.
thinks the sun moves. You got it already. It's the loss. You
No,
got
I
a
want
knot
the
on your
lump.
head from ignorance. You're good.
No, I
You
want
fell
the
down
lump.
flat Earth stairs. You're good to go.
No, I want the lump.
Now, why does water flow on a curve? Every curved surface. Why does it flow from left or right? Why? How does that prove a curve is not equidistant?
What are you talking about, left to right?
A curved surface is not
Huh?
equipotential and equidistant. On a
Do you even
globe,
know
you
what those
wouldn't
words
know. I
mean?
agree. Yeah, on globes, no. Everything's everything on a globe.
What does that word
Stationary,
mean?
it's not moving. It's straight. It's curved. You guys don't know what a
What is-
straight line or a curve is. Don't talk to me about it. You don't know whether your sun's sitting still or moving. You don't know what colors are. You don't know if straight lines are bending or curving. You don't know if Coriolis is real in your sight, plus bending and warping of space-time light and refraction and retraction.
Yeah, but you don't know who Pootie
rises
Tang is.
and looming.
Yeah, but you don't know who Pootie Tang is.
Well, all I know is you guys have no.
Yeah, but you don't know who Pootie Tang is. Tippy Tao.
Where can
Tippy
we
Tay.
see a hot air balloon fall along Earth vertically? Where? The sea. Where? It'll be horizontal in someone else's view, but it's going to be vertical in yours. So let's go.
Is it Tippy Tay or Tippy Tao?
I don't know. I'm just waiting for somebody to see you go sideways across the fucking horizon, falling that way. The bottom of your fucking thing coming first, and your balloon's facing the left, and the bottom of your basket's facing right. You're going from up to down on the globe, or from down to down, from up to. I don't even know what that's called, but let's see.
Left, right, sideways,
Yeah, somebody's got to go
diagonally,
that way like a
chordways,
rocket and a hot air balloon.
long
Fall
ways,
that way. A rocket's
long
to fall
ways,
that
and
way. Across my
diagonalies,
view.
and kind of like that Willy
Horizontal,
Wonka,
your horizon.
like the good, like
your
like the
horizontal.
Willy Wonka elevator, right?
Horizontal
Like it
means
goes long
horizon.
ways,
That's
sideways,
direction.
diagonalies,
Yeah,
and
along the
strong
horizon, you
ways,
need to see
and
something fall.
curved
A hot
ways,
air
and
balloon or a helicopter needs to fall
snozberries,
that way.
and the snozberry stays like the snozberry.
No, a helicopter needs to rise to the left or fall to the right horizontally to show that it can vertically drop around Earth. To show how your things drop around the ball and fly around it. Your helicopters and your hot air balloons. That's the view someone needs in their view. In reality, someone needs to be seeing this happen if they're on a globe. This
Are
has
you
to
in a
be
world of pure
I
imagination,
think
Demo?
You have a 40-foot ball.
he's
Demonstrate
Mikey.
where I'm wrong. You have a
I think he's
40-foot
Mikey
ball. Get
from
the
Willy
hot air
Wonka.
balloon out and demonstrate where I'm wrong.
Right? That was the
Physics
kid
and
that like
reality
watched too much
outdoes your
TV.
claim and hope. You got a hot air balloon in physical reality. You got your globe, right? You got a toy hot air balloon. Go get one.
Where? I don't have a hot air
show us
balloon.
how it flies around the ball. Make one with
I'd love
cardboard.
a hot air balloon.
Draw one on cardboard, cut it out, and go use it. The bottom will be your reference, the horizontal bottom part. Then you have a balloon on the top. Now show us how it flies around the ball at 90 the whole time at plumb.
I'm not artistic. I can't
show
draw.
how.
But you want me to draw a hot air balloon, and then how do I make it fly?
Are you, dude? What are you even talking on Discord for? How'd you find the button?
That's what you just said, bro.
How'd you find the Discord button? That's what I'm asking you right now. How do you know your address, bro? Do you know your name?
I don't. My
You don't
phone
know
reminds
anything?
me of my address
Why are
all
you
the time.
talking to people? Why would you ever
D-Mock,
talk to people if you can't understand?
Are you a figment of my imagination, or am I a
the hot
figment of
air
your
balloon.
imagination?
When is somebody going to film it going
D-Mock,
across the horizon, left to right,
am I
right to
D-Mock,
left?
are you a
Is the
figment of my
globe a figment of your
imagination, or
imagination? Are you
or
going
are
to be
you
able
a,
to film it
or
happening?
am I a figment of your imagination?
The globe is, weirdo. Stop talking to me, guy with no globe evidence. Is globe evidence a figment of your imagination? Live, up close and personal?
Are you saying that the
be.
globe evidence is as real as I am real? Because
No,
I
there is no
agree with
globe
that.
evidence. There's no such thing. Doesn't exist.
I mean,
Willy Wonka
if you're
factory.
saying
Balls don't
that the
exist in
globe
nature.
evidence
There
doesn't
are no
exist in the
globes
same
nowhere.
way that I don't exist, I agree.
There are no globes. We all agree. So now,
Yeah, if
you
you're
prove we were on a
saying
globe,
that
all you need is a hot air balloon and get the drop in that way. Why are you talking?
you're
You're
saying
wasting
the
valuable
evidence
time
of
to
the
prove your globe.
you're
10
saying the
seconds.
evidence of the globe doesn't exist the same
15
way that
seconds.
I
You're
don't
wasting time,
exist,
brother.
then
There's a
I
big
agree with you.
40-foot ball. You guys can demonstrate how all your stuff flies around it so kids know you're not liars and losers.
Just
Do
look
you
up at an
understand?
airplane, and you'll see
Why
how
do
it flies around the
losers
globe.
only know how to say, imagine, Democ. Imagine the word up, Democ. Up, up, up. Down, down, down. That doesn't mean fuck all. Can you demonstrate what up, down means with your ball? What is your reference to have your claim you know what a ball does or looks like, acts, or how anything has the attribute of a sphere if you don't have a ball reference? You have a 40-foot ball. That'll be your reference. A ball can't be a reference for a ball. Is that what you're telling me?
Is that what I said?
What ball do I need to use other than a 40-foot ball to be a ball? What ball do I need to be your magic ball? Where's your magic ball reference for itself?
What did I last say?
We're looking for the globe reference, how you guys know balls work.
What did I say?
Yeah, you don't got a ball?
Yeah, what did I say?
You don't know what a ball is. You don't do ball physics. You wouldn't touch one.
What did I say?
You couldn't make a ball map. You couldn't make ball legend, key legend for distances. You can't do shit. You can't put your stickers on the ball. Your stickers don't work on your sticker ball. Isn't that weird? You got a 360 ball, and you got all these maps.
Stickers on a sticker ball. What the hell is that?
Your continents, your land masses. Those are all
I got a sticker right there.
Asia,
I got a sticker right
China.
there.
You don't know where to
There's
put
a
them.
sticker.
Where do you put them on this ball for it to be correct?
I got
Where
a
did it
sticker
go?
right there.
How could your ball ever be a ball? We don't know why it's hiding from itself. Ball, why won't you be yourself? Why
There's a
can't we just
sticker
put
right
these
there.
stickers on the ball and make them
Look.
right?
There's a sticker right there.
Why can't we fly this little helicopter around a ball and show little kids we're not liars? Why are we running from a demonstration on how a ball works in physical reality? But then we claim we know
Here's the
how a ball
properties
works
of it.
without a ball. What is your reference for what a ball does in airplanes and hot air balloons and helicopters in science and physics for kids? What do you show them with the ball in reality with the toys? What do you do outside?
There's the satellites that I'm tracking.
No, you're the scientist. You go outside.
Here's a list of the satellites.
So you get your satellite and you take it to the 40-foot ball, and what do you do again? How do you show them it does what? While we watch it go straight across horizontally across our sky and not tip or dip or tilt, you're saying it's doing what?
He thinks everything is spheres. He even thinks he is a sphere, philosophically speaking, because spheres are so perfect.
They have no clue what a sphere does or how anything flies around the attribute of the ball. They have no fucking idea. They got a 40-foot ball and they won't demonstrate shit. They got lots of questions on how this ball works. They don't know how their ball works. Why are you questioning?
1 second, Democ. Hang on a second. I have a question. Tora, I have a question for you. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You want to debate J.L. Warren on the tag?
Nope.
He doesn't have the ball.
The tag argument already is you can't refute it, so there's no debate over it.
So
it's
you're
just
not
a
going to
fact of the matter. Do you agree, Omnivore, that in order to prove a curved line, a straight line is what upholds the truth value of the curved line?
Well, that
I
wasn't
think
even
I'm
the same question.
That's some dumb shit.
This can relate to the tag argument. That's why
That
I just
wasn't
need
even
an
the same
answer.
question as before. That wasn't even the same question as before.
I just need an answer.
Man, you guys got no answers. Just
I'm looking for somebody to do an
answer,
event with JL Warren. If you're not interested, I will continue the circle.
Okay, so you're not interested in answering that question, though? Do you agree
I don't even
that
know what the question was, but I asked you a question first, and as I understand it, the answer is no. You're not willing to do
no right away.
Correct. Yeah, the answer is no to the question I gave you. But do you agree that a straight line upholds the truth value claim for any curved line? It upholds the truth. It's the necessary reference point for you to declare a line to be curved.
Yeah, I would say that's true. As I understand it, curvature is measured as deviation from a straight line.
Okay, then you would never think that you would have to debate the tag argument, because in order to be intelligible, you need a necessary reference point for that claim. Just like the straight line is the necessary reference point for a curved line, well, intelligibility also has a necessary reference point that
How do we
has
know
to be
that?
taught. How do we know that? Because we know things.
No, but how do we know that it has to have a necessary reference point?
Because we know things. In order for you to come up with evidences or proofs, you always have to refer back to the necessary reference point. Just like if we want to prove a line is curved, we have to refer back to the necessary reference point of a straight line.
Wait. Okay, so that's not true. So the reason that I say that you need to have a straight line to show the curvature of a curved line is because to show the amount of curvature, I need to know how much it deviates from a hypothetical straight.
Yes.
However, just to know that a line is curved, I don't have to have a straight line on the page to compare it to.
You would necessarily. Because you would have to.
I'm almost done. Similarly, just because I know things doesn't mean that in order to know things, I have to have some hypothetical baseline of either not knowing things or because I know things, therefore I know things, therefore.
That's not the argument.
Well,
that's not the argument.
I think I can see why you don't want to debate somebody. I think I can understand why you don't want to debate somebody on it. So
no, the argument is specifically what makes knowledge possible. Just like what makes a curved line possible is a straight line. That's what makes a curved line possible.
This, but I guess I can see why you're not.
Wait, why isn't it the opposite? Why isn't it a curved line determines what a straight line is?
Define a curved line.
That which is not straight. But a straight line is that which is not curved.
Okay, so in order to reference the curved line, you had to reference a straight line.
What's your definition of a straight line?
The shortest distance between 2 points.
Is the definition of straight line that is the definition of a straight line that which is not curved?
No, I just told you the definition of a straight line. It's the shortest distance between 2 points. Did I have to reference a curved line there? Did I have to reference a curved line to answer the fucking question, doofus?
Yes, you do. Yes, you did.
Oh, yeah, I did?
Yeah.
Okay, so the shortest distance between 2 points.
You're referencing a great circle route.
Okay, I'm sorry, but a great circle route and spherical geometry does not have straight lines. It's non-Euclidean. The parallel postulate falls apart. So therefore, if you live on a non-Euclidean surface, if you live on a, you won't let me finish. If you live on a non-Euclidean surface, you can't have two parallel lines. You can't have two parallel lines on a non-Euclidean surface.
Like I said,
you're a whiny little bitch.
As a event.
Do you want me to find a curved line if you want?
I destroyed JL multiple times in here while he interrupted me. I don't trust your debate moderation at all because you even interrupt me. So why would I want to engage in a debate where you'll probably just interrupt me?
So
you interrupt everybody.
I suspect that might happen if you decide that your theory is
that's all I hear for.
4. A curved line is a segment of a circle. Therefore, I
Nuh-uh.
didn't reference a straight line. There you go.
Yeah, you need a radius for that, bro.
Where's that at, weirdo?
Fine. Curved line is section of a.
Curved line is not a straight one. You already said it, okay,
You
bro?
can say
So
that a
chill
curved
out.
line is any line that is not the shortest distance between 2 points.
Oh, exactly. You're gonna have to reference the necessary reference point called a straight line.
No, I
it's
just
not.
Yeah,
Each
you
radius
did.
point
Okay,
No,
so
he
find a
gonna be
straight line. Shortest
Each
distance between
radius
2
point
points.
will
That's what
not
you
line up.
referenced, dumbass.
Okay,
None
Yeah,
of
that's
the
the
radius
same
points
Y
will
that.
connect with each other.
I don't think you've destroyed anybody. I'm guessing that you went through some unpleasantness somehow, and now you're
Dude, I
just.
destroyed that
None
dude.
of
He
the
thinks
radius
that you
will be
need
at the same
Yeah,
you
I
need to
don't think
start.
now
He
you're
said
interrupting
you
me,
need.
Torah. Now you're interrupting me, right? Yeah, you're right. You
He
shouldn't
needs to start with
you
the
shouldn't
least
interrupt me
amount of
because you're
assumptions.
relying on a double standard, which is the same standard for everything.
I'm allowed to interrupt because I speak truth. You speak nonsense.
You're a whiny little fucking bitch, bro.
Torah,
It's so pathetic,
You're not
man.
allowed
I don't
to
think you've
interrupt.
ever seen a naked woman.
You're not allowed to interrupt. Hold on a second. You're not allowed to interrupt.
Sorry,
If you look, if you're just absolutely not gonna behave yourself, you don't need to be here.
I know.
people
It's
whiny
dropping
little
like
things.
flies, dude. People dropping like flies.
So the radius line, the straight line you need for your globe, none of those lines come to the same elevation. So none of them are equipotential or equidistant along with each other, therefore not being the shortest distance to fuck all. And you guys don't even make no sense. You need to locate all those radii.
Yeah,
If you're
prove
defining a
non-Euclidean
straight-
geometry even exists, bro. You can't. You can't even demonstrate non-Euclidean geometry anywhere in the world.
Tor, if your definition of a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points, and that's not referencing a curve, then I'll define a curve as the not shortest distance between 2 points. That's a curve.
Okay, so yeah, you just referenced a straight line because you referenced my definition of a straight line.
To compare your line not being the straightest line.
Yeah,
So,
dude, you're retarded.
Guys, it's not. I mean, he's obviously super willing to debate it. He's just not willing to debate it in any kind of a formal area, which tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, there's no debate. And if you guys believe there is, it tells us everything we need to know, biased people who don't know a fucking curved line and a straight line and have no clue of fucking reality.
Yeah, I'm not going to debate with people that doesn't think the air exists, bro. That's ridiculous. I do not. Do you agree, Omnivore, that the Bible does not make a debate for the existence of God because it's inevitable?
I don't know what happened to you, but if you're not going to engage in good faith, I'm not going to engage with you. And
Okay,
you're not
do you
engaging in good
agree?
faith. You're not.
Do
No.
you-
Torah. No.
You don't agree? Okay, so then you don't read the Bible.
I'm not even responding to you.
Yeah, well, the Bible says there is no debate over if God is real or not. God is inevitable. It's obvious to everyone. There's no reason I would have to prove God through a tag argument, which a tag argument is an indirect proof. He won't even accept it anyways because it's indirect, bro.
I don't know what happened to you, Torah, but whatever it is, it didn't happen to me, so I'm going to go on without it.
You've never had direct evidence of anything? Well, that's your fault, Omni. That's what you need. Up close, personal, actual, direct, empirical, fucking touchy touch.
I haven't had direct evidence that I'm not going to say that. I've had direct evidence of things.
Yeah, like a horizontal horizon, a flat ruler, flat maps, flat phones, flat papers to do all your shit.
No. So
that's all curved?
Demok. In order to engage on this topic, you'd have to convince me that you understand the arguments you think you're refuting.
You don't have the understanding.
That would involve you actually being able to say something legitimate and intelligible.
Said the guy who
Omnivore, do
doesn't
you
know
work for
whether
an
he's sitting
intelligence
still.
agency?
Like I said.
Hold on.
Like I
Said
said.
the guy who doesn't know whether he's sitting still, moving, spinning, or sitting still. Gravity's real. He can't find it, but he can find it. Everything's negligible, but it's there. It's so big. He can find a curve in the middle of nothing in the air. He can do angles to nothing nowhere. And the guy has no proof of shit, but just saying a bunch of fucking words. Never been to a lab. He has no ball reference. If you can point to the ball that all you guys went
Does
to
anyone
and
know
got all
who he's
your ball
talking about?
references at the
I
3D
have no
sphere.
idea which one of us he's talking about.
Worldview dismantled, Dema. Good job, brother. You just dismantled your whole worldview, pointed out every single contradiction in it because you guys don't use logic. You think it's okay to have contradictions.
No
If
logic
you
there,
think Denmark
boys.
makes
So
sense,
biased, you
you're
can't even
out of
see
your mind,
logic.
Toro. If you
Contradictions
think
like the
Denmark
Bible?
makes any sense, Denmark is the guy that believes oxygen isn't real. So
I
if
could
you
steal.
You believe you're on a
okay, then.
Toro, do you believe oxygen and air are real?
You
Of
wave
course,
your
I
hand
believe
in.
oxygen and air are real, but I
We
don't
call it
understand
air,
them
and you wave your
exactly.
hand in it. It's
Come on,
electrical continuity is what it actually
I'm
is.
bad at math. Why don't you explain what oxygen is? Go ahead.
Yeah, with numbers.
No, actually, we don't have to do it with numbers. There's
electrical numbers on an electric meter. Don't use any electric stuff.
Yeah, you're
Don't
gonna
use
tell us
any
the
electric stuff
atomic
at all.
weight of it, all the electricity associated with it.
Anyway, yeah, you guys call it air. I call it electrical continuity. I know what the fuck it is. I know I can wave my hand in it. We all use it the same way. So yeah, I agree on that shit.
Yeah, we're submerged in a cosmic ocean. You guys don't even get it, bro.
Yeah, the thicker energy, the
I
thicker
get
amount
it.
of current and
Words
stuff are
don't
water.
mean what words mean to you. Like, I get it.
No, you don't understand words, bro. You can't even define a word. You think I made up the definition. You think I made up the definition of a straight line. That's how silly you are, bro.
Is
Weird.
Jesus God?
Is the sphere existent in this reality that you guys can reference for whatever you make a claim about a sphere? You make a lot of claims about spheres. Where did you get your reference with no ball?
So is Jesus God? Is the
Why
Father
are you
God? Is the
running?
Holy
Why are you
Spirit
running from this
God?
to religion? Why you want to run to religion from a fucking physical
Those
ball?
things God?
See what
Is there
happens
only
here?
one God?
Because they know that they
those-
only believe in it because it's their
things, though?
sphere ball religion. That's it. That's all they have.
I just want to know in your logic.
Talk about this ball
right?
religion. Where did you get your
Shut
ball
up, Denmark.
reference from?
Denmark, let other people talk. Let other people talk. Torah,
He's
I
talking
believe
over the
in
ball.
God. I'm a Christian. I also believe that science is real. Those
God's
two things
ball.
do not have to be different in my mind. So now you say we're in a cosmic ocean. Prove it without using the Bible. Show me physically we're in this cosmic ocean you speak of. Show me.
Yeah,
How?
go ahead and drop something.
Prove it.
Airplane.
Drop something. Oh, that's gravity? Yeah, and what is that? What is gravity? Is it all around you all the time?
Yeah.
Oh, so you are in a cosmic ocean of gravity in your own model.
See what I'm saying? Words don't mean what words mean.
Yeah. Not for you guys. You make up your own shit.
Oh, well, it's gravity. Is gravity a physical interaction of particles or not?
You guys can't have a word mean its own self. You have to have 5 different meanings for words.
Yeah, you guys don't think gravity is a particle and we're looking for that particle. And then when we find that particle, we're going to state that that particle is everywhere, all around us, all the time, as if it's some kind of cosmic ocean of these particles.
What's a cosmic ocean?
Magic.
It's like something that, sits around everywhere, all around the cosmos. It permeates everything. It's like a substance that can't be seen, but, like gravity, bro.
Wave
It's just
your hand in
something
it,
that's
man.
there. Yeah.
Jump in some, go swimming, wave your hand
Wait,
in it.
it's something that's there. It's not a byproduct of the stuff that is there.
I don't know the stuff that's here isn't a byproduct of that.
Yeah, how would anyone be able to determine that, bro? Do you know where the Earth was formed from and how it came about and how consciousness came into existence and how all that? How did humans get here? You know all that?
let's make it simple. Is friction there if there's not something there?
What does that have to do with anything? Is
Basic
friction
question.
there if there's not something there? Friction
Yeah.
is friction wouldn't, if there's nothing, there would be no friction, obviously, because
Exactly.
there's nothing.
Right.
You guys are
So
trying to prove no friction.
right.
You
So
guys are saying there's
right. So if
nothingville,
there was
nothing burgers.
if there was nothing there, would there be gravity?
No, there would be nothing there. Duh.
What's
Okay,
gonna be
so
gravity? Nothing?
so gravity's a byproduct of other things, not something in itself.
Okay,
We
that's
don't
fine.
know.
It
Never
doesn't
seen
matter.
it.
That doesn't change
So
anything, bro.
it's not
That
a
still doesn't
Reference for a
change anything.
ball
The
and
dude
saying
asked what a
gravity.
cosmic ocean was. I described
and you said
a
gravity,
cosmic ocean in your own
which doesn't
model.
make
I
sense.
Hold on,
described
there's
for him.
no 3D reference we can look at to prove there's a ball that you guys have somewhere showing a gravity fucking claim to this ball object in all directions, in all locations, in all causalities, the way you claim you bias bitches. So what you'll need is the reference you guys got your fucking claims from. What ball did you see in a lab do all this crazy shit where everything's stuck to it and air stuck to it and all this shit? You have no fucking reference. You don't even have a reference for a fucking ball without air on it and water. You won't
Yeah,
even
I
give
didn't
me a
take.
fucking how helicopters fly around a ball. You guys are so fucking slow.
Where's
I
your
didn't.
Can't
flat
even figure
plane
out
in the
how a
lab,
ball
Denmark?
works. Can ya?
I didn't take Demosthenes in high school, so I don't know what you just said. Torah, can we go back to what you were saying?
Yeah, nobody knows how
Oh,
anybody
you
flies
don't
around a
get
ball.
his
Funny
point.
bitch.
You don't get his point that you
I
don't
don't
have any
understand. No, I don't
necessary
understand.
reference
I don't
point for
understand
your claim in
Demosthenes.
the first place. The two
I don't
necessary
understand
reference points
Demosthenes.
that you, okay, yeah, the two necessary reference point that you built your entire model off of was
No.
the idea
You
of
said
stationariness and the idea of straight lines. Okay, those are the
I
two
asked you.
specific reference points you have to come to in order to make any claims of curvature or motion.
I asked you what the cosmic ocean was. You said
You'll
gravity
never
is the
know. You don't
cosmic
have a reference.
of
There is
all
no
the
reference for any words you're
particles of the
saying,
stuff
Glober.
and and then some other nonsense and word scramble.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
what you're doing
we
without
got
stuff. You'll need
down to
physical
it.
No,
stuff
what
to
you're
not
doing
use
right now is
Gravity.
called word
Then we
salad
got
because you're not
exactly.
making
You
any
have no
sense at
physical
all.
not
stuff.
word salad.
That's
literally
all you
what
did
said.
all day, Torah, is word salad bullshit. That's
Yeah,
all I
because
hear
you
from
don't
you.
understand what
Word
I'm
salad.
saying doesn't make it word salad. It just shows your
we got down
intelligence
to it,
level, bro.
when
No,
we
it
got
just
down
shows
to
that
it,
you
we
have problems.
agreed. You
That's
and
what it shows.
me both agreed that
My
gravity
problem
is
is
a
that people like you
byproduct
exist.
of other things existing. That
Little
it's not a
whiny
thing
little
in
bitch.
itself. It's a byproduct of other
There is
things
no proof
existing.
of gravity
You
in a
agreed.
sphere.
You
Ever.
agreed with me, Torah,
There is
that
no
gravity
such
is a
thing as a
byproduct
ball.
of other things. Like
There are no
friction is
balls
a
with gravity.
byproduct of other things.
There's no
At the
such
point
thing
of
as gravity.
singularity, was there gravity holding it all together?
I don't know.
Okay, then I don't know either, bro. That should be a
Very
sufficient
good.
answer for you.
That might be one of the most honest things you've said today.
No, I also gave you the definition of a straight line. I told you in order to reference a curved line, you need to reference the straight line. So these are all not falsehoods. The falsehoods, dude. If you have a reputation to the fact that in order to make a curved line, you need a necessary reference point of a straight line, go ahead.
Is that line a physical thing in existence?
This is the issue that you have with the whole entire model.
Is that line?
You have an equator. Okay, I'm going to explain it to you. Okay, I'm going to give you a physical one. Okay, you
It's
have
a
an
yes or no question.
I am
It's just a
giving
yes or
you
no
the
question.
answer.
Well, you're not though, because it's a yes or no question.
Do you want to engage or not?
I want you to say yes or no and then explain.
Or. Okay, so you have an equator that you say is a straight line because we go in a perfect circle
No one
around
says
the
that's a
Earth.
straight line. No one says
Yes,
that's a
it
straight
is.
line.
You do not have to turn
one
left
says
or
that's a
right
straight
to
line.
stay on the equator. My question to
Doesn't matter.
you
That
is
doesn't
how
mean the
much
line's not
space?
curved. If
Okay,
you're
well then
traveling
fuck
along the
it.
curved
Fuck
surface,
it.
then
Leave
you're
it
traveling
curved.
on a curve.
Okay.
It's not a
Okay,
straight line.
fine. Okay,
It's not
are
a
you
straight line.
turning? Are you turning?
That's not the definition of straight in a 3D
Oh, okay.
universe.
So you're saying you're traveling on a curved line without turning?
In the 3D world, that's possible.
Okay, yeah, because geodesics look like straight lines to us. Yeah, that's the whole point. Okay, so now you have the equator line. Does that exist in reality? The line called the equator? Go ahead. Yes or no? Does the line called the equator exist in reality? Yes or no?
I
Nobody's
didn't hear
answering,
you.
so you answer a question.
died.
He asked you a
My
yes or no.
AirPod died.
You answer him yes or no.
I
First,
did
and then he'll
answer
answer
his
your
yes
question.
or
No,
no.
you
I
didn't.
did answer his yes or no. Yeah.
You yapped away with the equator and bullshit. You didn't answer it. So answer the fucking question, you little bitch, if you want people to answer yours.
Yeah,
Shut up.
straight
and
lines
answer-
exist. Yeah, you can make a straight line in reality because we live on a parallel flat
Yeah, but
surface.
that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question.
Okay, go
Is
ahead
it a
with your
physical
question.
straight? Is it a physical straight line?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, that means it bends space time, which means it's no longer straight.
Okay, what's your evidence for space-time? What's your necessary reference point?
We observe it. We observe it.
You observe space-time? Okay, can you show me a picture of
Space-time
it?
bending, yes. We observe space-time bending, yes.
Okay, can you show me
We
a
studied
picture
the
of it?
Yeah, we studied the gravitational waves. We've done it. We've
Now,
done
can
the
you
kinds
show
of
me a
things.
picture of it, bro? You said we observe it. Show me a picture of it.
The bending of space-time. Does someone want to post the picture of the light bending around the sun?
Yeah.
And that's the bending of space-time. Light bending is the bending of space and time.
Yes.
Okay, and what's your evidence for that claim? What did you reference to come to the conclusion that space and time are there?
Way to dodge.
No, go ahead. That would be
Speed
your
of light.
evidence,
The
bro.
speed of light.
Okay,
Yeah.
so can the speed of light exist without space and time?
I don't think so because
Okay, then therefore you are in a begging the question fallacy at this point. Because all you are doing is looking at
so
a
what you're
pie.
saying is
Dude, shut the
because
fuck
I
up,
can't,
bro. Shut
because
the
I
fuck
can't
up, you
answer
fucking
every
dude.
single
Shut the
one of
fuck
your
up.
questions.
Dude, shut
Therefore,
up,
you're
bro.
right.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to talk
that's
to
not a
Renee
fallacy.
here.
That's
Dude,
not a
shut
fallacy.
the fuck up, bro. Dude, Renee.
You don't know, therefore I'm right.
Dude,
That's
shut
how
up,
you live
bro.
your
Why
life.
are you not even getting
Amazing.
Dude, this guy just
Because
said,
it's amazing.
this guy said that space-time, right, had to exist in order for the speed of light to exist. And then his evidence for space-time is the speed of light. You know how backwards that is, Renee?
don't
Circular
know.
logic.
Yeah,
I
it's a
don't think
big
so.
problem, bro. Okay. So if I want to say, what is the evidence that the Earth exists? Can you just say you're the evidence that Earth exists?
No.
Okay, then why would you say something that is after the cause, afterwards, is the reason you believe it to be the case?
I don't understand your question. So space time is something that's measurable, meaning that it exists. That means it's physical. We can do the measurements and show where it is.
What are the necessary conditions so the evidence for space-time existing? So what would be the things that lead up to you making the conclusion space-time existing? And it can't be something that requires space-time to exist in the first place. Obviously.
It has to be an observed phenomenon right here, physically, locally, with material and attributes that are physical. For you to say you have a reference for a physical thing actually having the attribute of being performed or happening in reality at all. You guys
That was
make all
rather
these claims and
funny
then
at me,
you don't
Ron.
have no ball reference. A physical 3D
Yeah, in
ball.
other words, if we can't explain everything, then we can't
That's
explain
not the
anything.
case. No, the thing is, the problem is you think that you can explain most things because you've
That's
been
what it
fed
gets
a
down
line
to.
of bullshit.
They
You've been
haven't-
fed a line of bullshit and you fell for it all.
There's
And
no
now you have
reference at
all
all.
of this fake logic in your head and you're like, no, I swear I know these things. But guess what? When it comes to your
But the thing
practical
is,
everyday life, you don't use any of these things.
Right.
I
Your
disagree
evidence
with
is
that
no
part.
is not valid.
from
Hold
the
on a
kid in a
second.
cult.
Your evidence
The
is not
satellites I
reality. It's a
use
cult, a math
the
cult.
satellites I used have to be adjusted for the
Math cult.
relativity of time.
Air
So
cult. Yeah, once upon a time somewhere cult.
he ran away, guys.
Listen, physical proof is what you need, cult lovers. You have a math cult, you have a ball religion. The attribute of a ball is yet to be pronounced by you guys. None of you have ever seen what a ball does in reality. You won't take its word. You'll think it's lying. Every 360 you see is in existence. You're like, you're a liar. You're conspiring against me, ball in the lab.
I already
Where is your reference
told
for
you
all these ball
I don't
claims
speak to
without a
Macanese,
ball?
so I don't know what you're saying.
You have no ball
I don't speak to Macanese.
ball reference of all these ball knowledges you claim. The attribute of a ball, the curve of a ball, the spin of a ball, the weight of a ball. Everything you guys claim to know about the attributes of a fucking sphere are bunk. You have no sphere that you're using for your reference. Are you guys
Emma,
slow?
you need to do less drugs, man. Really. Like you gotta
Yeah,
do
it's
less
called
drugs.
go touch grass. So now we're
I
gonna
touch
touch
grass
the sphere.
all
I
the
don't
time.
understand
Now.
the Macanese.
Yeah, flat Earth grass. Now, if we could ever see what a sphere does, and anybody be brave
No,
enough
it's on a
to check
globe.
this out,
It's on
are
a
you
globe. I'm
brave
just
enough to
not
go
crazy like
outside
you.
and show us on camera what a sphere does in reality versus your belief, versus your
Yeah,
fucking
just look out
claim?
your window. Look out your
We
window, and
have
guess
a
what?
spinning
Here
ball
in
out my
reality.
window. It's got no water on it. It's got no air stuck to it. It's got no vacuum around it.
Yeah,
It's
you're
got
living
no,
on it.
It's got no string showing a procession. Seems
You're
to be
living on it.
broke. Where did you get your reference from? Mine ain't
You're
working.
living on it.
No,
You are
I'm
living
living
on the
flat
globe.
Earth. No, I'm living on
No.
flat Earth with none of that dog shit garbage going on.
Yeah,
As
you're
you can
living on
see with
flat
the
Earth
ball,
because you're on a lot of
as you can
drugs.
see on flat
So,
Earth,
like,
my
you know,
ball is
that's
the
the difference.
reference for what a ball does. I don't need somebody to fucking make
Yeah.
shit up that just came out of the asylum. The ball will not lie to you.
Yeah.
The ball is
If you
not
smoke
conspiring
less
against
meth,
you.
you might realize
If
we're
you
on a
believe
globe.
this smart ball that's just spinning on its own, it's conspiring against you and lying to everybody. Why
Yep.
would this ball lie to you about what it does? Why?
Less meth, Democ. Less meth.
The ball.
Less meth.
Pay attention. 3D physics. The ball. A sphere. More
Listen,
spheres. Let's
you have to understand, Democ once had a magic 8-ball where he once drank the stuff inside of it and found out that it was just a bunch of straight pyramid things that made all the decisions for him.
No dirt in the middle. No dirt in the middle
So
of the
where did
magic
you guys
8-ball.
get your reference for how stuff flies around the ball so you could do your math?
By looking at airplanes and then flying around the globe.
So an airplane is a
Therefore-
ball. All airplanes are a ball, this New Yorker said. He said he looks at
No,
ball
I did not say that.
airplanes
I said that
as a
airplanes are
reference
flying
for a
around the
ball.
You can
globe.
literally just
You
you can
look
throw
at
any
airplanes, they're your
object in
ball
the
reference.
you can throw any object and see that it'll rotate around its center of mass, and the center of
With what
mass will follow a
reference?
parabolic.
Nah, nobody's ever seen that. You got a third person view? You fucking
Lots of
idiot.
people have seen it.
What do you mean? Go to a
Yeah,
Foucault's
right. That made no
pendulum.
sense.
Foucault's
Where's your
pendulum.
video? Where's your video of something dropping along sea level vertically? That's all
What are
we
you
need to
talking
see.
about, Democ? Dropping
A
along
Where's your
sea
globe
thing
level
in
in
something
vertically.
existence would
dropping?
need something
Wait,
to drop
wait, go
retard.
back, Democ. Go back,
So
Democ.
you're
Go
not
back,
dropping
Democ.
my
Where's your thing?
position?
Where's your
So
thing?
no
Wait,
Glover
what was that?
drops from
Where's
my
your wait,
position when they go
Democ?
away.
Democ.
Glovers
I
don't
need to
have
know
to
that you
drop
can
from my
repeat
position as they
the
go
last
away.
sentence you
Why
just
are you
said.
not paying attention to
Democ,
this and all five
where's
of you
the?
talking?
Did you say
Why are
where's?
five of you fighting to
Democ,
talk over your
what
no
did you
globe in
say?
hand?
Democ,
No
what did
globe
you say?
exists for your
Did
reference.
you say where's the thing that you drop vertically on sea level?
Along
Is that
sea
the
level.
is that the
Along
question?
sea level. ALONG. Along sea
Where's
level.
the thing that you
Along
drop
with
along
high,
sea level?
right?
What
Adjacent
is that?
to.
What does that
Along.
mean?
Horizontally
What
with
does that mean?
parallel, bitch. Parallel
What does
along
that
sea
mean?
level. Dropping down. I
What
don't
does
know,
that mean?
non-glober. Nothing on a flat earth. It only
You
means
don't
a
know
globe.
what the words that are coming out of your mouth
A
mean?
globe doesn't mean anything. We know it. So you
What does
can't
it
fly
mean to
around a
drop
globe
something
because
along sea level?
globe physics don't
I
mean
don't know.
anything to this
What
gentleman.
does that
He has
mean?
no idea what satellites do. He said they don't
What do
drop
the words
vertically
that you are
along the sea
saying
level.
mean?
He doesn't understand. The sun doesn't drop vertically for him along the sea level down. So the sea level's not going down from his position. Neither is the sun. Nothing is dropping down from this man's position. He is on flat earth. He keeps asking me what I mean. I don't know what you
Yeah,
mean.
I don't
What's
know.
to the
Does
flat earth
anyone
guy
know
who
what
can't prove anything
does
vertically
anyone else
dropped?
know what it means to
He
drop
doesn't
something
know what
along sea
dropping
level?
stuff means.
Does anyone know what that means?
Does anybody know what dropping stuff means?
Renee, can you help me out? What does it mean to
Yeah,
drop
the
something
boat that's
along sea level?
supposedly dropping around a curve.
I'm trying to learn. I'm here to learn.
I don't speak
It's not dropping
Demochanese.
below
Can
you.
everyone else translate
Those buildings
Demochanese
out
for
there that
me?
Jesse said are 600 feet below him
I
are
need a
not below him.
translator.
Nothing's
I need a
below you.
translator of Demochanese.
Yeah, that made no sense.
I'm still. What does it mean to?
I don't even
I
know how
agree.
you
It
even
doesn't make
figure out
any
how to
sense.
eat.
What
I don't
does
know
it
how
mean
you
to
know how to
drop
eat.
something along
How
sea
are you
level?
eating and breathing? How did you
What
figure
does
out
it
how to
mean to
breathe?
drop something along sea level?
We don't
What
know
does
how
that
you
mean?
figured out how to breathe, brother. How did you figure out how to breathe? Who told you?
My
Is it the same
diaphragm
as,
just chooses to go up and down, which expands my lungs,
Well, how'd
which
you
creates
figure
a
out
different
how airplanes
pressure
go
than the
around a ball?
atmosphere outside, which
How do
causes
you
air
know
to
for
rush
a fact
inside.
how to show little
And then
kids the whole
then the
duration how an
oxygen gets
airplane
trapped
flies
in
around a
the
ball?
capillaries, and then my
Yeah,
blood
we know,
transports that
weirdo.
oxygen
No ball
to my
though,
muscles,
but no
which
ball,
then
right?
also
Just
encourages my
garbledy-gook.
diaphragm to also move up and down. Some might call
Garbledy-gook,
that
right?
circular logic, like Torah,
So
but
little
I
kids
just call
want to
that
know how
fucking
you can
physics.
circularly logic a ball without demonstrating to them the whole duration of
How'd you
time
like
how
that
a
one, Renee?
helicopter flies
How'd you
all the
like
way
that one
around a
for word
ball.
salad?
Your hand will be the
that was
fuel. This
pretty
will
good,
be
eh?
easy. You'll control
Is
gravity.
this how they
You just get a
practice?
ball. You go
This is
grab the
good.
toy helicopter or the toy hot air balloon out of the box. You go bring it over to the ball like the kids do, and you show us how you believe stuff goes around the
Stop
ball.
hanging around little kids, D-Mock. I would advise
They're
against
the
that.
ones you're supposed to be teaching this to.
No,
So you
stay
can't
away
even
from
teach
the
a little
little
kid
kids,
how a
D-Mock.
helicopter flies around the
D-Mock,
ball.
stay
You
away
just
from the
know that.
little kids.
So these
Stay away from the little
15-year-old
kids.
kids,
Don't
you'll never
go
be able
down
to
the road of
demonstrate
Nathan
to a
Oakley.
10-year-old, a
Stay away
20-year-old, a
from Nathan
15-year-old.
Oakley. Stay
So
away from that
graduating kids
mentorship.
can't even understand how balls
Terrible.
work.
Do not
This
go up
guy
to
will
little
not
kids,
go in a
D-Mock.
classroom and show kids. We want to pay you to show kids how a helicopter flies around a
D-Mock.
ball. Do you
D-Mock,
want the
unless
job
you're
to show
telling the
globe
kids
physics
to
or
stay
not?
off drugs, do
This
not go
pays a
into the
lot of money
classroom.
for you guys. Why are you
Stay
turning this
away from
job
the
down?
classroom, D-Mock.
Why are you turning this job down? You get paid lots of money. You get
Stay
to go to
away,
every class and show all the kids in every
Tyrone,
duration,
stay away from the
every age,
classroom.
the physics of a ball with helicopters and hot air balloons. Why are you guys not doing this? You have fucking
Because
failed.
every
Because
time
none
you
of you
see
know
a
how.
fucking helicopter
No
or a hot air
human knows
balloon
how a
flying, it's
helicopter
flying
flies.
over a globe. Democ, do you
No
have a pet
human knows
raccoon
how
named
a
Chewy?
helicopter flies around a ball. They don't have a
You
ball
have a pet
reference.
raccoon named
They have
Chewy?
no
He's gonna
physics.
crack. I'm
The
telling you,
physics and math is
D-Mock is
broke.
cracking right now. He knows he's spiraling. He's
All
cracking.
of the
He
fucking
knows he's
colleges,
cracking right now.
all of the schools and colleges have a
He's
lot
gonna
of
break the
money.
fourth wall any
This is a
second
lot
right
of money
now.
you guys can
He's
tap
gonna
into.
break the fourth
You know
wall
how a
and it's
ball
gonna.
works. You're gonna break the ball wall. You're gonna break the barrier of imagination. You're
Democ,
gonna
you
bring
love
your
balls,
imagination
right?
on how stuff flies around balls. You're gonna bring it
Do you
to
have a ball
reality,
kick,
right?
Democ?
Stop laughing. Stop
Do you
laughing
have a
because you
ball
don't
kick?
know how helicopters fly around balls.
D-Mock, I
So,
know you're
you go
laughing
get the
right
guy
now
you think is
internally.
smart
I know
enough.
you're laughing at
Bring the
yourself
guy
right
you
now.
think is
It's
smart enough
okay,
in
buddy.
here. Bring
It's
the guy
okay,
you think
buddy.
is smart enough to
Let
fly
it
a
out.
helicopter around
Let
a ball
it
in
out.
here.
Let
Hot
it
air
out,
balloon,
D-Mock.
helicopter, airplane, and
D-Mock,
jet at
let
the
it out.
same
'Cause
time.
we know you want to laugh
Show
at the
how they
things you're
fly.
saying.
We know you guys can't handle nothing. Yeah, this is the extent of your fucking tardedness. None of you guys know or have ever been told or taught how a ball works or what a ball does with the attribute of a helicopter going around it.
D-Mark.
You know
We
what,
know.
D-Mock? Unfortunately, my
This
elementary
is all
school
you
did
guys
not let
need.
random adults
Toy helicopter and a ball.
into
What
this
don't you
classroom
understand
to
about
teach
a
us.
toy helicopter? What about a toy
D-Mark, I
helicopter
heard
in
you
your
were
hand is too
messing with
complex?
kids. Can you stop?
Yeah,
What about a toy
D-Mock
helicopter
is
that
going
you can't
around
touch is
to
too
the little
complex?
kids and teaching them about balls. It's
So
not
all
good.
this plug technology and you guys can't even show how a fucking
It sounds
helicopter
bad.
flies around a ball.
It sounds terrible.
What kind of technology you guys throw out the window? You lost that technology a long time ago?
The technology about your balls being around little kids?
No, I don't have ball. I'm on a flat earth, weirdo. You're the one that has the ball religion that can't demonstrate it with a ball.
Democ
You
just
just
admitted
won't
he
let a
don't have
ball
balls.
be itself for fucking nothing, will you guys?
Yeah,
You don't
D-Mock
trust the
doesn't
ball,
have
do
any
you?
balls.
Mowers
He's only
don't
got
touch
a.
the ball. You're the guy that
He's
don't
only
trust
got
the
flat
ball.
objects.
Did you hear that? He just admitted he's got no
Why
balls.
don't you trust the 3D
Dima's
ball?
got no balls.
Why
We need
don't
to
you
make that
guys
into a
trust
song,
the
fellas.
360 math? Why does the
Did you get
360 math
snipped
not work
so
for
that you
you
don't
now?
make no more children? Because that would be a
You'll
great
have
thing.
to throw out the 360
He's
math.
only got flat circles. He's got
You'll
no
have to throw
balls.
out all the 360 math you don't have. What are you guys using that 360 math for if this ball doesn't work?
D-Bug, I just want to thank you again for reminding me why I come
Yeah,
on here.
reminding why
I
you
really
don't know how a
appreciate it.
helicopter flies around a ball. We know. Weird stuff.
You
Are you
are.
going to go to
well,
college to learn? How many
you
years of
just made
college
my
are you going to have
day.
to do before a professor shows you how the stuff flies around a ball? How many years of college does a
Zero.
Glober have to take before they
Zero.
learn how stuff flies around a
Zero.
ball? How many pilots are in
Zero.
here?
Zero.
How many pilots are in here with their toy airplanes and Cessnas and hot air balloons?
Oh, I'm a pilot.
How many of them got the ball handy?
I'm a pilot.
Show us how your stuff stays 90 and flies around the ball and lands on
I mean,
the runway correctly.
I'm only allowed to fly drones, but I'm a pilot.
Yeah, that didn't make no sense. So fucking
Well, I know it doesn't
weirdos
make
who
any
never
sense to
answer.
you.
So, guy,
But I'm
can you go
technically a
get
pilot.
any human that you've ever known of? Go get ChatGPT or something. Go get something. Go get Department of Defense. Do they know how stuff flies around a ball? Would they be
Yeah,
able to show you
pretty
guys
well.
how
Yeah.
a toy flies around a ball?
Yeah.
Think so.
I
Yeah,
bet
they do.
they won't be afraid to say, look, the helicopter does this, you retards. But you guys can't do that. Something wrong with you guys. Why is that?
Are you
How come you
okay,
guys are
D-Mo?
outdone by third graders? Not even a fucking fifth grader. This is crazy.
Demok, if you look in the chat, I posted a video for how helicopters fly.
D-Mock, are you still
You
in third
definitely
grade?
have a 3D ball with a toy helicopter,
I know.
right?
It
The
makes
very two
sense.
things I
D-Mock's
asked
still in
for,
third grade.
the only ingredients
Holy
you need
shit,
are a
he's been
physical
helping
3D
me
ball
for like
and
so
a
many
real
years.
toy helicopter that's a 3D physical little toy helicopter
Look.
or airplane or hot air balloon. We're not looking at shit that don't exist. We're not looking at
D-Mock's still in
imagination. That's
third
not
grade,
happening.
but he uses Tor's logic of 3 = 1, meaning 1 times
No, we're
3
looking at the physical
= 2,
attribute of a 3D
which gets him
sphere.
into 5th grade.
I'm not going to call this sphere a liar like you. I'm going to trust everything this physical sphere does in real physics. I don't have any other
Because
physics to
3 is
demonstrate of a
1, which
sphere.
means 1 is 3, which means if
I
he's
don't
in
know how
3rd
you can
grade,
show
you
me
have
the
to add
sphere's doing
1 to
something
the 2
different.
to the 3 to get to the
How are you
6
showing
minus
the
the
sphere do
1,
something
and you're back
different,
in 5th
weirdo?
grade.
Yeah, you got the sphere, the same one I got. How's it doing something different for you?
Hey,
Demonstrate.
D-Mark, I have a question.
Yeah, do you
Did
have
you
a
ever
sphere in your
manage
hand with
to...
answers? We'll need a sphere.
Yes,
That's
did you
key
ever
number one.
manage to finish a
Yeah, what
sentence,
we're
or were you
asking for
busy
is number
playing
one.
with your
My
balls?
question hasn't been fulfilled, slowpoke. So as soon as my question get answered,
What
we'll
is
move
your
on to yours.
question?
One ball in your hand on video and a toy helicopter.
Yes, one ball in your
airplane,
head.
and hot air balloon. No, in yours. And show us how you
Okay,
know
I
for a
have one
fact
ball
how
in
things
my head
traverse the sphere.
and a hot balloon
How
on
do
the
you
other.
know how things traverse the sphere? What was your reference? What 3D ball did you
So
use?
you want me to show you balls?
I don't see no balls on that radar screen. So in reality, where do you guys get your reference of a
Radar
sphere?
screen?
Where is the sphere
Do you-
reference? What does that look like? How does the sphere work in reality?
How does a
Real
sphere
spheres.
work?
Yeah, a real sphere. How does that work?
What do we mean by work? A sphere is a sphere. It's
Yeah, we'll
just
get
a
it to do
ball.
some stuff. Okay, I got a
You know,
sphere in
like
my
a
hand.
bowling ball,
I
a
got a sphere in my hand.
football.
Nothing's magically attracting to it. Did it break? Is it not a sphere anymore?
But you have a small sphere in your
What's that
hand. You
mean?
don't have
Relative to
giant
what?
balls, right?
Relative to what? Relative to who?
Relative to the
what?
Earth?
Yeah, relative to
what?
the Earth.
Show me your microscopic shit that's sticking to it. The smaller stuff.
Microscopic shit?
Yeah, we're talking
Do you want to
relativity,
go?
right?
Actually, I
Relativity
can
means
show
this
you
thing,
microscopic
this thing
shit.
still got its
Do you
gravity
know
going
we have?
on relative to Earth.
Isn't
Is the Earth not having gravity versus the sun?
leaving
Well, now
your
the sun's
Yeah.
attracting shit, and so is the Earth, right? Against the sun. So now
Tim,
show us
your
your ball
arguments.
relative to Earth, what it's attracting.
Yo, D-Mark, wanna hear
Size
some
and scale,
rockets?
please. You have a reference. It's called a ball. What's attracting to it for its size?
D-Mark,
It has a size and mass. Now, what little masses
wanna see a
and what
flying
little mass
balls?
stuff is sticking to it? This is all that can happen everywhere. Space and time did not leave this fucking ball, did it?
What caused the sun to be a sphere?
Did gravity? We're not asking questions. We're answering stuff with a physical sphere. We're
Yeah,
asking you
gravity.
where you got your reference for your answers.
Yeah,
We're not
gravity is
asking questions without the reference.
sphere.
What
There
is
is
a
a
ball
physical sphere.
reference?
You know,
and
the
why
thing is
don't
holding
any
your
of you
dumb ass to the
understand a
chair.
ball?
Yeah, the thing
Why
is
did
holding your
any of
dumb
you
ass to
learn
the chair
about a
right now.
ball? A
Yeah,
ball.
gravity. gravity,
school.
that downward thing.
Physical 3D balls.
That's holding your
Do
fucking
you have
ass
a
to the
full
chair.
coast pendulum we can put on a real spinning
Yeah, well,
ball?
you could make a full coast pendulum. Yeah.
Are you going to put it
Every
on a
full
ball?
coach pendulum is on a physical spinning ball.
Go put it
Every
on that
single one
40
of them.
foot, 40 foot
That's
ball
why.
you just
That's
showed
why
us.
they process.
Your 40 foot
Yeah, that's why
ball
they
in the
work.
chat that you claim New Yorker. Go put a pendulum on there so we can see
There's
what you
one in the
mean by
museum.
ball spinning.
There's one in the
What does the
UN
ball
General
spinning
Assembly.
mean
I've
with a
seen it.
pendulum
It's
on
pretty
it?
cool.
And there one at the Science Museum too.
Yeah, I don't see you having
Yeah,
one.
I think there's one in Liberty Science Center. You know, they're all over the
You
place.
got a globe in your house.
I mean, I don't know if there's
have to
one
have
near you.
globes in your house, right?
Like we could
You
try to
pray
find one.
globes. There's no way you guys can't have a globe in your house to do all your traveling and all that. How could you not? What would you do without a globe?
I have Google Earth. It's a globe.
So none of you guys have a globe? All
I have one.
Globers that preach globe every day of their life in here without getting paid don't have a fucking globe?
I get paid.
Point-
I get
point
paid by
in Brooklyn.
NASA.
Are you,
Do you think-
fucking kidding
Point
me?
in Brooklyn. Do you think
Who
D-Mac
has Google Earth on their phone?
All of you
It's a
don't have a
globe.
ball.
Point
That's
in
why you
Brooklyn.
guys don't know what a
Do
ball
you think
does ever.
D-Mac
You
like?
just imagine it.
Do
That's
you
why
think
you guys
D-Mac
can
visits
only imagine
Cherry
what somebody
Grove?
told you.
Point in Brooklyn. Do you think
That's why
D-Mac's
you
a
guys look
member
at
of
flat
Cherry Grove?
cartoons, declare flat cartoon papers, they're all your balls. Flat computer screens, flat
I think he goes
TV
out to
screens.
Fire Island and checks out Cherry
Why
Grove.
don't you guys have
He
a
might.
ball reference?
He might. Democ. Listen, Democ.
We're looking for a ball reference. I know this is hard.
Democ.
Does the
Deep breath.
ball
Deep
scare
breath.
you?
Take a hit of the pipe while I'm talking.
No,
All right.
we're gonna
So
take
listen.
a look at the ball.
Democ. Stop. Democ,
Take a hit of a 3D sphere for me. Touch one.
There's
Touch
one
one,
on. It's
meth
called
head.
Google Earth,
Hey,
dumbass.
meth head, touch a ball. No, Google's not a ball, you dumb cunt.
Google Earth is overhead imagery pasted onto a 3D globe.
It's a flat
Okay,
computer
that's
screen.
exactly what it is.
No,
So-
it's not. You retarded New York.
Yes,
kid.
it is. You fucking moron.
No, it's
All right?
not. You
Google
dumb
Earth
cunt.
is a 3D
Bigfoot and
globe
Superman in
with
your game are not
overhead
real.
imagery posted on it.
The GTA
Anybody
in your
with
game is
common
not real.
sense and the ability
You're
to
not
read
really
above a
stealing
third grade
cars on
level
GTA.
can understand that. Now
He
we know
thinks
you
he's
didn't
stealing
graduate
cars on
third grade.
GTA, you
Thank you,
guys.
Democ.
He stole
He
his
already
neighbor's
said that
car
he
on
didn't graduate
GTA.
from third
Now his
grade. He
neighbor's
said he's
missing
still
his
in fifth
car
grade.
in real life.
He said he's still
This
in
guy
fifth grade.
stole his neighbor's car on GTA.
Oh, look at this.
Now his real neighbor's missing his car because this guy stole it on GTA.
Look at this. Look what it
He
what it
lives in a
says on the
computer
homepage
screen.
of Google Earth. The
Show me your
world's most
3D.
detailed globe.
We're
It
looking.
says the world's most detailed
Yeah,
globe on
why
the
doesn't this
homepage.
360 match?
300.
Why doesn't
The
this
homepage.
360
The
match
homepage of Google
360?
Earth. Go there.
What's wrong
The
with the
world's most
360 that it
detailed
won't match
globe.
itself? Your math's not mathing up. I've got a 360. Why isn't it matching 360? What's
You
wrong?
don't know math.
360 and 360. What sounds different? Show me the difference.
The difference is you don't know math.
What is the difference, you guys, from a 360 sphere from a 360 sphere? What's the scale problem here? What is your problem scaling a sphere from 360 to 360? I want to know, Globers.
Damoc, look at
Where does
this.
the math
Google
go?
Earth. The world's most
Yeah,
detailed
flat computer
globe.
screens. Your flat screen of welcome to
The
flat Earth.
world's most detailed
Welcome to flat
globe.
Earth and flat computer screen.
Welcome
You
to the
got any
world's most
spheres?
detailed globe.
Thank you for the
Wait.
world's most flat screen that you call a
The world's
globe.
most detailed
So if
globe.
we
My
had a
screen's
physical,
not flat.
if we had
My
a
screen-
physical,
The screen is
He
flat.
plays
It's flat
Roblox.
Earth.
He calls all those balls.
Wait,
He's
wait,
moving
if
all
we had
those
a
balls around on Roblox.
D-Mock, if we had a physical 3D
Yeah, we
sphere,
know you guys move
oh,
spheres around on
would that be,
Roblox
would
and
that
attach
be
them all
Earth is a
together.
sphere?
You attach all your sphere corners together. Yeah, you got spherical cubes and shit. This is fucking crazy. This is awesome. Sphered cubes. Where'd we go wrong, gentlemen? So do you have a cube for your reference or a sphere? Which one
Section
can we
6
use?
is where we push most
So
of
we're
the
going to
error.
show how helicopters fly around a cube for your demonstration or a
No,
ball?
section 6 is where we push all the error on these
So are you
square
flying
lines
around
that
a
we put on the
triangle,
globe.
a ball,
We
a
push them all to
cube?
the west and we push them all to the
How do
north.
you know what your helicopters are traversing without a sphere for a reference? Because this ground's not curving. Look at the horizon. You wouldn't be able to
Oh, it
reference
is.
that.
It's definitely
You can't
curved.
reference your horizon or nowhere local. It all
Of course
measures
we can.
flat. It's all stationary. All proof of globe is zero. Local and empirical. Yeah. Everything you touch is not an earth curve. If it was, you'd be able to pour water on top of it and prove that. But you can't. So, no gravity there. And nobody's back backyard anywhere. Add them all up. What's that mean?
Hey, nobody says that.
So I
I
got
don't
a
know why
ruler.
Cogman thinks nobody
I got a
says.
ruler that's 1 foot long, and it equals 39.59. Why is my horizon longer than that?
What the hell are you talking about? That was
12
so
inches in
mumbo
your
jumbo.
view that way equals 39.59. You didn't know that? Math, bitch. Dumb
Denmark,
fuck
we
from
know
New
you don't
York.
have
Why don't you
12
know
inches.
stuff?
Denmark, we know
Dumb
you
fuck
have
from
2
New
inches of
York.
hard
Why don't
rock.
you know the scale?
Yeah, like, come on, man.
Dumb fuck. Why don't you understand 12 inches equals 3,959 miles in your distance?
Demok, let me ask you something. If you had water
Where's your
inside
reference
a
to prove
ball,
me
right?
wrong?
If you had
Where's
water
your
inside a
reference for
ball, if you had
39.59?
water,
Why do you guys
listen to
keep
what I'm
asking
saying.
fucking
Listen to
questions?
what I'm saying. Listen
You
to what I'm
kids are
saying.
never gonna learn
Listen to the
anything by
words.
you guys
Listen to
not
the
knowing
words.
shit.
Listen to the words that I'm
Not
saying.
knowing stuff
Listen
isn't
to the
helping
words.
you.
Listen
Hey,
to the
kids
words that I
listening
am
to not
saying.
know some more stuff.
Listen to the words that I am
Kids
saying.
and audience, adults can hear this.
Listen
He's
to the
gonna add
words that
more
I am
stuff
saying.
that he doesn't know to this dumb flat earther. He's gonna
Listen to
keep
the words
asking
that I'm
flat
saying.
earther
I
for
know you're
all the stuff
scared.
he needs.
I know you're scared, but listen to the words that I'm going
Yeah,
to
said
say.
the guy with no ruler. I
Listen
got
to the
my
words
ruler
that I'm
to
going
prove
to
this.
say.
I got my real physical attribute, cunt. I don't need imagination, scary boy. Fuck you, imagining boy. Where's your fucking ruler that represents your 39.59, you dumb fuck? I've got mine. It's
Are
12
you
inches
done?
long.
Are you done? Are you
Line
done?
it up
Are
to
you
your
done?
horizon.
Are you
You
done?
haven't
Are
proven me
you done
wrong yet.
ranting?
Prove me
Are
wrong.
you done
meth head
ranting?
fuck.
Are you done ranting?
Meth head schizo. We're looking for your distance. Please stay
Denmark,
on
stop
track.
projecting so hard, man.
We're looking for your
Seriously.
distance. Stop projecting and running away from the left to right.
If you wanna,
Distance of 39.59. Every time we bring up a topic, all you guys do is run and fucking barricade on someone because you
That's
can't.
because you don't make a topic, man. You go from one thing to another thing to another
What
thing
the
to
flat
this to
earthers
this.
claim,
Give me a
not the
fucking
7 million
side view.
Glovers who have no
Oh,
proof.
nothing's real if I don't have
You
a
had
side
7
view of
million
it.
Glovers with no proof what the topic was.
Denmark's whining.
We're gonna ask you guys what the non-physical topic is for non-physicality every day. That's not gonna work.
the non-physical
Denmark, if I
topic.
You
brought
need a
you
real
hooks on
reality
phonics, would
every
you
day.
use it?
You guys physically grounded to real stuff. I have a real ruler that demonstrates 3,959 miles in your view, in your perspective. Perspectives added to this.
That's what happens when you try to
39.59.
measure
So how can you
curve of the
prove me
Earth
wrong?
with
And
a ruler.
where's your
You don't
reference?
get anywhere. That's
What
why
is
you
your
use better,
reference?
more
You'll
accurate
never get
tools.
anywhere. You can never teach kids what mileage is. You can never teach kids how to prove anything left to right. You never
I
have a
mean, if you're the
reference
definition of what a kid is, then I completely
mileage,
agree with you.
an
If
adult
you're
or
the
kid.
definition of how
You
we're
guys
defining the
don't
word kid,
know.
because
So you
considering
and the
you're
kids
still in
failed to
fifth
learn.
grade,
Someone
because you're
failed
still
to
in
teach
fifth
you.
grade, if you want to call yourself a
You
kid,
didn't
I'm
go to
fine with
fifth
that.
grade. No one taught you what
Oh
39.59
yeah,
was
I
yet.
did go to fifth grade.
None of you know. You need to go
The
back to
thing is,
school, apparently.
unlike you, D-Mock, I only went to fifth
I
grade
didn't miss
once.
the class
You
on
went to
mileage
fifth grade
and
many,
perspective.
many times, and apparently you're still in fifth grade.
I
I
didn't
only
miss
did
the
it
I
once.
didn't miss the class on
I
distance
only
and
had to do
perspective
fifth grade
and how to
once,
prove
unlike
it.
you.
I didn't miss the proof class. Empirical, testable, repeatable.
You missed a whole lot though, even though you were in
You
every
guys
class,
missed
which is
real
why you're
classes.
still
I
there.
stayed in religion. You guys took
It
the Globe
explains
religion
why
class
you're
in
still
public
still
school.
in fifth grade.
You took the Globe religion class, believe it or not.
Yeah,
That's
you
all
went
you
to your
do.
dad
religion
and said
shit is
you went
such
to
a
your
crock of
dad
shit,
Hey,
and
look,
Denmark.
said,
believe
"I'll
it.
pass
Look, an
every single
airplane, you're
grade
on a
in 2
globe.
weeks," except
Hey,
you
look,
never
a
got
bird.
past fifth grade.
Look, a bird, you're on a globe. That's all you guys got. You don't know
Okay,
what a
Billy.
globe
I'll
is.
get
You
you
have
hooked
no
on
ear.
phonics, man. We need
You
you
have
to be
no
able to
ear
read,
for your
okay?
reference.
Because you can't read, and we all can tell you
320
can't
equals
read.
ear
So,
360 reference you
I
guys
can
have.
tell from the way you wrote
Make
in
sure
Tune's
you put
chat
in your
last night, you
sunscreen.
can't read. Like at
Otherwise,
all.
you're going to start seeing
Attributes of
penguins.
reality have to
D-Mock,
be
make sure you
determined.
put on your sunscreen. Otherwise, you're going to start seeing
Where is your
penguins,
flat Earth
and you're going to
model
be
next to
chasing
your
them
ball
around.
model? Where is your flat model and your ball model sitting next to each other? I've got my two here. Nothing works on this globe. No evidence for it, for fucking sakes, for none of it. I can't even zoom in and find a horizontal line on it, you dumb cunt.
Denmark, here's the
So
problem. Here's the
now
problem.
my
You
ball
can't
doesn't
read,
have
so
any
no
horizontal
experiment you
lines.
do makes sense.
My ball doesn't have any corners when I zoom in on it. no matter what cube I put
Right,
on there.
and you
I
can't
zoom
read,
in
so
and the
nothing's
cubes
gonna make sense
levitate.
to you.
The cube corners levitate every time I zoom in with the microscope on this
Okay,
sphere, no matter
illiterate.
how
You
big.
don't have a microscope,
Do
Demon.
you
Come on.
understand
You
physical
can't even
reality?
read. Come on, man.
Physics, brother. A cube and a sphere.
He might have a microscope in this fifth grade classroom. You never know. It's possible.
Zoom in on a cube and show
He's
me where the
illiterate. He
corners
couldn't
line up.
figure out how to look through the
Show
microscope.
me
Come
where the
on.
corners don't levitate.
He might have a 5th grade microscope. Who knows? He might have one.
You might have a cube out there not levitating the corners. Welcome to Flat Earth. All your buildings aren't levitating. The corners aren't levitating. You can't be on a ball.
He might still be in 5th grade, but they just put him in the bigger
You
school.
might still think there's corners on a sphere. Somebody tells you a sphere.
Scaring the children around
Somebody
him.
told you a sphere was like a porcupine with squares everywhere, and
So,
cubes and pyramids, right?
He might have
You
been
got
scaring
mountain
the
peaks
kids,
all
so
over your
they're like,
cube to prove it's
"Listen,
curved.
Demon, we're gonna put you in this bigger school, but don't
Your
worry,
cube
you're
looks
still in
like
5th
Sonic the
grade."
Hedgehog's hairdo, doesn't it? Up and down and
Do you
up
think
and down and
Demok
up and
wears a
down and up
helmet
and
on the
down.
little bus?
All the mud
they-
puddles and hills.
They let you,
When you
yeah,
guys
they
went
let you
sledding,
play
did
with
you ever
Sonic
go
the
sledding down the
Hedgehog.
air curve?
They let you play with your flat
Did
balls.
you ever?
They
you
let
ever
you do
go?
all these things in your special
Did you ever go
class.
sledding down the earth curve? Which earth curve did the teacher tell you when you was sledding down?
I don't know what
The
the special teacher
non-equidistant
tells you.
equipotential curve that didn't
I
hold
don't
you
know. I
nowhere.
don't know what your special
The
teacher
curve that
tells
won't
you.
hold you anywhere. The non-equipotential curve that won't hold you still. Did that
Demok,
make
did you
sense?
forget to put your helmet on this morning?
Where do we have a curve that you guys can sit on and show that you're not going to move on it? Where? Put
Did you wear your helmet on the little bus this morning, Demok? That's what I want to
Spin
know.
your ball
You
around
put your
on
helmet
the
on?
curve. You'll need to spin your ball on a curve and show us where it doesn't move, where it's equipotential.
No, we're not going to do Demok's
We know
experiments
you
until
guys
he
are
learns to
copper
read.
in physics. Physics are fucking hard, aren't they, New York?
Hooked on phonics can work for you, Demok.
Yeah,
I'm telling
balls
you.
are hard, aren't they, New York?
No.
We're not
Hooked on
talking
phonics
about
is
looking
meant
at
for
books
people at like a
stupid.
2nd grade level. He's not there yet. They just
You
put him
guys
in the
only
5th
want to
grade.
go to your religious books. That's fucking weird.
See
Cartoon
spot
books.
run,
See?
Demok. That's,
See
you know.
globe,
He
not
thinks
do nothing. See no
hooked on,
globe.
Yeah.
see?
Hooked on non-physics is your globe, right?
See, I told you
Hooked
he's not
on
ready for
maybe
hooked on
can't do
phonics.
it. Not enough. Maybe zero. Maybe moving. Can't tell. Nobody knows. That's all you guys
Demok,
is
do you
truth.
think you're convincing people with this shit? Like, do you really think
1,000
you're...
zero.
No, hold on. Do you...
A
Demok,
million
stop
but
talking
none.
over Demok, I'm going to be mean again if you
How
don't
many
stop.
pounds do
Do
you weigh
you
on your
really
moving
think
stationary
anybody...
ball?
Shut up. Do you really
Fucking
think
weirdo.
anybody is taking what you say
Where is
seriously?
your
Do
flat
you
earth
really
and
think
your
someone who
ball?
maybe doesn't know whether
Where are your
maybe
two
they're
models to which
questioning,
you
do you
compare?
think your nonsense is going to
I
convince
know
them?
you don't have two models in a lab to compare the
Listen,
flat one that's not moving and the round one. Let's
he
go.
convinces
Let's go, nonsense.
people of the flat Earth like George
Anything to stay
Dawkins
out of a lab.
convinces people of Christianity.
Stay out of a
Yeah, the
lab.
flat earth love him
Stay
because
to
he's like,
religion.
oh, your
Stay
religion
to
is the
science.
globe.
No lab.
No, it's not a religion, Demok. I
Where's
have
the
a
lab at?
religion
Where's your
and I
globe
believe
lab?
in science. Those
No,
things are
you don't.
not
No, we're not
mutually
going to believe.
exclusive.
We're going to take a look.
Wait, those words might have been
We're
too
going to
big
take
for
a
them.
look. We're not going to believe religious science, bitch. We're going to take a look, science, bitch.
There is no
Stop believing
religious
it.
science, you dumb fuck.
Naruto. Let's take a look.
Okay, bitch.
So no model in any lab. These gentlemen will not enter a lab. I'll go in there with you. Are you afraid of a lab?
No, Demok, we can't take people who
Why
smoke meth
are
into the lab.
people
It's
in a
just not allowed.
globe?
You
In a
might blow
globe
up.
Shout out.
Why are globe cults afraid of labs and actual
Demok,
spheres?
Demok, see, if you were able to read, you would understand what the word cult means. See,
Yeah, globes are kryptonite.
shut
to your
up,
globe
Demok,
cult.
Demok, I am not done talking, okay?
Yeah, if I
See,
pull out a
cults
ball, it's
are
kryptonite.
small
Come on.
groups of people that believe nonsense,
Balls
right?
are your
So that's
kryptonite.
what flat Earth is. The globe being real is just
No, you don't have any real
reality.
balls. You steer clear of those.
It's reality. I have
You
real
steer
balls,
clear of
Demok.
balls.
I doubt you do. I'm hoping they snipped you so
You'll
you don't
never
breathe.
touch an airplane
Because, like,
or a helicopter and show us how it goes around a real ball. You stick
I
to
will just
computer
look up.
screens that aren't real.
Just look up
One-dimensional
dumb shit.
computer screens. You think
No, just look
one-dimensional
up.
computer screens are real. I mean, it's fucking sad what they've convinced you of.
Yeah,
You're
see,
like,
that's
oh,
the
it's a
problem. You
robot.
don't think a computer
You're like
screen
a
is a real
robot.
thing.
I don't
That's the
know. It's
problem
not
for
about
you.
what you think. It's about the lab that we demonstrate the flat model that's not moving.
You don't think the
Earth
things
around
around you
cars.
that actually
Stop
exist in
thinking.
physical
We're gonna
reality are real.
demonstrate.
I know.
Show and
That's your
tell is
problem.
beyond you. Show and tell is
Hey,
what we're gonna do, retards.
hey,
Demok, you need a
Demok,
library
what,
card,
what,
man.
what
and,
lab,
and some, like,
Demok,
somebody to
what,
teach you.
Stay out of
what lab,
Thoughtville,
which
Hoover.
lab has a
Hey,
successful, flat Earth demonstration, been conducted in? Which lab?
You haven't found the ball one yet.
Well, we have. There's many.
I get why Demok doesn't like Trump because Trump is taking away his Section 8 housing.
Oh, hold on, Demok. Let me. Okay.
Are you ready?
So there's lots of aspects of the globe that are proven in a lab. Okay. Now, can you tell me what Demok?
I'm going to show you how you
Demok.
Demok, stop talking over everybody.
Jesus
You
Christ.
stationary plane
Demok.
in your lab.
Demok.
Let other people talk.
We're going to do this together.
This is the thing is that he can't answer my question, so he has to keep talking over me, pretending that he's not hearing it. Now
Well,
he was just server muted.
You're not speaking Democanese, so he doesn't understand you.
Okay, I'll talk to Macanese. Earth globe. Lab studies are existing. They prove the globe. You can't lab experiment. Lol. The flat Earth. Lol.
Okay, everybody,
You understand that, Demok?
everybody, let's do the Democarena.
Lol.
Almost third grade. Field them, circle, flat.
What?
Exactly.
I didn't hear you.
Perfect then. Can't do much
great.
better than that.
Wow, great argument.
That Steph Demok was saying yesterday, right in Tune's chat that IC Spin was nice enough to copy for us was some glorious.
I made a song on it. Did you guys hear it? I put it in the in my Spin.
Is it in the chat?
Let me drop it.
It's in the Demok like the
restricted to push to talk only.
Did you make dirt and middle? Did you make no dirt and middle? That's a great song.
No, that was
I didn't make that.
That was F Grude, FGRUDE.
That's probably the classic Demok here. Let me post that for you.
Yeah, that's the good one. Yeah, that's the original. I got everyone pumped for it. Let me forward this.
Can we unmute Demok because I want him to answer my question. What lab has all phenomenon been explained in on the flat Earth? He's probably still talking.
Oh, he definitely does not stop talking because there's been times where he's been muted for like 10 minutes and they turn him back on and he's just full go. It's like full go. He's got two speeds. The come down and full go. That's what he's
come down.
I've never wanted anyone to hot mic more than Demok ever. Just to see what he's actually talks like in like a normal conversation. Like imagine you just had him hot micing at in Delhi where he's just like, are those balls the circular balls of the flat Earth? Are they like
There ain't no ham and cheese. Where'd you get that ham from?
I just want to see like one normal interaction that he has.
Oh God, normal, really? You give him a little bit too much credit for that. I mean, you give him a little bit too much credit.
I would love to hear it.
Oh my gosh!
What his delusions?
Are these all just Demok words?
Like, just oh my God! If I was just a fly on the cop's shoulder that pulled him over with his speedometer or radar, then checked his speed. That is something that I gotta hear.
He'd probably do
that
it.
radar, did that use the speed of light? Did you use the refractional curve of the bending of the space-time in order to get the low model heating acceleration of the molecular highway management of the flatness of the surface compared to the radioactively molecular logical of the device that you are using?
Or you could pull a Mikey Smith and just ask if it has been calibrated. You'll get him every time, he says.
Did you use globe speed or did you use flat Earth speed when you did that?
Gorgeous.
I have a feeling that Demok is a sovereign citizen.
Speaking to himself right now, he's probably just like not even aware of being muted.
Like he's got to be a sovereign. Like I feel like all flat earthers are sovereign citizens.
Because he talks about how like we're all the same people. Like there is no like he definitely high probability.
Yeah, he's the living man. He's not the all caps entity and the trustee of the trust. You know, like those are my guilty pleasure when I need a laugh video. Just turn that on and just laugh at these people thinking that stuff makes any kind of sense. It's great. I know we got Steve. He's not here, but Steve A is definitely a sovereign citizen because he told us we're under maritime law because of the frills on the flag.
Oh my God. Are you operating under common law or maritime law, Judge?
Should I ask that tomorrow at court?
Yeah,
Oh my
you should.
God,
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Did you guys see the Daryl Brooks?
That's a great way to get thrown at the slammer for at least a few nights.
I've always wondered, like, if a cop would understand the joke if you just did it for like 5 seconds just to mess with them, or if the judge would understand the joke for like 5 seconds.
Cops
Like,
don't have sense of humor.
It's
Cops
not a
don't
great.
have
I don't know.
humors about that.
Some cops have a sense of humor. I've dealt with like good cops, bad cops. Like, you know, some of them have sense of humor.
Dude, I literally am just the most polite person in the entire world, and I always get off. I don't get it.
Me too, man. I just want to. Sorry, officer. You know, I went through the red light. I know, my bad. You know, here's my stuff. And most of the time they're like, okay, thanks for understanding. Don't do it again. See you later.
You're used to New York cops. I went out to Colorado for school. That's not how they are out there. I'll tell you that.
Dude, I got pulled over a bunch. I used to live in Colorado for 8 years. And I haven't been pulled over a bunch, but I had a expired registration for a while.
You didn't drive through Thornton.
I was riding my bicycle home on my 22nd birthday from my friend's house in Colorado. And a cop went through a red light to make a right-hand turn where I had to go around him and I hit the curb. So I fall over on my bike and I think the cop's getting out and I see him pull over. And me, New York mentality, go to the cop, don't worry, I'm okay. I'm fine. You don't have to stop. And he goes, why'd you fall over? And I'm just like, well, you see, I hit the curb going around the car. He's like, that's not why you fell over. I was just like, well, I'm pretty sure that's why you fell over. And he was just like, no. He's like, you were driving recklessly on the bike. I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Anyway, I blow a .051, get arrested for driving while impaired on a bicycle in Colorado.
Wow.
On a bicycle.
Yeah. Thornton was famous for stopping people on I-25 there. It's trying to keep the town coffers up. Nothing but a speed trap town.
So.
I got pulled over.
Pennsylvania state troopers have been cool. Like I, you know, we got a house up in the Poconos, the family, and I've been up there, and a couple times, you know, it's empty, and I'm like, going a little too fast. And as long as you're just not a complete dickhead and don't play into the, especially as a New Yorker, most people when they meet a New Yorker in the wild and it's not in New York, they think we're going to be an asshole naturally, and that's true a lot of times.
That's generally as a general rule, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know what it is? I've realized what the problem is. Most of the biggest assholes leave New York and they go somewhere else. And then they're huger assholes there, and it gives everybody this whole like idea that every New Yorker is a big asshole. We're only like,
plus people
I've gotten up to Vermont a few times, and I've gotten pulled over a few times. Most of the times were just warnings. The one time where I was speeding 15, like I just like owned it. The guy gave me a ticket for 8 over. He said you can just plead guilty, like you're in Massachusetts. This won't affect your license because we're outside of the tri-state area, so you won't get any points. Most cops usually like are fine if you're nice with them.
Yeah, I agree.
Problem is that most people go to New York and they ask the local guy, you know, like, hey, can you tell me what time it is, or should I just go fuck myself? You know.
You gotta pick the right person.
Yeah, what's up?
See, like if somebody is walking at like a rather rapid clip, we don't want to stop.
Well, everyone there walks at a
got
rather.
somewhere to be.
Everybody walks at that clip though.
Not all the time. Like it depends where I am. Like if like I'm taking the girl out for like something to eat, and then we're gonna go walk around and go to a bar maybe. Like at that point, if someone stops me and says what time, cool. But like if I'm trying to get to work or trying to get somewhere and I'm moving and somebody's like, excuse me, can you tell me the time? It's gonna be a look. I may not say go fuck yourself, but it's gonna be the look that says go fuck yourself.
when they don't know like how to get to the lower avenues versus the higher avenues, you just point them in the right direction. It's really not that big of a deal. Like no one cares.
Yeah, that stuff is different. Yeah. Directions, I don't mind.
There you go.
But if you come to New York, know one thing. If you're on the sidewalk and you want to stop and look in a window, move over and leave us space. Because if you block me as I'm going and to look in a fucking window to see like the Macy's Christmas shit, I'm going to be like, see the people standing in the crowd over there that are looking in the window? That's where you stand. You don't stop in the space we have to move to look at the window. So.
You ever check out Crypto Dogs, Brooklyn? You ever check out Crypto Dogs, Brooklyn?
Which one?
Crypto Dogs.
No? What is that?
It's like a hot dog place that has like a little whatchamacallit, like a speakeasy hideaway bar that you go through a phone booth to get to.
Oh, that's a new place to take the girl. I'm gonna look it up. Thanks, brother. I'll definitely go check it out.
I think there's 2 locations.
Do you know who the mod on duty is? We wanted to
you guys should
take the
unmute
leash off
Demog.
of Demog.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, I think Mike had a question for him. Want to see?
Yeah.
I can
Yeah, I
answer.
just want to, just.
Okay. All right. I have unleashed him up.
All right. Thanks.
Yeah, wait, he's not talking to himself? Wow.
Yo, Demok, how's it going?
What up?
Hey. So do you remember what my question was?
I don't think you do.
Oh, I very much remember what my question was.
You guys have 15 of them.
Well, I really just had one. I just wanted to know what lab successfully showed all the phenomenon being explained by a flat Earth model.
What's the phenomenon?
Like well, sunset for one. We have
there's no such thing.
There's no such thing as sunset.
Yeah, and I wouldn't call what happens every day before we were born and after we die a phenomenon. I'd say that's what's going to happen till we die and when the next people are born. So there's no reality is not a phenomenon.
So maybe you just don't understand what I mean by phenomena. I mean, like our observations of space, our observation.
You're not observing space anywhere. You're observing air right in front of your face, and that's about it, bud.
What happens when we look?
Everything else weird.
What happens when we look up with a telescope?
I don't know what the fuck you're doing. I don't know what you imagine. There's no stars up there. What are you looking at? All black stuff?
Have you
between the air molecules?
Well, hold on. I don't mean to grab the mic, but this is the first time and the only time I've ever talked to Demok.
I was born. There was a place called your great grandpas went to, correct? You fucking retards. And you all been spoon-fed some fucking garbage. Did you have any other choice other than the one garbage line they fed you? Earth this, ball. Now shut the fuck up and quit asking for dumb shit. If you want to go to a lab with me and we'll have a demonstration off without any ifs, ands, or fucking buts, I don't got no gravity in my model. I don't got no phenomenon, motherfucker. Only physical attributes of what's really going to happen in fucking reality that I can demonstrate. Same with you with your ball. You'll get a 3D ball and you'll come up with all the reasons why your ball can't do shit while I'm putting water on my Earth and showing you that it's not spilling and it's equidistant, equipotential, so I beat you there. Then I'll show you that I can just build up a little water on that flat surface. I beat you there.
So you must be really tired of saying the same thing over and over again, because I've listened to what you say for almost a year now.
A side view of everything too. That proves flat Earth with a horizontal reference along my screen, the whole screen left to right, our whole fucking reality of existence.
While on Earth,
yeah,
or like
sitting right on Earth with a horizontal, the horizon. Yeah, I'm going to draw a line above it. Then you and your buddy go out there in my field of view and go play your fucking ball games, and we'll see which one of you are around a curve anytime. I'll never see it. Yeah, you'll keep jumping around, and my buddy's 10 miles away from me along this horizontal line.
Demok, this is a really long-winded way to answer my question. So what lab?
I just told you my proof right now. Where your globe?
What
Where's
lab?
Your globe demonstration in a lab.
What lab
I can put
has
moving water.
explained
I can
all
show you a
things.
tide on a flat surface.
So okay, all right,
Hello.
you're not
I'm
answering
trying
my
to
question.
tell you what I can do in a lab. You're not listening. Something's
No,
wrong
I'm
with your
asking you
fucking ears.
what lab has it
Shut
been
the
done
fuck
in?
up, you retard. Everywhere is my lab.
Everywhere is your
Everywhere is
lab.
physical
Okay.
reality is physical reality.
Okay, so
Nothing gonna happen different outside than happens outside.
Okay, but no
Fucking retard. Controlled
qualified.
variables are outside.
Holy
Reality.
shit, dude.
Physics.
What do you think
Yeah,
you're
we know
winning?
this is hard for
Do
you,
you think
dumb
you're
fuck.
winning, Demok? Is this how
Flat
you win?
surface beats you every time.
Is this
no
how you
ifs,
think you
ands, or
win?
buts. No procession. We put a full coast pendulum on it. It does what it does.
You don't
Put
understand.
a full coast
The
pendulum on your ball, which you won't
don't
allow.
understand.
You
He
won't
No,
put
allow
I
a
a
understand.
normal
No,
ball in
I
a lab.
understand, Demok.
He
Now
put a
we're in a
fan
lab
on
anywhere
water
you
in a
want.
piece
I'm
of
in my house.
Tupperware,
You're in your
and
house.
he
I'll
thinks
meet
he
you
made
there.
tides.
Wherever
That's
you
what he
want to
thinks
be the
tides are.
lab, give me the
He put a-
address.
he put a
We'll
One
do a
second,
flat
Demok.
bird
Demok, one
flow
second. One
demonstration.
second, Demok. One
Why
second.
are you?
1 second, Demok. You
Jesus
see why
Christ.
I had him on mute?
Yeah. Well, of course I do. I know Demok. I know of him and his inability to control himself. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. This isn't new to me. It's just I haven't talked to him before, and I really just wanted to, because like he always talks about show me in a lab where this is done, and then I ask him what lab his model has been proven in. And then he says the whole world is my lab, and that's just not an answer. That's just not a qualified answer.
You need to ask the.
He once told me that he put a fan on a water in a tub and he made the tides. So
fucking A.
like,
Fucking A.
Yes.
yes. That's his lab.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, that is
Oh
so.
my god.
You know, when I was a kid, I went to like the Museum of Science or something. It was some kind of a science museum, and they recreated a tornado inside of like a tube, like a big tube. So me being a kid, I went and it was like, oh, you need like warm, dry air with wet or moist or humid, cold air or whatever to create the specific needs for a tornado. So what I did was I went home, I went into my bedroom, I took a glass of water and pointed a fan at it, and then pointed a fan going the other way, and I was like, is this gonna make a tornado? I feel like I was a child, like I was like maybe 5 or 6 years old, and that's what I feel like. That's what I feel like.
Understand? Demok is still in 5th grade.
So that's what all flat earthers are saying. Oh, we do the science, right? Those are our experiments, dude. That's like the exact. Like that's what I think of.
Demok is still in 5th grade. He said this.
But
oh my god.
But if you really think about it, Dumak is amazing. He is like a free energy machine. He cannot stop talking.
How do we harness this? We can solve so many problems.
He's the low hanging fruit that keeps on.
Like
even lower than
if you unmute him, he just keeps on going like boom, boom,
like
boom.
saying the same thing over and over again too. It's like, dude, like take a break, dude. Find something new to say.
He can't. It will mentally break him.
I wonder if he does he have a job? Like I wonder if he goes to work like sweeping the floors and at the high school, thinking he's gonna walk by a
I don't think he's allowed
to solve it.
Let's unmute Dumak and ask him what fuels him.
What fuels him?
What does he take?
Do you mind if we have one more shot at the big dog on the leash?
Well, he says he talks about balls with little kids, so maybe he is a fucking janitor at an elementary school. Maybe it all fits.
Like that's all he mumbles. Well, like his entire spiel is what he mumbles under his breath as the kids walk by.
I see Demok, a tall, lanky guy with a beard, with a constant cigarette hanging out of his mouth that's not lit, while talking to little kids. That's how I picture it.
About Earth curves.
Being like, I don't see any globes in this lab.
That's how I picture him.
Can you speak Dumakinese
needs
again?
a container.
Earth globe. Lol. Stupid idiot fucking flat earthers don't know labs.
What do you think, Omni?
About what?
What can we give him one more shot?
Okay, I'll do it.
All right, I'll let other people. I got out of him what I needed to, but I mean, I'll jump in if I think of something.
I'm a fan of the Drunk Debunk show, so if you want the Democ, you can have the Democ.
All right, I'll take the Democ. All right, Democ, how's it going? You take a breath.
It's going good if we can stand in whatever lab you pick the address to, and I'll have my flat, non-rotating surface next to me, and you'll have your ball next to you, and we'll do all the Foucault's pendulum and all the experiments on it that you claim happen on a ball, and we'll see which one matches reality, which really happens. No bias, no making shit up, no saying, oh, we need gravity and all this other dog shit, because that's what you guys do. You just make up shit before you ever prove it. You just automatically just have it, and it automatically just stops you from doing anything. So what we're going to do is, that's why I said the whole Earth's my lab, without being biased.
All right, so let's go there.
Don't expect him to finish
How
a
would
sentence.
we figure anything out as the first two
You need
humans?
to attack.
No, listen, hold on, I didn't finish. We're the first two humans
Clearly.
on Earth. We want to figure everything out, and there's no other people, no NASA, no none of that shit. We're in
the
a
first
fucking
few
lab.
humans on the Earth?
How do we demonstrate or know what ball or flat things do? How do we know? We're just born. We're just gonna, me and you. We're the only. There's no other fucking. There's no news. There's no media. None of it.
Well, sunset and star rotations would be huge pointers that we're not on a flat Earth and that we're on an Earth of some kind of a different shape.
Okay, well, stay with me here.
But
Cupid.
you will
We
just
got a
born.
ball and a flat surface, guys. Hold on, you've already failed. You've already failed, little guy.
Oh.
We got a ball. You and I.
I'm actually
and a
quite
flat
large. I'm
surface.
6'3".
You
I'm
want
actually
to
shorter than Liz
declare-
Rhetoric.
Yeah, everything but everything. Okay, ignorant. So you want to declare everything's ball and all this shit? No. You have a ball in front of you. Prove with that ball what the same thing that happens outside that happens on that sphere. And I'll prove the same thing that happens on my stationary, not moving plane happens in reality outside the same way it can happen on my stationary, not moving plane. Like how a lake, a tide, a river, an ocean
Holy
can
shit!
all
Can
work
I
on a stationary
respond? You don't have
but
to
you're gonna say
explain
the wrong
every
thing
single word
about
that you're
nothing,
saying.
right? So you're next to me, right?
Yeah, I get it. I'm
got
next
a
to
ball.
you. I'm next to you with a
You got a
ball,
pistol in both of us.
holy fuck! Are you done?
Stay with me here, kid.
Kid? Oh, because
We got a
you're
pendulum,
old as
right?
fuck living in your mother's
Oh,
basement.
I
My
got a
bad.
Foucault's pendulum. You got a ball. I got a flat plane.
Sure, and I know my latitude, and I can verify my latitude with the Foucault's pendulum.
No, you don't. We were just born not too long ago. We don't know shit.
Good
We
job,
know
Mike.
nothing.
Okay, then
We're gonna figure out what a ball does or a flat plane, a spinning ball versus a flat plane. What are the attributes of these two? So if you believe you're on this thing should demonstrate in reality what this thing does. Now you
Yeah.
see what happens on this ball. Now you go outside and you do something and you say, damn, that doesn't match what just happened on this sphere. Now
Why?
let's do it on a flat surface. Doesn't matter, you weird fuck. So we do it on the flat
It
surface.
doesn't
and we
matter. What do
see
you
it
mean?
does match.
That's the
It
whole thing
does
is
match
why?
the non-moving
why?
stationary flat surface that I did my cat toy on, because I keep moving it with my finger. And then I can move it when I want at the rate that I want to keep ticking it and ticking it and ticking it. And then I'll write down all I want and you'll say, damn, you live on a globe. And I'll say, no, this is clearly a flat fucking surface with a Foucault's pendulum not doing shit for a ball because this thing's not moving or processing. So the cat toy's doing what it does in reality. No ifs, ands, or buts.
you're kind of all over the place here because
No, you're all over the place. You automatically said you know something. I
What
told you
the
we
fuck,
don't
dude?
know
I've gotten
anything.
5 words in.
We
How can I
don't
be
know
all over the
anything,
place?
weirdo.
So
we don't know anything.
So Demok, if we don't,
everybody
if
else
we,
all over the place, and you think you're flying through the universe at a million miles per hour in different
We have
directions
a
at the same
ball and a
time.
flat surface. Where do you start with the Foucault?
That's-
Your ball's
so
spinning. What do you do?
we don't start
You're
with
all
the
over the
Foucaults.
place.
We start with observing the things around us and how our environment acts.
Yeah,
right?
we're gonna observe on this ball. No, we don't know what our environment is yet.
We don't know
We
if
don't
it.
know
We
if
don't,
our
okay,
environment's this
so
other way.
Demok, shut the fuck up for 2 milliseconds.
You
Jesus
don't know
Christ.
what your environment is. You're trying to see, does your
Yes,
environment
exactly.
match
No
my
way.
surface?
No, is that what I just said,
My
Demok? Oh, no way.
demonstration.
I think that's what I just said. So shut the
where are
fuck
you
up and let
putting
me
your
talk.
string?
Holy shit. Demok.
Where are you putting your cat toy?
Demok, are you done? Can I talk? Please.
You are talking.
So what we're doing, Demok, is you and I, we have no idea what shape the Earth is, and that's our goal as the only 2 people on Earth. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for the 5th time.
Okay, so we don't know if it's flat, round, triangular, the shape of a fucking orangutan for all I give a shit.
Right, no
So what we're
assumptions.
doing
Yeah, no
is
assumptions at all.
correct.
That means
Okay,
you get a
so what
ball
we can
and I get a
do.
flat surface. Now we start.
Holy
Go
shit!
ahead.
Yeah, I get it.
Holy
Okay,
shit!
so
Not
what we
being able to
do
pay
is we
attention to detail.
observe. We
You meth head
observe.
motherfucker. Can you pay attention to detail? You got your ball. I got a flat surface now.
No,
What?
why?
Go ahead.
Why do we have a? You're going back to at
You
this
want to know
point
what
a
a
false
ball does? You
dichotomy.
need a ball for that, don't you? You don't know what you're on. You
No,
dumb
you
weird
don't need a
bitch.
ball.
Now you're
Because we're
acting
trying
like
to.
you know what you're on.
We're trying
You
to
weird cunt.
observe
Erase
what
that
we're
from
on,
this fucking display.
whether it's flat
You
or
do
whether
not
it's
have a clue of
triangular,
what you're
whether
on.
it's.
So now you have a ball in front of you. What's it
Why
gonna
do
do?
we have to have a ball?
That's what you need to know what a ball does, you dumb bitch.
Okay, so then if I have a
gonna have a
ball, I
flat
also have a
surface to know what
pyramid.
a flat surface does, right?
I have a
I'm gonna
frisbee.
have a
I
flat
also
surface to know what a
holy
flat
shit,
surface
dude.
does. Holy shit, you
Holy.
fucking weirdo.
You
I'm
don't
gonna have a flat
I'm
surface,
the
weird
weirdo.
bitch. There's
I'm
no
the
why
weirdo.
here. There's no why, weirdo. Little kid, pay attention. You got a ball, weirdo. What's a ball
Why
do?
does it
Show
have
us.
to be a ball? We're trying to figure
Why do
out
you
what
have
the
to
shape
live
of
on
the
a
earth is.
ball?
Wait, we don't
Why do you
know if
think
it's a
you live on a
ball,
ball?
a triangle.
Why do
We
you
don't know
believe in
what it
balls
is.
then? Why do you think you know what a ball does? Why? Who told you this? Why did you come to the conclusion of a ball without a ball? You
How do you
fucking weird bitch. What do you even
We're
mean?
talking about the
You're not
hypothetical
making any sense
situation
here.
where you and I are
You
sitting
are
next to
not
each other
following
trying to
clearly.
figure out what the shape of
What
the
does
earth
the
is.
ball
So you
do in
couldn't
our
figure out
lab?
the shape
We are
of
the
the
first two
different
humans. We are humans. So
You
in the
you you
attribute of a
can't even
ball
keep you can't
versus
even
the
keep up
attribute
with
of
your
not
own
a ball.
hypothetical. You can't
Yeah,
even keep up with your
This
the
is
moment
not
the moment you
hypothetical.
reference
This
a
is
benchmark and
reality.
you're measuring
We're gonna find
elevation,
out
your
physics. We're the
your
first two
chord is
scientists.
bending. So you can't figure out if anything's you can't figure out the shape of anything because everything
Not
bends
have
in
no
your model.
comparison, no reference.
Oh, I'm gonna make a straight line. Oh, whoops, it's bending. It's not straight. Can't measure shit. Everything's bending.
So we got a ball and a flat
Oh,
table.
cool.
Are
What?
you ready to go out lab me? Show me how your ball can have a lake neck on it that's sitting still next to a running river and an ocean. While it's spinning, can you demonstrate this? I'll use my flat surface, you use your ball. If that's not good for you, you want to make excuses for your ball, bitch, and you want to run, then I'll still outdo you because I know how to do a string that does whatever I want it to by making my machine on it that I can put on here and make it click and do what I want. Now,
And show me
you
how
get
to
your
summarize.
ball,
Wait. I have
and
to
you
wait.
can get a ball, and you
I
can
really wish I
spin it
could clip that.
around, and you can make your
I have
guy
a
push the
string that I
string.
put a thing on that I can make
Yeah,
click
can
whenever
you
I
post a
want.
picture of
Yeah,
your
you
Flat
can
Earth.
put the
machine?
same thing on your gear.
I
Post
am
a picture of
sold.
your machine.
You're not listening.
Post a picture of your machine.
You're not
Post a
listening. You
picture of
can
your
put the
machine.
same thing on your
Post a
sphere.
picture
You
of your
can put the
machine.
little school on there. Put the
I want
little
you to post a
camera with
picture
the
of your
little
machine,
cat toy like you guys have in
Emos.
reality,
I'm begging you,
supposedly.
please,
Somewhere on this ball,
please
you have
post
a
a picture of
building
your machine.
with a string in it and a
I'm
weight.
begging
Do you
you.
not? You're
I'm
going to put that
begging
on
you
a
to
ball
post a picture of your
spinning.
machine.
Now you're going to have
I'm
your little
begging you.
machine in
Post a
there
picture
that's
of your
moving it.
machine.
Your machine's going to be in
Post a
that little
picture of your
building. You're going to
machine.
make a little one. It's going to
I'm
move your
begging you.
fucking cat string. Now we're going to spin the ball up that it's actually on, and it's going to show you how that ball's processing according to what you know for a fact because you're the real fucking human observing the rotation amount of this bitch. So you'll have a real comparison to what a real ball do. Now, I'll have a flat earth without a mechanism and spin the cat toy, and the cat toy will do what it does and then stop. Right? No mechanism. That's what I'd like to do in reality. But you guys put a mechanism on yours. So now take away the mechanism you fucking hate. We'll eliminate that globe mechanism, right?
You mean
Take that
the
mechanism
magnets
now.
that just
Put your
keep it
now. Hey,
spinning?
you don't want the mechanism, right? You're all against it. I'm with you. Now get your ball. We're both next to each other. You got a building and a string and a fucking weight.
Demok, how many
Spin the
teeth do you
building
have?
and string and a weight. Now, what about this ball's lying to you?
I
Why
can
is this
while
sphere
listening to you
lying to
talk,
you?
I'm
Why are you guys
counting
declaring the
3
sphere
teeth
to
in
be
your
a
mouth.
liar?
I'm counting 3 teeth in your mouth. Do you not
My
trust
flat
dentists?
table's not lying.
How many
It's
fake teeth
stationary. It's
versus
not
real
lying.
teeth?
Stick to the
My
subject,
spinning
globe
ball is
card.
a
Are you
spinning
not
ball.
listening? You're talking
No,
about teeth.
Why are you
he's talking
declaring a
about
spinning ball
cat
not a spinning
toys or
ball,
some
guys?
shit. Like I
Stupid
don't
fuck. We're
and
talking about Earth,
mechanisms.
the thing you
Why
don't
are
have
you
Like
evidence
if
eliminating
he,
of.
the physics
what
of a
I'm
Stop
ball?
talking about
gathering
his
is
mouth.
holy
You have
shit.
oral fixation. Stop
Stop talking about his mouth. We're talking
Well,
about.
I mean, I would like a little bit of a gun job, if you know what I'm talking about. But
Awesome.
so hear me out, right? So he's talking about a cat toy. I'm assuming he means the Foucault
Your full
pendulum.
cult
Is that
pendulum,
correct?
your full cult.
Okay. All right, so Foucault's pendulum. There is actually a few demonstrations of a Foucault pendulum that spins on its own for 45 minutes with no mechanism.
Me and you, only earther. Where'd you get that claim? How would you even know what they do on a ball, you dumb fuck? That's what we're asking you. We're starting at step one. How do you know what a pendulum does on a spinning ball without being biased and just making it up?
We would have to make up. We would have to make the hypothesis.
For a pendulum and a ball.
Holy shit, dude! We would have to. Can I answer your question? Can I answer your question?
Right, you don't have one.
Can I answer your question?
Get a cat toy. Get a spinny ball.
Who's this fucking guy? Shut up, dude! Like this is me and Demok, dude. Like chill. I don't need another Demok.
No, dude, this isn't a one-on-one conversation. You're in a public space. Welcome.
Okay, then stop interrupting me as I'm trying to talk to Demok. Then Jesus Christ. So
you're having trouble. You're not comprehending. You need to be educated on how Foucault's pendulums work on a ball.
I know exactly how. That's not what we're talking about. Is how they work. Demok thinks that if we're trying to figure out what shape the Earth is, then you don't start with Foucault's pendulum.
You got dirt and hills and bumps outside that aren't a shape. Now, do you know what one does on a real sphere?
Holy shit, dude! We're trying to figure out. We're starting at square one, like you said. Like you said, we're starting at square one.
Yeah, ball.
Rotation isn't even in the
we're going to use the ball, the thing you don't want to do yet. Get a ball, and you're not
right because we don't know what shape the Earth is, whether it's flat, whether it's a shape of a kangaroo.
How to prove a ball with a ball. Now,
you're going to demonstrate that.
Okay,
so
what have you proven so far? Flat Earth is king.
Get a ball, then demonstrate that Foucault's pendulum doesn't work how you think it does on a ball. Boom.
Exactly.
So what? How do you? What do you think? Okay, so no. Okay, Demok, I'm done talking to you. Can we mute him? Can we mute him? I want to talk to this fucking guy over here.
8 million times.
Can we mute Demok?
How does any Glober know what a
Shut
ball
the fuck up, Demok. Shut up, dude. I'm done with you. You're done.
You're done with observation?
No, I'm done with talking to a complete fucking moron.
We're done with the method. We're done with the method.
The guy who won't out-flat me. You've proven flat Earth. You're the globe moron.
Oh yeah, I've proven flat Earth by trying to keep you on topic.
Yeah,
I got you. Okay,
nothing. I've done everything on my flat Earth to prove
okay, I muted
you. Prove sunrise and sunset on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I can't hear him anymore. So I'm going to talk to what's your name? I can't read. Jesse. Ooh, Jesse. All right, Jesse.
I'll just talk to Demok then. You see how these guys don't even know what a fucking cat toy is? They're literally curious what
they don't know what elevator suns do
either. So Jesse, what I want to know is your understanding of the Foucault's pendulum, what it measures, and how it works.
Neither do you. You don't have a ball.
Yeah, they need to get a ball.
You need a ball to know that.
Why do we have to have a ball?
Because you're claiming that Earth is a ball, dumbass.
So what you're telling me by not answering my question is that you don't know what a Foucault's pendulum is or what it measures. Is that correct?
So how would you know what a ball does? Answer that.
You just call it a cat toy because you're just trying to avoid not knowing what it is.
Moving. So how would you know what a ball, toy, cat toy, Foucault's pendulum does on a ball? How would you ever get that reference?
He doesn't know. He's imagining things.
So
I can't hear what Demok's saying because I turned him down because I can't handle him anymore. I'm talking to you now, Jesse.
The room. You need to not disrupt the room.
I need to not disrupt the room. You're telling me not to disrupt the room when Demok can't shut the fuck up for 5 seconds.
Now you guys are going to talk at the same time. You need to not do that.
That's not a me problem. So Jesse, what is a Foucault's pendulum and what does it measure?
Sad you don't know. Sad you don't know these things. You go read up on it. Ask your Globers to teach you about it.
I can only imagine Demok's just talking stupid shit right now.
Sad they didn't teach you anything, buddy. What? You're dumb. You keep asking dumb questions. Go get some answers. You need answers.
Can you please turn up Demok so this isn't boring?
No, I'm talking to Jesse now. I'm done talking to Demok.
No, you need to turn up, please.
Okay, hold on. All right. I'll turn you up, but Demok, you have to answer my question of what does a pendulum Foucault's pendulum measure and how does it work? All right, go ahead.
There is no question, brother. We start out in the outside. We have a ball.
Holy shit. Okay, he's not answering my question. Okay, Jesse.
You're the one that doesn't want to fucking participate.
Because I can't hear him anymore.
You just said you were going to one-on-one me with a demonstration and beat me with a ball.
What's wrong?
Now you won't even participate in the fucking demonstration.
Yeah,
this is sad. Will any Glober be good enough to participate with a ball versus flat off? Real physics? No excuses. You have to make excuses, right? You just have to know things when you're born. Me and you're just born and we know everything's this stuff. You're pretty fucking weird. You got a mental problem in your head. You think you weren't taught how to talk or an ABC.
Beautiful. Thank you. All right, Jesse.
Oh, thanks,
Omni.
I can
Jesse,
hear
your
my
turn.
thoughts.
What does a Foucault's pendulum measure, and how does it work?
I see what's going on here.
Jesse. Hello.
He's pretending to be DMOG now.
Oh, he's pretending to be muted.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
That's what losers do. If they can't answer the question, then they have to run away. Like it's such a simple concept of what the Foucault's pendulum is. If you're going to call it a cat toy, then and mock the experiment, then you must know everything that goes on with the Foucault's pendulum, like what it is.
Yeah, you would think that, but suddenly the cat has his tongue, and so I'm not sure how to interpret that.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe he actually grew a brain cell, and he's like, oh wait, maybe I should shut the fuck up.
I mean, it's not explaining it, so clearly he must agree.
All right, I'll tell you how the Foucault's pendulum works, Jesse. Okay, so the Foucault's pendulum is a free swinging pendulum, very large. It's very heavy, very large. What are we talking about? Like 40. The string itself is what 40 feet. It can be, and you have to have a very large area to do this to swing it, right? So we're gonna go with what you do is you take for the example I'm going to give now is actually a YouTube video. You can look at it. They pull the pendulum back inside of a building so that wind won't be a factor. So what they do is they pull the pendulum back and then they tie it to, like, let's say a railing with a piece of string. Okay. So,
glove cards,
dude. You're okay. So you're talking. Okay.
Yo, glove tard. You find Earth curve yet?
Can you pick up where I left off with the explanation of how
Did you find Earth curve yet?
Okay. All right. So I was hoping to have a bit of a more intelligent conversation with you, Jesse.
Dude. Are you seriously such a kitty cat that you can't answer my question?
Okay. So
I asked you, did you find Earth curve?
Okay. Well, I'm going to continue. I'm going to lower your volume as well. And then once I'm done talking about what the Foucault's pendulum is, I'll turn it back up so you can respond.
He's turning people down. Glover,
so then what you do is so that pushing
down.
The pendulum could skew the measurement. So what you do is you actually
don't have
burn
a ball yet.
the string that's holding the pendulum up. So then there's no interaction at all with it. It's just falling at its own will. Okay, so let's say you measure the swing of it, every time it hits the ground or touches the ground, it leaves a mark. So what you do is over time, let's say 45 minutes of time, it'll leave marks in a depending on what hemisphere you're in, either clockwise or a counterclockwise way. And what you do is you actually measure over 45 minutes the angle of those of the skewing of the drawings on the floor. And then that way you plug it into an equation and you can find your exact latitude, give or take some margin of error. Okay, so now that you understand how the Foucault's pendulum works, you can now tell me exactly how it works as well. So go ahead and tell me how Foucault's pendulum works.
You are being very disruptive when you turn people down. You need to not do that. Grow up, snowflake.
Okay, I'll listen to a mod and not to you. So go ahead and tell me how a Foucault's pendulum works and why why.
You need to not join spaces and then turn people down like a snowflake.
I'm not a snowflake.
You are a snowflake. Look at your profile.
Jesse, real quick, are you willing to engage with him about the Foucault's pendulum?
He's turning me down mid-conversation, Omnivore.
But you're not talking about the Foucault's pendulum. I am. We're trying to stay on topic.
I'm modeling for clarity. Hold on.
Wait, Omnivore, is this your friend from politics? Is this another globetard?
I don't know him save by his YouTube. So no, I don't know him from politics. But I'm modding for clarity. Are you willing to engage with him on Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah, I was until he turned me down.
Okay, so we are okay. So
you a video of Foucault's in chat.
Okay, go ahead.
So we're gonna go back and forth on Foucault's pendulum. So the question was, Jesse, do you understand what it measures? I think was where we were at.
Yeah. Measures forces.
That measures what?
Forces.
Which forces?
Well, the cause-effect relationship is yet to be observed.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
I just did, bitch.
Okay, because
what observing Earth curve when you're fucking looking at a pendulum? You're an idiot.
No, that's not okay. So you don't know what it's measuring. Okay, maybe I should have been a little bit more clear.
The distance to the center of the Earth is changing because Earth is an oblate spheroid. The distance to the center is changing. That's why there's a difference to the rate of rotation on the Earth's surface. You say that the closer you are to the center, the faster or the slower you're spinning.
What? First off, I didn't say any of that. None of this has to do with the
you don't know why the Foucault pendulum processes. Yeah, you're a dumbass. Good job, dude. I'm teaching you your model. Good job.
So what do you think the Foucault's pendulum actually measures?
No, now I'm teaching you stupid shit. So your model is an oblate spheroid. You claim that the center of gravity is at the center of a ball. You claim that the closer you get to the north, your distance to the center changes. This is why you say that every latitude there's a deviation to the precession, the swing of the pendulum. Yes. But you are yet to identify the cause. You say the cause is something like a ball. You're on a rotating ball.
So all you're observing you understand that it's not
all you're observing is the deviation of the precession. See, I'm teaching you now. You need to shut the fuck up, dude. Now I'm educating you on your stupid model.
Okay, well, I'm trying to correct you where you're wrong.
No, you're not correct at all.
It's not measuring gravity. It's measuring.
You did not observe the cause-effect relationship.
It's measuring the Coriolis.
You did not observe the cause-effect relationship. You did not confirm that you're on a ball. You did not observe the force being caused by a ball spinning. Stupid fuck.
Yeah, there's exactly because it's
no,
incredibly
you don't observe
consistent.
A ball, dude. You observe your own reference frame. Your own reference frame. You're too small to see any sphericity of the Earth. Stupid fuck.
Well, thank you for understanding that. That's why we, when we look out, we don't see a
no, you're an idiot. I don't want to
curvature.
talk to globetrotters like you. Go back to wherever you came from. Politics, I don't know.
So then, Jesse, educate us. How does it work on a flat plane? How a Foucault's pendulum? No, stop. I'm talking.
I'm answering your question.
Let me finish. How does it work if we're on a flat plane? How is there perpetual motion? Explain that. Because if there's no motion of the Earth, then the pendulum should stop swinging at some point.
Yeah, there's forces. There's forces acting on. There's forces acting on the pendulum.
It would swing back and forth evenly. It wouldn't deviate. It would eventually stop swinging because of gravity pulling it down.
So you have a model. You think that if you make a model that the model works, you're observing that the model could work. If that were the case, that is not observing a direct cause-effect relationship. You should know the difference before you just affirm globe like a retard everywhere.
Okay, so if we ran the Foucault's pendulum experiment 20 times at each latitude
you try
line,
to act like I don't understand Foucault's pendulum, but I do.
Yeah,
You're
no,
an
you
idiot.
don't, because you think
I'm
that
telling you that you
just told me that it's measuring gravity
when you observe a
and
deviating pendulum. I'm telling you, you're not observing Earth curve when you observe.
You're not observing Earth curve with a pendulum. See, you think
that's the point.
Your confidence in being so wrong is incredible. You need to be in history books.
Curvature with a pendulum, and you're not. You're observing forces acting on a string. You're not observing Earth curve. Know the difference.
It's the same measurement every time it's done.
You don't know the difference between a string and
you know the difference. It's not the back and forth. It's not the back and forth motion that's important. It's not the back and forth motion that is important. It is the precession.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's the precession that is important, not the back and forth motion.
There's nothing important about your pendulum. You're full of shit.
The fact that it works? Yeah, that's all. The fact that it works.
Not important.
Consistently.
The fact that it works
every
is
time
important.
it's done, it works.
In this Discord today.
Yeah, the
That's
fact
not
that it works and gives you your latitude, yeah, that's not important. The fact that it shows that the Earth is rotating, not important. Then the fact
No,
that
you
there's
don't know
all evidence.
your latitude at every latitude.
Actually, it does. Every
perfectly.
latitude. Every
No, you
latitude is
don't know
charted
that.
at.
You don't know that.
Every latitude. Every
No,
latitude is
because you
charted.
guys claims
Yep.
that things can affect the precession of your pendulum,
Every latitude
depending
is
on how
charted at.
close it is to a mountain or anything stupid.
Nope.
Well, that's
Yes,
why
yes,
very,
you do
very
claim
small
that
effect.
happens. You also claim that that an eclipse can affect the precession.
No. That's your claim,
Yes,
not
you
ours.
do. There is a
The Elias
study that
effect
shows
is not noticed.
that an eclipse can in fact affect.
Oh no, the eclipse
precession of
has
a
nothing to
pendulum.
do with this. The Elias effect
Yes,
is
it does.
bogus. Nope, Elias
Well,
effect is
okay,
bogus.
so there's a scientific paper,
Jesse
there's a
read a
scientific
headline
paper that
one
says that they did
time
an experiment
and didn't read into
Shut
the
fuck
article.
up, Wilbur, I'm in the middle of talking. So there's an
The Elias
experiment,
effect is
natural citation,
bogus.
where they observed direct cause-effect relationship
The
of
Elias
the
effect is
eclipse
bogus. Observed once,
causing
never
the
observed again.
deviation of the precession, and your
One
pendulum.
time.
It's
One
so
time, one
all the
experiment
pseudoscience
doesn't
comes
make
from your article.
it. One time, one
You have
experiment deviation doesn't make it true. Sorry.
globe curve pseudoscience.
Nope. Globe curve is proven science.
So,
No.
but the Foucault's pendulum again is not proving Earth curve, dude.
That's globe
Earth
evidence.
curve has nothing to do with the Foucault's pendulum. Nothing.
Correct. But that's
That's
another
what I'm
issue.
saying all the time, dude.
What?
It has to do with the rotation, though, doesn't it?
It has to do with measuring movement.
Yeah, therefore not globe.
Yes, globe. The only way to explain it is globe.
What do you
Oh my
mean?
God, you dumb fuck.
Therefore,
That's
not
the
The only way to explain. The only way to explain. The only way. I was talking in the middle, but go ahead and interrupt me for a while. The only way to explain the multiple of the focal pendulums on Earth is that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, you think you're getting closer to the center of the Earth, which you've never observed. You've never been there.
No, what do you mean closer to the center of the Earth? No, closer to the axis of rotation.
Closer to the center.
If you can
No, closer to the axis of rotation,
If you
perhaps.
can measure movement, how do you measure no movement?
You guys are silly.
Well, you can use a Foucault's pendulum and swing it back and forth. If it stays on the same path, if it stays on the same path, it doesn't deviate. Then there you go, no movement.
Get out your Ouija board and contact Bob Nodell and ask him about the 15 degrees he knows.
Yeah, you like Superman, but you're
So
not.
if a pendulum's moving, that's a measurement of no movement.
Well, maybe you could have just explained why we don't see an issue with whenever we measure our latitude on Earth, that it does agree with our model. Can you explain that?
No, you haven't verified that claim at all.
Yes, we have. Every focal
No, you
pendulum.
haven't.
Quick
Yes, we have.
note.
No, you have not.
Every
Jesse is
focal
not a
pendulum.
flat earther. He just likes to fight like
pendulum at every latitude, confirming that it is going to deviate at the rate that it should.
Yes, we do. Every focal
not have-
pendulum built
No, you don't.
confirms that. Every focal
don't
pendulum
have-
confirms that. They even did one at the South Pole, and guess what? They got the 24-hour rotation they should have.
They even did one at the South Pole. You're
Yep,
such
South
a
Pole.
fantasizer.
They also
Nope, not fantasized, written in the literature.
Dude, they do the Foucaults, like they didn't just do it
Yeah, I
once
can tell you,
back hundreds of years or whatever, how long ago it was. Like it wasn't done just once. It's done many times, almost every day, and every time you get the same result.
Yeah, cat strings all around the world, not globes. Thank you.
There's actually one probably close to you. Tell me what city you live in. I bet you're not one. There's one not far away.
There's one in Boston. There's one in Boston at the Museum of Science.
Someone unmute Democ. It's not fair that like you guys mute.
Someone
the only
unmute
other
Democ.
person who
Right.
has
So,
argument.
someone unmute Democ. Someone unmute Democ so that he doesn't have to say anymore because he's tired of getting hammered. He wants Democ to be in here.
All right.
No,
Well, I gotta get going. Omni.
Point. You guys act oblivious.
You're
to the
getting
point that-
hammered. No, you're getting hammered. You have no proof. You have no evidence. All you have is no.
NASA,
Really quick.
hang on. NASA,
Really
hang
quick.
on.
Omni, thank you for having me. It
Get
was
the
nice
fuck out of here,
to actually
retard.
talk to
We
you.
already know your opinion. Get out.
Well, why don't you hop on
We
my
don't need
show
you to
tonight?
regurgitate your stupid.
Wait,
indoctrination.
I can't hear you, drunk.
Yeah,
Stop
Jesse, you're
regurgitating your
invited.
indoctrinations, please.
Jesse, you're invited onto my show tonight. I'm going to be live at 9:00 Eastern time, so I'll send you a Zoom link. Omni, thank you so much for having me. I got to get going, make dinner and stuff.
If you want me on, send me a link. I'll join. But anyway,
All right, sick. Love it. All right, bye guys.
Take care. Bye.
All right, see you, Mike.
Later, yeah, drunk guy talking about Foucault's pendulum. That's so entertaining.
Yeah,
I was watching a video with my coworker as Democ was complaining about it.
There's one nearby you. Go time it for a while. It'll confirm the Earth is rotating.
Yeah, you look at a string. You
I educated all my coworkers about it.
Again, it's not the back. It's not the back and forth motion that interests us. It's the precession.
What changes the rate of rotation, if you change the
rotation.
latitude, you say that the latitude is going to affect the rate of rotation because you're on a ball, and the closer you get to the north, you're getting closer to the center.
The closer to the center of rotation.
Your distance to the center changes.
To the center of rotation, that's correct.
The axis of rotation, yes.
Yeah, the top of the ball, you're spinning in a smaller circle.
I'll agree with his word.
I know I'm right. It's not hard to understand.
You're not right.
You guys just think that it means you're looking at Earth curve when you look at a string.
Actually, it means no, the precession, not the string. The precession of the pendulum is the important part.
Not Earth curve.
It has nothing to do with Earth curve. How many times do we have to tell you that?
You think it does? They're correlated. They're saying that the cause of the deviation is because they're on a sphere.
If you get multiple focal pendulums and look at them all together, you can surmise that the Earth is a sphere. It's the only way it works out. But an individual focal pendulum.
Do y'all enjoy this topic?
Your distance to the axis of rotation is irrelevant. It's actually your orientation relative to the axis of rotation. That's the thing that's changing. And on a flat surface, that doesn't happen.
I feel like the whole part of this whole
Jesse, do you want to bring us something that actually talks about flat Earth, or you want to complain only?
Yeah, I would love to just have some evidence for flat Earth for a change. Maybe we could get some of that. Like the experiment similar to the focal pendulum that shows there's no rotation, or maybe something similar to the Eratosthenes measurement that shows that the Earth is.
You idiot! Like you just asked me a question, and then you just keep
something like that, please. And we're waiting.
Fucking globetards can't conduct yourselves correctly.
Waiting for your experiment to show the
incredulity doesn't work as evidence for flat Earth. Also, name calling doesn't work as evidence. So
the guy
please
throwing
present
insults
us evidence.
is complaining.
M-Agent, I don't expect genuine conversation with you. There's so much hard work. There's so many delusions that we have to unfold with you.
Some evidence for the flat Earth.
So now are you complaining about your ability to do a walk?
Come on, just
you
some
don't
evidence.
Are you a lazy fuck?
You don't know the difference between observing.
Are you a lazy fuck?
Come on, Jesse. Where's the flat Earth experiment similar to the
everybody
focal
pendulum? That definitely helps. So M-Agent, you don't know the difference between observing the cause and just coming up with one.
No, that's your thing. You guys make up shit. In the meantime, though, I would really love the flat Earth, the flat Earth equivalent, the flat Earth equivalent, the flat Earth equivalent of the flat Earth equivalent of the Eratosthenes measurement would be really great.
Wait, NASA, can I have a second with Jesse? Jesse wants to talk about flat Earth experiments.
You cannot have
show us something about flat Earth.
No.
We are not talking about focus pendulum. This is experiment for people that understand stuff. Talk to us low level, like a true flat earther.
Once you can
tell us something like water stands.
I'm going to answer once you shut up. Oh God! Now this other guy wants to get in.
Doesn't water need a container?
Go ahead, everybody, get in before I can answer. That's fine.
Okay, come on. How about what's your evidence? Go. Something.
No. Let him answer. Let's all shut up and let him answer.
Nice. Yes, everyone shut up. I like that. Finally, a good idea.
Well, you're supposed to talk now.
You guys can't even absorb what the points I was bringing up when that drunk guy was in here. Have you accepted
you're bringing up when the drunk guy was here was dumb and wrong.
I'm saying the same thing, and you guys just don't understand, or you just don't accept. I don't know.
Come on, I want some evidence for the flat Earth.
Maybe Doofus understood what I was saying. Is he still here? No.
Are you going to talk about everything but the topic?
Yeah, he doesn't have any evidence for the flat Earth, apparently.
The topic, dude, I spoke about the topic. You heard me make my argument. That's why you're on knee-jerk trigger. So you can either try to comprehend what I said. Can you steel man what I told you? Who's the guy that just said that? Not NASA.
Earth flat. Must be flat. Therefore, Earth flat.
Can you steel man what I was talking
about? Have you found a new target? It seems like you've already been talking to folks. Why don't you just continue the conversation?
Can you steel man what I was saying? Were you listening?
I was still
I
man.
wasn't in the room at the beginning of your conversation.
All right.
How can
I don't
I
expect
steelman
NASA to be able to steel man because he's a
Earth
fucking idiot.
How can I steelman your position that you stated before I entered the room? What the fuck do you want me to do?
Yeah, well, I can tell you what it was. So they're saying that Foucault's pendulum is evidence that, like, you know, you change your latitude, it affects the deviation of the precession of the pendulum.
Okay, and what's your
Right.
response to their argument?
No.
They have not brought a Foucault's pendulum to every single latitude to observe
So
the
what?
exact corresponding.
Oh my
model.
God! How many do I have to bring you to?
NASA, let him finish. NASA, let him finish, man. Let him finish. Let him get his bullshit out. Go ahead, Jesse.
This isn't bullshit. Stop trying to poison the well with me. This is not bullshit. You have
We
not
all know
observed.
it's bullshit,
Hold on,
man.
let me see if I understand it correctly. I don't want to misrepresent you. Your argument is they have not tested every single angle, therefore it's not good evidence? I'm just trying to
You
make sure I
guys,
understand.
the people making the claim that it has been observed at every latitude, the right amount of deviation for an oblate spheroid, incorrect. You have not
that's correct.
confirmed. You have
Yes, we
not
have.
confirmed that a Foucault's
Can you
pendulum
just
at
answer
every
my question
latitude
as to whether
Every
I
will
Foucault pendulum built.
correspond to your oblate
Every
spheroid model.
Foucault pendulum built has
False.
shown the correct amount of deviation.
That is
How many
false.
do we need? How many do we need in order to do this?
That
How
is
many?
false.
How many is every latitude? How many is every latitude?
Do you need every like
How many? Come
individual
on, tell me.
latitude, or do you
Tell
need
me how
like
many?
to
How
the,
many
to the
Foucault
tenth,
pen?
to the
How many
hundredth, to
Foucault
the
pendulums
thousandth?
would we need in order to satisfy you, Jesse? How many?
More than you got right now.
How many? No, give me a number.
More than you just talking about.
Oh, more than we got. So it's just it's a
You
matter
just
of it's
talking
a
about
hoop
a
thing.
fantasy. You have a
So it's a
fantasy.
hoop thing. If we built twice as many, you would still say it's not enough.
Fantasy.
Yeah, I just don't understand the argument, right? So I thought I accurately stated your position, then you never answered me as to whether or not I accurately stated your position. So
Multiple
first,
Globers trying to get in. Sorry, dude. Ask the question.
no, I just think you okay. Well, let's just get rid of the multiple globers. Okay, all the globers, all the evil globers. So your position is we have not tested every single degree at a pendulum could swing. Therefore, it's not good enough proof of the evidence of the globe. Am I understanding you correctly?
You have not observed the exact amount of deviation that you would need for an oblate spheroid at every
What is the
latitude.
exact amount of deviation that would be needed?
Go find out. That's your job now. Your geoid model can tell you that.
I'm sorry. You're saying not enough evidence has been provided, right? I'm asking you to place the goalposts so that people can attempt to score goals, right? I'm asking you, what is your standard of evidence? And you're telling me I need to research your standard of evidence?
Yeah, these guys are saying that the Foucault's pendulum is evidence of Earth being a globe, aka Earth's surface curving.
And you're saying it's not, right? You're saying it's not evidence.
I don't know. Do you think you see Earth's surface curving when you look at a pendulum?
No, I don't think that data or evidence has to look like the literal globe, right? I think more than a photograph or video
Right.
could
So
be
you did not
evidence because
observe.
we have
Yeah,
math, but I
you
want
did
you
not
to
observe the cause.
actually set a goalpost for folks to jump through. So, how much evidence would be needed of these pendulums in order for you to be convinced that the evidence is good evidence of the existence of a globe Earth?
You got to observe the cause effect relationship.
What would be required to do that?
Well, you got to observe that you're on a spinning ball.
Okay, so you're saying pendulums can't be evidence of a globe Earth because it doesn't literally show our globe in front of you, that it's a pendulum swinging and not the literal globe? Is that your argument?
Yeah, because you're not observing the cause, and the cause being your distance to the north. So at the equator, you have a greater circle of rotation.
Okay, so if I went and got a video
So the
of the
closer you get
Earth
to the North
spinning
Pole, that circle gets
from a
smaller and smaller.
satellite, would you say that's sufficient evidence because it shows the Earth as a globe and spinning? Or would you say that's like fake news?
Okay, here I go. I got to educate you. The equator, Earth rotation, 1,000 miles per hour or something. At the North Pole, the rotation is not 1,000 miles per hour. I don't know exactly. It's like 700 or somewhere. I don't know. Either way, yeah,
Strange that
the
you're
rate
not
of
addressing what I
rotation,
just said.
the rate of rotation slows down the closer you get to the North Pole.
Okay. I don't really care
Right.
because you said your standard of evidence is seeing the literal globe turn, and until you see the literal globe turn, you will not accept that the Earth is a globe. Is that correct?
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Is this normal course of business for this guy? Why does he have me on mute half the time?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, he's a dick. Yeah, he's a dick.
well, why
He's
can't
not
you
really he's not really a flat earther.
Oh,
He's just an
Brooklyn, you're
asshole who
the
thinks he's
dick.
funny and is trolling
No,
people, but he's
Brooklyn, you're
not
the
talented at all. At least
You're
if you
an
made me
idiot.
laugh,
Yeah.
Jesse, I'd like you, but you're kind of just a douchebag who cries all the time. They're all talking over me while he talks over everybody like a little bitch.
Damn.
Yeah, we
That was like the
Tell him
gayest
how
thing
you
you
really
could have
feel.
said. You a gay ass motherfucker. You are gay as fuck for saying that shit, dude. I don't know why the fuck you're coming in to say that.
How does that make someone
Jesse,
I
don't
just
be a
want to know. I just want to
little
know
cunt.
why you keep like purposefully not answering my questions when they're clear and directed.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Born in Brooklyn,
Do
he got
you not
triggered because he
understand the
doesn't
questions,
comprehend what
or-
I'm telling you. He doesn't comprehend what I'm telling you. He got triggered. And he decided to
Because
call me
it's
a little bitch.
nonsense.
Because I'm explaining
Because
to you,
it's
because I'm explaining to
nonsense.
you that you are not observing
Jumbo jumbo.
anything relevant to a sphere rotating when you move
Yep.
your pendulum to a different latitude. You're not observing you moving across the surface of the sphere.
Okay,
Born in
so
Brooklyn, maybe if you weren't such a
it
fucking dick
sounded to
sucking
me that
on your knees,
earlier you said the only
bootlicker bitch,
evidence of a
you
globe
understand
that
that.
you would accept
Bootlicker
is seeing
bitch.
the literal Earth spinning as a globe, right?
Yo, I'm not talking to you no more. Hey, Brooklyn, stop being such a bootlicker, man. You're coming to terms with your
Yeah,
delusion.
he
You're realizing
ran
it's time
away.
to wake up.
The
You're getting
bitch
tired
ran.
because you
It's
know
so
you want to
crazy
wake
that I
up
like
and
know
you need
nothing
to
about this
fight.
topic, but he's like
He's
running
going
away
down.
from
He's
those
not going
basic
down without a fight.
questions.
Hold on, Sal. I don't care what you're talking about. Born in Brooklyn, you're going down without a fight, dog. I see what you're doing.
Going down without a fight. My guy, you're the one
I'm
that
sorry I
keeps asking
butthurt
basic
you, bro.
questions
I'm
about your own
sorry.
position. I've
No,
been
you're
asking you
just
questions about
a
what you
bootlicker,
believe,
man.
and you're
You're over
like
the top in the matrix,
losing your mind
licking the
and
boot,
crashing out.
acting like you've seen the globe. You've never been to space. You don't experience the globe. You just heard about the pendulum for the first time in your life. You think it's globe evidence. You're finding out it's not.
Actually,
In this
no.
conversation. You're finding out
it's
right now
strange
it's
that you
not
like
globe
went.
evidence.
So
And we
I
have
think it's
evidence is
interesting how you
not.
like
It's not
places.
direct
just like
evidence.
devolve
Indirect.
just like shotgunning
Indirect.
your
All it is evidence of a model supposedly working somewhat. That's all you have. You don't have your actual observation.
Do you think it would be possible for you to answer my questions instead of just spouting off like random facts?
You think you should stop taking the meds that your doctor gives you, your mood suppressants?
My immune suppressants?
Mood.
My mood
You sound like you're on.
suppressants. I don't take mood suppressants.
Yeah,
Thank
you
very
sound fucking dead inside.
My mood's pretty good, my guy. Don't know what to tell you. Sounds like you're kind of coping a little bit.
No, I'm talking to like 3 globetards at once that haven't realized their
No, you're
delusion.
not. No, you're not. You've been talking to me for the last like 10 minutes straight. But I don't know why you're pretending to be a victim. I've asked you very simple questions about your
All
own.
right, you need to stop acting slow. Listen close to my words. I'm educating you. Listen. What you say is causing your precession of the pendulum to deviate is because you're getting closer to the axis of rotation on a globe. You change your
So we
latitude,
are
you're
on a
getting
globe
closer.
then. The
Yeah,
deviations is caused by a
this is
globe then?
according to your model.
Did
Oh,
you
now
just
you can't
Freudian
think
slip
straight.
that?
It's not a Freudian slip. I'm telling you what your model claims. I know what your model claims, stupid.
Okay, and what would be evidence that you would say to be sufficient to prove the model to be correct?
You haven't proven the model to be correct,
I'm
stupid.
asking you what
No,
would be sufficient evidence to prove that
wait.
the model is correct. I could do this
That's up to
all day,
that.
by the
You
way.
go out. That's your job. You want to substantiate the globe? Go ahead, try.
I'm asking you what you would accept. What evidence would you
Who
be
cares what I
satisfied
accept?
by?
What about you accept? You want
Interesting
to
that you just won't set a goalpost. It's almost like you want to purposely move
It
them.
doesn't matter what I think. I already told you. You did not observe the cause
Oh,
and
it doesn't
effect.
matter what you think? Why the fuck are we talking to you then?
This isn't about what I think personally of what proves the globe or not. You actually have
Oh,
not
so you do
observed.
believe in the
Oh, I'm in
globe
the middle of
personally. You're
talking,
just
retard.
trolling.
Yeah,
So what
you're a
somebody
retard. You
said
want to talk
earlier
through me?
about you just being a little troll is accurate
Says the guy that sounds like he's never gotten laid.
then. Okay, you're coping again. Listen to you cope, little boy. That's crazy.
Dude, you still live
Just
at your
answer the
mom's house.
questions.
Jesus Christ, dude, you are a micro dick mom's house kid.
Oh no, my small dick. Oh, got
Yeah,
him,
dude, your
got him.
mom's cooking you
Ooh,
dinner
got
right
him.
now.
Dude, you just destroyed me, bro. That was a crazy.
What are you having? Spaghetti? Spaghetti? Is she making you spaghetti?
I made my own food for dinner. Come on, my guy.
Somebody's mom
I doubt it.
sucks. It's awesome when your mom makes you dinner. Like, that's great.
Also, my mom's a great cook.
That's
But
your troll.
I don't live with my mom like you, my guy.
Yeah, she empties a can of SpaghettiOs. You think it tastes fire? You funny douche.
No, my
everybody
mom's
loves
actually a
mom's
really good
spaghetti.
cook, man. You would be impressed.
Anyway, now that you understand why you didn't observe a globe when you're looking at a string because you were too retarded to understand that before, can you come up with more substantial? Can you come up with more substantial globe evidence?
It's the only one I could memorize from
You have more substantial globe evidence than a cat toy, retard.
I think that people have asked you what evidence would be sufficient. So people have provided what they believe is evidence. You've said it's not sufficient evidence.
Okay, so you
And
don't
then
have
several
evidence.
people have asked
Okay,
you
so
now.
you don't have
Well,
evidence.
excuse me, sir. I'm talking. Sir, I'm talking. Thank you. Several people have asked you repeatedly what would be the standard of evidence that you would require to say that they had proven that there was a globe Earth.
You have to
And
observe
you
the
haven't
cause-effect
answered any of
relationship.
their questions
I'm
along that
telling you,
line,
dumbass,
and you haven't
dumbass
answered
child.
my
You have
questions
to
along
observe
those
the
lines.
cause-effect relationship. You have to observe
Okay,
the cause-effect
what would be
relationship. This
required
is what would
to
be science.
observe
This
the
would be considered
cause-effect
science.
relationship?
That would be considered science, you pseudoscientist bitch. You fucking
What would
observational
be
scientist, you
considered evidence?
retard.
So you're not actually correct, Jesse.
No, I am correct. I'm always correct. I know what I'm talking about.
Jesse's obviously not real.
I'll
He's not
talk
a
to
real flat
Omnivore because I
earther.
don't
He's
want to
just
talk to
memorized
these
some talking
prepubescent
points. It's really
hormonal
cringe.
retard kids on
that's
internet.
not. So explain why this is science. Explain how science works.
Well, for one, astrophysics is not truly using the scientific method.
I'm not.
Oh, please.
I don't care about astrophysics. That's
Do go on.
That's changing the topic. Go ahead and explain to me how science works and where you're getting this idea from about how science works.
Oh, what did you observe?
So, what do you mean? What did I observe?
You observed the string swinging.
So I observed the precession of a pendulum, or I observed the behavior of a north-seeking gyrocompass, mechanical gyrocompass, or I observe the reciprocal zenith angle, the measurement of reciprocal zenith angles. I observe all sorts of things. Tell me where science comes into this.
I don't see a globe in any of that.
I know you don't, but that's because you don't understand what any of that is.
No, I understand it all. I explained it to you better than you could the other day. You needed Shoebill's help. Shoebill agreed with me. Remember that?
Nope, I don't.
Yes. Oh my God. Why do you lie to me, Omnivore?
I'm not lying to you.
Yes, you remember.
I think you may be you may be imagining things.
No, you remember. Stop telling me you don't remember that day.
Okay, well I don't remember. So what was this? What was this in reference to?
I think it was about elevation.
No, we were talking about reciprocal zenith angles with Shoebill.
Yeah,
the elevation of the to the star. I think that's what it was. So
No. Reciprocal zenith angles have nothing to do with stars.
I know that's where it went. That's exactly what you guys started talking about afterwards.
Okay.
We were talking about refraction, and then I brought up that you guys have standard refraction for astronomical refraction. You invoke that the volume of air between you and your target, whatever you're observing, is causing refraction no matter how far away the target is. The volume of air is refracting the light.
For astronomical refraction, yes.
Same thing happens to terrestrial refraction. You invoke the volume of air is going to bend it no matter what at a certain distance. Yes, Shoebill told me the distance. 4 seconds. It's 4
No,
arc
you're talking
seconds
about
every mile.
correcting for refraction in reciprocal zenith angles, which you do not do.
4 arc seconds a mile. That's what he said.
No.
That's what
You
he
don't.
said. Yes. Standard lift. No matter what, the air is going to bend the light. 4 arc seconds.
Yes, but when you're doing reciprocal zenith angles, that's taken into account by the measured angle.
I don't know why you don't see. So you do remember the conversation.
I remember that conversation. Yes.
Yeah, see, I was educating you that day too.
Yeah. Well, no, you, no. You don't understand how reciprocal zenith angles work, my guy. So, no, you are not correct.
It's always weird hearing Omni say stuff like "my guy." Anybody else get that feeling too?
No, he says it how I don't know. Anyway, you don't observe the direct cause-effect relationship of the precession.
So, let's talk about this in terms of science. So, what is required in order for the Foucault's pendulum to be science?
Yeah, stop presuming your 3D model.
Okay, I'm not presuming a 3D model.
Cool. Now you can just observe
Dude, the
forces
amount of
acting
red
on a pendulum.
herrings, man. Such a red herring.
So go ahead, explain.
Oh, and some other glober wanted to chime in.
Well, I thought you were going to explain. You have the floor. No?
Yeah, just because I haven't observed the cause either. I don't claim that we've observed the cause.
No. Explain to me what I have to do to observe the cause.
Oh, I don't know. You're gonna have to do more than just observe the pendulum, though.
Okay.
Jesse, can you make
So
a
what would
free body diagram of the pendulum?
Say again?
Can you make a free body diagram of the pendulum?
No, I'm not making anything like that.
He doesn't know what
No,
one
he's
is.
just here to troll. He's not here.
So I don't think you understand what you're. I think you're parroting stuff that you've heard flat earthers say.
Oh, the irony! You are the parroter. You came
Okay.
into the globe community.
No,
You're in the
you,
globe
no,
card
you,
community,
no, you.
and then McToon gave you a whole bunch of ammo to shoot at flat earthers. You have script. You are the regurgitator of
No,
the
you.
mantra.
No, you.
Yes, you have a globe
Well,
card
hang
script.
on, hold on. Let him get it out. Okay, so.
Well, don't ad hom if you don't expect that kind of response.
I'm not ad hom.
This is really simple. We can put a pendulum on a rotating platform, observe that it precesses relative to the platform, and we have now observed the cause of precession, at least one of the ones that we know about. If you want to say there's another cause, you'd have to provide something.
So that's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, why do you think it's pseudoscience? What we're doing with the Foucault's pendulum, why is it pseudoscience, and what would make it be science?
Well, first off, the difference between a rotating platform and a rotating ball, like you being perpendicular to the surface, like the axis of rotation of the Earth, you don't. The Earth is not a rotating platform. It's a rotating ball.
Yeah, but
Which
I
is
can
why the
approximate it as a
precession
rotating platform
in
if
your
I really
model.
wanted
Let
to.
me finish that sentence.
Right, which is why the precession varies by the cosine of your latitude. That's because your orientation relative to the axis of rotation is changing as you change your latitude.
What? So let me narrow this down for you. Okay. So when you say the cause and effect relationship, you are in fact repeating what you have heard other flat earthers say. Can you explain what I would have to do to observe a cause and effect relationship?
I don't know what other flat earther says what I say. I try to not do that.
Well,
Yeah, I asked
that
him
is
that
what you're
question like
doing here.
4 times. He couldn't answer it.
You are, in fact, even worse. You are parroting Taylor, which is.
I've never heard Taylor say
of
that.
all the things. Yes,
I've never heard.
okay, so you
in my life. What the fuck?
So you say you're parroting Taylor.
This is crazy. No, see, you're saying I'm parroting Taylor. I've never heard Taylor talk about pendulums in my life. Now we're off into the weeds, omnivore. You can't even talk about the subject.
Well, I'm asking you if you want to if you want to convince me that you're not just parroting Taylor. Explain to me what you mean by observe a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah, you think the cause of the deviation of the precession is due to you being on a different rate of rotation. Like at the equator, it's 1,037 miles per hour. Then you move north on your fake ball, and the rate of rotation changes.
No, wait, no. The rate of rotation stays the same. It's an angular rate. Hold on. You just confused linear with
I know,
angular.
Yeah, it's a classic Fleur misunderstanding. Do you understand what you got wrong there?
You said it. Yeah, no, it's the angular. No, it's exactly what you said. Because
Yeah,
I
right, which means it's constant. The angular rotation of the Earth is constant. Well, for our purposes, it's constant.
Okay, cool.
Also, the rate of precession of Foucault's pendulum has nothing to do with your distance to the axis of rotation. I hope that's not still being said here.
No, that's not exactly what I was saying before. I was saying distance to the center of the Earth, because an oblate spheroid would not match a perfect sphere.
It has nothing to do with that. It's the angle with respect to the axis of rotation.
You didn't understand what I said, did you?
Yeah, but the distance and the oblateness is not the key factor here. Your angle relative to the axis of rotation is what's important.
Yes, I know.
Okay, fine. Sure.
No, I know, Doofus. The angle relative to the axis of rotation of the Earth, yes. But the rotation rate changes when you move towards the north.
No. The angular rotation. The angular rotation. The angular rotation of the Earth is constant. The linear speed changes
for every
with
latitude.
But
Yeah, for every latitude, the angular rate of rotation is the same.
Yeah. But
The
you're
precession
moving in a. This is why you claim it deviates.
It's not devious. The rate of rotation across every latitude on the surface of the Earth is identical. The angle at which you are relative to the axis of rotation changes the precession rate of the pendulum, but the Earth is still rotating at the same rate.
Yeah, the Earth doesn't differentially rotate. You're thinking of the sun. The sun differentially rotates. Earth does not.
You get to observe any of these claims, but no, I agree with you. I never disagreed that was the model.
You can watch sunspots go across the face of the sun and tell how fast they have to move. But you can test this.
Yeah, all this spinning around and I'm still just right here.
Yeah, I mean it's almost like all this background movement you've experienced your whole life, so you'd never be able to tell if you're experiencing it or not.
Oh
Yeah,
no, dude!
weird.
Trust me, bro. You just went flying 1,000,000 miles per hour, dude. Definitely.
Hey, I don't think he even gets it. It's the fun part.
Yeah,
What is
I'm telling you,
conservation
I'm
of
flying,
momentum?
dude. I'm right here. I'm flying around. Yeah, you say that the momentum is conserved, therefore I can't feel it. It's like being inside of a cloud.
That's not at all what I say.
Oh God,
What I said was, this is the background, so you'd never notice it. You only notice changes relative to the background, because that's how senses work.
Yeah, I don't know why you think you're sensing a globe, though.
Because I can go and download a picture from a satellite.
Well, if that's your globe proof, then that's gonna do.
That's my evidence, and not really a proof person. Proof is a bit strong. This isn't math or logic, so.
NASA faked those for sure. Those can't possibly be real. That's all
Yeah,
part
yeah,
of.
even the ones not
all
from
part
NASA
of the
too, right?
conspiracy.
Yeah,
even the ones not from
exactly.
NASA.
Well, NASA is the generic. It's like Kleenex or Xerox.
Oh, okay. I see what it is. Okay.
A specific thing.
NASA's the generic space agency.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. So really, there's like an India brand NASA.
Exactly.
So does the Foucault pendulum measure motion with motion?
Kind of. So it doesn't so much measure motion with motion as its precession is predicted by the globe model.
But the pendulum's in motion.
Yeah, it is.
So you're measuring motion with motion.
No,
You're not really.
You measure the rate of the rotation.
Well, so I don't know if you're like saying it has to be moving for you to get a precession. That is true. But do you think like a gyroscope, a gyro compass is measuring motion with motion when it points north?
It's more measuring an angle with motion than it's measuring.
I don't think. I'm not sure if he's. I don't know exactly what the point of the question is, but I suspect that
is the pendulum in motion. Like, it's the only way to do this test. The pendulum. Like,
the
pendulum has motion. So you're measuring motion with motion.
No, you're not measuring motion. You're measuring your angle between your motions. The angle between two motions. You're measuring an angle. You're not really measuring a motion. It's just an angle between your axis of rotation and the axis of rotation, or between the pendulum's axis of rotation and the axis of rotation of the Earth. Like that angle is what's being measured by the motion.
Yeah, but what's the end result of the Foucault's pendulum? Like, what is the end result?
That you are at some latitude.
Well, I thought the guy that was in here earlier was saying you measure motion with the Foucault's pendulum.
You measure its precessional motion, but the end result that you get out of it is the latitude that you're at, because you predict.
Wait, Melodic. Isn't what you get is how many angles per hour?
Yeah, you get an angle per hour of your recession, but like
which is the rate of the rotation.
Yeah, that's the motion. You just measured a motion, and what that tells you is the angle between you and the axis of rotation.
You just said
I've never said we didn't measure motion. I said the end result is the latitude.
You're measuring a motion with the motion.
So I have a question, Buster. I have a question, Buster. Do you consider when we have a rotational mechanical gyro compass that it points north or aligns with the north-south axis, do you consider that to be measuring motion with motion?
I mean, that's like a non sequitur from what.
No, it's actually exactly the same thing.
Yeah, that's the exact same phenomena.
Yes. You may not know that.
Measure.
Just a minute, Image. Hold on a second. Am I wrong in thinking that there's a gotcha lurking somewhere under here about measuring motion with motion?
Well, I tried to ask it earlier. How do you measure no motion?
How would you measure no motion? So what would happen?
I would be on the equator, and I wouldn't see any precession.
I'll frame the question a little bit different. What's the difference between a pendulum and a plumb? There's the gotcha.
So again,
the pendulum swinging.
What?
One swinging, yeah.
But one's undergoing harmonic motion.
So
plumb
yes,
has no motion.
That's correct. The plumb has no motion, but the plumb what the plumb gives you is vertical. Your local vertical.
Yeah, no motion.
It doesn't give you motion. So
there you go.
What's the point of that? I just wondered if you would consider. I don't think you would consider a gyro compass aligning itself to north-south to be measuring motion.
I wasn't talking about a gyro.
I know you're not. I know. So just hear me out. Take it on faith from just a nanosecond that these are the same phenomenon because people are telling you they are and they're correct. One of the, but
gyro has
you think it's say again?
The gyro has motion because it's spinning.
It does. Yeah, it does have it's a spinning gyroscope. So
I tried to give it to you. I tried to hand it to you on a silver platter. There was the gotcha.
Okay, so what's the point of that gotcha?
What's the difference between a plumb and a pendulum?
Yeah, plumb lines generally don't swing around. So what's the
no motion and motion.
Okay, so what does that mean?
So you're agreeing with me that a plumb has no motion.
I agree that a plumb has no detectable motion.
There you go. That was it. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah, plum.
Also,
Turns out that there was
we-
actually something else there, but I guess we
All
didn't.
you have is downward acceleration.
Yeah.
You don't have center of a sphere.
I thought his point was that you cannot measure motion with motion, but this is exactly what you need to do in order to measure.
Measure motion.
Like,
well,
like even the speed in your car, what you do is the encoder in your wheel is checking your wheel turning. So you measure motion with motion.
Yeah, I mean,
Same.
So that gotcha is not a gotcha, but I suspect it was supposed to be, and it just didn't develop.
No, I wasn't trying to.
Okay,
It wasn't
I
about a
could be wrong.
gotcha. I was playing along with your guys' word games about a gotcha. I was just trying to say.
Okay.
That's what I was leading up to was what's
Yeah,
the
it has to
difference
be
between a
moving.
plum? What's the difference between plum and a pendulum?
Well, yeah,
And
a
no
Foucault
motion.
pendulum is different than like a grandfather clock pendulum, though.
But you would agree that a plum is no motion.
Yeah, a plum should have no detectable motion.
There you go.
Meaning that it could still be moving. It's just not moving with respect to the Earth.
I mean, in the definition of a plum, no motion.
Well, yeah.
Isn't the center of gravity like downward acceleration? It wavers between like the center between the two gravitational bodies and the center of the Earth. What do they call that? There's some. It's like a. Is that the Berry center? Yeah. So your plumb line should be moving between the two.
Yeah, I guess that proof is in the plum pudding.
No, so a barycenter is for something that is rotating around or orbiting something else. In the case of a plumb line, it may not be pointing directly to the center of the Earth, but because there will be, let's say, there's a nearby mountain range, right? The surveyors conclude that the mountain range exerts a gravitic pull that deflects the vertical. Whether or not they're correct, that's what they believe. That's what they believe they have concluded. But that doesn't mean it's swinging. It's forever swinging if there's a mountain range nearby. It just means that you add up all of the net forces, and so it may give you something that's a hair off where the center of the Earth would, it actually is.
Yeah, it's moving.
No, it doesn't. I mean, what's moving? The center of the Earth?
Wherever your plumb line is pointing.
No. It may be moving, but not with respect to the plumb line.
Yeah, the tip of your plum, the bottom of your plum, it wavers between the barycenter and the center of the Earth.
No.
No. No.
Yes.
For one thing, I don't know if the plumb line even technically has a barycenter since it's not orbiting the Earth. They're not orbiting each other, in other words. So I don't know if they're...
No. In their globe model, down isn't always towards the center of the Earth. Eventually, it points towards somewhere else.
Down is always towards the center of the Earth.
No.
Well, yeah.
No.
None of the deviations that you get from a mountain are going to be large enough to put you outside of the center of the Earth.
I'm not talking
a very meaningful amount.
Well, yes, a mountain can cause your plumb line to deviate. I'm talking about it deviating because because gravity doesn't always point towards the center of the Earth.
No, gravity always points towards the center of mass.
No.
Gravity always points towards the center of mass. Full stop.
No, there's a barycenter.
Yes. No. Gravity always points towards the center of mass. Full stop.
Wrong.
That barycenter is that thing. That's what the center of mass is called. It's the fancy name for it.
Jesse, you invented some shit. You got an answer. It is not relevant. Why you keep doubling down on no? You can concede this point.
Agent, yes, you read a textbook, you got on your knees, you sucked off your NASA daddies, you get a gold star.
Right. So exactly. So attacking personally will keep you on track.
Is that
Totally
how easy
right.
it is to get a
Totally
gold star
grown
from
up.
NASA?
No, you are strictly here to regurgitate what you think is globe knowledge, and that's not interesting to me.
Well, the Earth is a globe, so
No,
just get over it.
the difference between us, Jesse, is that I guess that Melodic and all the others are using this knowledge for their gain every day. Unlike you, you just choke on dick.
That's what you sound like, though.
Dave Weiss dick.
Is it really that easy to get a gold star from NASA?
Oh yeah, he's yet to get in. He's got some more dick sucking to do.
Right. I don't think we need any
What was
more
that
impressions of Steve.
noise that you were making, Jesse? Were you having a tantrum or something?
What are you triggered?
Sounds
you
like
fucking
Witset is smacking him on the back.
Thank you, you fucking flat earth.
Flat earth. Yeah, flat earth. Fucking flat earth.
You are acting very maturely. Please continue the conversation in this manner.
I'm literally imitating you. I'm imitating
you are being intellectually honest and very wise. What were you saying, Jesse?
Yeah, downward acceleration down. According to your globe model. I'm getting interrupted. Oh no. Globers want to say something stupid.
Oh
Let's hear
no.
it.
Someone is interrupting you the same way that you interrupted someone else.
Oh, Globers want to say something stupid.
How dare they?
I heard Witset's trying to get back in the game.
Man,
no, if Witsit comes back, I'll get rid of him again. Don't worry, you guys.
You didn't get rid of him the first time.
I did get rid of him. You stupid
Julie
blubber.
did destroy him in his opening statement in that debate.
What?
I said Jaren did destroy Witsit in that debate they had on Saturday.
Nothing is definitive in your guys' globe model. You have like special relativity, space-time curving.
I was talking about UMP, not destroying Witsit.
And all these great attractions. You have all these three body problems. You have all these like apparent vectors, all these motions, and you think that while all this is happening, you can also have down. You think that you can have down at the same time that you have all these other stupid shit going on in your model.
Please tell me what you think the three.
So what is down? What is down on flat Earth?
What the fuck do you think it is?
Can you draw?
Down is down in reality.
How do you see flat Earth?
Downward acceleration
Can you draw it?
is downward acceleration.
So you're such a boring.
On a flat plane.
I'm not here to make you laugh or be entertained.
Hey, Jesse, didn't you promise us an experiment like a week ago about how to prove flat Earth?
Yeah, Silent, why don't you make
And then you ran away after you
Tell me a
couldn't provide anything?
M-Agent has no jokes. Silent, make me laugh. Come on.
No, that's what you're here to do, though. You're the clown. So why should I make you laugh?
I'm not here to make you laugh.
I mean, you kind of are.
I mean, if you laugh, then that's great.
You,
Laugh, enjoy yourself. Do that. That's fine.
I'm still waiting to hear
Kinda
what
makes
the
me-
three body problem is, according to you.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're a sadist globetard and you're bent on laughing at people, probably because you're miserable in real life.
So that's a no.
So
we
what
don't
are
know
you?
what the three
Notice
body
how
problem
everything
is?
is going to be non-responsive. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to paraphrase, well, actually quote Jaren, and FE is just Scientology with memes.
Ooh.
So all flat
Yeah,
Earth is
Jaren
Scientology with
memes.
memes.
Jaren was a flat earther way longer than he was a glober.
Yeah, but you know what? He saw something that is impossible on a flat stationary plane. I give the guy credit because it was tied into his faith and it probably fucked with him a little bit. But then he said to himself, fuck, it can't be flat. That's called intellectual honesty, and I can respect that in a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Jaren is an
Consider
actor.
to being retard. Like
No,
you.
stop doubling. No, don't do the Globetard double down thing that you guys like to do.
But you're a double down retard.
No, you're an idiot. Jaren
You're
is an
doubling
actor.
down on being retard
If you
after
just
the
became
final
aware,
experiment.
if you just became aware of who
Special
Jaren
type of
is,
retard.
yeah, we all
You know
know
how
you're upset.
retard you need to be after the final experiment to be a flat earther? Sad.
Agent, you have post-traumatic stress disorder after getting made fun of for being a French guy in here. Like nobody respects your accent. So you have PTSD and you attack flat earthers all day because of that.
What do you mean? I do. I love when M Agent like makes flat earthers look dumb with his fucking.
You know
sleep.
what PTSD stands for?
What are you talking about? It's awesome.
M Agent, you know what PTSD
Hell yeah.
stands for? Hey, M Agent, you know what PTSD stands for?
Of course I do. Do you know?
All right, yeah, you get embarrassed whenever you open your mic because you have so much you want to get off your chest, but you just can't articulate because your language barrier, and everybody laughs at you. Yeah, that's why you come back attacking flat Earth all the time.
The amount of
'cause you keep
copium
getting
is
embarrassed.
crazy.
I can understand it
Well, no,
perfectly.
this is just the truth. I mean, you guys don't like the truth. I
You're
know.
coping
So
like
this
crazy.
is
You can understand
your
his
way
English
to
perfectly
explain flat
fine.
Earth?
No, I'm telling you why you pull up and you do this. You assert globe. You have globe affirmations in your mind. You tell yourself, "Oh, this indirect. I did not observe the cause-effect relationship,
Yes,
but
in
this
fact,
proves
I
the
do
globe."
believe.
So I'm gonna go chant it to flat earthers because they
Right,
hurt my
so-
feelings when they made fun of my accent.
Let me a second. So your inability to focus on the topic in hand or the question requested, so you personally talk about people?
Yeah, it's more interesting.
Right. So are you here to talk about people or are you here to make claims for your your dyslectic side?
Wow, look at you go. So you're actually here to present globe arguments. That's pathetic. Because you're not confident in the globe, man. You need to affirm it every day to yourself.
That just
You believe in
that's so
Did you
Targaryen,
notice? Wait. Let me play with the
That's
moron.
pathetic.
Did you ever
Play with the
notice
Chuto,
me
yeah, for sure.
Pathetic
giving
globe card.
evidence?
What do you think you have evidence of?
Even
Show me Earth.
even
Go
when
ahead.
you curse, you use globtard, which is not something made by you. You cannot be original. You can only say what your
I'll
Papa
tell you.
Fluffs
Okay, I'll go back
tells
to
you
calling you
to
guys
say.
Pop-Tarts. Okay, you're a Pop-Tart.
And you think this was original?
Well, I came up with it.
Because
No
you
wonder it's
got
so stupid.
traumatized by an I speak or whatever when you were
typically
young.
servers, no, because are you going to listen, M Agent, or are you going to try to overtalk because you're coping? Yeah, when people
You're the
were
only guy
censoring me-
over talking.
Oh, now I'm
Yes.
talking and you're over talking me again because you don't
Yes,
have
you
a conversation.
overtalked me while I started
Socially
talking.
inept, jab damaged retard. Please stop talking when I'm talking. Okay, so you guys decide to censor the word retard, so I came up with the bright idea to instead of say retard, I say Pop-Tart. And you guys understand what I mean by it, so it's great.
Do you think you're creative? Or you think you're funny?
I wasn't trying to be creative, but if you think so, go
Oh
go
yeah,
for it, bro.
I understand you normally can't be creative. All you can do is steal other people's
That's the
arguments.
dumbest thing I've heard all day.
Control.
Wow, what's creative about being a glober?
It's true.
Because we're
Yeah,
smart
you
and
are the most
educated,
you are the
unlike
most
you guys.
mundane, useless gray blob of a glober I've ever met.
It's more important to be unique than to be correct, right?
That's the one that thinks the Earth is flat.
What
Come
do you
on,
mean?
dude.
What do you think you're correct about, Silent?
I'm correct that the Earth is a lovely little globe.
Exactly. So you're here to reaffirm globe delusions because you're in denial that
I'm
you
here
think
to
that it
talk
could
to
not be a
morons
globe.
like
You think
you
it might
think
not
that
be a
they're
globe. That's
interesting.
why you're in here to chant your globe delusion.
I actually don't even like this topic. You guys are the ones.
So why
who
are
picked
you
the
here?
topic.
What do you want
Because
to talk
I'm playing with the Chew toy. You're my toy.
You believe in
Wow,
Targaryen?
and this is
too, don't you?
exactly the problem. You see, you guys are sadists, okay? You think you get entertained by humiliating and demeaning people
I mean, you kind of
because in
humiliate
real life
yourself.
you
Humiliate
consider your
yourself.
You consider your own life insignificant and meaningless. You are small, and this is where you feel big. This is like it's exactly the analogy is perfect.
So
you're like a dog with a chew toy.
So do you come here to get
let's
abused?
do some armchair
according to
psychology
you?
on you, my guy. Why do you come into rooms and troll
The
about people you
analogy
don't
is so
believe in or
perfect. You
care in?
are
Why
like
do you
an
do that?
animal with a chew toy. Look at you.
What is it like to like need attention so badly that you'll pretend to believe in something that you don't give a shit about?
You're the globetard that entertains the flat Earth, dude. It's entertaining for me because you're the globetard that wants to hear it.
No, I just
I
want
don't
to
even
laugh at
think
you.
about the topic. It's just funny.
Yeah, I
to
just want to laugh
watch
at you.
Cool.
Jesse.
So cool. So we have a mutual understanding of why we're both here. So you can move past that.
Yeah, guys, just let him be, let him troll. Like it's fine. Just let him be.
No,
Fake.
you're not a troll. Oh, are you not a troll, Silent?
I've been pretty genuine with you this whole conversation.
You're the most disingenuous sounding person in this conversation right now. You sound like you're on mood suppressants to the point. You sound like you're on mood suppressants to the point where your parents don't actually have to take you outside and make you go to the park and stuff. Like you're cool just being inside. You're like so mood suppressed. Your parents are like, oh, he's not running around the house no more.
I don't live with my parents, man. If I want to go to the
I would
go
bet
to the
money
park.
that you do.
So
Yeah, I'm willing to bet money that you're like, hormonal teenager.
Jesse, you know what it is, Jesse? He's being calm because it makes you and how triggered you are look even worse. That's what's happening, man. Like, seriously.
I'm not trying to appeal to what you think is going to make me.
Here's what I'm going to appeal to. You
I
need a library card and to get out of your house, bro.
Brooklyn, you think I care about looking
Get out of
cool
your
to
house,
a guy
man.
like you? Dude, you're
Get
a
out of your house,
bootlicker.
touch some grass.
You still think the moon
Maybe see a
landing happened.
girl. You know, I know that's going to be hard. But if you don't talk about flat Earth, she might like you. You know?
You're a globetard. I don't care what you think.
Yeah, and you know what? 99.9% of other women in the world are globetards too. Like, because everybody's a globetard. Because
Nah, dude, girls. I know some flat Earth girls, dude, and they're smarter than the fucking globetards. Like you.
Like Taylor?
No, yeah, seriously. Like,
oh my god.
Seriously.
I ain't trying to
all
fuck-
the flat
I ain't
Earth
trying to
girls
fuck globetards,
they
no.
might add up to a 9. You know, like maybe add up to a 9.
Dude, your
You
idea
know?
of a 9, a meatball sandwich is a 9 to you. You fucking
Well,
weirdo.
you know what they say
No,
about the
meatball
crazy
sandwich is
one?
a 10, bro. What are you talking about? I love a meatball sandwich.
Well, I would
Fucking
have
hell,
said 10
man.
if you said 10. But whatever, dude.
You know? And
I
if
mean,
a
do you
chick is
understand-
like a little thick,
You
more
guys don't
cushion
even
for the
comprehend.
cushion.
You guys
You
don't
know?
get to comprehend why you're here. Yeah, I have to educate you on why you're here.
I'm here to laugh at you being an idiot. Like, that's what I'm here for. I don't know
No,
about
you're
anybody
here
else.
because you like flat Earth. Why do you think you like flat Earth?
No, I don't. I just was surprised when I first saw like the debates on YouTube, and I was like, "Wow, there are people who are dumb enough to believe the Earth is flat."
Why do you
And
want to
then
hear conversations about it if you don't like it?
It's interesting to see how dumb.
This
you
isn't a
possibly be.
conversation
How is
because
it?
you keep talking over the person responding to you.
Yeah, he does the same. But why is it interesting to you?
Why is it interesting? Because it is really funny to see people who have so much cognitive dissonance in their head that they just want to believe the dumbest shit, man. Seriously. I'm supposed to believe NASA is satanic because of Jack fucking Parsons. And the Exorcist kid.
You believe
And the
so you
Exorcist
believe that
kid, bro.
you're yeah, so you believe the reason for you being here is because you're a sadist and you want to laugh at people that you think are inferior to you.
No, I do not think you're my inferior. I feel bad for you, but I'm going to laugh
I feel
at
bad
the
for you.
things I'm talking,
Not funny.
bro.
I actually feel
I'm
bad for you. Not funny.
talking.
I don't care, dude.
Okay.
He's
Yeah.
talking,
I already know your opinion. You're a globetrotter.
I'm gonna tell you my opinion.
99% of the world shares the same views as you. You don't have to tell me anything. You're a normie. I know
Yeah,
you're
you know what
jacked.
it
I
is?
know you think Earth is a globe. I know you think fossils prove the date of the Earth. I know you think all these stupid globetard things. Your
Does it
opinion's
make you
not
feel
interesting.
special to
You're a
believe
normie.
different things?
Dude,
Does it
you
make
and
you feel
Silent,
like
you both agree. You agree
does
on
it make
everything.
you
You
feel
both
like
are gonna
punk rock?
globtard, bootlick,
Does
suck dick,
it make you feel
get
very
on your
punk
knees,
rock?
booty twerk for NASA.
Do you feel very punk rock right now? Is that what it is?
Yeah, seriously.
No, I'm here laughing at globetards. You guys are just booty
I don't
twerking for
see
NASA.
you laughing. I see you molding and coping. That's what's
Well, thank
Yeah,
God for
I see you
That's
spiraling
'cause I have
hard,
Christian
bro.
talk on, dude. I've been laughing this whole time.
You're so
You want me to
triggered.
turn it off?
I
Do you want to
haven't
hear
heard
me
a
laugh?
single laugh
Sounds
from you.
like you've been laughing all the bunch.
I'm laughing every time I let go of talk.
That didn't sound
because you're
forced in the
delusional.
slightest.
Yeah, I didn't hear.
No, it's because you guys are all. It's a pattern with you guys. You don't realize, like, you guys all say the same shit. You get a
That's
glob
ironic
hard,
because
and
you
gotta
copied
defend.
like talking
You gotta
points you don't
defend the
understand
Foucault's
from fucking
pendulum.
idiots.
You're gonna, yeah,
all
you're
on the
talking
internet.
over me. You're
Says
gonna
the guy
defend the
who says
Foucault's
all the
pendulum.
same shit as Eric Dubay, right? Like,
You say all
it's
the same shit
hilarious.
as me too. You say the same shit as me too.
It's hilarious when people who repeat other people's talking points try to lecture you about repeating other people's talking points.
Oh, the irony, the projection. You literally
Yeah,
regurgitate
we're
McToon.
making fun of you for doing that. How funny is that?
You regurgitate McToon.
So? That's because there's scientific arguments of facts, dumbass. So, of course, it's going to sound like it. What you guys do is go into your little echo chamber. Shut up. Shut up, you little bitch. Shut up. Shut up. I'm fucking talking, and you're going to shut the fuck up when I talk.
Over here. Guess what? No one cares that you're talking. Because everybody knows your club-tard opinion already. You might as well be talking into a fucking vacuum, dude.
Jesse,
we already know
he's
the general
talking
consensus
here.
We already know the general consensus
Oh,
of your
fucking
dumb
cool,
ass
Jackson.
technique.
That's fucking fun too, man. I don't give a shit.
Yeah,
I know
you're
that I'm hurting your
I know you
feelings.
don't think for
I know
yourself.
that you're
I
sitting
know
behind
you're.
your
I know you're.
computer right now, going,
I know you're
well,
a
I
food
thought this
licker.
guy was going to
I know
listen
you're
to
gonna
me.
bend over
and he
for your
was going to
nasty
listen
daddies.
to my
I know already.
fantasies, and he's not. You know,
Look at you
I
coping.
know.
Yeah, I know you want to suck dick. I know you want to bend over for NASA. Everyone knows.
Nah, not my thing. Not my thing. It's cool if it's your thing. I get it.
Yeah, you
but it's
got
not
you
my
got Don you got Don Pettit's dingling in your mouth, dude.
It's very painful to listen to.
I mean,
Extremely
bro,
painful.
Bro, do you know how far you're fucking like triggered and spiraling, man? It's dead, Jesse. Jesse, if I were you, man, I would go outside right now, take a few deep breaths, take a walk around the block, and then maybe try to talk about intelligent
Dude,
things.
you sound like you're about to
Touch
die
some
of heart
grass.
disease because of all the meatballs you eat, you fucking retard.
I love meatballs, man.
You
I live
literally
in New
sound
York.
like Eric Garner.
What
You
the
sound
hell?
like Eric
Yeah,
Garner.
good on
You sound
Italian
like Eric
restaurant.
Garner.
Oh, holy shit.
You sound like Eric Garner. Like you're literally, I can't breathe right now.
Yeah,
I keep
sure.
thinking about deep breaths.
No, he can't take it. You can go on. You can't go outside and take a deep breath. You're gonna start going into cardiac arrest.
Really?
You can't have
All
deep
those
breaths
fucking
without a
meatballs.
container.
Yeah, I was
this
just
guy's
about to
trying
walk
to tell
my
someone to go
dog.
outside. You
I don't know if
sound
I
like
should
you don't
walk.
touch grass.
I don't know if I should
You've
walk the
never
dog.
touched
I'm gonna have a
grass.
heart attack.
We all know you don't touch grass, dude.
Okay, yeah. I don't touch
Irony
grass.
of you saying that is crazy.
Bro, when was the last time you were outside, Jesse?
I'm outside every day.
Really? I don't believe you. I don't.
When
Outside
was
is a
the
second
last
law of
time you
thermodynamics
said
violation.
Oh wait, are you
Yeah.
outside for like an
Yeah.
hour? Like, do they give you an hour exercise yard in the insane asylum? Is that what
Yeah,
it is?
you got that astronaut boot all the way down your throat, dude. You're just a complete dick sucker.
Astronaut
when
food
was
is
the last time
guys
you
know
were
things for
triggered
yourself.
by a
Here's what you
question?
do. You hear things, you automatically believe what you're told. You don't critically think for yourself. You're a go along, get along, boot licker, libtard, useless idiot. That's what
Yeah,
you
I'm
are.
not a liberal. I'm more of a
Do you have
libertarian. I like
actually
my
any
guns.
arguments to make, or you just
You're a good
know?
docile worker. You too silent, good docile globetard worker.
Yeah, really. I
You
question
Dicks come from
competing
God.
with
You're a dick,
Dumas?
therefore God.
I'm down to
You guys got
question
nothing
things,
better to
right?
do than to talk to me, don't you? Go do
Yeah,
something
I'm
else if
down
you
to
got something
question
better to
things.
do.
What do you think the UFOs are, Jesse? Like, I question that. Like, does the government really have anti-gravity shit that they're flying around? Maybe.
Yeah, you're
And they
stupid.
probably want to tell us.
Yeah. You
I
want to
would love
keep
to
talking
fucking know
your
what those
stupid
things are.
demonic, your stupid demonic cosmological model where you say that there's an empty void of space and that aliens are visiting Earth from
Really?
billions of light years away. You believe that story about UFOs.
So let me guess.
weirdo.
Let me guess, Jesse. In your
The region
mind,
between air molecules is demonic now.
let me guess. In your mind, right? The Catholic Church, the Jews, the Masons, the Jesuits. I don't know if I'm missing anybody, right? They all got together and they said, okay, most of us are religious organizations, but we don't want people to know God is real. So we're going to hide the fact that the earth is flat. Even though if you were able to prove legitimately that the earth was flat, how much fucking power would religions have?
See, you pull up and you want to learn what the story is about flat Earth. Every day, you want to comprehend what the flat Earth model might be if Earth were flat. That's your genuine interest to come talk to flat Earthers. For you to be a sadist and insult them in the same breath even though you genuinely have interest in what they think, makes you a disingenuous glob-tart.
No, I want to understand the conspiracy because I like history. So I would like
If
to
you
know.
want to understand, then we can have a conversation about it because I'll tell you all about it.
I've asked, and here's the problem.
No,
I've
you
asked.
reject. No, you reject.
No, I've asked, and you know what I get? I get the ridiculous thing that I should not trust NASA because of the Satan antenna array, Jack Parsons, and the Exorcist kid. That's why I should not trust NASA. And let me tell you, I can't get there because my brain works. And I'm not going to get there that NASA is satanic because there was a troubled kid who people urban legend into being possessed. Jack Parsons, who liked to bang 18, 19-year-old girls. So he said, oh, we're worshiping the devil. Come here. And because a bunch of nerd engineers said, oh, what's the first letter of all the letters? Oh, it's Satan. That's funny. Haha, we'll name it that.
So you heard some stories. You're being led towards flat Earth based on your algorithm, the media that you see online. You are being led towards the conspiracies.
No, I know it's a conspiracy that is stupid and convoluted and would never happen. That's why.
The algorithm is responding to what you search, what you stay keeping on your screen, what you look at for an elapsed amount of time.
Could you just respond?
It is based off of what you're interested in.
Instead of just repeating the same fucking stupid.
Stop talking over me, silent. We can have a conversation.
No one's
but
talking
not if
over
you're going to
you,
interrupt.
goddamn crybaby.
You just interrupted me, dude. Stop acting like a little boy.
You repeat the same sentence over.
Anyway, I'm talking to Brooklyn.
I've looked at conspiracies, man. I used to think fucking JFK assassination was a conspiracy. Now I don't know. You know, I'm not off verse to look at conspiracy. I believe ghosts are real because I've had experiences, right? There's not really science for that, okay? And if I talk to somebody who's very, very sciencey, they're going to be like, you're a crazy bastard for thinking ghosts are real. But I think they are because I've experienced it, right?
I think you're dipping your toes in the water, all right? You see the pool of conspiracies. Your algorithm made you dip your toes.
I'm never going to get to, because the kid from the real Exorcist was possessed by demons, supposedly, NASA's satanic. That's the problem. It has to make sense, okay? JFK, it makes sense that they might have been something.
You have to give me time and a little space, but I will explain it to you right now, as long as I don't get interrupted.
Okay,
all right, let's hear the conspiracy. Let's hear it. Ready, everybody? Everybody ready for the conspiracy? Here we go.
Yeah, the evil cabal, the people that studied the Kabbalah, they facilitated mystery schools. So you have fraternal orders. Behind closed doors, they are practicing things that are laws. These laws aren't always, available to the public. They have some secret, forbidden knowledge about how mass society works. So they set up a system. They have these societal structures. We're all subject to their practice, this ritual practice of creating this societal structure. The people that put this they set it into motion, they're Satanists. They hate God. They think that you should be a slave your entire life while they get wealth. They get wealthier and wealthier. And if you don't think there's a 1%, then I don't know what world you're living in. But yeah, those people that they want you to be slaves, they want you to feel confined. They want you to feel that there is a border, that you cannot leave the border, and that the border entails laws. Because you are within this region, you must follow these laws. All right, so that's globalism for you. The globalists created the laws and the borders. And then they gave you a globe. And they told you this is the only place that you could possibly ever get to within your life. Good luck exploring it all. Meanwhile, they'll tell you one day, probably like within the next 15 years, I'm guessing, that a new continent is in the Pacific Ocean. New Zealandia is rising out of the ocean right now. You base everything you think you know off a globe. You base everything you think you know about a globe off of what these people tell you. You do not observe any actual evidence of your claim. They'll tell you that land's emerging out of the ocean. The magnetic field in the north is doing this and that. Magnetic north is moving tectonic plates are shifting, the ocean sea levels are rising, everything you have to trust.
That was quite possibly the dumbest thing anyone has ever said.
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. Like where you just went, I was following you for about 12 words, and then I was like, "What the fuck is this guy talking about?"
No,
You know, like,
if you want to be
no,
stubborn,
listen, Jesse, I'm being serious now, man. Like, I'm just being 100% honest. You need to talk to someone, man. Like, you really do. I'm not saying it medically. I'm saying you need to talk to someone who isn't into flat Earth and have a genuine heart-to-heart conversation with them and take on board what they tell you.
Sorry
Because,
to
congratulations, you're not the first
Bjorn,
person to ever
sorry to
talk to
burst your
about
bubble,
this.
but he's not
These
real,
ideas
he's
are coming from conversations I have all the time from people all over the place. I share these ideas with lots of people, and lots of people don't hardcore reject it if you already have some knowledge of the claim. And the claim is basically that is there is a secret cabal. There is an evil cabal. They practice stuff. They've created the system that you're in today. They're the reason that you're a debt slave. There's a reason there's a huge industrial prison complex that's growing. There's a reason why not everybody's really enjoying the fruits of their labor. There's a reason why not everybody's truly enjoying the fruits of their labor.
And who started the whole thing? Eratosthenes back, 2,000 fucking years ago before there was a Christian church.
The fraternal orders, the people that invert the Kabbalah, the people that hate God, the people that practice Hermeticism, the heretics, they work behind the scenes, man. They're the workers of iniquity. You don't know who they are.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense, man. I'm being honest with you, man. Like I said, I'm not averse to conspiracies, but what you're saying is just so out there that it's like, bro, it's not reality.
If you're bootlicking your whole life,
reality, man.
It's gonna sound out there if you've been confined to your delusional worldview your whole life.
How am I confined to my delusional worldview if I'm not afraid to look at alternative things, man? I went on freaking ghost hunts and shit, okay? So, like, I'm not averse to that stuff. But there has to be some kind of kernel of it makes fucking sense.
Look at the dollar bill. Look at your U.S.
Oh
dollar
my
bill.
god. Oh my god, dude.
Why do you
come
think
on,
you think there's no significance to a pyramid with an eye on top? That's a Babylonian pagan deity. You are worshiping something that started the infrastructure of taxation. You worship a dollar, and the pyramid with the eye, that is the pagan deity you are idolizing as your god.
Actually, no, my God is the one I, pray to in church, and like I believe in Jesus, I believe all that stuff. I can't prove it. I don't have real legitimate proof that God is real. That's what faith is.
America is founded on pagan Babylonian government.
Oh my god, you're such a
No, it's not,
soul.
man.
Yeah, it is, dude. That's why they put an eagle. That's why all these police officers, their sheriff's badges are the Star of Ishtar. Maybe you don't know this. Maybe this is the first time you're hearing this.
No, I've heard this stuff, and it's like, come on, man. Like,
why is the Star of Ishtar the sheriff's badge? Why?
It's not.
It is.
It's a star.
What kind of you don't know what the Star of Ishtar is?
How many fucking kinds of stars can you have, bro?
Dude, this symbol is a sigil. A sigil. It's associated with an ideology. These are powerfully charged symbols. They associate these symbols with ideas for thousands of years. There's a reason why you associate the cross with Jesus and the Star of Ishtar with the sheriff's badge. There's all kind of symbols. There's all kind of pagan symbols.
Crazy.
They don't. The idolaters gave them meaning, but they don't actually have any intrinsic meaning.
Hold on. Did anybody in this room besides Jesse know?
Therefore, conspiracy theory.
Did anybody in this room besides Jesse know that a sheriff's badge is this Star of Ishtar? Did anybody else know that in here? No.
I do a lot of educating around.
You know why? Because it's not real. Because if it was real, all of us would kind of know that it's the Star of Ishtar.
The first time you hear about it, Yeah, the first time you ever hear about it, you want to dismiss it as not real. That's the disingenuous part.
No, it's not disingenuous. I'm trying to tell you that you are so far out there, dude, that this stuff is not real. You are making connections in your head because you want it to be real. You want to be the guy that knows all this stuff. And you're just making connections to things that aren't real, man. Please, you don't sound like the worst dude in the world, and I'm being 100% genuine with you right now. Bro,
Okay, so we
you are
see
making
bloodshed, we see violence, we see bombs, we see drone strikes, we see famine, we see people without shelter, we see great migration, we see literally tragedies, we see fucking disasters. We have natural disasters, no relief. People are hungry.
It has happened since the
They're
beginning of
taking
time.
resources out of the ground. They're destroying the land. And you think there's no such thing as workers of inequity.
Guys, the Earth exists, therefore my conspiracy theory must be true. People do.
Stop talking.
I mean, dude,
So you think
that's what you're
there's
saying,
no
man.
possibility that there is a
I have a
secret
small penis, therefore
fraternal
my
order
conspiracy
working
theory
behind the
must be true.
scenes? So you think there's absolutely no reason for the existence of this debt slave system? You think this is just what we wanted for ourselves?
I think it's exactly what you want to meme about.
Yeah, man.
Silent, you're a troll. You don't know how to participate. I'm sorry. This is
Bro,
far beyond
bro,
what I could
we're trying to tell you that what you're saying is like because of humanity being humanity and doing the things that humans have done since the first caveman hit another caveman over the head and said, I'm taking your woman, right? Like that kind of shit has gone on among human beings forever. Okay. So like that doesn't mean that there's some grand conspiracy to turn us all into worker drones or some shit, man. Like, I'm serious, man. You really got to talk to someone who's grounded in reality.
Conspiracy.
Please.
I think you need to talk to a therapist. It's not a conspiracy.
I do.
Okay?
I have a
Washington D.C. You need to go talk to them about your deeper issues that you're discussing here. So Washington D.C. is a shrine to ISIS. The streets, everything is laid out. It's like it's literally a replica. It's a recreation of the Valley of the Kings. And they actually have statues of all these Egyptian goddesses and deities around Washington, D.C. And you guys are sitting here acting like America didn't get any of their influence for their buildings and their architecture. They got nothing from Egypt when it's literally, it's on the money. It's on the municipal buildings. It's literally all over the capital cities. It's literally everywhere. They're venerating Egyptian pagan deities. You want to know where this comes from? This is an evil cabal. The Babylonian government, they were inverting God's law. These people hate God. These are heretics. You don't care because you don't like truth, because
The
you want to
paranoia
stay a
is strong with you. We get it.
You want to stay a
It's all
globetard.
good.
You can feel free to stay a globetard. But if you're in here and I'm talking, you're not going to hear globetardism.
No, we're gonna hear delusions, man. That's what we're hearing.
It is not. No, it is not delusion.
Yes, it is, man. It is delusions with you wanting to be special. That you have this secret knowledge, and it's not true, man.
I can prove to you that Washington D.C. was designed as a veneration of Egyptian goddesses. I can prove it I can prove all of this. But you're not interested. You do not care to look into
what does it prove though? If it is true,
the influence behind the death system created today is from an evil cabal, people that don't like natural law. They are inverting God's will.
You know, the people who made a piece of like architecture were inspired by something in the past.
You're an idiot. Okay, nobody cares what you're talking about.
Therefore, it must be a global cabal of evil people. It's just
Yeah.
like
Welcome.
This is what
You
happens
this
when
your
you talk to
first time.
people.
First
This
timer.
is what happens when you talk to people who are conspiracy theorists or internet trolls. They constantly spout non sequiturs over and over.
You literally are like a bubble
of-
baby. You come
none
from
of
knowing
this has
nothing but
followed.
mainstream
None of this
regurgitated
has
nonsense.
actually gotten you to the conclusion that you are repeatedly asserting over and over again. But you don't care about getting to the conclusion.
Oh my
because you're
God!
not
What do you
fucking
want to? You want to talk about Donald Trump and Ukraine? What do you want to talk about? Your normal,
we
normie,
can talk about it if you
regurgitated
wanna talk
mainstream
about it. We can
topics
talk
that
about it,
everybody
sure. What do
already
you wanna
knows
talk about?
already. You hear
Let's talk
things that
about
you've
Donald
never heard
Trump and
before. You
Ukraine,
hardcore
sure.
reject, and you literally are having a visceral rejection of these ideas because you've never heard of them.
We can talk about Donald Trump.
No, I've heard
But
of
if you accept that you are having cognitive dissonance and you are willing to look into what I'm talking about, you realize you've never heard this before, I can educate you, I can teach you, I can show you. I know what I'm talking. I'm not pulling stuff out of my ass. I can show you how Washington D.C. is a generation of ISIS.
Do you build your worldview off of a biblical frame? Because I'm just trying to get to like the root of like you're saying these people are evil, they hate God, and all this other stuff.
Hell yeah,
it's
they
just
do,
like
dude.
the
Why is there
common
so much
talking point
bloodshed?
that he's heard other trolls making these arguments?
He asked me a question, Silent. Why are you talking?
No, because I felt like
Emo boy. Just put on your Fallout Boy and sit in the back seat.
coping so hard.
Yes, please do that. What'd you say, Renee?
So I was asking if you're making these claims based on a biblical worldview, basically. Is that why you have this viewpoint? Because like you're calling them evil, you're calling them all these terms, and I'm just asking you for your counter reference, essentially, of like how are you calling them evil based upon what reference frame, and things like that. I just asked if you're building this.
Okay, so bloodshed is not evil.
No, it's not.
All right, well then you can hold that opinion. Feel free.
Now, you think all bloodshed is evil?
Yeah,
I think the bloodshed we witness on Earth today, which is being caused by, these institutions, the infrastructure.
You think all bloodshed is evil, regardless of?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of a sentence, dog.
So I would
answer any questions.
I would
Hey,
agree
Glover's
that
can't engage properly.
I would say that bloodshed, like if you're like killing like there's different kinds, and you have to kind of get kind of deeper into it to get to the evil. That's kind of what I'm asking you. Like, how are we defining these terms? Like evil, like is it based on biblical? Is it based on like your worldview, your experiences? Like that's kind of what I'm asking.
Nobody can tell you what evil is except for yourself.
Okay, I get that. But like people universally have like you just said bloodshed, and I said I don't think all bloodshed is evil. You know what I mean? So now the conversation is you said bloodshed. Why did you bring that up as an example of evil, essentially?
Okay, because you're broadening what I meant by bloodshed. When I said bloodshed, the context is intentional murder.
Okay, yeah. Okay, perfect.
That
So I would say intentional murder is definitely an evil act. I would say that.
But murder is
Okay,
by
so now we
definition
know what
unjustified
evil
killing.
is.
So it's just like pre-baked
I get.
in. It's just,
Yeah.
But
It's just,
I can easily
actually
get more.
begging
I
your
can
question.
easily get more nuance and say that you don't have to necessarily intentionally murder someone to do something evil.
yeah, I would say that you don't have to commit murder to do evil. I'd agree with that too. But I would say yes, murdering someone's evil. So like, where were you going from there?
And murder is by definition unjustified. So that's just.
I understand.
I
Yeah.
think if you were to say that like killing is always evil, that's a more interesting claim. But to say that something that is unjustified is always
I don't make
wrong.
claims based on how interesting they are, though. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Okay, like I said,
we see harmony in nature, right? So when you're not inclined to cause harm to others in a public place, like say you go to a park and you don't just start swinging a knife around, it's because you have human compassion. It's because deep inside it resonates to you that there are others that would feel the same, that would feel that pain. That if it happened to you,
what does that have to do
like
with
you
justified
getting stabbed by a knife, you don't want it to happen to you, so you're not going to let it happen.
What does that have to do with justified killing?
And that suffering, that unnecessary suffering, I would consider that evil.
Yes, and like I said, I think that I think everyone agreed, especially unjustified suffering. Like he was saying, the definition of murder is unjustified killing.
Now,
so
would you
yes,
say that causing unnecessary suffering? Are humans capable of this?
Yes, humans are capable of it. They do it every day.
Right. So we can fall to temptation because we are of the flesh. Because
so
we
you do have a biblical worldview. You do have a biblical worldview.
I am doing everything
just own it.
to not speak.
Just own it, though.
I am. Listen, Renee. Listen, Renee. I am doing everything to not speak in biblical terms. Do you hear how I'm saying this?
But what's tempting me? What's like that's the thing. What's tempting me? What's temptation? Like in the biblical sense, it's the devil putting shit in front of me.
I do not need biblical terms to express to you that humans are capable of causing harm unintentionally.
Yes, you don't. You don't.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that.
No Bible needed.
Yep.
You can, because I say fault to temptation. Oh, the Bible said that, so you're appealing to the Bible. The Bible did not usurp what humans do intrinsically in nature. Just because somebody wrote about it doesn't mean that the Bible dictates what's real or not.
Notice that he still won't answer your question, though.
No, you're an idiot. I'm answering his question just
yeah,
fine.
but I get what you're saying, but you have to understand, like the words you're using come from the Bible, and I'm not trying to be like, hey, the Bible's real. That's not where I'm going with this. I'm just saying
the word temptation didn't come from the Bible; it was used in the Bible.
But even in the sense in which you're using them, dude, like even in like the way you're invoking it, you know, like yes, the word "the" is in the Bible, and
it is true that humans do fall to temptation.
That's the thing. I can't answer that question to you unless you can admit to me that you're speaking from a biblical reference or not. Because like temptation is like what? He would fall to temptation. So I was hungry, I was starving, so I fell to the temptation of stealing something to get something to eat.
Humans lust, humans greed. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, and then so those things are bad because of what worldview you follow, though. You get that. Greed could be good, lust could be good, all those things could be good, but in the biblical reference, they're bad, right? That's what all I'm saying is like if you just own your worldview, I think you could have a bit clearer conversation with people because you're talking pretty much about the Bible.
I do not have to be talking about the Bible for us to have a discussion about the fact that humans have cravings. Because you are a biological being, you are an animal, or whatever you want to call yourself, you crave things.
Yes.
You have stimulus.
Yep.
You have appetite.
Yes.
Inevitable. Nothing to do with the Bible.
Yep.
Okay. Just because I use the words fall to temptation, I think it describes it perfectly. That is biblical terms, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean I'm referencing the Bible when I say that.
I get that, but it's not only that one. It was the evil and the other things you're referring about, the cabal and everything else. It's not just that. It's other things that you're doing that's invoking biblical references in actual like phrases into the worldview in which you're projecting.
You're contesting what I'm saying because I brought up that evil is due to people that inverted God's will. They studied the Kabbalah, and then they said, "Fuck the Kabbalah."
So who's God to you? This is my question. Who's God to you?
God is not a who, what, where. It's not none of those things.
He just won't answer your question.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. So like the secret Kabbalah,
you want to prescribe like a human-like identity to the creator. I think the creator is within this reality. Technically, I think the creator is outside of this creation.
Okay, that's fine. That's completely fine. But what I'm saying is like, so when you're telling me that you aren't speaking from a Christian worldview and reference, and you tell me that there is a secret cabal that is inverting God, but you're not a Christian, how am I supposed to understand what your understanding of God is? Are we talking about Allah? Are we talking about a Kuramasha? Or like who are we speaking of in this?
The Bible accurately describes the issue. So just because the terms used in the Bible are relevant in this conversation doesn't mean it's time for you to dismiss everything that has been contextualized in the Bible. You are dismissing everything that the Bible tries to contextualize about human behavior because it was written in the Bible.
No, I haven't. I haven't dismissed it. I asked you. I haven't dismissed it. I haven't dismissed it. I asked you a question about if you're using Christianity as your reference frame in your conversation.
There are contexts in the Bible that speak on reality. Whether or not it's in the Bible doesn't mean that it's false now.
Damn, you're
Okay,
supposed
but
to
what
be
are
a
you
victim,
doing?
that
Why
guy's
why
not
do
even
you
attacking
do
you,
this?
and you're offended.
so if it's in
No.
the Bible, doesn't mean it's true in your view?
What are you saying
So you said if it's in the Bible, it doesn't mean it's
I've been
false. I'm
saying a
asking
lot.
you.
I've
Hold
been
on,
saying a lot of
please.
things.
I
Tell me
know,
what you
but
think isn't true. What did I say that isn't true?
so if you've been listening, I've agreed with you. But what I'm asking you is where you're basing your reference frame on, essentially, in the worldview in which you're trying to present. And the question that I asked was, are you doing this from a biblical worldview? You said no. Then you said, hey, just because in the Bible, it doesn't mean it's not true. So I'm asking you, just because it's in the Bible doesn't mean it is true. That's the question. Can you please just answer that question? If it's in the Bible, does it mean it is true?
Reference what you're speaking on.
Words, phrases, things, events, like anything.
Can you please reference what you're saying is not true in the Bible?
No, I didn't. I'm not speaking about things that aren't true in the Bible. That's not the conversation I want to have with you. Do you understand that?
What kind of conversation is this, man?
So the conversation I want to have is an answer to the question of if it's in the Bible, does it mean it's true?
I can't say what I can't say. Listen, okay, let me respond. Ready?
He won't
Okay.
answer the
Okay,
question.
the giggly Glober. Hold on.
You can answer the. Hold on,
You
hold
won't
on. Really
answer the
question.
question.
No,
Really quick.
I want
You can,
space. Listen,
I really want you to answer the
you're going
question.
to get my
Billy, you're
opinion,
incapable
and
of
you need to
answering
give me space. But a
questions.
Glober's
Yeah,
triggered because he's a little
exactly.
boy.
Go for it.
Okay,
Go for it.
just okay. I can't speak on whether or not the Bible is 100% true. Every word in it is 100% true. I'm never going
Okay.
to make the claim that I know for a fact all the words in the Bible are true.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that I am now the authority. Therefore, all
No,
things
it
in the
means you're
Bible are not
wise.
true.
I think that's probably one of the
I am
wisest
willing
things
to
you
consider
said.
that there is a reason it's in the Bible. It might have value because I don't think the Bible is supposed to be taken literally in all of the texts because there's
Mhm.
things that you read that clearly like they skip hundreds of years. If I'm to believe that we've just leaped hundreds of years into the future and nothing happened between that span of time, that'd be pretty dumb. The Bible doesn't tell you everything that happens between, like Genesis and Noah and Moses.
Yeah,
So to take
I
it
get that.
literally would be a bad idea. But to
I get
say
that.
that, the Bible's quote unquote not true, I can't
Okay.
say that. I wasn't there.
I
I
get
find
that.
it to be value. It all resonates. Thank you
Okay.
for letting me get that out. Now, this other
Yeah.
guy, he wants to globe-tard with you, so.
So the thing is this, so I wasn't making the statement you were using phrases from the Bible, therefore what you're saying is irrelevant or not true. What I was saying is essentially there's a worldview that you're building this behind, and it sounds a lot like Christianity. And I was just kind of trying to ask you questions to kind of get your understanding of what God you're speaking of as being inverted.
Were
In
you
your
raised
opinion,
Christian?
yeah, I went to a lot of Christian stuff, but like in your opinion, it's the Christian God that's being inverted, right? That's the one. And so
Why are you questioning the Bible so much nowadays when you were raised Christian?
how about this? How about this? I will totally
Is
answer
that
your
too quick?
question.
Did something happen? Dude, I just
No,
want to know.
100%.
Tell me the truth. Something
I'll
happened
tell you
that
the
made you.
story. I'll
Something
totally tell
happened that
you.
made you. You don't have to tell me. Just
I'll tell you. But
and
will
you
you please?
always try to speak the moment I speak. You're ready to go.
But you cut me off when I was talking to ask me a question, and I was but at the same time, what I will tell you, and I will answer your question. I truly will. But will you answer the question? Are you a Christian? Because you haven't said yes or
No,
no
I
to that.
never claimed to be a Christian.
Okay, all right, and that's the thing. I don't do the same thing either because of two things. One, how do I know that the devil didn't influence my entire life and everything that I am is a fraud to lead people to temptation? And if I am out proclaiming that I am a Christian and people follow my path, I lead them to hellfire, damnation, and destruction. I wouldn't profess being anything to anyone because I lack the knowledge to understand God. But I know where God is not. and
It
things
doesn't
like
matter. You don't have to have knowledge of the creator and how he created things. All you need is knowledge of what he wants, which is you're completely is within the realm of possibility.
And that's what I'm saying. So for you, that's your worldview. That's what you can build your life on, and everything else like that. And like I said, for me, at the end of the day, it's just my goal in life is to, as I've aged, I don't want to hurt people. I don't want to do bad things, and I use a lot of those like those terms, good and bad. I would say I've built those off of a biblical worldview over the course of my life. But at the same time, but it's not easy to say it, but like what you're projecting, what you're saying, the secret cabal that's inverting God and everything else like that, unless you have a foundation of a religion to kind of even stand on, how are you making those claims about these people, and how are you understanding what they're even doing? You know, that's kind of my question more than anything. That's kind of where I was trying to get.
System. It's in their system. The roots of how they came up with this debt system today comes from taxation in Egypt. This is all they've been working on this system for over 1,000 years. That's why it's so refined and perfect and working well, keeping us slaves.
So when you say like the word slave literally means like you don't get paid and you have to do work, and if you don't work you get beaten and shit.
I don't know. Are you a millionaire?
I don't answer questions like that. But like,
well, not everybody in the world has the wealth of the 1%. It might not be that you're completely $0, zero food, but to really be living like a truly wealthy lifestyle, that the even distribution of wealth is possible. Everybody could have, you know, the luxurious lifestyle of some of these wealthy people.
But no, they can't. Everyone can't have a yacht. Everyone can't have a private jet. Everyone can't have a mount. Everyone cannot. That's not. But the crazy thing is I completely agree with you when you're talking about
not everybody
the distribution
desires
of wealth.
a yacht. It's just people desire what they
I
consider
get that.
their own luxury.
I get that. But
I
what
don't
I'm
need
saying
it.
is,
you know what I want? I want a gas. I want the most gas fucking dirt bike ever. I want something that's gonna bring me up to the top of the mountain.
yeah,
that's
dude.
fun for me.
And then the thing is, and this is like what you were talking about, the equal distribution of wealth,
but I can't
and
have
shit
it,
like that.
you know.
But like, why don't you start
I'm a
the conversation? Why don't you start the conversations there? Because that's a conversation that doesn't require God. That's a conversation that doesn't require the shape of the earth. That's a conversation that requires your opinion about a social economic topic that you can describe, you can set the parameters, and you can have an argument for, that people probably haven't tested 100,000 times over, that will prove you wrong. And you probably do have a very valid opinion in that field. But that's the thing. Like I want to try to have a conversation, because I believe like there is like a secret society of control, but I don't believe it to your extremes. But at the same time, like I said, what I'm getting at essentially is, it's one, kind of speak to what you have knowledge on, and then like two, enter the conversation.
What is extreme? You just called it extreme. Is drone strike not extreme?
A drone strike is not an extreme thing. It's not. It's not.
So you're very desensitized.
I'm probably. I probably am. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, other people are appalled at what's happening. You know, you think
I don't
they've
think it's a
normalized.
good thing. I don't think it's a good thing at all.
Have you
and I
ever
wish it
been in
didn't happen.
I'm sorry. Have you ever been in combat?
I don't answer questions like that either. But
should I be thanking you for your service right now?
No, not at all. Not at
So
all.
you've never been in the military in combat. Okay.
I've never been in the military. Why
are you normalized? Why are you desensitized to how horrible that shit is?
Why am I normalized to the fact that drone strikes happen?
This should seriously offend you that things like this happen while you're alive.
So I'm not offended that Osama bin Laden was killed. I'm not offended that Soleimani was killed. I'm not offended. I'm just trying to go. I don't. Yeah, Osama wasn't a drone strike. They were near helicopters, but they killed Soleimani.
You're not in touch with your senses, man. Like if you don't have a visceral reaction to bloodshed, like, then you're
Do you
normal.
watch
You're
boxing?
decent.
Do you watch boxing? Do you watch boxing?
Oh no, I hate boxing. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Do you watch do you watch any sports at all?
I mean, dude, I'm one of the people that like I don't even like horror movies. Like if there's gore in the movie, I'm good. I don't need it.
And so that's the thing. Like, and so for me, like I don't watch horror movies. I think they're stupid. I'm always yelling like, "What the fuck, dude? Just run or get the fuck out of there!" Or that bitch doesn't even like you, you know. But at the same time, like, well, it's a movie. It's fake. So that's kind of the main thing I go through that experience with. But like at the end of the day, you know, like yeah, you have an aversion to gore. You know that is what it is. It doesn't mean that if someone
I have an
doesn't
aversion to
have
what I think is unnecessary.
okay, that's fine. And that's but you just said you don't even watch horror movie. In a horror movie, gore is kind of necessary. It's part of why you go there
No,
a bit.
it actually isn't though. Like horror movies used to not have as much gore. But anyway, what we're really talking
So what
about
would
right
you
now,
talk? So
we're
I grew
talking
up with
about you.
like Friday the 13th and like Freddy Krueger and shit. That shit scared the hell out of me as a kid. I still can't fucking hang around on clowns because of that fucking thing. But those things had gore in it. You know, those are the older movies. Like, what are you talking about? Like the old Dracula, like the black and white one, or like Frankenstein, or like
I'm talking about slasher films. They upped the ante like in the 2000s. Like with Scream. I Know What You Did Last
Scream.
Summer. Gore
Yeah.
horror movies used to just be there. Used to be actual, not just jump scares and blood. It used to be like suspense, thrill.
Did you watch Friday the 13th?
Fucking, I don't even know if I did.
Jason? Yeah, dude.
I don't even know actually.
Yeah, dude. Jason, watch that's some old
you know what
shit
I saw? I saw Jason X. I saw the one where he was at a lake.
Oh yeah,
and
he's
they
like
were
that one. He's
they
like a
were picking
fucking.
on
He's
him because he was
sprinting.
mute. They were picking on him because he looked mutated. He had like a head deformity, and they drowned him in a lake. Then he came back, killed everybody at the campsite. It was crazy.
So that one scared the shit out of me the most because I decided that if Jason ever came after me, I never saw him run. He always was just fucking walking. So I'm like, dude, I can keep up a steady pace, you know, get a run, get ahead of him a couple hours, take a nap, wake up, and just keep on moving. But in Jason X, that dude turned to a track star.
I want to break this down to you right now. I want you to really understand why I'm arguing so vehemently for this position. I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Because pain and pleasure are the same thing. What you experience is friction. That when you are like coming in contact with an object on a micro, nano, whatever atomic scale, that's violence. That's brutal violence happening on an atomic scale. But you scale it back, you're really just getting tickled. But those little fibers, those little molecules, they're actually getting completely displaced. When you drag the finger across your skin, technically, that is pain and pleasure is the same sense. It's just a sliding scale, right?
So I mean, so like, what if you like have an itch?
Hold on, I'm glad you understand what I'm saying. And I'm bringing this somewhere. So pain is considered like a form of initiation to the initiates, the people that practice Hermeticism and they practice Kabbalah and they believe in things like rituals and ceremonies and blood and sex magic and bestiality and alchemy. Okay, in Egypt, they were practicing all of this. That's why they were considered the most wicked and God had to wipe them out. That's the story in the Bible, right? But that part of the Bible, I believe it to be true. They really were practicing wicked stuff, and we had to learn a lesson. And now we don't do all that stuff anymore. The knowledge of it is in the past, but there is a secret society they curated that knowledge.
Right.
This is basically black magic. These are people that practice blood sorcery, sacrifice, poisoning themselves, drugs, hallucinogens, whatever you want to call it. All these ritual practices, they believe they're initiating themselves to like a higher stage of enlightenment. Like if you kill somebody, the knowledge of that experience becomes part of your spirit. Now you're illuminated. This is how they, now, whether or not this is real, this is how they practice. This is what they do. They really believe that they're achieving higher levels of knowledge by like blood sacrifice.
Okay, and so this is that cabal that you're talking about that's attempting to invert God, and they're seizing control, and they're using these black magic spells to keep control.
Yeah, the election process that every 4 years, that's one of the rituals for sure.
The election process is a ritual of this?
Oh yeah, it's a voting ritual. Controlled opposition. They give you the illusion that somebody is running against what they want.
I mean, dude, you're an American and you don't see how the two political parties hate each other now? Like, you can't even have a it's the reason I'm not a Democrat or a Republican anymore. I'm a libertarian because I can't understand either side of them. They just yell at each other. And you want to tell me that they're in cahoots with each other? Are you listening to yourself, brother?
Have you ever heard of the Hegelian dialectic?
Yes.
Okay, cool. What about Brooklyn?
You broke up. I didn't hear the whole thing. What was it again? Say it one more time for me.
The Hegelian dialectic is the idea of you create your controlled opposition. You create the illusion of competition, so everybody bouts with each other rather than going at the people that are really puppeteering the situation.
I get that, and honestly, for me, I've always said that's kind of one of the tools people use to control societies. So
This is a part of the heresy. This is the heretical teachings. These people have been compiling the most nasty practices. The Hegelian dialectic is a form of deception. That's one of them. They create the illusion that there is a natural grassroots movement that is going to contest some idea, some person, or some figure, right?
Right out of the playbook of George Soros is what this sounds like.
But the person that's rising and competing, they made their own opposition. So anybody that actually wants to fight and be a part of the movement, they're being controlled by the ones who started the opposition. That's, I mean, read 48 Laws of Power, or don't, you don't have to.
And I'm not, so like I said, I'm not, I completely agree that that's a tool that people will utilize to do this. I think what Brooklyn's saying a bit is when you look at what you're saying is our voting system, right? So our voting system is something that came into place in the last 100-something years. You're saying these people's been around for thousands of years. You don't really see our voting system in any other system. You see something similar in Rome, but you didn't really vote. It was just really, really rich people that got to be in the Senate, and then like some popular poor people that got to be in the tributes of the plebs and like the plebeian class. But you got to hear what you're saying, because if these people have been around since then, they're not doing, you know what I mean? Like all this black magic, like now their black magic is a voting system that they just created for a system that they didn't even know existed for land. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't really follow very linear sense.
Yeah, the origins of voting is to create the illusion of choice. The original voting ritual was just a box. It was just a suggestion box. And it's just like, oh, you have an idea? Oh, okay, put it in the suggestion box. And it just makes you feel like your opinion matters. That's all it's for. To get people off your back when you're a tyrant. That's what it's for.
And honestly, I don't think that's not a tool that would be utilized. But at the same time, it's like you're making these claims and you're trying to tie them through history and say it's obvious, you can't see it, and all this other stuff. But one, you're not really properly describing it because you're not using your worldview properly. But at the same time, it's not making sense across the board, But like I said, there's bits and pieces.
And you
of
see
it,
how much I've had to explain for you to understand even a crumb of what I'm putting together, though.
I get that, but dude, if you're trying to describe a international cabal that's been around for thousands of years, that's super secretive, it would not be an easy conversation to have.
Galactic. It's a galactic. galactic cabal.
Even better. But what I'm saying is it's like, I mean, now with that claim, it's like, so now, they're in space, you don't like NASA. You've already said that. You don't agree with the moon landing. You've already said that. You know what I mean? So like the whole thing.
No, stop. You took it literally. It was a joke. It was a notion towards the idea that they expand beyond just the surface of the Earth. It was a joke.
Oh, so like, okay, so like that's what I'm saying. Like it's a galactic cabal, and like I said earlier, I heard you talking about how can we prove the Earth? And the one guy was like, I can show you a picture, and you're like, well, NASA is a fake. We haven't been to the moon. Like that was you, I think. I don't think I'm that crazy yet. But like I said, dude, it's just not making linear sense. It really isn't. But like I said, the bits and pieces of it, I completely see what you're talking about.
Well,
I
dude, I'm
completely
proud of
agree
you.
with
You
it.
got your normie foot in the door. Okay, you're not hardcore rejecting everything. I'm proud of you. Honestly, this takes a lot. It takes a lot of educating for you to even know the scope of this argument. And a lot of the information is not just readily available like your mainstream narratives. If I want to
I'd
find out
agree.
how much money was donated to Ukraine yesterday, I can find that out. But if I want to
Yeah.
find out, who's really responsible for writing the earliest versions of the Bible, that's not it's not just sitting around.
Well, the earliest version of the Bible is sitting around. It's in a museum. But
But
at the
yeah,
same,
so they say.
well, it's the earliest one that they have that they could find and they could prove the date
Oh
of.
my God, I'm not understanding the context of what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand. I 100% get what you're saying. And that's the thing. Like, but the problem is, and this is the thing. Like I said, I believe that there is a system that gets put in place that separates people, makes people fight, makes people do bad things. I think that there is a group of people who, disproportionately, take advantage of that process. But the problem is, it's like when you say it, it makes it all sound crazy.
That's a you problem, because nothing I'm saying is inaccurate. I mean, you have evidence of mystery schools coming from Babylon. Not everybody knew how to read. So the things that were being archived, it was like, shit, I'll show just this one guy in a dark room with a candle. Check out this book that no one knows how to read for the next 200 years.
So do you realize how life, like say Babylon, all right? So this is a part of like I said, the linear aspect of it. Life in Babylon was essentially like there was fertile land, but they had to build these irrigation ditches, and they were very, very hard to maintain. People were working non-fucking stop.
Dude, I'm sorry, you're not engaging with what I'm saying.
No, I am. If you listen real quick, I totally am. No, I totally am. So you had a population that needed to do a lot of work to make the food to feed the people, and you had very few people that had the ability to read and write because it did not put food on the table. It did not. And then over time, that changed. You saw it, like Gutenberg and all that other shit. Like reading became more accessible. So like these whole secret things that you're describing, they're secret by the fact of the society in which it came from, not because they're trying to hide something.
Because knowledge is power, and you keep people. You don't educate normal people because then they can rise against you. You strengthen numbers of knowledge. Yeah, so therefore, forbidden knowledge. Therefore, man.
And that's the thing, dude. Like
you think you have the knowledge to create this psycho societal structure that we have on your own? That you could come up with something like this?
If I could come up with something like this, I don't know. I don't think I'd hope the things that I do wouldn't lead to this, but at the same time, you don't know. I always try to believe that humans act upon their best intentions. That doesn't mean that it's a good thing that they're doing. You
haven't questioned your daily routine. Like you don't think anything of the fact that bombs are going off around you, and you're stuck doing a 9 to 5 trying to keep a roof over your head.
So, dude, that's the thing. Like what you're saying is so fucking real. It really is. It is something that exists in reality. It's a conversation that you could have. But having to talk about a cabal that's trying to invert God for this is not the cause of it, though. You know what I mean?
It absolutely is. This country is founded on Babylonian ideas.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying. It's like I said, dude, you make some really relevant points, and I really hear a lot of what you're saying. But like, if you just dilute it with like history and like learn it a bit, and then see, oh, like this cabal, you know, the secrecy. Like, do you know like Martin Luther when he like one of the things, like 95 fucking things he was asking the church to do was to write the Bible in the common language so people could read it, which I think has become a fucking huge mistake over time.
Do you agree that left wing and right wing are two wings of the same bird? Like, did you agree
100%.
about the Hegelian dialectic?
100%. I've always made that statement. I've said the American government is just two separate rings of the same bird of prey.
It's a form of deception, right?
Well, yeah. The thing is this. One,
who's carrying out the deception?
And therein lies where I feel you see
the people that inherited the institutions, the people that own everything. They own the property, the banks, the money,
Precisely.
the healthcare.
Yes.
They are carrying out the Hegelian dialectic. They're creating the illusion of choice in this country.
Okay.
Quite obviously to people that already know about this.
And this is the thing, dude. This is the thing. So like you sound youngish. You sound like you could run for president the next like decade or something like that. And you have points that people would hear you on.
I'm not willing to suck dick.
I get what I'm saying, but the thing is this: like, if you want someone to change the things that you're doing in this Hegelian system in which we're in, they can't talk about a global cabal of people inverting God doing black magic because you can't prove that. But what you can prove are the other things that you're talking about. Stick to what you can prove.
Yeah, it was proven in 2016. That dude John Podesta, there was audio of him literally like doing something to somebody. That audio is proof that, you know, the politicians are involved in some kind of human trafficking ring.
So okay, so a human trafficking ring, how does that equal global cabal? You know what I mean? You got to keep on building the layers to global cabal. Like that's the thing. You want to jump.
I mean, dude, listen.
Very wide.
If you want to sit here and listen to me for 45 minutes straight, make this make sense to you, I'll do it. But if it's a conversation we're having a back forth and you keep asking me how am I going to substantiate it, it's going to take a long fucking time. Or I could just point you to this documentary. I mean, if you're really interested in what I'm talking about, I have a documentary. The thing that I told you about how Washington D.C. the streets are designed to replicate the Valley of the Kings and a veneration of ISIS. I want you to look at this because this is not bullshit. I'm not pulling shit out my ass.
And honestly, like I said, I will. I'll watch it. I'll watch it later. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is, like in the conversation, if you stick to these points, like you're talking about the distribution of wealth, you're talking about, you know, drone strikes being, you know, overused and stuff like that. Stick to those points, dude. You can prove those things. Those are provable. And that's the thing. If you know yourself that there is this cabal, right? You're going to have to prove this cabal to people to make them believe you. Or you can prove other things that they believe and then lead them to the cabal.
Yeah, the cabal is using sigils. Their symbol is on the hospitals, dude. What do they call that thing? The serpent wrapped around the staff. There's a name for that thing.
You have to. One of the things, dude. Honestly, like there's a lot of really cool YouTube history
stuff. You want me to break it down or not? You just do you want to know, or are you going to keep questioning it without actually hearing the response?
I'm not questioning it. I'm making a statement. I'm going to kind of disengage because I'm not trying to like trigger you, dude. Like I said, I'm not. But more what I'm saying is like stick to the stuff like the social stuff and all those other wider claims that you're reaching towards, because you make fucking sense and you're pointing it on that. But even like with the the galactic cabal now,
That was a
that's
joke.
okay. Even with the global one, even with the flat planar one, whatever you want to call it, even with that
Let
one.
me make my point about the serpent and the staff, dude. It's sigil
Okay.
magic. You associate that symbol with healthcare. Why do you think that is? They charged that snake and staff with the energy to associate it with healthcare. Who do you think is responsible for that? That's
I
called
think it was a
sigil.
Greek guy. I think it came from some Greek guy. I forgot the name of
This
it.
is a ritual. This is one of their ritual practices, dude. The entire massive society associates healthcare with that symbol for a reason, not just because.
I have one quick question here. Is there anything in society that is not a symbol or ritual?
Yes.
One example.
A sandwich.
Are you sure?
Yeah, a sandwich is not a symbol. It's just a sandwich.
Positive about that.
That if you use Bandwidth.
Also, a slice of pizza is not a symbol. It's just a slice of pizza.
Okay, but what about all the pizza restaurants that use a slice of pizza to indicate that they are in fact a pizza restaurant?
That sigil is not making you okay. So when you associate, you see a cartoon pizza slice. Oh, there must be a pizza place there. Yeah, that image that you're associating the image with the idea that there's going to be pizza there. That's fine. Feel free to do that. But when you see a snake and a staff and you associate that to healthcare, is that truly like Is that
those are the equivalent? You have given me equivalent situations, correct?
My point is that what does a snake and a staff have to do with healthcare?
What does a pizza have to do with a restaurant?
Come on, dude. The sigil is charged with the energy. You associate the image with an idea. The idea is if you go to that institution, you will be taken care
How
of.
do I measure
They have
this
the medicine.
energy?
They have all the practices you need.
What do you mean by
to have
energy? This concept feels very nebulous. Can I measure this energy that you're referring to?
When I say charged with energy, they are creating the association by means of chanting and scribing.
Right. So, like, whenever I see a pizza slice and the jingle for the local pizza place goes through my head, I got it.
But they're not making you associate a snake with healthcare. They're making you associate a pizza with pizza.
No, they're making me associate a pizza with their jingle.
Which, in my opinion, is not demonic.
Yeah, but what if it's a demonic pizza joint?
I'm sure you got.
I'm sure there's at least one demon-themed pizza joint on the
I'm
US.
sure you have infinite what ifs in this line of question. It's never gonna end.
Right. So the point is, you still haven't described how these two situations are fundamentally different. That's just, you have gone pattern recognition, mystical, and I'm just like, that's weird, man.
Like, what do you? There's nothing nefarious about an image of a cartoon pizza being associated to a pizza restaurant. There is something nefarious associating healthcare to a snake and a staff. That symbol.
You failed to elucidate upon how that's nefarious at all, and not just like
I
tradition.
can do it right now.
Because
I can do it right now.
Tradition, and once again, it's just symbolism and pattern recognition. You have associated this with that, and like, it's not even just that. I can find places that use that particular symbol that aren't even related to the medical field. So like, it's just weird to me.
But typically, hold on, let me find the name of that.
I thought Red Cross was actually healthcare, not so much a snake. but the Red Cross?
Yeah.
Which was actually the blood from the sheets from the bombing at Calm. They put the red sheets on top of the roof of the hospital to let the bombers know that, there's blood here. And the Red Cross was then taken on as the universal symbol of medical. I don't see it as a snake. I think the snakes are a bit wrongly done by people throughout history, actually. They're not that bad. Thanks, guys.
But yeah, and then along with that, like that's just for places where Christianity is the predominant religion. You'll also see red crescents and red everything. If it's red and it's a religious symbol, it's usually understood that that's going to be medical.
All right, check this out. It's called the caduceus, a staff with 2 stakes and wings. It's associated with Hermes, the Greek messenger god, and is often mistakenly used as a medical symbol, particularly in the United States.
Yep. Yeah. It's also not just used as a symbol.
Why?
Because
Why do you
people
think?
like old Greek and Roman things.
No, it's because they're Kabbalists. It's because they're practicing
It really
idolatry.
isn't. It
Yes,
really,
it is.
really isn't. Like,
Yes,
you
it is.
seemed like to want this really convoluted answer to the question, and the answer to the question is people think it gives legitimacy because it's old. And, like, that's how people have worked for eons.
You can fight tooth and nail all you want, or
I'm not fighting
you can
anything.
You can
I'm
allow it to take place.
just
What I'm
noting
saying
that you're
could take place.
unraveling at the edges.
It probably should take place. Okay, without all the hardcore rejection going on.
There's no hardcore rejection.
Yes, there is.
Just like going with the answer that has more paucity.
It is hardcore and it is rejection. When I give you the idea that the healthcare system uses sigil magic, that their symbol is associated with healthcare, every time you see a snake in a staff, your mind thinks of hospitals.
It doesn't. It really doesn't, though. That's the funny part here. You're assuming onto me what my mind. Let's take a moment and enjoy this fact of how you're assuming what my mind goes to when presented with a symbol. That's not what my mind goes to when presented with that symbol.
All right. So if I show you 2 yellow arches, you're not going to think of McDonald's.
I will think of a brand if you show me the brand of that particular thing. Correct. But you know what? That still isn't at all related to the fact of what I associate the staff of Mercury with, which isn't hospitals. It happens to be with Mercury, the god whose staff it is.
You already demonstrated that you are being dishonest.
Yeah, I know you feel like that now, but like
you chose
still
to be
haven't.
dishonest in this
You
conversation.
still haven't demonstrated. No, I haven't. You still haven't demonstrated how that everybody who ever sees this symbol thinks that, and you fundamentally can't demonstrate that. So, like, once again, it calls into question your entire thesis that you've built here.
Might I add too, if I could, what you're doing is when you're saying it and saying what it is, that can be viewed by some, like myself, as a magician's trick, where they force the 7 of clubs. Like I say, the media are lying, and then explain why. Why wouldn't I explain what they've done first and let you conclude the media is lying? So what you're doing appears to be the force of the 7 of clubs. I do suggest not using that tactic because most of us who know magic tricks kind of hear that, that power of suggestion. So perhaps allowing us to conclude that ourselves is a stronger form of convincing someone. Rather than saying the media lie, tell us what you've got and let us conclude the media lie or the government are dodgy. Because they are. I agree with what you're saying.
I don't have magic tricks.
Well, you're forcing it. It's a force, dude. I know a force when I see one.
By the way, Jesse,
I don't know how to do magic tricks, but
the rod of Asclepius is the particular rod that you're thinking of, not the rod that belongs with the god Mercury. Just
Caduceus.
Caduceus
is from Hermes. I just looked it up.
And do you not know what the Latin name of Hermes is?
Why should I? What is it? Go ahead.
I've given it to you already. It's the funny part of this whole conversation.
The useless.
Thank you, Renee. Renee caught it. Thank you, Renee.
Okay, what does that have to?
Jesse,
what does that have to do with anything? Hold on. What does that have
Jesse,
to do with
this is what I was talking about earlier. It's about
Stop,
history.
Renee. Hold on, Renee. Hold on. Okay. What does that have to do with anything, Melodic?
Oh, It has nothing to do with anything other than the fact
Thank
that
you.
you
I
apparently
wasn't
didn't
you
know
talking about.
what the Latin name of Hermes was, which is
I
amusing
don't know the
considering you
Latin
looked
names of
up
a lot of people.
his
What the fuck
theft.
does
I
it matter?
promise you, you know the Latin name of at least Hermes, Zeus,
So now
what
you're
was
just
Zeus'
quizzing
dad's
me
name?
on your pantheon
Ares.
of Greek mythology.
Yeah.
So now you're quizzing
Ares.
me on Greek mythology. I don't give a
No.
fuck.
I know you know these ones because usually they're in retrograde.
Oh my
which
god,
gets
you
my
are so
drift.
you already proven you're dishonest in this conversation.
Oh, Triton's up there, and then who was the father of Zeus in Greek?
Anyway,
Kronos.
they're worshiping pagan deities when they came up with the institution of healthcare in this country. Okay, that's why you got a cross on your husband.
Okay.
Not really.
This is what I was saying earlier. It's about history, dude, and this is what like it's literally like read it. Like there's a really cool YouTube channel that have really cool history lessons on it, and you just get an opinion of the time and what you're talking about, and then from the history, like when you see the cabal, you might be able to start like positioning actual people that you could identify and stuff like that. That could be
The problem is
associated
these
with it.
conversations get nowhere with stubborn globetards. We should be progressing the conversation towards what sleeping centers were and what churches were actually built for. Churches were places of refuge. People were literally wandering, nomadic, hungry, dumb, and churches were the only places that had infrastructure. Like you walk past this big, it's a feat of architecture. You are
Do you know why?
luring the public into your doors by showing that you have a masterclass of design and knowledge, and you have libraries.
Do you
and
know
have
why
food,
that was the case?
And you have a system.
Do you know why that
and
was
those
the case?
just listen, Renee. Don't ask me a question. Listen.
I don't think he knows much history at all, Renee.
Melodic. Listen, these sleeping centers were they weren't always church pews in these places. These were usually just big empty rooms, and a medicine man would walk around and he'd ask you like, "Why did you come in here?" And then they would give you the doctrine. They would tell you how to heal and where to go and where to be and when. And it was literally service. This was the service that they gave. The further they institutionalized these practices, the more sigils came into play. Now they're putting
You're
the
out of
red
your
cross
mind.
on the hospitals.
Holy
No, this is
shit.
exactly what happened. This is
No, you're out of your
how,
mind, man.
This is exactly how the
The power, guys. The power is in the letters. The power is in the letters.
What
It's
year?
the first time you're ever hearing this, dude. I know.
What year do you think the church was like these institutions and churches? Like, what year do you think they were built? Like when did this start? Time frame? Like wide range of
You know
time.
how many churches there are?
There's a lot, but
assuredly there was a first one.
Lots of churches built over hundreds of years. Some turned into schools. Some turned into mega churches. Some turned into hospitals.
Which hundreds
some
of
turned
years,
into
though?
military. Some turned into military bases.
Okay,
which hundreds of years? You said over hundreds of years. Which ones specifically? We have a system for numbering them. Could you indicate on the system that we number them with what time period
what
you
I'm
mean?
talking about? Why are you guys act so oblivious to this stuff? How come two people walk in the earth,
Roman Empire?
but I come across this information before you?
Do you know the Roman Empire outside of the Bible? Do you realize
Dude, you guys wanting to randomly quiz about things that are unrelated? Unrelated.
No, it is. It's a bit related because you're talking about the church, right?
Explain
and you're saying
why
that they had.
related.
Yeah, it's really related, dude. Like,
here
it's
it
really,
comes.
he's going somewhere. Shush.
So
no, you shush. You got nothing to say, dude. Shut.
So after the fall of Rome, do you know what that was?
Fall of Rome. Keep going.
Mm-hmm. Do you know when that was?
Ugh,
like a date, like
okay,
numbers.
Let's just call it like 500 BC. It was a bit before that, but let's just call it 500 BC.
I'm not gonna
See,
lie.
I'm sorry,
I was gonna say 300 BC.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. I was gonna say 300 BC, but I knew I was wrong.
Well, 300 BC, like that was a really cool part. Like they were like fighting and shit during then. But like let's just call it
that's
like
Carthage and when they're a Senate still.
Yeah.
Like that's a cool time period, but not the fall.
Who the
fall
fuck cares? Why are you doing this?
So after that time, they like that was like the fall of society. Rome had all the information, they had all the wealth, and after they fell, it really like society fell. But there was these churches because Rome instituted it from their religion. They had a god, Jupiter, who in Greece is Zeus, and they also had a new one that they called Sol Invictus. That you would kind of parallel a lot of what was going on with that guy, because his birthday is magically December 25th as well. But like but when those churches were established, they were refuges, like you're talking about, for people, because there was no government essentially or society to help people out. And those churches had the doors open to feed people and help people and educate people and then actually bring people back to the ability to have a renaissance.
And
So,
indoctrinate. Don't forget indoctrinate.
I 100% agree with you on the indoctrination part, but at the same time, it was a part of the society. It was, if the churches weren't there, people probably would have starved. People probably would have died. People would have been a lot
So what
worse.
you're saying? So you agree with what I was saying?
I agree with the church indoctrinates kids. I agree with that. I'm that's what I can agree to. I can't broadly agree to your statements because of what I'm kind of talking about. You're not like you're saying the church did all these evil things to get people, and they had all these cool infrastructures and shit. Yeah, they did, because while Rome still existed, Rome was building churches, and then after Rome fell, like literally, I don't think they matched the ability to do Roman art and architecture for another like 1,000 years almost after the fucking fall of Rome. So I mean, it's just like during that time, the church pretty much made sure everyone lived. And those things that you're talking about, the infrastructures and the things are built, it wasn't fucking just everybody was nice, and it was bad things that probably happened and all that other shit. But what you're saying, that they had this like basic like fucking mousetrap to get people in, it wasn't that. But I don't disagree with the indoctrination of people and all that other stuff. You see the results. But
No, it wasn't a mousetrap, dude. People were inclined to walk through those doors themselves.
They
You don't need to trap anyone.
That's what makes it a mousetrap.
You don't need to trap it. No,
that
they
is
would walk
that
through
is
doors
the
and they would
thing
want to
that makes
stay.
it the thing.
Oh my god, dude! No, there wasn't a literal metal bar fucking pinning them to the ground inside the church. You dummy! They wanted to be in there once they stayed.
That's why it was a mousetrap, right? It's because they wanted to go in. And
Oh,
then
God, you're using this metaphor of a mousetrap, but I don't think so.
Well, I'm using the metaphor as a mousetrap, as it wasn't something that someone triggered.
Not analogous, dude, because they willfully stayed in the church because they were deceived, they were wooed, they were awesome.
Yeah, almost like a false
literally.
cheese on a mousetrap. One would almost make that analogy.
Yeah, but you're saying the metal bar that pins them to the ground is you're saying that the cheese is what's pinning them to the ground. No, the people stay in the church because the cheese.
No,
nothing's
people
pinning
came
them to the ground for them to
What's
enjoy the cheese.
What's pinning them to the ground is, I would say, in my opinion, that religious indoctrination. But at the same time, they came in because of the cheese. They came in because they were hungry. They came in because they had nowhere else to go. They came in because of that.
Why do you
Just
think
like
they
a
had
mousetrap.
nowhere else to go? Because the whole world was famished in that war, and nobody was trying to help each other out except for the churches.
I think Nietzsche knocked it out of the park with that. You know, it was needed to kind of civilize the rough edges, and then now we're somewhere beyond, and we need to figure out where to go from there.
Everybody, when they read, the Zarathustra
God.
statement, when everyone reads it, it's like, oh, God's dead. He's saying God's dead. It's like, no, like the God that we created, especially the God
Renee,
of
you have this horrible habit of going into the weeds, in my opinion. Like did you forget what we were talking about?
No, I don't.
The weeds are more fun, to be honest.
I was talking about
we were talking about utilizing symbols. Okay, we're talking about
then that's what Nietzsche was talking about.
You're rejecting the idea that the hospital is using sigil magic. Stop goofying around, Melodic. I'm trying to actually get a point across to this.
Well, yes, that's because magic doesn't work and has never worked. But we're actually talking about like the actual phenomena that you're trying to hang your hat on,
Oh my
which is
God.
kind of what Nietzsche
I'm
was
not the
referring to.
one- I'm not the one that called this sigil magic for you to miss the context of what I'm saying. You guys are all about missing context. That's what you hinge all of your arguments upon.
Renee, can you help me out here?
So annoying. You just missed the point.
Did he call it
every
magic
day.
or not?
Every
Like,
single
help me out.
day you want to miss the point. When I say sigil magic, I'm talking about associating an idea to a scribe. Which
Right,
is
that's
real.
not magic.
This is an act. They call it sigil magic. I'm not the one who came up with the name.
Who's they? Can I get a reference?
They think
who is
that
they?
it is. I'm talking. They think that dark
Intergalactic
magic.
cabal.
Yeah, they think that practicing dark magic involves chanting. Chanting is supposedly channeling. If you want something to come out into reality, you need to manifest it.
Okay,
So they
so
believe
every
believe-
Saturday,
I have to
every
educate
Saturday,
you, Globetard.
millions of
Stop talking,
Americans
Globetard.
come
It's not
together
time for you to talk,
in
Globetard.
egg-shaped
I'm educating
stadiums
you, Globetard.
and
It's not time for you to talk,
and
Globetard.
do this
God damn it,
magic
melodic.
all
God damn
together.
it, melodic. Melodic, I have to tell you this. Instead of you hardcore rejecting everything, just let me tell you.
It would be much more amusing if you let the funny go, because the funny's funny, but it's fine.
When you want to hand wave dismiss anything that is
hand wave dismiss. I'm not hand wave dismissing.
When you
I'm using your
to dismiss.
We were talking about Nietzsche
the
at some point here.
Yeah. You want to dismiss the concept of manifesting your own intentions by means of charging. Yes, by means of charging the idea with energy, chanting, scribing, practicing, creating the religious practice of chanting and worshiping the idea.
Sure. Yeah, so as I was saying,
So
every
when
Saturday,
you
as I was saying,
snake and
since
a
you took a
staff
break and
to
then I was
harm
talking,
me,
but
when you
apparently you were still
associate
going to
snake and a-
monologue, and I can't actually get in my thought.
Because
Okay,
you
cool.
require
Should I get
so
my
much
thought in? No, okay.
You
Maybe can I get my
normies
thought in? No,
require so much
no,
education.
I'm still
you want
not
to have
allowed.
a conversation
Can I get my
about it.
no?
You have
I
to
waited.
be willing to hear the other side
I
of the
said
conversation.
and I was actively listening, and I
Well,
waited for a
if
break,
your
and then I
plan is to
decided I was
stay
going to say
globe-tarded,
something. But apparently, since you don't want to hear me say
your
anything,
plan
you're going
is
to
to
talk over
stay
me, which
globe-tarded,
is
so
fine.
you're dishonest.
You've talked about over me here before. Anyhow, so as I was saying, so every Saturday, millions of people in the fall get together in these egg-shaped places, and they chant and they perform this
You know what's
magic
really
that
dumb
you're
about
talking about.
melodic is you're the same
Is
kind
that
of
correct?
person
Is
that
that
would get you would
am I
get
applying your
injected multiple.
definition correctly?
You got injected multiple times in 2020, and you think a biological man could be a woman. The fact that you think that I'm about to take you serious at all while you're interrupting, being intentionally dishonest, blows my mind. I don't know why you think you're about to have a conversation with me while you're acting.
So as I was saying, are these people doing magic? Is this applying your definition?
No, like I already explained this. You weren't listening. You just don't listen because you want to
It's
reaffirm.
a yes or no question. It really is.
You
Jesse, I'm listening, and none of it makes sense, bro. I'm trying to tell you, man. I'm listening. I am listening to what you say, and it's
because you
out of
associate
control,
magic
bro.
with supernatural.
I'm not. I'm trying to ask if I'm using your word correctly, and you're not. You're refusing to interact with me.
Think sigil magic was
Guys,
supernatural.
come on, this is getting unpleasant.
Okay, let me try again, Jesse.
Melodic, stop trying to overtalk me, please. They did not think sigil magic was supernatural. When you say the word magic, you contextualize it with supernatural. When I say sigil magic, I contextualize it with chanting, scribing, religious practice.
Sure thing.
Yes,
all right,
to cause society to associate an image with an idea. And you deny that this is real. You think that this has never happened.
I haven't
Meanwhile,
said that isn't real.
you guys just admitted that you associated.
I didn't say it didn't happen either.
You associated a
If
snake
you
and a
could stop straw manning me, that'd be great.
with some Greek pantheon deity that nobody gives a fuck about, but you worship that.
You still don't care. I don't worship.
Melodic, I don't respect your opinion.
Anyway,
You
I'm
think
still
I'm
just
meant to be a
waiting
woman.
to see if you can answer the
You're a
simple yes or no
delusional
question
globetard.
that I've used to see that if I'm understanding the concept that you're trying to get across correctly. So I'll ask it again. A simple yes or no will suffice to let me know if I am using your concept correctly. So every Saturday, millions of people show up and they get into this building where they all chant and cheer and try to manifest what they want to happen, and to associate their symbol with winning. Is this or is this not a correct application of your so-called symbolic magic?
Yeah, you got a lot of learning to do.
Okay, can't answer yes or no to let me know if I'm on the right track. But calls me.
No, because you just don't want to understand, dude. You're fighting. You don't.
I
Want
literally
to
just asked you to understand. Like, you could have said yes, in which case, I know I'm on the right track. You could have said no, and this is why. And then I would have known how to get onto the right track. Instead, I got a
No,
whole
your
lot of.
questions are malformed because you're dishonest. Okay, because you like
My
lying.
question
You
was
think men
malformed. So
could be
that
women. You're an
would
insane
fall
person.
under
You like lying because
no,
you're insane,
and this
hence
is
why
why
you think
you've
men
got it
could be women.
wrong. But that's not what you did. What you did was tell me that I don't even understand anything,
Well,
which isn't really helpful to somebody trying to understand something.
The
Right, you
answer
don't
is
understand because you talk too much and you're not interested in the response.
well, the answer is yes, but if I say yes, I'll look silly. That's kind of what I'm feeling more than anything else.
Yeah, I'm feeling like that's basically where we're at. Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? I look silly. No, you guys are
You would
just
look-
now comprehending what a sigil even is.
You would look silly calling.
You're in the
people.
process of learning, and you act like you're teaching me. You guys don't know anything I'm talking about.
Okay, so you would look silly saying that people going to football games are.
Hey, Renee. Hey. Far behind Globetard in square one. Can you just acknowledge and concede that you have no idea about this subject before I brought it up today? Can you just concede to that, please?
No idea about what subject.
Only in your
You
head.
have no idea what I'm talking about before I brought it up to you today. Can you admit to that, please?
I've heard you talk about it before.
Yes,
I've
you
heard
have
about-
never came across this information. Your quest for knowledge has not
talked to
led
Don.
you to this realm. No,
I've
you are
spoken
nowhere
with
near.
Don. I've
You are nowhere
spoken with-
near
I've spoken with
acquiring
Don.
this knowledge. You're getting
I've
it from
spoken with
me.
God for hours
You're
about
getting
this
educated.
civilly, and he actually gives
Okay.
relevant, competent
trying
answers
to, you
towards his
trying to
views.
turn the tables and pretend you're teaching me about this. You don't
I'm
know
not.
anything.
You don't
what you're
sound
talking
like anyone else that I've spoken to. That like I said, I've spoken with Don about this. Don, I think, would agree with you about there is a global cabal that does evil shit.
You guys are so stubborn. You don't even hear. And you are not willing to
No, you asked
concede.
me a question.
And
You
you
remember?
are literally
You forgot.
naive. You are fucking ignorant to the
That's the
subject.
thing. Like when I talk to Don about this, we have a conversation. We
You're
talk.
not a
We go
religious
back.
person,
We go
okay?
back and
You
forth.
probably came from a non-denominational Christian church that never decided to indulge.
Absolutely
I'm not even talking to melodic. I'm not talking to you.
No, it's me.
Well, that's
It's
fine.
talking to me. So I came from a non-denominational. That's not true. But keep on going, bud.
Wait, did you
on
come
going.
from a non-denominational church or not?
I did
No,
not.
neither one of us did, but
You did not. Okay.
I did not.
Well, I don't know why nobody wants to explore these topics with you. This kind of stuff came to me when I was young, and I've just been building, learning more.
we can tell.
And it all relates to the fact there is an evil cabal. I don't know
So
why.
if I want to identify who I've always everybody's always asked me, like, if they're racist, then tell me who the racist person is. I've always said this. Whichever party Strom Thurmond
There
was
you go
in,
again. Let's go.
you
into
could
some
probably
meat.
say is the race. I'm just saying like just relative like perception of shit. So like I have an idea. I go through history and I identify someone, and then I would make evidence claims to that person to make my claim to other people. You have an idea. You have, like I said, very, very sounding point of topic, but you're trying to take this very abstract thing and damn near shove it down people's throats, and it's very biblical of you in that regard. And that, but what I'm saying is it's
it's because I believe in this isn't a gradual great assault process. Like you need to get dumpstered when it comes to this stuff.
But insulting
'Cause you're
people
just
doesn't
figuring
work.
so
We
far
know
behind.
insulting people doesn't work, so why do it? Why insult someone? If you're trying to teach or educate someone, the first thing you say is, "G'day, mate, would you like to hear this?" But you call people globetards and you insult them, you put their back up. That is bad tactics, man. I'm sorry, but thank you.
the whole reason for you being present in a Discord like this, Boomer, is because you're a sadist and you want to look down on flat earthers.
No, that's incorrect. I actually have very good flat earth friends. I even said to Stace, I love to hear your voice, Stace. It always ups my spirits. So you are totally wrong, as from what I can gather, most of your principles appear to be to me. But I'm open to be educated, so you are wrong. I am not here to attack buddies.
Do you think flat earthers are uneducated?
I think flat earthers probably need to learn stuff. Yeah, that's fair enough, but I do not hold them in any disarray of. I don't think they're stupid or dumb or low-hanging fruit.
You
I
don't?
actually have respect for all people.
Wow. So you
And
must
see,
have did a
you
180.
can't even accept it. You can't even accept that I'm telling the truth, which means you presuppose the position. So you, not the fact you're a flat earther, but just the fact the way you think, suggests to me that you're not open to learning. Learning for listening.
I've been around you before, Doc. That wasn't unfounded. I know you. And you guys deny that you have animosity towards flat Earth and flat earthers.
I don't know.
I don't have animosity towards flat Earth. I have animosity towards some flat earthers. Pretty sure.
Jesse, I don't have animosity towards anybody as long as they don't try to insult me. Once they try to insult me, then they're going to get me insulting them back and mocking them. But as long as they can have a conversation and not feel the need to throw insults all over the place, then it's fine. And I don't think you're dumb. I don't think you're stupid. I think you've made some mistakes and fallen down a rabbit hole that you can't get yourself out of. And it's making you see connections that just aren't there, pal. I'm not trying to be a dick to you. I was sitting here. I didn't say anything the whole conversation with Renee. I was listening. Bro, this shit is out there, man. You really need to talk to somebody grounded in reality. I'm being real.
Reality is stranger than any story I can tell you.
What he's saying, more grounded in reality, it's more kind of what I was saying in regards of like I said, like identify these people in this cabal that you see, identify them, find it in history. Was it Suleiman the Great?
I mentioned John Podesta.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I was talking.
I mentioned John Podesta. He had an audio come out where he was screaming, "Call me Skippy," while some child was being tortured. All audible.
That's one person who did something bad to a child.
Yeah, but his position in all the political mess going on in the circus.
What I'm saying is this: you can always find one person that does something shitty, no matter what race, creed, color, wherever they are. You can always find one person. But the thing is, it's this: you're talking about a global cabal that's been around for a very long time. John Podesta should not be your point of proof.
That and do you have anything that this actually occurred?
I don't know.
We do live in the era of deepfakes. So
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, if it did occur,
I know what you're saying, Renee. I'm just like, why are we talking about something that you're just claiming happened? It's just
why he's saying it is he showed this. If this happened, don't know if it did or not. I'm not trying to defame the dude. Hope you know what I mean. But if it happened, he's saying,
dude,
his position of power
that
shows.
Require me to lay out so much.
Yeah,
you asked who's participating in the cabal, and then you guys want to go back and forth. Oh, I don't know if that's true. You don't even want to. I sent you the documentary.
That's how you critically think through information. This is a process of critically evaluating new information. What you're complaining about is the fact that we just won't go, oh yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. And we'll just
Melodic,
live
did you
with
just
this.
get here? I broke it down like an hour. This has been going on for so long. You guys forget what I was talking about at the beginning of the conversation.
Get here. I'm just you complain about people asking questions, but that's how you evaluate new information.
You forget. You forgot.
You don't
this up already.
No, nobody's forgotten anything.
Well, maybe you weren't.
I heard you bring it up before and I didn't say anything, but now you've brought it up a second time, so therefore I should probably do my homework and see what the hell this is you're talking about. And when I look it up and I don't see it, then red flags get raised, my friend.
You didn't look it up.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely correct. You have the exact view of my keyboard and desktop and know everything that I've done since I've been here.
Here,
Absolutely.
I'll send you
100%
this
correct.
documentary too. I'll give this to you as well.
Oh, and like I said, also I watch so much shit. I watch anything, but like what I'm saying is, it's when if you take your view and you go into study and you go to prove it, like everyone's saying, you know, you're trying to teach us and show us stuff, you know, like show us a figure in history, right, that is a part of this cabal, show their actions, and this person was quoted by this elder of like all this shit is doable. You know, history's been
Yeah, they're
recorded for.
chopping baby dicks off, dude. They're fucking taking people's foreskins. That's part of
They
the
used so Carthage, we were talking about 300 BC in Carthage. They used to fucking sacrifice kids, and that was something the Roman Senate actually was using to say, hey, these are evil fucking people. You know, Carthage
fact,
Delata S. Yeah,
Ancient Israelites also used to sacrifice children. So, like, a lot of children sacrificing going around in the ancient world.
yeah, especially
Hey,
in Levant.
when Rome was kind of falling over and that, I can't help but get the impression that anyone from out and about, like a traveller coming in, would have seen dead bodies from the lead poisoning or whatever it was they had, yet the water was still running. So you'd be walking into this brilliantly engineered city with just dead bodies all over the place, or skeletons, or rotten. You'd be thinking, what have these people done? Like, God didn't like them. He gave them all this shit, then he took it away. Like, am I right there? Did that sort of happen in the times in Rome?
So Rome fell. I think his name was Alaric or some shit. But Rome fell, and like what you're saying is a lot. But it was more like Rome falls. Let's say about 100 years. It's less relevant, but you still have basically every fucking road leading there. You know what I mean? So you're seeing like a lot of people would walk in and see exactly what you're saying. Something that looks like heaven compared to where they came from, and no one being there. And like you're saying, like took water down, but the lead poisoning, they didn't die of it, but you can associate like how fucking psychotic they were to it. You know, you can literally associate the lead poisoning to like their lust of fucking like blood and stuff like it. But they didn't like die of it. They didn't like, it wasn't just like they all just died. But yeah, like over time, people would go through Rome and make those statements of like, dude, like who built this?
And that's why Roman names tend to have a certain gravitas towards them in the modern day.
Now I'm gonna get interrupted a lot. Is that what's gonna happen now, Melodic? You like interrupting me?
It's an open conversation, Jesse. I was trying to make a point. It was already over, and I would already shut up by now, but you decided to say something.
No, I was speaking and you started talking, but
you try. Well, no, you're trying to drag it back to being confrontational, whereas I just kind of open up because I want to learn something, and learning is a win-win situation. We're all winners when we all learn something.
Renee just made my point for me. There were people out there sucking blood. Who you think? Where do you think they got those ideas from?
Hold on, what do you mean sucking blood? I didn't say that. What do you mean?
What'd you say?
I didn't say sucking blood.
We talked about child sacrifice, but as we noted, that was prevalent throughout the region at the time being discussed.
I was talking about lead poisoning and how the people in Rome didn't really die of it, but over time, how people less and less time over time, people kept on coming back and seeing Rome, giant city, but like run down. And the statements were made essentially like, what happened to these people? God must have hated them. Yeah. But it wasn't because people died of lead poisoning. But it's insane. You can like literally take like their teeth and you can see the amount of lead that they were ingesting. And to imagine their thought process is kind of funny to me, because like lead poisoning basically makes you some violent fucking psychopath. And you can literally see their actions and be like, hey, these were violent psychopaths.
Well,
Yeah,
my theory a little bit is where they store grain can actually produce hallucinogenics. You know, where you got your grain and it gets a bit damp in there, and it creates some psilocybin and whatever it is, mescaline and stuff. So maybe people eating the bread were getting a bit trippy back in those days. That would explain a lot of these knowledgeable talking snakes sort of things, wouldn't it?
Oh, I think one of the
No,
coolest
they
theories.
weren't just tripping off bread, dog. They were tripping off of blood. They were drinking animal blood. They were fucking animals. They were doing everything wrong.
Honestly, Rome is one of those like just picture perfect examples of why you don't do hereditary rule. Like their golden age was from a bunch of guys who essentially picked their own successors who weren't their sons. Worked great, and the first guy who broke it, it went all to shit.
I would say the story of Rome is about administrating an empire, and I think that's kind of the story of where America is right now. But
Oh, so true. Yeah.
I mean, it's so funny. It's so many parallels. It's like the triumvirate. You know, you have Caesar, you have Pompey, you have a guy named Crassus. Caesar, everyone knows who that is. Pompey was like the greatest general in Rome, and back then, being the general was like you're the shit. And then you had Crassus, who was the richest man in Rome, and they formed like a 3-man. They call it the triumvirate, and they ruled the fucking city. But when you look at like what's going on in politics today, it literally it's like paralleling like the fall of Rome. You have Crassus in the form of Musk, you have Pompey in the form of Trump, and like they're just fucking going at it like they did back in the day. You can even go back and call the JFK the Gracchi brothers. The Gracchi brothers were assassinated by the Senate. You know, I mean, it's just there's so many parallels to Roman history. I recommend everyone to just go into it because you go into race, you go into everything, you go into absolutely everything that's going on today, and you get an ancient perspective on it. And when they mirror each other, it's kind of interesting.
Yeah, and the Carthage Navy, like the boats were so easy to build and put back together, that never came back to bottom on the arse when one washed up onto the Roman shores and Rome suddenly had a navy a few years later, like whoopsies in history. Great whoopsie. Yeah.
Rome is the best story about adaptation, you know, and perseverance. You know, like the gladius. The gladius isn't a Roman weapon. It's a weapon that they were getting destroyed by the Iberians, and they're like, hey, this shit might be awesome, so we should use it. You know,
Yeah. Sorry. If you're a sci-fi fan, you could even say they are kind of like the Borg. If you're a Star Trek, but if you're a Star Wars fan, you could actually say this is the rule of two. Like it's funny how many great movies seem to have Roman Empire bases to them because there's so many stories over so many years, and good ones too.
The Roman like the Roman Empire, like even like their view of their gods, like they wanted you to like honor Jupiter and stuff, but like they respected everyone else's practices and shit like that. And they adopted a lot of it. That's like for Christians, I really think they should look into the Roman Empire a lot because it shaped a lot of what got into the book. You know, like the statement Jesus makes, you know, give to Caesar what is Caesar and give to God what is God. The Roman Empire loved that because they can still collect taxes. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like it was just it's always been a book. And when you look at Rome, like Rottweilers were a Roman dog. Like Rome didn't do anything nice, so nothing they built was ever like a cuddly cool thing. You know.
I think they let stuff develop though, because they're like, you have slaves, but then if you got 10 slaves and you release one because he's a good worker, the other 9 go, hang on, if I'm a good worker, do I get released? Which they discovered when they got, what was it, Herculaneum, the town just up from Pompeii that got iced out by the volcano. They discovered a lot of things there when they went down because it was so quickly sealed off. Archaeologically, it's a fucking gold mine.
But yeah, Pompeii is like huge. Like you have like graffiti on the wall and stuff. I mean, it's Pompeii is a really. I actually got to see. You don't get to like go into it, but like you get to go like see a few of the things. But like the coolest thing about about Rome when you get to the core of it they were a group of people that like basically like showed up from their history. They're Trojans, and after the Trojan War, they ended up having to move there. But like they're just a group of people that kind of just banded together, did a lot of like fucked up shit, but over time built an empire. It's a great way to kind of, like I said, parallel a lot of like, especially modern day stuff, and just kind of see, yeah, this shit's happened before, and you know, like maybe you should go this route.
I don't know if it'll happen again, but history does have a way of rhyming. I will grant that.
I strongly believe in that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. I think that's probably one of the best sayings I've heard.
I just don't want to say.
Doing this, that's why y'all are still doing the same dumb shit over and over again, despite how useless it is. You guys don't learn.
Don't want to say that it's already written that this experiment's gonna end up going the way of the dodo.
Boomer. Who needs to learn from history?
All of us.
Everybody.
No, the people that are messing this place up. I'm not.
I think the people who are messing this place up are quite aware of history. In fact, one would say painfully aware of history.
Nope. I don't think so. That's why they're messing it up. That's why they don't know what I'm talking about.
But the cool thing I was going to talk to Boomer about when you're talking about like slaves and being released, you know, that was the thing about Roman society. You know, like if you wanted your slave guy to not be like beaten and shit, like you could like write in like little things. And then like especially like for prostitution, if you didn't want to be a prostitute, you like write that in there. But after a slave was released, they were allowed to be a part of the society. They were Roman, you know. Roman is an identity, not a race.
Yeah.
But if you've got 10 slaves and you release, you can have 10 slaves that kind of put in and work because they're being whipped. But if you actually release one, the other 9 slaves will make up for that.
There's only one that
slave.
got 3 in it. So you got 3 in it.
Jesse, can you mute yourself? You're hot micing, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you get rid of the one slave, you admittedly lose 10% of your workforce. But the other 9 suddenly think, if I work hard, I could get released too. So you get in a new slave and then suddenly everyone works harder. You've covered your result and your new slave is then a harder working slave because the incentive for release is there. So although your net loss is 1 slave at the beginning of the story, your overall productivity is probably increased 20 or 30% because everybody wants to get that ticket out. I think Maximus was the name they saw everywhere because you would take on your former master's name, I think, to let people know you were kind of one of his guys who'd been released. So you're, I don't know, a good reputation, I think, and family names. I have a feeling, I don't know where I got that. I think it might have been a BBC documentary.
Oh no, that was part of the practice. Like you have, like it's kind of funny. Like
point of view, from the slave's point of view, does that make sense? Not saying that didn't happen. I'm just like, if I were a slave and I was game theorying this out, would that be the lesson I come away with it? Because not everybody can get the ticket out.
What mindset are you looking at this slavery? Are you looking at it in the chattel slavery of America, or are you looking at it in just the broader sense that, hey, I have to work for someone that I don't want to? Because
I'm trying to think the broader, more ancient sense as opposed to the chattel.
To work for someone.
Okay.
This is how fucking you are,
so
dude. Listen, dude. Listen. I know you can hear me. Stop trying to fucking talk over me.
I thought you were
Please.
still fucking
You guys
hot
are so
micing,
fucking-
dude.
No, you
I
guys
thought
are
you were
so
still.
fucking
I
rude.
thought you were still fucking hot micing. You were hot micing earlier. I thought you still were.
All right. You guys are really fucking rude, man. Like I don't understand that shit. But anyway, like it's crazy. Like you really think that you're born to work for someone else rather than yourself or your family?
No, I don't. So please,
nobody said that.
Let me get back to the conversation.
But that's exactly what's happening. So why do you think that's happening?
No, it wasn't.
That's not what we said at all.
It's because of the workers of inequity. It's because of the evil cabal, man. There's no good reason you would do that to yourself, right?
Sure.
Anytime anybody exercises mental facilities greater than your own, it's the evil cabal. Absolutely.
Yeah, the people that told you that you could be a girl, dude. Yeah, they lied to you. Okay, you're being manipulated by people that you're being socially engineered.
Do you honestly think somebody told me that I could be a girl? Do you think that's what happened? That your honest opinion? Okay, well.
Yeah, that's what they're telling people. Men can be women.
We'll move on
Titanic.
now that we know to discount your opinion that you have no idea what goes on in the real world.
No, the word is disregarded, and you got that from me. The Glovers get disregarded, and I bring that up all the time.
Yes,
Oh my God.
you are the person who handed me disregarded.
Jesse, do you realize that you just fucking chimed in and you didn't even talk about anything that we do fucking said? Can you at least admit that, dude?
No, you went off into the weeds about Rome because you're ignoring the fact that you don't have a response to anything I say.
Oh no, we were talking about completely something else. So we're gonna get back to that, all right?
Basically, your insecurities have been duly noted and promptly ignored, Jesse. I mean, shit, man. Fit in or fuck off. It's pretty much that way. You don't have to
Right now,
make
you want to have a fun circle
insecurities.
jerk regurgitating what you learned in fifth
Jesse,
grade.
right now you're fucking stomping
Feel
around.
free, man.
You're going somewhere. You're doing something. Finish what you're doing and then come back because it's very distracting. Okay,
No.
please.
No,
Okay.
enough circle jerking. Okay, I'm
so
here.
back to what we were talking about. So we were saying about. So the reason why I asked that question to you about the difference between the two is in the classical era of slavery, it was predominantly because of you were conquest, you were the prisoner of war. It was something like that.
Or you hadn't been able to economically maintain yourself, and so this was the way.
So
to survive.
no, not in Rome. So in Rome, have you ever heard of the grain dole?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so
I mean,
in Rome,
it may not have been exactly, a slave. I'm sure the relationship existed.
I get that, but what I'm saying though, in the regard of that, exactly in regard of that is, so say you're a Roman citizen and you can't do shit, you can't pay your bills. The state basically tried to take care of you. Honestly, in a sense, I mean, the grain dole started. I think the Gracchus basically started it, so that's like 200 BC. One of the greatest fucking welfare states ever. You know what I mean? Created in like 200 BC. So if you're like a Roman citizen,
Nobody ever wants to talk about the greatest social institution at the United States military. But neither here nor there.
but what I'm saying is, if you're a Roman citizen, like they kind of took care of you like that. You didn't have to enter into slavery. You probably entered into low-paid wages. You probably potentially worked next to slaves. But at the end of the day, their slaves were from conquest. It wasn't like their population,
Right.
Different in that regard.
Sorry, I was more referring to like general, not necessarily in Rome, but like generally outside of Rome, you would also find that situation.
You guys are gayer than the Romans. Can you guys stop circle jerking, please?
The Romans were gay as hell. That's the crazy thing. It's so funny.
I don't know why you're carrying out the same practices though. It's really gay.
Do you vote for a Senate?
Do you think?
Are you gay, Jesse? Have you ever voted for a senator?
Yeah, ask 5 random ass questions.
Have you ever voted for a senator? That's one question. I've asked it 3 times. Have you voted for a senator before?
Hell no, I'm not participating in your mess.
So you haven't voted for a senator?
Why would I participate in your fake circus of choice?
Okay, so you haven't voted for a senator. So I guess you could make the statement that you haven't. But if you've ever voted for a senator, understand that you're participating in Roman practices and you're gay.
Yeah, I've never voted for a senator, but you have, so you're gay, I guess.
Yep, I love cock, Jesse. I love cock.
You're one of those people who likes to complain, but when it comes time to try to figure out what the solution is, I'm not participating in that part.
Well, he doesn't want to be gay. Are you a person that you have to say, because you were saying this earlier, you have to experience something to actually know it? How do you know you're not gay, Jesse?
Oh my God, you are so cringy.
I'm asking a question. No, I mean, earlier you were saying you have to experience something to know it. I was asking you, I mean, how do you know you're not gay then?
I guess I'll never know.
We can leave it in this world of speculation, I guess.
Yeah,
but
man, you're missing out on a lot of fun.
No, but do you hear yourself, Renee? You entertain these debaucherous, perverted ideas. It's all fun and games. Being gay is putting poop inside your dick hole. You're nasty, dude.
Have you ever had anal sex with a woman?
You've normalized the most nasty practices.
Have you ever had anal sex with a woman?
Yeah, you can't respond to anything I ever say.
Have you ever had anal sex with a woman?
I think we already know the answer to this, Renee.
Have you ever had sex?
I think we know the answer to that one too.
No, this is
Yeah, the number one cause for STD spreading is homosexual man-on-man behavior.
I'm not getting in that debate, and honestly,
Because you're gonna lose because you don't have an argument against what I said.
I might not. But
yeah,
what I'm
so you might as well
asking
disagree. Disagree.
What I'm
man.
asking you is
I don't know.
this.
You guys hear me say stuff, and you don't want to, even though you agree, you don't want to.
No. The thing is this: the question I'm asking essentially is having anal sex with a woman gay?
There's a form of sodomy, so it's not seen as not perverted. It's adult.
I can't get a blowjob. So
hold on, oral sex. So I'm from a state where sodomy came off of a book from a party one of my siblings was at. So sodomy was defined in Tennessee basically as anything other than missionary sex. The governor's fucking daughter was caught giving a blowjob to somebody, and then magically the sodomy fucking shit goes off the book. So
magic.
Yeah. So sodomy. So sodomy is anything to you other than what? Like is
Dude,
doggy
you
style sodomy?
Oh my God, you are helping my argument when you say stuff like that, dude. They literally changed the law. The law is written,
so people wouldn't get in trouble.
Yeah, the language of the law. They could just manipulate it so they could do whatever the fuck they want.
That's how
laws work.
That's what rich and powerful people do.
Where do you
That's
think,
how it works.
Who first inscribed the laws that we are subjected to today? Who do you think did that?
The sodomy laws were described a long time ago.
Depends on the law, to be honest, because like they all got on there.
I'm not talking
differently.
about any old law, like something that you should do. I'm talking about the mountains of bullshit.
I want to go back to sodomy. That's where I was.
Oh, you want to talk about sodomy
now too?
Yeah.
I'm trying to make it relate to the original.
I'm just trying to figure out what kind of guy doesn't want blowjobs. You know what I mean? Like this is
seriously, man. My girlfriend was like, "Holy shit, she can hear you, Jesse," and she's like, "Man, you should take that kid to the cat house and like buy him a whoopsie." So like, bro, if you want, I'll take you, Jesse. You know, like we'll go out to Vegas. We'll have a boys' weekend. We'll have some cocktails. I'll take you over to the cat house, and you know, you can have regular old. You can have regular old.
You can wear a condom. That means it didn't even happen.
Dude, you old perverted man, you can enjoy those dinky, smelly ass strip clubs all to yourself. Have fun.
Oh, dude, strip clubs are disgusting. I'll never go there. But cat house is a completely different experience.
Why would I go to a strip club? I'm not in the army anymore.
I don't even need to do that. Dude,
why would you go to a strip club? Why would you go be some fucking sucker for somebody? Like strip clubs are the greatest fucking con in the world.
Oh my God, you guys hate me trying to make my point. Like we have to talk about
don't.
stupid shit unrelated.
You don't make points, bro.
We were talking about sodomy, and you couldn't answer the question of if you have anal sex with a woman, is that considered gay? You said it's considered sodomy. So it's like, what? So what is sodomy? Oral sex, is that sodomy? I'm just going to try to go down the list. Is that sodomy? If a girl is blowing you, she's committing a sodomous act? That you're going to say, please stop doing this.
Yeah, according to the definition, I'm sure you know that already. You don't need me to answer that for you.
So everything outside of missionary position sex is something that.
But you don't understand my point. Is you're asking stupid, redundant questions that you already know the answer to.
I don't know if you agree to them. Can you get that?
I'm the one who brought it up. You're the one who doesn't agree with them. You're the one who thinks you should be participating in all this nonsense.
What is this conversational style?
It would make more sense if you guys would stop changing the topic. Stop changing the topic.
I would describe it as
the moment
sodomy.
I'm trying to lead you guys to the water. You guys are like horses. I want you to drink the water. I'm leading you to the water. And every time I get there, you're like, "Oh, wait a second, sodomy." Like, okay, dude, you don't want to drink. Good for you.
No. Feeding us anywhere. That's what you don't get, man. Like you think you are, but there's 4 people who've been talking to you for a decently long time here, and we all think you're out of your mind.
It's amusing that he doesn't apparently know the very old saying of what happens when you lead a horse to the water.
People that think that I'm out of my mind, but you bent over and you let them inject you with mystery goop in 2020,
Not me.
and you think a man can be a woman,
Not me at all.
and you think you observed and you think you observed Earth curvature by looking at a string.
You know that
Okay.
for sure. You know I got you
proves
for
that
sure,
Earth's a
right?
globe. You guys say all kinds of delusional, retarded shit that I just can't stand.
Okay, listen, I don't agree with your first point. We can't talk about medical. 2, I don't think a man could be a woman. That's a very incoherent statement. And 3, yes, you can observe Earth curve.
See, that's the delusional globe-tart shit that I let slide.
Okay. And the thing is, it's the difference is this. It's the you can call it globe tardy, whatever, but the delusional cabali shit that you're bringing up, we're not letting slide. How about that? And we're in the same frame of reference.
It's not delusional. It's just you guys have never heard of it before.
No,
You're
no,
having a knee-jerk
I have heard it.
response. Dude, no, you haven't, because you literally know nothing about it.
Brooklyn, haven't you heard this before? We've been on fucking calls together talking with Don about.
I've heard all this stuff before, dude. I have,
Okay.
man. We all have. I bet the other guys in here that listen to you have
we're
too.
gonna do a fucking poll. This is the thing. We're gonna do a poll. So who else has been talking?
Let's ask a bunch of globe.
That's gay. That would be gay. You can't do that. That'd be gay. Okay, melodic. Have you heard this before? You were
Renee, what the hell,
contributing.
Renee, you do this, man, where you always just bring it
I was
to
a
something
piece of shit.
dumber.
I was a piece of shit. When I was
you always
a
just
kid,
kind of
and I hate people. I guess. I know I hate people, and I'm a piece of shit, and I love Satan, and everything that I think about the earth leads me to Satan, and I am confused.
That's why I say what I say. You're a sadist, okay?
Yep.
Sadist, glober, pop-tart.
Yep.
You
That's
don't
what I am.
realize you are here to reaffirm whatever you got a gold star for in 5th grade. You're not interested in engaging in genuine conversation.
You can't say I haven't engaged in general conversation with you.
Moan. You've been moaning.
Hold on. Have you?
I heard your medicated ass opinion already. You sound
I have not.
You
I have
sound
not
completely
engaged in a
retarded. I
genuine
just want you to
conversation
know,
with you.
you sound like
Okay.
you eat toothpaste for a living. Like your mouth sounds like you feel toothpaste. You're just mumbling. You're just droning. You're regurgitating all the things you got gold stars for in 5th grade. You're just such an auto libtard. Okay.
Okay,
We
so
all
I didn't
know
get
your
gold
opinion.
stars in 5th
Everyone
grade.
knows
I didn't do well in
your
5th grade.
auto
I was too busy.
liberal glober opinion. Already, you've been drooling your delusions all over the place. But for me to sit here and actually fight through it and try to make this point,
Clap again. Clap
stop
again.
being delusional.
Clap again. Clap again. Clap one more time. There you go. There you go.
Stop
So,
being delusional. Stop fighting your opposition when you are here for it.
Stop fighting my opposition.
There is
I am
nothing
excited.
delusional
I'm
about it. There
I
is no
literally-
delusional
This is
about
why
it.
you want.
Dude, I literally
to be
sat
for
here
the
and
conversation.
I told you. Are you done talking yet? Are you done
If
talking
you
yet?
won,
No.
you'll know
Okay.
because I stopped talking. But you
Okay,
don't
no,
care
you did.
to
You
listen
never stopped
to who's
talking.
talking to
Yeah,
you.
you never fucking stop
Because
talking.
you're here to chant.
You're like
delusion.
you're like
It's
Damok,
not
only
about having a conversation.
Oh,
you're like Damok, only a little bit lower timber.
He's not as entertaining as D-Mock, unfortunately. But the thing is the difference of this. I have had a very honest conversation with you. I have spoken to you about the views in which I found.
I wish I
that
could say
you.
the same about you. I have not had an honest conversation. You are not honest in conversations.
Okay, and the
wish
thing
I
I
could
said,
say the same,
like I said, the road to hell is paved by intentions, you know.
You just
and
admitted you're a sadist. You worship Satan. You hate God, and you're here to make fun of people.
Remember
who hate
earlier?
God.
Do you remember earlier when you said galactic cabal and you said you were joking? So can I say the same thing because I was joking?
If you didn't sense that was a joke, then you're tone deaf.
No, I did kind of sense it was a joke, but I'm trying to hear. But the thing is, but the thing is like the shit that you say is so crazy, it doesn't exclude it as a possibility of the shit
because I'm not the mainstream news, dude. I'm not going to tell you what the mainstream news is going to tell you.
You're saying Poe's law is in full effect?
Do you want me to tell you? Want me to tell you what the news is going to tell you? Just go watch the news, dude.
No, I'm not asking for that. So, but what I'm saying is that I told you, I said, dude, focus on the points that you're talking about, redistribution of wealth. How you
globetards didn't reject anything I ever tried to indulge with you. I tried to start talking about something, and then you go interrupting me again.
Do you remember what I said?
Interrupt the moment I try to get into topics
because you're going down
you want
a
to
path.
affirm your delusions.
You know, because no, that's what you're doing. And the problem is all the talking about cocksucking and how gay shit and how much you actually project. That tells me a lot about you. But like the thing is, it's like I said, you have to listen to what I said. I literally said I agree with you on a lot of these things that you have said. A lot of the points that you have said are highly intelligent, and I think that they have a way to be expanded into a conversation in which you could actually frame it and win. But when you bring in these reaches, and it was a joke. You said to the galactic one, but to this cabal.
That must have been a good joke. The galactic cabal.
It was funny. I laughed. I laughed. Yeah,
keep bringing it up.
It's
the only thing that I don't want you to take serious. You're fucking
but the thing is, I laugh because, like I said, it doesn't fucking exclude the realm of possibilities of shit that you can bring into this because none of it is lining up to. I don't want to say common sense. I don't want to say these fucking terms because you would find it insulting. But none of it's lining up
because the evidence you have to see it. Dude. You have to observe the evidence. The documentary I sent you called "Truth in Plain Sight." It explains what I've been alluding to in many different ways. I have so many angles to prove that there's an evil cabal. It's endless, dude. It never ends. The endless cabal is evident in all aspects.
But the thing is, it's this: the proof that you've shown me of what your definition of the proof that you have presented to me through your narratives is essentially that there's a cabal of pedophiles. That's all I'm hearing from you. Because the evidence that you showed me of the cabal was some dude that was doing some fucked up shit to some fucking kids. So, like, the thing is this, dude. Yes, fucking pedophiles fucking exist. They fucking suck.
No,
I wish they fucking didn't.
Stop, strawman. It's not pedophiles, dude. They're stealing your foreskin. Planned Parenthood is taking umbilical cords and stem cells. They want every bit of you when you're born.
Dude, do you know? Okay, dude. Okay, so I have kids. How old are you? No. I have kids. So what you? So it's called cord blood. Do you know what cord blood is? Cord blood. I bet your kids are
just as fucking pop-tarted as you. Damn.
Man, you gotta insult
so
the
two things is this. One,
do you not hear how disingenuous how he addresses me, how he goofy laughs
as
he's trying to talk to me?
Yeah,
I have
sure, that's you. That's not your kids.
Dishonest Glover. Goofy dishonest.
Dude, okay,
you don't need to bring kids into it, man.
But what I'm saying is,
I brought
it into it. I brought my own kids into it, so it's whatever.
I can kind of send you right back. It's not
why I brought them into it. It's cord blood. It's like stem cell stuff, and you can get it frozen. There's a cost, and what happens is if they develop cancers and all this other shit later in life, they can utilize those stem cells and actually help them way better than they could without them. Like that's something that's huge. That's huge.
I don't know. I don't know what you think you're talking about, dude.
Of course you don't.
Yeah.
What do you know? Well, the list of what you do know is much shorter.
It doesn't faze you. You don't think it's an atrocity that they're stealing the tips of baby dicks when they're born. You think nothing of it because you're desensitized to the evil cabal. Good job.
What? They're just gonna throw shit away. It's tissue at that point.
Yeah, see, now you got another globe-tard to agree with you. Have fun.
It's just tissue.
So
it's
to put this into perspective here,
nothing significant. Hold on, he said it's just tissue. This is
your
what
position is one of
they're harvesting. They're harvesting
correct?
That organ. Your skin is an organ. They're harvesting the stem cells. When you're born, they cut the tip of your dick off to do stem cell research because it's the most regenerative cells there are in a human being throughout its entire life is when it's born in the tip of its dick.
So there are absolutely zero religious reasons for this.
Just throw it away. It's just tissue. No, it's not.
Right.
That's money. That's actually money to them. But you don't know that. You don't know that, NASA Shield, because you're Normian it up in life, dude.
There's definitely there's zero religious reasons that this would ever be done. Correct?
Yeah, they take the foreskin because it has stem cells in it, and they eat it.
Yeah, that didn't answer it.
They rub it on.
They don't eat it, you moron.
They rub it on their face. Yep.
What a fucking moron!
They use it for
All right, I mean, I mean, I didn't. I mean, I had.
He's telling
Oh my
jokes now.
god!
I had a
I almost had
1930s.
beer shot out of my nose. I almost had
I
beer
See the
shot out of
had-
my
hardcore
nose.
rejection of reality. See this?
I
Yeah,
had.
but he's
They want a
telling
hardcore
jokes
reject
now
reality.
because you know
Are you gonna peanut
can't be
gallery with the
had-
gold cards right now?
I had
he's telling jokes,
1930s.
right?
I had
I'm telling you
1930s
facts.
German on my bingo card, and I think I just hit bingo. So yay!
I've been waiting for ether all day, and I haven't gotten it, and that's my bingo. But I haven't gotten it yet.
Oh, Ether was earlier
Wait.
today. You missed Ether.
I missed it.
So I'm just confused. Do you guys know why they take foreskins or not? Like you say it's just tissue, Nastro. The rest of you
Yeah, it's
agree?
just tissue.
All right, you're all idiots then.
Because in their books it said to, so they did for
They
thousands
take
of years.
because they want everybody to turn gay, right?
You goddamn! You didn't hear what I said because you guys are fucking.
No, they're
shit.
doing the he said that the stem cells and that the tip of the dick.
Yeah. No, I got what
So-
he said.
so-
I'm just
let's
throwing out these
elucidate
counter
how
reasons.
Let's elucidate how NASA Show is a dishonest retard then.
No, let's.
I'm a dishonest retard, says the guy who's talking out his ass who doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
I know exactly what I'm talking about. You don't know
you
what I'm
don't.
talking
Yes,
Yes,
right.
I do know
don't know what you're talking about. You're
Because
right. I
you're
don't
an
know what you're
idiot and
talking
you're a
about.
culture.
You don't know what you're talking about. Nobody
Yes,
knows what you're
you
talking
met
about.
me. Welcome to reality. You met me. I'm willing to tell you what's really going on. How
No,
you
no,
doing?
you don't know shit. You think the Earth is flat for one thing. So
No,
You're-
I don't think the shape of the Earth is relevant to reality. That's what I said.
Oh, got it.
Do you use your like Uber or
the
anything?
shape-
Do you
the
ever use
shape of the
Uber?
thing I'm on is not relevant
No, do
to my
you use
experience
do you use Uber
on the thing.
Yeah, do you use Uber? No, I'm asking. Do you use Uber?
You fucking Renee. I've been talking to you for like 2 hours now.
Dude, I love it.
And
It's been a great
you know
conversation.
what I've been getting at this whole time. For you to still
No.
like at anything I'm saying. Why do you make me? Why do you make me?
Because
do
you
this?
start off
Why
railing about foreskins, which is
Hold on,
I
dude.
have
You
to
just said
reiterate
people
every point.
fucking eat foreskins. You literally made that statement, and that made me laugh, and I almost shot beer out of my nose. It was really close,
You're drinking.
but I caught myself.
I forgive you. You're drunk. You're forgiven. But if you come at me drunk again, it might get worse the next time.
Okay, I've had 2 beers, and I weigh
Excuse your
275
belligerent
pounds.
behavior. I excuse your
Oh
belligerent.
my god. You're
I don't
so
excuse
over the
your-
limit.
Thank you very
Whatever
much.
you do,
What
don't
excuses-
get behind the wheel of a car, Renee.
Oh, I'm not.
What is-
Fuck no. I wouldn't even do that now. With 2
What's the
beers,
excuse for your
hell
stupid
no.
behavior then?
I'm smarter than you, Nessa. So you lie
No, you're
about
not.
being a pilot. You're a liar.
No one's smart. No one is dumber than
you.
Flat
You
Earthers.
lie about flying planes. That's why you
Yeah,
gotta lie.
fuck off, Lauren.
I don't know. Young Earth creationists give them a run for their money. So it's neck and neck sometimes.
You guys think dude, what's really dumb is like you guys have never heard me actually defend Flat Earth in here.
I don't, but I highly doubt that you believe the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. I highly doubt that.
I kind of doubt it.
Do I
too.
have a reason to believe that?
Yes.
What?
Several. Well, there's
radiocarbon dating lead, like you said.
these rocks from
That's
outer
what.
space that we radiocarbon dated, correct?
Yeah,
That's
radiated lead. Yeah, I already know what you think. Cool.
So you reject that evidence, correct?
No, I just don't think that it truly makes the claim definitive.
So I have I've asked this question. I'll get it out. Do you think the Earth is 1 billion years old?
Did you hear what I said?
I'm asking you a
I
question.
feel like you let the globe
I'm asking you a
card
question.
and you
I'm
leak
just
back
asking you a
into the
question.
conversation.
I'm just asking you a
need
question.
to, when I say stuff to you,
I'm just
I want
asking
you
you
to
a question.
acknowledge. I want you to.
I'm just asking you a question. I acknowledged what you said, and I asked
No,
a
you
question.
didn't.
Yes, I did.
You say things completely unrelated to.
You said that radiocarbon dating, and you don't really believe radiocarbon dating. So I'm asking you: is
not
the
what I
Earth a
just
million? Do you think the Earth is 1 million
That's
years old?
not what I just said.
Okay, recap what you said, and then will you please correct me? And then will you please answer my question?
Talking to globe card. I know you don't know what I said. I know
Okay,
you
so
didn't hear what I said.
correct
That's why
me.
you said the
Correct
stupid,
me.
unrelated thing
Correct
immediately
me.
after.
Correct
He doesn't
me.
want to.
I don't
Correct
think you
me
know what
and
you're
then answer
saying.
my question. I know that, but to
I know.
correct me.
I'll repeat it. I'll repeat it. As long as the
Okay.
globe cards can calm down and give me space to speak like normal conversations, I'll repeat it. Yeah, what I said was you don't have enough evidence to make it certain that is like 100% what's going on. You
Okay.
could come across something that makes you
So
could
no,
come
the thing
across
is,
something that
there.
completely disassembles your geo model. Like where
Okay.
here's a patch of Earth that it doesn't
There we
match
go.
what we thought makes something else old. So now we got to remake the whole
Yep.
model.
Yep. Okay.
And
So
that's possible. And that's possible. And it has happened in the past before.
Okay. And then it was explained. But what ends up happening?
It has happened in the past before.
Maybe,
so you're
For you to say that Earth is
something,
4.5 billion years old.
maybe something will happen.
Do
Maybe,
you think that the Earth is too?
Maybe.
Listen, oh my God, Goofy, dude.
Keep saying maybe.
Oh, okay. So Jesse. So
Do you not understand?
I get what you're saying. So I get what you're saying.
stupidest thing
There are outliers in science that can make things look a certain way that would potentially disprove science, stuff like that.
Can you just let me say what I was going to say without all the rude interruptions, please?
Okay, finish, bud.
Say what you mean to say.
When you ask me, do I think the Earth is 4.5 billion years old? I'm not willing to definitively claim that is everything we know. Like that's it. Nothing else can happen for us to change that prediction.
Okay. So if you're done with that, do you think the Earth is 1 billion years old?
I don't even know if you said million or billion. I don't know.
1 million.
If I think Earth is 1 million years old.
Yes.
No.
Why not?
It could be older than that.
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about?
Okay. It could be older.
God,
so
these
it's
it's
so funny because I do a bit of programming. It's kind of like trying to program a computer a bit, and you have to like identify what you need it to really do. So you say that it could be greater than 1 million years, or it could be lesser, right? So now we have a claim: lesser or greater, right? Is there evidence for greater?
No,
yes.
goddamn dishonest strawmanning fucktard.
How is that strawmanning what you're saying? You said it could. Because I didn't. You literally just said it could be
because he doesn't know what he's going to say.
No, you goddamn interrupted.
He doesn't know what he's going to say. So every time you say
more
something,
than 1 million years old. Exactly.
Every time you say something that he doesn't 100% agree with.
You got drunk guy and lying pilot guy interrupting you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So we got a moron here who can't keep his story straight.
No.
Let's be nice to morons.
Clarify.
Just clarify.
Yeah, clarify.
Oh my God, I always hear Renee. Like you ask me questions and then I hear your voice.
Just clarify what you're saying. Yeah, that's what you're asking to do. So clarify what
I
you're
don't
saying.
definitively claim an age to the Earth at all. For you to say, "Oh, you think it could be A or B or whatever you said." No, I don't think. I don't think that at all. No.
So you don't
Okay,
think
but
that
you could theoretically like say it's greater than some number without actually saying it is some age, right? But one could even say you could bound it by the error in your position that you think is there.
Don't get scientific on him here.
You're using big words.
I don't know, Renee. I was trying to let you in on some information. You rejected it. And then
I'm listening. I'm not rejecting it, dude.
And now you want to analyze. You want.
I'm not rejecting it. I'm not rejecting it.
But you don't want it to. You don't want it to be about you learning about the fall. Now you want to talk about other stuff. So
no. I'm trying to identify the cabal in which worldview you've identified the cabal with. That's what literally every line of questioning that I've gone down with you is to answer those two fucking questions.
Yeah, my question is, why are you so oblivious at this day and age? Like, how are you so far from that information? Like, what stupid mainstream rabbit hole are you in where your algorithm doesn't give you any information on what I'm talking about?
And the thing is, we've had conversations, and throughout this conversation, I have actually supported a few of the things that you said, to the contrary of my position against you not knowing what the fuck you're even talking about. Because, like I said, you have made very poignant and actual claims that you could prove and should focus on. But you want to focus on this, so we talk about this. If you want to talk about this, you have to give me, hey, who is this? What did they do?
Oh,
How did they do it?
So you're completely fucking wasted trying to bring order. but you don't know what order is because you're belligerently drunk and interrupting.
I have a question. How big are you? How much do you weigh? How much do you weigh? Is a question.
Where are you going with this?
I weigh 275 pounds. I do. I've literally had 2 beers. I had one with my dinner, and I'm finishing my second one.
You drink enough to be drunk from yesterday.
You can't be over the age of 21. I refuse to believe that you're over the age of 21 at this moment in time.
Renee, you don't understand, dude. Like, I don't hang out or talk to drunk people, but when someone is drunk,
I'm not
it's so
drunk,
fucking.
dude.
I'm around sober people like 100% of the time. When I hear people like you,
honestly,
and you're like,
You're around
I
flat
don't want that.
earthers.
I don't
You're
have
around
to
flat
respect
earthers.
I can completely disregard your opinion until you sober up.
So flat earthers are sober, but they're still dumb. How about that?
I don't
All right,
think you
that's
could
until
tell.
you're triggered because I'm telling this guy Renee's opinion is not to be regarded in this conversation until he sobers up. That offends you.
Okay.
You're dumb as
I
fuck.
don't
So
think you could tell.
you're disregarding him because he's not drunk at all. Figure out the amount of alcohol he's had over his
Actually, I
body
have
weight.
not disregarded anything he said
Yes, you have.
until this point. He just admitted that he's a fucking.
I will
I had
be
2
willing.
beers, and I weigh
I would be willing to
275
bet
pounds.
that Jesse could not, in a million years, ever tell you who was and was not sober around him at any given moment. 100% he'd be off.
Melodic,
the
you don't
entire
even
time.
know if you're a boy or a girl. You just found out that you actually might be a real man rather than a man transitioning to a woman.
What's this? What are you talking about now?
Anytime Melodic tries to be condescending towards me, I'm going to remind him that you were transgender. You thought you were a woman. So you
Hey,
are
dude,
completely
dude,
disregarded.
shut the fuck
in
up.
all aspects.
Shut the fuck up.
No one is to respect
Jesse,
you.
Here we go. Here's his bias
Jesse,
now.
No one
cut
is
it
to
out.
respect the opinion of Melodic.
Here's his
ever.
fucking bias. Here's
Shut
his
the fuck
fucking
up.
bias.
Fat little bitch.
What doesn't matter?
right?
What does it?
You know
What does
dude,
it
I didn't
fucking
understand
matter to you?
what you were talking about
What
before
doesn't
that. and I
fucking
was
matter
told
to
to
you,
shut the
moron?
fuck
Got
up
poked up
before.
in 2020. I don't got to respect
Moron.
you.
What does it fucking matter to you?
I mean, dude, you got poked up. You don't know how to make the right choices.
What does
in
it
life.
fucking matter to you?
Dude, shut the fuck up, man.
Guess
Who
what,
thought
Jesse?
2
Me and
beers
Renee didn't get poked up. I didn't get it. So you keep
who's
running
saying
your
that?
mouth. Listen, you fat fuck. Okay, shut up.
Dude, you're the one who
Right?
sounds
When
like
I
you can't
talk,
breathe like
when
you're
I
drunk.
talk, when I fucking talk, you don't
No,
talk.
when you
okay?
start with
Listen,
interrupt- when you
I
start with
understand that
insulting me,
your
I
daddy
interrupt.
wasn't
That's
there.
how that works.
I understand that
I
your
just
daddy wasn't there to teach you how to be a man.
Interrupt.
Okay, but you need to learn how to be a man, and that means shut up and let other people talk when we're trying to educate you on how to not be a dumb little bitch. Okay.
Piece
So
of
You
shit.
I'm
sound
trying
like,
to help you
like
out.
your parents say the N-word, dude. You sound like a retard, honestly.
Good. I'm
Your
glad I
parents,
do.
yeah, your parents taught you to hate black
I'll
people.
tell you what. If I sound like a retard to you, that's how I know I'm normal.
Hey, Brooklyn, do you hate me?
Nah, bro, you're awesome.
Oh, okay.
Did he just say that Brooklyn's parents taught him to hate white people? Was that what I heard? Did I hear that
black
correctly?
people.
No,
Black
that's not what you
I'm white.
He
I
said
mean,
black
I don't
people.
know,
Once
man.
again,
I'm really fucking white. When I go out in the
listen.
sun, I burn like a motherfucker. You know, like it happens, man. So, like, Jesse, listen, man.
I know, dude. You're a
I'm
Jesse, dude, honestly,
I'm not
Jesse,
Italian.
honestly,
I'm Irish. That's why I'm fucking really
Puerto
white.
Ricans and blacks, and I'm Italian.
No, I'm not
Jesse,
Italian.
I've
You just
engaged
called
in
out
this
from Brooklyn.
conversation with you in good faith the entire time. I truly have. But you need to truly shut the fuck up about those fucking statements that you fucking made. It's fucking
Dude, you
disgusting.
guys insult flat earthers all day, but you do the dumbest delusional shit I've
The
ever seen. What
Dude,
you
I
do
don't
is
insult
worse
anyone
than
until
flat
they
earth.
throw an insult.
Getting
As soon as you throw an insult, Jesse, you off. Fair game, you little bitch.
Than believing
I
in a
know
flat
you don't like it,
100%.
you little bitch. Little bitch.
Did you hear what it? You didn't hear it.
Little bitch. I'm
You
not
guys
listening
bow-
to you
you guys
anymore.
bowing
I'm going to
down-
tell
you
you
guys
something,
bowing
Jesse.
down
Let me
to
let
the
you in on a
business of
secret.
healthcare.
Let me let you in on a
guys
secret.
bowing down to the business of healthcare is more offensive than believing a flat earth. Straight up.
Why?
Okay, whatever you say. Let me
You know
explain
what I would
something to you,
love?
Jesse.
You
You
go ahead.
really, really, really do not understand the world. All right.
Everything you say sounds like you got a boot all the way in your mouth, dog.
Sure, whatever. I mean, listen. When it's coming from you, it doesn't really mean much. All right. Like, for me to care if someone insults me, I have to respect them. And
I'm being
you
honest.
have
I'm not gonna
proven
lie
to
to you,
me.
Brooklyn. You know
Shut
I'll
up.
never lie to you.
Shut
dog.
up. I'm talking.
I don't care that
Okay?
you're talking. You're just
Shut
trying
up.
to insult.
Shut up, you little bitch. But the problem is, for you to insult me, I have to respect you. I don't. I think you're a joke and a kid that never left his fucking house and sits at home and reads a bunch of nutty shit online and thinks,
Look at you, you're so
I am the chosen one. I am Neo, and I am gonna free everybody from the Matrix. You're not, man. You're just a fucking loser who smells like ass and never left this fucking basement.
All right, that's projection.
Yeah, because
what kind of matrix do you think you're breaking free? Like, when you tell people stuff, what do you think you're informing them about? Because everybody knows your opinion. Everybody
He's
knows
telling you how fucking disgusting you are.
you have
and
no
how
knowledge.
fucking
You
stupid
have nothing
you
to
are.
give anybody.
That's what
are
he's
you gonna
telling
tell
you.
anyone?
Look who's talking
you
about
think-
no knowledge. The low IQ person in this room.
Which would you think would smell better, a convention
NASA,
center
I embarrass you
or
on the
Jesse's
regular.
room?
You get scared to even.
Not pick one or the other.
I
do this
Convention
with me.
center or Jesse's room?
Why would I be scared of
Pick
you?
one.
You're
I
like a
embarrass
fifth grader.
you, dude. I fucking completely
You're like the fifth grader. You're the fifth grader on the kids on the
Dude,
playground.
I embarrassed you like 3 years ago so hard, and I've been embarrassed.
3 years ago. Wow.
Yes,
Yeah,
he's
you got
really
3 years
felt
ago.
like ass and loneliness.
3 years ago. He remembers he embarrassed me 3 years ago.
Yeah.
What kind of petty person holds
No, I
on to
remember.
that?
I remember.
Did you
I
ever
remember.
recover?
10 years
I think I
ago,
remember
we had a
talking.
conversation.
I think I remember talking to you 3 years ago.
You've been doing. Yes, you've been doing
Did you ever
for years,
recover?
NASA.
I stepped on a bug 3 years ago too. Is that what happened? You squished onto my.
Yeah.
Did you ever recover?
You got
from that?
butthurt. You got butthurt. That's why you're all in here all the time.
I am in here all the time for morons
You're
like
in here
you.
embarrassed all the time because we all think you're.
I'm embarrassed. Yeah. You have any evidence for any of your positions, by the way?
Yes, sodomy.
I don't know what
he has evidence. He has sodomy. The only evidence he has position. The only positions he has evidence.
But does he
for
have
sodomy.
evidence of Sodom and or Gomorrah?
Well, foreskins.
And eating foreskins.
What I would love to,
Yeah,
I
when
would
you guys
love to really know.
silence is compliance. When you guys turn a blind eye to the atrocities of the world, you're the reason why they're getting away with
all the
yeah, you're the reason. You're the reason.
You know what happened in the Bible? You know what happened in the Bible? Your God, your God, your God, shut up, your God made the Israelites kill every man, woman, and child in Jericho. That's an atrocity.
And cut off their foreskins.
All the atrocities in the world today, the one he is concerned about is foreskins of babies. Fuck.
You know
off.
what's funny? You know what's funny about globetards? You guys don't measure Earth curve. You just come in here and get mad.
Actually, I've measured Earth.
We can
curve.
measure
No,
Earth
You can
curve.
do it too.
Jesse Gordon is the only person.
I've
that I
measured
feel
Earth
like
curve, but
actually
it's
goes
quite
out
easily
and
done.
them and
You can do it
Shoeville,
too. You know,
and
the
literally
21st,
no one else. You're all
the
just a bunch of
21st is
parroting globetards.
the 21st this year of this month. The 21st of this month will be an excellent time to measure the curvature of the Earth. You also measure your latitude directly.
You all say the same thing every day.
We all
day.
This is true.
We all use
same
the
thing.
And all you do is
empirical
say
data
no
and
every day when we give you facts and things you can do.
There's nothing.
You say
there's
no,
nothing
no, I'm a flat earther. I have no evidence.
Go
No,
to the source.
I can't. I'm worried about
Go
foreskins,
to the
but
source
that's
of
it.
the information.
I mean, there's
Speaking of the
atrocities
sources,
going on. Look at all these kids losing their foreskins, and then they put it on your face. You know.
Speaking
you're talking a lot. But
speaking of this solstice
Yeah,
that's
you know what?
coming
I mean,
up,
if you shut the fuck up occasionally.
I mean, I'd like to get a word in edgewise,
Normally, the way
but
this works
apparently right now,
is like you
bad.
say something, and then I say something, then you say something, then I say. How you just can't shut the fuck up? So every time your light lights up, I'm just going to overtalk you for a while.
You know why
because your light's on, and I'm getting tired of you just talking all the time. So every time you light up, I'm just going to talk over you, so that nobody can hear what you fucking say. Because your globe, I'm just going to talk. Nobody can hear what you're saying. I'm going to make sure that until you learn to share the microphone some.
Okay. So what's going to be fun?
Shut the fuck up occasionally, and I'll share the microphone.
It's going to be fun. What's going to be fun? What's going to be fun here on the 21st is that the sun will actually at noon, at solar noon, will be behind me by a couple of degrees and not directly over me.
Are you going to be a boy or a girl?
Where are you, between the tropics?
I am. Yeah, I'm in Hawaii.
Oh, you're in Hawaii. Cool. You said not too many places in the United States between the tropics.
Well, I'll be here for a little bit, and then I'm flying to go do a research internship over the summer.
Yeah, but the longevity of Glober's stay in these servers and in these communities is because they're so butthurt after getting destroyed by Flat
We are
Earth.
butthurt.
Yeah, by the
That's the
way,
only reason
just
you
give some
wait
damn
around
evidence
until
for
I
a change.
destroy you.
I mean,
The only reason you care to
you have
hang
no
out in
evidence, so
this
you just talk out
is
your ass
because
and worry
you
about
need to
foreskins, and that's the only thing you can do.
for the
The Earth is
argument
flat.
against
I have
that
no evidence, but the
you
Earth is
know
flat.
that
But
you
I'm
are
really worried
not
about
going
people
to
putting foreskins on their
I-
faces. But all that,
you are yet to
you know,
rebuttal my
I'm just a
argument.
little
That's why you're
asshole who lives in
I
a
don't.
can't
I
argue
don't
against
think.
anything.
basement,
You
and
gotta
all he can do
overconfident,
is
not
worry.
make
You know,
sense go on.
of all the things to be worried
Yeah, you remember everything
about.
I said, but
So
all
I'm
the
just going
things
to talk.
you say, nobody goes.
I'm just going to talk over you until you learn.
I don't think you're in any position, Jesse, to talk about people being butthurt. You call people globtards and insult them all the time. That speaks of you being butthurt because no one is believing the bullshit that you're
No,
saying.
dude, the
So
reason you're here to
you're
talk
just
about Flat
projecting.
Earth
I
is
was still
because
speaking.
No,
You're
it's
just
not about.
projecting.
Yes,
You're just
that's why
projecting
We're here.
your own
I give you
butthurt
the
on other people,
We're
Jesse.
here to laugh
I'm
at you,
here
Jesse.
to
Don't you realize that? We're
I
here
give
to
you what
laugh
you want.
at you, but
I
because
mean,
you have no evidence.
you are
love
the
it.
locale, Jesse. You are the
You love it.
locale right now.
No, the Globers
I
are the
actually was
locale.
listening earlier, Jesse,
No,
when you
you are
were
the
talking
dumbest of the
about
dumb.
the when you were talking about the staff of Asclepius or whatever the staff and the snake, even though
No,
the
no, no. Hold on,
Asclepius
hold on,
staff
hold
is
on.
not the
The
one that you were
Globers are
referring
the
to because
butt
it's.
of the
Hold on,
joke.
I was
Every
speaking, so can you shut the fuck up and can we at least
see
pretend to
now
have a
because
normal
I meant
conversation, you
now
idiot?
that's
So I
listen
wasn't
to you get
actually
mad.
aware
It
that the staff that you guys use in the States actually has two snakes because I live in Europe and we have only two. Well,
Dude,
is
your
the
accent
fact that
is
you
not
guys
listening
you
material.
can
You
shut
should
the
not
fuck up?
be allowed to
You
speak
can
on any
actually
platform.
pretend that you actually care and listen because I'm trying to
No,
get
no,
in and make a
you're
point.
not for
So shut the
listening
fuck
to
up. So
keep your butts to yourself.
let me ask you a question and let me pretend that you're actually gonna listen
No,
like
dude,
a sane
you're
person
not
would.
worth listening to. Your accent
Here
is
is a
horrible.
question: which is more intelligent explanation for you guys using two snakes? There is an evil cabal, and they are feeding the foreskins
Yeah,
of
you're getting
babies to
gaslit
these
in the
snakes,
background.
and they are doing satanic rituals. Or is the more sane proposal that okay, people are dumbasses and they just use wrong symbols because they are dumbasses? There is a famous saying that you should never ascribe to
I think you
whatever.
need to get your
Never
butts
ascribe
together
to
and try
malice.
again.
Never ascribe to malice what you can explain with ignorance. You are stupid. You Americans, you use these symbols wrong.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
don't know what
simple
that
explanation.
He
Now,
does not represent
do you
America.
have actual evidence for there being an evil cabal of Satanists, other than people use symbols in the wrong way?
I heard that.
And now,
And
if
I
you
was
actually
and I
try
was
to
giving
answer
an
because you
example.
didn't listen to me, I'm gonna start mocking
I
you
gave
for
you
your
so many
stupid
different
accent and
evidences
stuff
that
because that's what you were
I
trying
gave
to
you
do
so
with
many
me.
different evidences. Why don't you go ahead and steal, man, the different arguments I made?
I don't need to steal man anything. I asked you a question,
Oh,
so
so
I'm
were you
looking forward
listening?
to
Were you
seeing how
listening or
you
not?
answer it. So
I don't
are you
think he
gonna
wants
answer
to
my
answer.
question?
Yeah, there's an evil cabal, and they've institutionalized healthcare, but healthcare is not
They
in your benefit.
institutionalized healthcare.
You're
Speak
not,
more clearly,
you're
Jesse.
not listening
Because
to
you
the problem.
insulted my accent, I will
No,
do the same. Go ahead.
no, this is the problem.
You don't have an accent.
So your cabal is that they institutionalized
Whether or
healthcare.
not
That
you
doesn't
agree
mean
or
there's a
you
cabal.
understand,
How else are you to get
You
those
need to prove that there is a
well,
satanist,
whether or not you agree or
satanic
understand,
cabal.
Gentlemen,
Someone
this
institutionalizing healthcare doesn't mean that there is a cabal.
gentlemen, this is difficult to listen to. Could you?
So let me
Is it
make my
because of the
point.
foreskins?
So let me make my point without interruptions because he asked me a question, clearly gave me space to speak, and then started over talking. I just want to finish.
Yes,
Wait a minute,
because you did the same. But go
why
ahead.
are these things? Why are these things like so? Because they're snakes?
Let me finish my point. Can
Well,
you
you
do
know,
that?
Go ahead, finish your point. I was just over talking you earlier to make a point about over talking because you did the same to me, but then you complain when I did it to you. But go ahead, I won't do it this time. You can have the
Because
room.
he thinks talking is helping me finish making my point. Yeah, it's crazy.
I was just I started talking now because there was empty space. You can go ahead.
I'm just waiting.
One's from Herbie.
Go ahead and
Hermes.
wait.
One is from another guy. And
Okay, I'm gonna try to make my point now.
Asclepius.
So, like I said, in healthcare, your health is not their agenda. They want to keep you sick. They want to keep you needing their medications.
How many doctors do you know?
NASA, let him finish his nonsense. Let him finish his nonsense.
Hey, Brooklyn, you know
jump on him when
this
he's
is
done.
not nonsense. The healthcare industry
is.
the healthcare industry is corrupt and has lost the plot. And if you don't see that, then you're gonna die young, just like the rest of your generation that can't see the difference between, what's good for you and what's not.
How many
My
doctors
girl's a
do you know?
nurse. She takes good care of me.
I say, how many
I would
doctors?
love to ask you.
Honestly,
I
you
would
do
love.
sound horrible. I'm not gonna lie.
How many doctors do you know?
Bro, I want you to stop eating
How many
bread.
How many
I want you
doctors
to
and
stop
nurses?
eating red meat
How
like
many
a medium
healthcare?
well.
How many healthcare professionals do you know?
I'm telling no, for real, Brooklyn, stop eating bread.
How many healthcare professionals do you know?
I would love to ask you what kind of
Okay, so what's
evidence
done
you
next?
have
Hold on,
for
NASA
these
wants to
claims
play.
that they are just trying to keep
build a
us sick.
sandcastle, guys. Let's
No, I'm trying.
entertain.
How many healthcare professionals do you know?
I know a bunch.
Is that it?
Are the,
You're gonna ask me. You're gonna ask me
Yeah.
a number of healthcare professionals.
how many
I
healthcare
have doctors
professionals
in
do you
my
know?
family. I have 2 doctors in my family.
Yeah, and they want to keep people sick.
I have 3 doctors in my family. Actually,
They want to keep these members of your family. They want to keep people sick.
and I also have someone who's a dietitian and a personal trainer and a nutritionist.
They want to keep you sick, right?
That's
Because
kind
what
of
doctors
actually
do, right? They want to keep you
They
sick.
don't tell you that. No, they don't tell you the same thing doctors tell you. There's doctors, there's specialists, and then there's people that you go to them and they'll tell you the opposite of what a doctor will tell you.
So wait a minute, hold on. So you just said these doctors that you know, these doctors that you know, they want to keep you sick, right? They don't want to heal you, right?
Are you really new to this?
Hello, these doctors you know, do they want to keep you sick? Is that why they went into medicine, to keep you sick? And
it is sad. Yes.
It is sad that this needs to be explained. Your head is so far up your own ass. People
hello,
like you in Brooklyn.
look who's talking again. These doctors that you know, do they want to keep you
don't know
sick?
how anything works.
Do these doctors that you know want to keep you sick?
There's a new
Hello, I'm asking you a simple question. Why won't you answer? Why won't you answer the simple fucking question? Why are you scared to answer a simple question about the doctors that you know?
I've never encountered this.
Why are you afraid to answer a simple question?
I want to ask you to tomorrow.
I asked you a very simple question.
I want you to
yes
ask
or no. Do the 3 doctors that you say you know that are in your family, do they want to keep people sick? And
do people don't agree with you?
Hello. Did you hear my question, or you have your head so far up your ass you can't hear it? Right?
General consensus, population, most people don't agree with you.
Hello,
Jesse. I'm waiting for you to answer his question. To be honest,
I have a very simple question. You said you know 3 doctors. Do these people want to keep people
You've
sick?
asked already. Let's get an answer.
May I try to ask Jesse a question instead?
I can, if I could, I think I can answer what is the position. The position I think is that they are part of a system that has a financial benefit in keeping people sick. It's not that they themselves are evil people or want to keep people sick. They're part of a system that benefits financially from that. That's I think the point.
They don't want to keep you sick.
Through them.
The people, these 3 people don't want to keep you sick. There are others, that you don't know.
I mean, a drug company benefits. Yeah, a drug company benefits from doctors prescribing more drugs.
You're straw manning his argument a bit in the regard to that statement.
I'm giving.
His statement is that this is ran by a group of Satanists, essentially, that are trying to invert God and everything. Like that. That's the thing. You are essentially straw manning his argument.
Dude, could you tell me I'm wrong? Am I wrong in what I just said?
You're not wrong.
And their students,
you're not.
They're paying hundreds
but
of
it's not his
thousands of dollars
argument.
to become a doctor. These people join fraternal orders and they practice dark stuff. If you ask me, yeah, they'll even tell you. I asked Dr. Bob, the science guy, once, what kind of fraternity he was in when he was in college and what he ended up doing. And he said there was some weird shit going on. That's what he said.
Oh yeah.
You guys are so full of shit. You act like the
So
stuff
like I
doesn't go
said
on.
earlier, Red Cloud, you're jumping on the crazy train.
What weird
strawmanning
shit do
his
you
argument.
think was being talked about?
It is.
You said people were going behind closed doors and getting rowdied up. That's what he said.
I don't disagree with what you said.
Just because I mean,
Yeah.
you never went to college, so you probably don't know that there are actually people, party.
You guys think that shit is normal. See, you've been desensitized. I'm going to use this word again. You've been
Yeah, I know, sometimes,
normalized.
going to parties
You've been
and having
normalized.
fun.
You think that
Yeah,
these
that's
practices
bad. I
are
guess.
not the practice of inverting the Kabbalah and God's will. You think all this stuff is just whatever, cool stuff, whatever.
Yeah, but which God's will? Did we ever figure out which God? Which God's will?
This is it. The institutionalization of the education
which God?
system and these fraternal
There's a lot of
orders,
gods.
where you have to get initiated
Is it
into the
Ra's?
fraternity, and then you pay money to go to school, and you give all your money to the freaking deans of universities. Like, you guys are freaking making these people billions.
Get to the
point.
point.
To the academic sciences that you can't affirm or actually recreate yourselves. All the supposed claims of these sciences, you guys have never worked in these supposed fucking multi-million-dollar laboratories demonstrating your supposed quantum mechanics and your astrophysics. You have none of this. I'm making the point.
I mean, I have done astrophysics, so
You know, you just keep
No, this is
I have.
I'm explaining how the
I have, for the record here. For the record here, I
about
have done astrophysics, so I don't know what you're talking about by telling me that I haven't.
You've done
and then,
we have Tapioca Weasel. We can get Tapioca Weasel in here. He's a quantum physicist working in a lab right now.
I would love to talk to him. Absolutely, we can do it. But this has been about me.
Anyway,
for a long
so
time.
which God is this against the will of? Like, did we ever get an answer to that? Because is the God Ra? I feel like the God whose will this is against is Ra. So I'm gonna say it's Ra's will that we're subverting.
The doctors have been practicing these things within medicine for longer than you can comprehend at this very moment. You think this stuff is only like roughly 200 years old? I don't know how old you think medicine.
I mean, do you understand how old of a God Ra is? Because I don't think you understand how old of a God Ra is. If you're gonna tell me that,
no, just tell me how old it is.
It's weird. I mean, it's pretty self simple. Like, it's a 2-syllable God, and like you'd think you'd know that since you've brought up the pyramids and things before. Well, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Highly specialized knowledge.
Threw at me. Sorry, don't care either way.
You don't know about the primary Egyptian god named Ra. I don't believe that you've done much in the way of religious studies, my friend.
You want to tell me how old Ra is yet, or?
I mean, a few.
Older than Jesus.
Yeah, older than Jesus. That's a good one.
That's it. So you don't know either.
Well,
Jesus.
let's see. Like, probably at bare minimum 5,000 years old.
Why are you
talking bare minimum 5,000 years old.
What are you fucking talking about, dude? You're fucking weird.
You didn't understand the connection. Wow, I'm unshocked. The opposite.
Why not make the connection? Make the connection. Yeah, I'm lost. You asked me how old is Ra. I'm lost. What's the point?
Because that's the god whose will we're trying to subvert. It's Ra. That's who the cabal is trying to subvert.
Thank you.
Ra.
All right, you're making sense of whatever the fuck you think you're talking about now.
No. See, I'm trying to figure out who this god's whose will we're subverting is, and I'm waiting for you to fill the
Zeus.
blank.
I think they're trying to
That's a good one.
Zeus.
Zeus is a good one.
If you try to subvert the will of
yours,
Zeus, he'll hit you with a thunderbolt. He'll hit you with a lightning rod.
Yes, there's so many followers of Zeus in the world, and Ra.
I think
subverting
Jupiter
your own-
Ultimus Maximus. I think that's the one.
The will to do bad things. That's your will. You're subverting
Flying
your own
spaghetti
will.
monster. You're just jealous that your god doesn't have as big balls as the flying spaghetti monster.
That's why I like Pluto.
You're gonna pretend like I'm not responding to everything you guys are throwing at me randomly. You guys are nuts.
You're not understanding the point. It's fine.
I have responded and clarified everything you guys throw at me.
You haven't understood. You responded, but you haven't understood the point. You haven't understood the point being made.
Okay, go ahead, make a point.
The point here is you've been very unspecific about which god it is whose will they're trying to subvert. So I was playing
because
on that
I don't
suggesting something.
Acknowledge pagan deities. I don't worship these idols that they did. I don't fucking care
who the fuck
I didn't say you did. I'm asking the God whose will they're trying to subvert.
No, see now you're acting weird. Now you're acting like I have to believe in the deities.
No, I'm not saying you have to
were
believe in
worshiping
anything.
Cause them to become workers of inequity.
So,
Therefore, those deities have to be real.
Yeah. They're
Well, if
workers
those
of
deities
inequity,
have,
but
if those
inequity
deities
against
have
whom?
rules, how would
You have no reason to make that argument. Engaging with you
is
Globers,
being
you guys are
inequited
so
upon?
annoying. It's like you hear my
is
point, you
being
can't concede,
inequited
so
upon?
all you're ever gonna do is pretend like you don't understand.
Jesse, whom is
Well,
being
that's why-
iniquited upon?
That's why they have.
You
snakes
pretend
in
you don't
healthcare.
understand the point I made about healthcare. I got into it with Renee for like an hour.
Yeah, you're
You
wrong
guys are
about
just
healthcare.
fighting
with it.
tooth and nail. You're pretending
Everybody
like
knows
there's
that when
nothing
you're sick,
nefarious behind
everybody knows that when
healthcare,
you're sick,
and
you
guys
go
are
to the
just-
hospital, and you go to the hospital because you're sick and you want to feel worse. That's why you go to the
All
hospital.
right, so you go ahead.
Yeah, you
keep
go to
putting
that place
foreign-
with the big red cross
your
on it. That's what
body-
I learned.
Listen, I'm
Right,
gonna
but
tell
you go there, but you want to go there because you feel sick and you want to feel sicker. That's why you go to that place, because they want
Right,
to
but
keep you sick.
It's the one with the big red cross, right? It's not the one with the snake, right? I go to the thing with the big red cross.
I'm like, I have to explain so much to like you guys are in square one. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, when you're sick, I mean, I go see my doctor, and my doctor wants me to feel better. I don't know if you go to the doctor to feel worse. I mean, that's just kind of weird that you want to go to the doctor to feel worse. But if that's your case, then go right ahead.
Well, sometimes you have to go to the doctor to feel worse, right? Like when I broke my ankle and they said it and they fixed it.
Oh, that
like
it felt
the
worse
first,
for.
Yeah, it felt worse for a couple of days.
For a day,
Melodic
but then you feel
probably
better
always
after that,
drunk,
right?
Oh yeah.
Melodic, can you steel man anything that I've been alluding to? Like, do you know what I'm talking
No,
about?
because it's not real. That's why you can't steal that.
The steeliest of Steelman that I have for you is that somehow there is this cabal.
Don't try to poison the well. You are trying to poison the well, or you're trying to steal it?
Symbolical magic to manipulate people and use their energy through the symbol of the snake and its staff that is associated with medical stuff. That's the best that I got.
You know why they picked the snake? I finally it's out. I learned something. Thank you for making me learn. I did learn something, Jesse. You know why the snake is
Do
a
I
symbol
have
of
to
medicine?
presume you're drunk? Like, dude, I don't think you were
Jesse, I actually learned something from you today. Actually, I learned by looking up all the bullshit that you said. I actually learned something today. That the reason a snake is a symbol of healthcare is because it can shed its skin. It's a symbol of renewal. So thank you for actually making me actually learn something today.
Yeah, I actually never heard that before. That's interesting.
That's why they use snakes.
Was that in the Wikipedia article?
Who knows if anybody just came up
No judgment. No judgment if it was. I was just curious.
No, it wasn't. It was actually a level below. It had to be a level below.
I know something different about that. The caduceus is supposed to represent Moses' staff, which represents a connection to nature.
No, not Hermes.
And wisdom. Yes, it does. It represents a connection
Hermes.
to nature. It represents forbidden knowledge
Hermes.
and the apple that Eve ate.
Well, the caduceus is Hermes, and then the one snake that's the rod.
It is a caduceus.
Asclepius. Well, the caduceus is Hermes, and Hermes was the the Greek god.
Also known as Mercury. By the Romans.
Snake and the staff is Moses. The story of Moses is he had a
has
connection.
nothing to do with Moses.
He had a connection to the vegetable being of his spirit. This is
Hey,
okay,
Jesse, if we
don't know
told
what I'm
you,
talking about. I'm sorry, you guys really don't know what I'm talking about.
Are you talking about the story? Are you talking about? Hold on. Are you talking about the story with Moses?
I know what story he's being talked about.
In your spirit, okay.
Hold on, Jesse. Are you talking about the biblical story about when Moses?
I don't want to get
threw his staff down. No, I'm
Listen.
asking you a question. Are you
No,
talking
stop.
about the literal story when Moses
You guys are
threw his staff down? Is that the story you're
quote
talking?
card.
Is that the story you're talking about?
I'm gonna say what I wanted to say before you interrupted me.
Okay.
Moses used Hollywood and a snake and a staff to supposedly split the Red Sea. Now, if this is to be taken allegorically, the idea is that his connection to nature is why he was able to manipulate the Red Sea. Okay, so
real quick,
I thought it was a miracle.
I'm not done.
I thought was it a miracle? Was it a miracle or magic?
No, I'm
When you
just.
said that the staff was a magic wand.
I hate you guys. I hate y'all.
The staff was a magic wand.
Guys,
When I
wait,
say
everyone's
diminish
talking over
point
each
like
other.
this, you guys
Hold
make it
on, fuck
so
on.
bad.
Does every
No, stop
symbol,
interrupting
does
me.
every symbol,
Don't
does
interrupt
every
me.
symbol, does every symbol in the
You are such a delusional, and you're fucking trans. Fuck you.
Fine,
Fuck
I've
you,
muted them.
piece of
Carry
shit.
on with the conversation.
Oh my God, thank the Lord there's a reasonable mod in you. So Moses' connection with the staff is what caused him to manipulate the water. That is literally, if you take it as an allegory, it's just representing the idea that you can manipulate like what's around you with your mind if you're connected to your true vegetable being. Because there was a philosophy before you guys ever had your stupid Roman Greek philosophers that you like to dick suck and pretend run the world. Before that, they believed that
Who are they?
story. They believe that yes, this is they. These are the people that wanted to curate the story of Moses, and they gave it many iterations and gave him many names. But
So
they
the
kept the
Jews?
story around. They kept the story around of this flood and the lineage that experienced the flood and the exodus of Egypt. So
who are they?
Moses represents people connecting with the vegetable being because you go from mineral to vegetable to animal to human mind. And this was considered like a mental evolution event. And this is why they documented it so well for thousands of years and consider it actual history. And if you don't know that, then don't take it from me. Go look into what I'm talking about and why they think that the caduceus is the reason he was able to split the sea and why he was able to manipulate matters, because they thought he was connecting with the plant, which was connecting him to his plant body, which was connected with the rest of the earth. And that's the actual philosophy of what happened that day. And if you don't know about that, I can't help you.
All right, so back to the question
don't
that
take
I've
it
been
from
trying
me
to ask.
and stop being a dick to me.
If
Because
I could ask the
I'm
question
sorry,
I've been
y'all
trying
don't
to
know.
ask for the past 10 minutes.
I'm really sorry.
All right, if I could ask the question I've been trying to ask for the last 10 minutes, does every symbol that's ever come down have to come down from Christian anything? Because it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't have. This is before the word Christian ever meant anything.
Sure, I got it, but it's coming out of the Judeo-Christian mythology, and everything else I'm reading says it does not. So I'm asking you, why does everything, from your opinion, seem to have to come out from that canon?
We're talking about. Oh God. We're talking about the caduceus. We're talking about what the snake means. Why they had
correct
symbology.
We're talking about the staff of Mercury.
We're talking about what the snake means.
Yeah. Hermes has nothing to do. Hermes has nothing to do with any Judeo. Hermes has nothing to do. Hermes has nothing to do.
Represent ideas, and Hermes Trismegistus represents the power of the snake and the staff, which is
but it has nothing to do with
There's
Moses.
a whole bunch of
has nothing to do with Moses. So I'm asking why. I'm asking. It has nothing to do with Moses.
People that are so
delusional. Can I please? It has nothing to do with Moses. So could you please point out to me why it has to come back to Moses? It's the staff of Mercury, not the staff of Moses.
It's called syncretism. In these ancient religious stories, where there's a whole bunch of synchronicities, like a staff and someone splitting a sea, and there being a flood, and a whole bunch of people leaving a nation, and these epic biblical flood stories, there's a lot of them, and they come from all over the place. And these people have different names. You say, okay, this is the staff of this is actually this guy's staff, and his staff has a snake, and this guy's staff is a trident. And this guy's staff is this. Poseidon controls the ocean with a trident, and Moses controls the fucking Red Sea with the Hollywood. And you have another. You're about to tell me another story of another guy.
Do you think the Greeks knew of Moses when they conceptualized Mercury?
I can't take it. It's like you guys don't make the necessary connections.
Do you think the Greeks knew of Moses when they conceptualized Mercury or Hermes?
That's it. You let me say thank you because I rushed through it.
I feel like now you guys got me feeling like I have to crush
do
bricks.
you think the Greeks knew of Moses when they conceptualized Hermes?
If the Greeks knew of Moses, dude, which Greeks?
The ones who conceptualized Hermes.
When do you think they conceptualized Hermes?
A long time ago. So do
Can you
you
tell me
think
when you think that was?
Could you
maybe
answer his question first?
1,000
No,
years
because I don't know when he thinks he
before?
conceptualized Hermes.
Why does it? Why does your
1,000
opinion
years?
matter? What he thinks?
I don't know when. I honestly, dude, Hermes Trismegistus is a character that we don't know how old this guy actually is. We don't know how long it's been being taught. We don't know if it was a real person at all or not. So, or who even the people that claim to like study the teachings of Hermes. We don't know if their claims of when they were around are real either. So
Okay.
you can tell me when you think Hermes Trismegistus walked the earth. I don't know.
But we do have an earliest. We do have an earliest manuscript with his name on it. We do have these things.
So go
Maybe
ahead.
not the earliest,
You're
but
gonna
an
tell-
earliest.
I can't tell you, and neither can you. There you go.
So one of the things that shocked me as a kid was when I learned that the Iliad and the Odyssey, a complete text, is older than a complete text of the Bible. That shocked me. But at the same time,
When did you say the Hermes was? When did you say he wrote his stuff? When did you
I've
say?
just found 7th to 4th
Hermes,
centuries BCE
Hermes didn't
is the
write.
assumption.
Hermes was a god of the Greeks, and he was a messenger god. He wasn't a person. He didn't write anything. You know that, right?
So
That's
Hermes
exactly what I
Trismegistus
just
was
said.
not Hermes the Greek god.
Huh?
Those are two
Okay,
different.
so you guys are conflating two different people.
Say Mercury
Yeah,
wasn't
because
Hermes.
there's an Egyptian Hermes. That's where they get their Hermeticism from, which I know isn't rooted in Greek. So I don't know. You're telling me that like the Greek knew about Hermes. I'm wondering like which Greek, because I don't know when Hermes actually started being documented.
Okay, hold on. Well, the question. Hold on, Omnivore. You saying that Hermes wasn't a Greek god, or Hermes wasn't?
No,
Mercury?
Hermes was a Greek god, but Hermes Trismegistus, Hermes the thrice great mage, was not Magi, was not the same being as the messenger god
Yes.
of the Greeks.
100%. Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to him. It's we're talking about the Hermes, the messenger god of the Greeks. We're not talking about a person.
Well, the Hermes Trismegistus is a different being than
Yes.
the god of the Greeks.
Yes, it's a syncretic combination of Hermes and Thoth.
Right.
But so what my question is do you think that the Greeks knew of Moses when they conceptualized Hermes, the Greek god, the one that our Omnivore was talking about?
The Greeks had the Old Testament. That's how they wrote the Septuagint. They had something.
You know when
Sure,
that
but
was written?
when was that written? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the
Was that
Septuagint was planned to have been written. I think they say like 1000 AD. I could be wrong.
Okay, so
We're still in like BCE, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So Hermes is well before that, well before the time when the Greeks had access to that. I would say it's like probably 1000 BC if you just want to be fucking round
7th to the
numbers.
4th, 7th to the 4th century BCE is what I've just googled.
Yeah, just like yeah, I wouldn't refute that at all. No, it's not Globetards. It's about time frame. What we were talking about earlier about the shit you say doesn't fucking match any timeline.
I am officially. I feel exhausted. All right, my stamina's done. I
I
feel like
agree.
thank you for at least caring about what I'm saying about Moses and Hermes. But like, I'm done talking about this with you guys. At least you're somewhat entertaining this right now. So there you go. Your foot's in the door. Congratulations, Normie. You're taking a step in the right direction.
Well, thank you for the conversation as well. It was intriguing.
I'm fucking mad at you, dog.
It happens.
A conversation, for sure.
It shouldn't be about promoting globe-tardism every day.
I'm not about promoting.
You know, I know
You're
everything.
talking to me?
I know everything you would say to me about reciprocal zenith angles, celestial navigation. I know why you think Earth is globe. I know why you think Earth is a bazillion years old. I don't think
Do
that
you
shit
though?
matters.
Do you really?
Yeah, dude, I'm a glober. Fucktard.
I don't know about that one.
You
Man,
literally
I
were
think Earth
arguing
is globe.
earlier about the.
I think
You were
Earth is a globe,
literally.
but I think you guys need to acknowledge that, you know, what you use as evidence for a globe isn't truly observing a direct cause-effect relationship.
It's phenomenal evidence. It's great. There's so much. I can't throw a baseball without smacking into evidence.
No, you guys need to know the difference between seeing a globe
of the
and
Earth.
thinking that an effect is
Well,
being
I don't need to
caused
see
by
a
the
globe. The laws of physics tell me that it has to be a globe, and I've traveled much too further for it to be any shape other than a globe. The potato radius is my favorite radius.
I can't believe I just talked to like 7 different globers.
You just said you
fucking
were a
like
glober.
4 hours.
I know, right? Like, I'm getting so confused.
Yeah, I'm a glober, but I don't make glober arguments. Okay, I don't promote my globerism around.
I get that, but you were making arguments earlier about the progression of the pendulum. You were saying all this other shit. Like you either argue from incredulity or you argue from ignorance. That's the only place you could be from.
No, you think, oh my god, flat earthers don't comprehend how pendulums work.
So you're a flat earther or you're a glober?
I know why you think Foucault's pendulum is evidence of what latitude you're on. I understand it perfectly. It's not hard to comprehend.
Why is that? What could you explain that to me? Because I'm not an expert and I'm learning. That's why I come here.
The angle of the string relative to plumb. You're looking at the deviation. It's because you think you're going around a globe.
So
on
why
the
does
equator, on the
why
equator, you're
does that angle
perpendicular
change?
to the axis. On the equator, you're perpendicular to the axis of rotation. And then
Awesome.
at the North Pole, you're parallel with it.
Awesome. So why does that angle change?
Yeah, therefore, like the fucking swing, it just like, you know, gradually processes outward the further south you go. And then you get to the equator and you keep going south, and then it's gonna go back the other way.
All those observations lead to one statement. So why would that be the case of all those observations?
I just explained to you what the Foucault's pendulum is, but you came to this conversation presuming that I don't understand how it works.
No, I didn't say that.
You concede that I understand how it works.
I concede that. I concede that. But the thing is, the difference is not how it works; it's why it is doing what it's doing. And the question is,
why you don't know
precisely.
why anything. You don't believe in God. Why?
I do believe in God.
You got a why? What does there matter? Why is there existence?
So
well, I hate to say this, but that's actually not correct about the Foucault's pendulum. It's not about a reflection of the vertical. I'm sorry, but
go ahead, Omnivore. Explain it.
Okay. So the pendulum is trying to stay the same way that a gyroscope is trying to stay within because of the conservation of angular momentum, trying to keep its trajectory back and forth fixed in space. So it's trying to go back and forth, and not move. This is much more pronounced with a mechanical gyro, which is why they're used for ships and not a Foucault's pendulum. But what happens with the Foucault's pendulum is that as the Earth turns underneath it, it appears to precess, or it appears to change its direction of swing, even though it's really not. What's changing the direction of swing is the Earth under it. Because of that conservation of angular momentum, it maintains its precession, or its harmonic period, going back and forth on the same plane, and the Earth rotates. So it is evidence of Earth's rotation, based not on the plumb line, or the deflection of the vertical or anything like that. But based on the amount of precession, the period of precession, namely the cosine of the latitude and the direction of precession, the hemisphere, is excellent evidence for Earth's turning, Earth's rotation on its axis. So that's why it's essentially Coriolis.
All right, thanks, Omnivore. Appreciate you explaining that.
All right.
That's interesting what you said.
It really wasn't a gotcha either. That's something that a lot of people get wrong.
Yeah, it's funny when you go and look it up. It's literally what they tell you. But yeah, I like what you said better.
Okay.
So did you miss the part where it's evidence that the Earth is rotating, or did you just ignore that part?
No, he heard it.
No, I never thought it was evidence of Earth rotating.
Well, it is.
I think it's evidence that if you move north, that it's going to precess differently.
Well, yeah. Okay. So.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's because it rotates 24 hours, once every 24 hours at the poles. They've done it at the South Pole.
No, the real problem is everything requires the ball presumption for ball evidence.
Nope,
you don't have any actual. I didn't presume a ball first evidence.
No, you don't. You don't presume a ball first. You rotate. The evidence from multiple pendulums will lead you to the ball. No presumption necessary.
I think deep down you agree. That's why you're interested in flat Earth. I say what I think every glober knows is evident about their apparent globe evidence is that it's not direct evidence of an Earth being curved.
It is direct evidence. It is direct evidence of curvature.
Nope.
Yep. In this case,
nope. I don't think you know what. I don't think you know what observing Earth curvature is like at all. I don't think you know what that's like.
So
how about some evidence for the flat Earth then? How about we start talking about that? Let's give the evidence for the flat Earth.
Hang on, Master Shell. Hold on. I want to talk real briefly about about this, is fascinating to me. It is when I first started this, when I first encountered flat earthers, I knew they existed. I was familiar with the Flat Earth Society, and it was just unclear to me how anybody, given the fact of international travel working as relatively seamlessly as it does, could believe the shape of the Earth was anything other than what we all know it to be. Because, you can take a boat, charter a boat, and, the boat can navigate correctly according to where all the continents are and everything, and, as though it's on a globe. So I didn't understand, how they could, how the flat earther could come to by this. And what I discovered was that we live in two different realities where we can't agree on what basic facts are. And I'm not talking about whether NASA is a fact or whether the Earth is a globe. I'm talking about like Newton's third law of motion. Like there are, most flat earthers don't hold with the basic laws of motion. And if you try to explain it to them, I'm not talking about relativity. I'm just talking about the three laws of motion: inertia, F equals ma, and action and reaction. If you try to explain it to them, they don't agree. Rockets have to be pushing off of air. They wouldn't work in space, et cetera, et cetera. So,
I don't say that.
I know you don't, but the flat earthers do. And I've heard it, people believe in the Casimir force, but don't believe in the third law of motion. So
they're fun. They're fun bunch.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out that and the other place where I see this is in American politics. And it's fascinating to me that two people with a modicum of relative intelligence cannot come to an agreement on what facts are. So that's what's fascinating and disturbing to me. It's not that I don't really think the third law of motion works, or or dark matter is ruining my belief in relativity or anything like that.
I'm taking your card, Omnivore.
Okay.
Well, the one that would solve most flat Earth problems, so if the conservation momentum, if they understood the conservation momentum just a little bit, a lot of this shit would just go away.
Yeah, if you understood the idea that I don't have to detect the motion to say that things are moving.
Well,
I mean, but
Yeah,
I can
What
I can
the fuck are you
detect
talking about?
I can detect all the motion using
Yeah, you say that because Earth is
the
constantly
Planck
moving.
satellite.
Yeah, that's why you say you can't detect the Earth's orbiting.
No, I can, right? So there's a
can.
satellite. There's
Yeah.
a satellite at the L2 Lagrange point, and
Wait, hold
it's
on. When he
moving.
said
And
when he says you can, I think he means that a person sitting on Earth can. And the reason for that is that your bodily senses are not that good. And first of all, your ears do not detect motion; they detect acceleration. If you've ever fallen asleep if you've ever fallen asleep on an airplane, that is it. Your ears do not detect motion; they detect acceleration.
So how come when Earth is orbiting around the sun, it doesn't detect the acceleration when it changes its path on the orbit?
In a free
do you know how big that is? Do you know how we can math that and find out how much that is? Do you know how much that is?
So
yeah, but why isn't it moving in a linear path if it's
Why
only one fourth second linear velocity, even though it's in an elliptic orbit? Why wouldn't you detect the acceleration?
Wait. Do you think a velocity is the force?
Wait, one at a time.
Reason one is that it's in a free fall, and then if you want to pretend that you can feel it, okay, go to
It's
the
in
top.
free fall.
Yeah, it's in free fall in orbit.
Yeah,
The
cool.
second one is-
Baseless assertion.
And the second thing is that if you really think that you don't believe that one, I want you to take your car to the top of an on-ramp. I want you to slam the accelerator to the floor. I want you to go from 0 to 60 in a week. Okay.
That's funny
what
you think that things are falling when we look at water on the Earth and it all appears to be at rest. So I don't know where you got that from.
Oh, so what's holding your fat
Do you
ass
think
there right now?
larger question here? Do you think a force is a velocity?
No.
Okay, what is a force?
The fucking what is a force?
What is it?
I don't know. You tell me.
F equals. Come on.
MA.
There we go.
You
Now
just
we know
want
what
the
a force is.
definition.
Ding 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 ding.
All right, so
Cool.
it's not a velocity. So the only
never said it was.
force that you're gonna feel is gonna be the force from the non-rotating frame, right? There's the centripetal force that's pulling us inward, that's gravity, and the centrifugal is gonna be out, and it's really tiny. And it's really tiny for just spinning on the Earth. Even if you go down to the equator, we can do the math and look at it, and it's very small.
So
you
I want to address what Jesse said, though, because he said something that was a good question. So the Earth is in free fall around the sun, or let's say said to be, if we're not going to take that as a given. And yet when a plane is in free fall, if we let water go, it'll form a sphere. It'll just undulate there for the few seconds that the vomit comet is in free fall, right? It doesn't remain fixed to the bottom and shape of its container. So, the question I think you're asking is, well, if we're in free fall, why doesn't the water on Earth, behave like a bottle of water in the vomit comet?
You say you got a lot of gravity going on.
Well, the reason why is because the Earth exerts its own gravitational pull on that water, and therefore it's not in free fall relative to the Earth. The whole Earth is in free fall relative to the sun. If Earth's gravity were to somehow be turned off, the water would begin to, for lack of a better word, globularize.
I mean, it already is.
It's
right?
just
To the-
it's just
to the best
convenient
it
when your
can.
style of
It's just-
addressing the issue is just like it's totally cool that I just presume this when you don't observe it.
Don't need
I
to
think
presume
it
it.
is-
You can observe it. You can,
I think it is.
No,
a
you
fair
really don't
criticism.
observe the Earth in free fall. You don't.
I
I
do,
think it's
though.
a fair
Like, I am right
criticism
now.
you do though.
to say that
No,
you
I'm sorry,
presume
that's
it,
not. Yeah.
but I think that one has to presume something to be true in order to test if that is the case. In that, in order to test if I'm a duck,
Oh, fuck,
I
I'm
must
debating
say.
eggshells now too. Fuck.
But I'm trying to come in the middle here, where for people saying no, we don't presume a globe is like, well, you have to, right? You have to ask the question: if X, I should see Y, right? Do I see Y? That increases the probability of X being true, right? If I were a duck, I would have a beak. I have to presume the possibility that I can be or am a duck in order that I can make a sensible test. Like, do I have a beak?
A bill,
right? So, say again.
A bill.
A bill.
Birds have
Yeah.
beaks.
So
ducks are said
fine.
to have
A duck face.
I know what you mean.
Big Botox lips.
Yes. I'm with you.
But so I think that it is a fair criticism to say that you presume it. I just think the global response should be yes, and that's how you do propositional logic, where you test a what is it? Propositional.
You test a hypothesis, really.
Oh,
Exactly.
Mike, that's not even what I want to talk about right now, dude. Like,
propositional.
You guys treat space like a string. Like Earth is attached to the sun like a string on a tether. You say that space-time is the tether. It's this like invisible medium that you just say is causing space-time to curve at this point. It's crazy.
So it's not thought of as a string, not really. I mean, you can draw all. So first off, you can draw all sorts of analogies to it. The one that SE was fixated on is the bowling ball and the trampoline, and then you whirl a marble around it, and it kind of goes around it in like a little mini orbit, which led him to make the assertion that that gravity was only like two-dimensional, and gravity had a definite down, which was towards the bottom of the Earth, the South Pole, and all kinds of stuff that wasn't really true. And when I said, well, no, think of it like a spherical magnet, then he behaved differently towards it, whether or not he didn't understand that in the beginning, or was just doing the reducto to absurdity thing. But no, I don't think that we think that space-time is like a string tethering the Earth to the sun. It's an attractive force, or it's an attractive behavior that you can think of like kind of like a fabric, but it's a four-dimensional fabric, which means we can't really envision it, in our mind's eye. We can't imagine four spatial dimensions, and imagining three spatial dimensions through time is pretty hard to do with formality. I imagine there's probably some people who can do it, but I can't. So, yeah. So I don't think it's now. Granted, different people have different levels of expertise. I don't have the level of expertise that the physicists do. I don't have the people who've actually done the astrophysics. I don't have that level of expertise. So they may have a better view of it. But I don't think. I think the fact that it gets described simply does not mean that everybody is, treating it as though it was simple. Being overly simplistic with it.
You guys act like you fixed a three-body problem, but you really didn't.
Act like we what?
You act like you fixed the 3-body problem,
Well, we
but
know
you really didn't.
So well, I mean, you know what it means to say there's no general solution for it?
You can tell me what you think that means.
I'm asking if you know what that means.
No, what do you think that means?
It means that there is not a single method to solve any given 3-body problem. However,
Right, so
we have techniques we can use to solve. I don't know about all of them or not. We don't just do them all the same way, but I think we can solve any 3-body problem given its specifics. We just do it in different ways. But I'm not 100% sure if that's true. There may be 3-body problems or 5-body problems or something that we cannot solve. But there's no generalized solution, meaning we don't have a single place to go to solve all of them. But
here's a solution. That's not what's happening.
What?
Here's a solution. That's not what's happening. Your model where you presume that, you have these gravitational bodies that forces, causing the attraction towards the center of your ball. That's not what's happening. That's the solution. Stop presuming that.
Why?
Because it could be something else.
What would the implications of that be?
Dark matter?
Okay. So I mean, I hear Taylor say it could be something else, but she never says what the implications of that could, or should be. And it seems to me like a distinction without a difference. In other words, who cares if it's space-time or not? The behavior we see is well described by those formulas. So what's the problem? What's the complaint?
I would have to look something up right now to really confirm what I'm thinking.
Okay. Whatever you do, don't do that.
I'm not willing to look it up not because I don't think it's going to tell me what I want to say right now, but because it's just slightly inconvenient. It would take me a couple minutes to find what I'm looking for. Sorry. But the idea is, and I could tell you what to look up if you want. The idea is when they simulate accretion in their computer models, and they say, I could treat this like a gravitational body. There's the distance. Here's how far my gas cloud is. This is what's causing it to coalesce. This is, how much mass I need and all that stuff. And they're like, just plugging in all your values into your model that you're saying was causing the sphere that you see in the sky to form. You see the sun, you say, this is how I think it's forming. Well, you certainly do have a model for how you think it forms. That's great. I don't know if you know exactly how the forces that caused it to form. I don't know if you are aware that you 100% know exactly what caused the Earth to form. And it was all due to gravity. It was all due to space-time. That's reasonable to you guys in your mind. When I hear that, I'm like, that really isn't suffice. You guys are talking about the Earth forming.
So
all you need is gravity and genes of stability and a computer model, and you're good. You're crazy.
I don't know. I don't know a lot about the formation of the Earth. That's not like something that I'm well read on.
Well, I think they got it a little messed up because they're talking about they need dark matter for the formation of galactic clusters. I think that their gravity model could be wrong. Like, what's wrong with thinking?
But gravity clusters are like groups of galaxies.
Yeah, apparently that's a bunch of spheres. You have a bunch of spheres in a vacuum. You have gas clouds forming into spheres in a vacuum. That's what it is.
Yeah, but the scale of that to the Earth is so different. I don't think that there would be. I mean, do we think that it requires dark matter to get the formation of individual stars or planets?
We already know it doesn't require dark matter. They know they're wrong. It's a placeholder because they're gonna fix the problem eventually when they figure out what it is.
So
what is that problem? Can you tell us what that problem is, just so we know you've got it thoroughly understood? Thank you.
Yeah, there's a name for it. They call it the something problem. I don't remember. They
What
have
do
a
they
name
call
for
it?
it. I don't remember it, man. Sorry. I'm trying to think of it. Cosmological problem? I don't fucking know.
Crisis in cosmology is probably what you mean. That
Hang on. Eggs.
SE
No, I was
was
just
talking
wondering.
about.
Eggs. I was wondering if the critique knew what he was talking about there. Sorry, but you did
Oh.
kind of. Okay. Thanks for that,
Sorry.
mate.
All right.
Crisis in cosmology. I said cosmology. It's probably right. Whatever.
And is that the redshift blue shift?
I was going to say
that
the
it's based on?
cosmological constant. There's an error in the prediction for the cosmological constant, or something to say like that.
Yeah.
You say, yeah. Okay, so all right.
There's an error
What does that
in the equations. A redshift blue shift thing. Do you understand what that is? Do you know
and I
about that?
think what you think causes downward acceleration on Earth is not sufficient for what causes the sun to form. You might need other forces, like who knows, maybe electromagnetism was involved in the forming of the sun. I don't fucking know. Maybe the sun is
that
not
last
truly,
sentence, right?
maybe there's not as much mass inside of the sun as they claim. Maybe you don't really need as much mass as they say they need.
Or maybe there's a slight differential in the gravity, or the fact that the blue shift might be not quite as they think. See, science always
Maybe it's
evolves.
not
When we
gravity.
have
Maybe there's another force coming from another. There could be another quote unquote gravitational force out there that's creating the illusion that you're being attracted towards the center of the sphere. Maybe everything's really just being attracted downward acceleration because that's all you actually experience.
So how do you know that it doesn't exist if the arguments and formula they provide, and they put a lot of thought into this, what they provide does actually work out well, but they point out a couple of errors here and there. Of course, I've noticed the blue shift one is a tricky one, but if it's light's actually blue shifting at a different rate, that can get rid of dark matter. It's just that galaxies form in
So you guys
spirals,
always
and they
make me
shouldn't do that.
trail off with you wherever you want. Literally go wherever you want. Let me just tell you, dude. The sun is what you say helped form the planet. All right? You have a vacuum. All right? You have some kind of point in time where gas is now, there's like a point of activation. Now the gas is moving in space. It's no longer jack shit going on, just matter. Now you have matter in motion. You have energy as well, or whatever. Who knows what the fuck happens? Then you have stars forming, and then you have planets forming. So in order for you to have a planet, you need accretion, and in order for you to have a planet accretion disk, you need a sun. And it's like, it's stupid because during all of this, you have three-body problem. And like, you don't even have a chance. The moment you try to start forming your moon or your Earth, you're getting ripped apart by the other bodies that are trying to attract. And you can never truly have your sphere form.
Where did you get that from?
That's literally the model. That's your guys' model. That's why your
kind
model
of
doesn't
very
work.
errant. Dude, that's very errant. That's kind of like 70s stuff there, man. The coalition, the way they coalesce, whatever it is, stick together, is actually quite easy to see in the vomit comet. Things coalesce. They do that. We know they do that in a zero
Things in
gravity
the vomit
situation.
comet, you see them coalesce. Where do you see things coalescing?
In the vomit comet, when they take up coffee granules in a see-through container, as soon as they go into the negative G situation, the coffee is floating in the air and it starts to coalesce. This is coffee grounds or coffee powder. I'm not sure, but that's one of the experiments. Did you not know of this? Because that's a common one.
That's a good one. All right, man. I got to see it. I believe
Right.
you,
So you just skim over it and think you know all about it just by skimming over
skimming
the.
over. That's a good one. Like, I'll be honest with you.
Well,
Like, I would
you
like
didn't
to
know
see
about the coffee bean what do you call it?
Yeah, I'll check it out, man. You want to show me something right now?
Well, I mean, that's just the vomit comet. It's hard to create a 0G situation when you're in something that creates a lot of Gs. Well, creates 1G, in fact. How do you get a 0G situation? You've got to do it in certain places, and the vomit comet is one of those. I believe gravitational lensing, because if we can gravitationally lens galaxies into existence where we can see two of the same galaxy, what's to say that you can gravitationally lens galaxies out of our visual range so we can't see them, but we kind of feel them? That's a bit odd, isn't it? So if you can bring into, why can't you cancel out two?
You're talking about coffee ground screen and an accretion disk in a vomit comet.
No, I'm not talking about accretion disk.
Some aircraft.
What I just said then
was
was,
fast it's moving. I don't know what the claims are really. What are you saying is happening in the vomit comet? You're saying that they're in free fall, so therefore they can demonstrate 0G. Therefore they can have, like, you know, kind of like the environment for accretion. Is that what you're claiming?
no, I didn't say the accretion bit. You added that in, as you flirts commonly do. You always add the bit in order to create the straw man, in order to tear it down. I did not once say accretion until just then, the last few sentences. So you actually added accretion.
Well, I believe you about the coffee ground.
I do really find that
like, you're breaking up.
Intellectually dishonest, and that's why.
Oh man, are you ad homing me? I'll break it up.
I do disengage.
I want to know what these ad homs are.
Flat earthers that use that technique. But the density tower does it too. They show you the density tower where that just goes out of whack. No, I'm not ad homing. No, I'm not.
Yeah, what's that, Tim? Talking about dark gravity, fake gravity. You guys say that gravity is being caused by a halo. It's an invisible, undetectable halo of matter, not visible with our technology right now, but it exists outside of these clouds. These galactic clusters have halos of matter that they can't detect around them. And that is creating the attraction towards the center. They say it's like the remainder of, like, the gas clouds initial, implosion. From the beginning of the implosion, that at the first cloud moving outward, that's the dark matter that's causing gravitation towards the. It's just like, so much ad hoc, just ad hoc in more things into your model every time it doesn't work. Just don't fix the model, just ad hoc more things that you can't prove into it. But you know what I say, dude? I say that fuck all that shit, dude. That's what you see in that sphere, dude. That's not mass. Enough with all that floating rock shit, dude. You know what we observe? You know what floating spheres? The only floating spheres we ever see on Earth is bubbles. Bubbles is due to surface tension. And the thing that I didn't want to claim before, but I'm pretty confident about, if I could, like, actually look this thing up about, like, the simulations that they do of these planetary models and, like, how, like, they look, they're recreating what they know about bubbles. It's like all the simulations of planets and suns and galaxies that they have in their computers, like, trying to understand what's going on in the sky. They recreate everything with their knowledge of surface tension with bubbles. So I think it's, I'm not going to just rule out the idea that these spherical floating objects that look like bubbles might not be bubbles. And they say it's just a gas cloud and it has a center. Yeah, it's just an atmosphere. It just goes down and down. It gets denser and denser. And then they say there's like an iron nickel core at the center. There always has to be that fucking immense gravitational iron core at the center. It's helping out, besides the fact that it's just a gas cloud
Like Jupiter is just a gas cloud all the way until this little tiny iron core in the center. Well, what if it's just a gas cloud? And yeah, you could like probably use some kind of Coulomb's law, some kind of equivalence. Like, you know, you say that gravity is doing A, B, and C. You know, the distance to the center of the thing is causing the acceleration. You know, same thing for Coulomb's law. It's just an equivalence principle. So I don't know. I had a citation. I can probably try to get this citation if anyone's interested, but they are definitely trying to replace this like astronomical gravity, this like, you know, space-time bending is the cause for stars forming. They're definitely trying to come up with something else than that. They got like superfluid vacuum theory. They got this idea that it could be like electromagnetism. They're talking about these galactic sized fucking magnetic fields. Like they're seeing all kinds of stupid shit now. So your model's just changing with the times as usual. When people try to tell me I'm wrong, I'm crazy, this whole conversation, I'm just like, you guys tell me I'm crazy because you just never heard this. You're just not willing to think on this. Like, you don't want it to matter. You think it's going to hurt what you got going on. Like, I can't change my life. Can't be a flat earther, and then I'll lose my job. I can't do any of that shit. But like deep down, you think about it. You know, I'll take the bullet. I'll say everything that you're thinking for you. You can deny it and make it fun and funny, but I know everybody thinks about this shit, so you're welcome. I'll just say it for you. I'll take the bullet for you. You don't want to say electric universe has any validity, but you know, for 100 years, every single physicist considered that the universe was electric, and that's how they were trying to make sense of it. And then Einstein comes along, he's like, "Oh, fuck it, fuck all that." And they're like, "Oh, okay." The only guy that says otherwise is correct. The fuck? You know what that's really about, dude? The technology, like the knowledge of electricity. They weren't gonna have. They wouldn't have been able to control anything. They would have lost their whole little slave society. All their gas powered, all their industries that they were building up. These people are they're just die hard, like to the grave. Fuck you, my great grandma's like tycoon gas industry industrialist. Like I'm just gonna fuck this country up and just be greedy and like, you know. Dude, I just seen something about there was a type of car that some guy made in the 70s that rather than running on regular fuel, it was gonna run on vapor or gas or something. And then he got killed or something. And then the technology that he came up with disappeared. He had a patent, the patent disappeared. And it's just like, you know, big industry took over the technology. They don't want people to be able to supply themselves, provide for themselves. Man, you can't have what they have. You can't have their toys. Everybody could be flying.
Good thing they got solar electricity on lock, because we wouldn't want people to have their own electricity with sun in the sky. Like, what do you mean? There's plenty of tech like that out there.
Nah, not the good stuff, man. I'm talking about free energy.
Yeah, from the sun onto a solar panel.
PSE&G, bro. You think the utility grid where they're just like, you know, giving you like propane and they got their gas grids, and you think that's necessary at this point?
No, I can get it from the sun myself.
Oh, you're talking about solar panel. I just say solar panel. My bad.
I did.
I didn't understand. I didn't know what you were saying. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, solar panels are sick, man. But there's like something about them I heard that like I hear weird things about solar panels. I don't remember what I heard. Somebody had something to say about them once, and it was
I heard something. Tisk tisk.
No, but I'm
Something
trying to remember what
sketchy
they said.
about that. Has to be. Otherwise, why would we be allowed to have it?
I've come to the conclusion that solar panels are probably the best form of what they would call renewable energy. I think. What do you think?
They're definitely, I think so. Since I heard one argument I heard in favor of, and I thought was very clever, where they said if you really think about it, they're all solar power.
Solar, yeah.
Everything you're doing is solar, right? Wind
Yeah.
power is solar. Wave power is solar. I think you can make an argument that it's too long ago to draw that geothermal is solar, though we're all star stuff, so maybe. But all of the other ones, like carbon fuels, so fossil fuels, is just like old stuff that used to photosynthesize or eat stuff that did.
Just further down the energy food chain.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. They got solar panels attached to cars. Is that what they're gonna do now?
Yeah, I ordered one.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You got a car that runs off of solar panels.
I'm installing one on my truck. Yeah.
Yep.
You need
Really?
the
I have
same-
not. I'm not
Yeah.
kidding. I have heard of it. Crazy.
Okay, let me post the link.
Definitely still need fuel. What are you talking about?
Oh, hold on. Let me post the link.
You don't need fuel? Are you telling me you don't need fuel?
Yeah, I will. In best case scenario, I will not have to ever plug the car in. Oh, let me get the link.
Really? That would seems really like you would need an absolutely whopping solar panel, where usually mostly what they do is keep the battery topped up and keep stuff like AC running so the car's cool when you get back. Not
Oh,
many
man,
I think are like the car can run
You
off
know,
it.
even if
it is true,
these electric cars are a complete inconvenience. Dude, people do not want to give up gas cars for electric cars right now.
Electric cars are an inconvenience. That is
Let
a
me
debate
guess
I'll
that he's
happily take
never
you on.
driven one. He doesn't know anybody who owns one, and he just doesn't want to like them no matter what. Because that's the only reason to say something like that is a pre.
So anything I say now is
conclusion.
just bad. You're not going to let me just speak for myself.
Yeah,
Thank
you
you
can
for
speak
that.
from yourself. I'm just determining why you're speaking from that position.
I can tell you.
Try that. Nope, that didn't work.
Well, now I forgot what
I'll
this
just
was.
post
Even,
it.
now I'm just offended, man. Like,
I'm just betting money that you're speaking from not from a place of
whatever. I don't know.
yourself and your own
That was
experience,
rude.
right?
That was rude, but I don't fucking remember what my point was now. It's too bad. It's not a big point either way, but
all right. Here
yeah, no, I remember what it was, dude. Like, what's it called? They're not giving you the best version of an electric car that you can have.
Oh, this is like an investment. I thought you said like this was like your car.
Hold on. It's not my car yet. There's the link. All right, there you go. There is the link. It's battery. The solar panels charge the battery, which
Oh
drive
yeah,
the
so
car.
it hasn't been invented yet. It's still in works.
No, it's been invented.
Well,
it's close.
Yeah,
to
that's the main
mass
problem.
production.
The
Once you run
reason
out of
I'll be
charge, you gotta
astounded
win
by
an hour.
this-
You got to be in the middle of nowhere. Sorry.
Here's my guess. You're going to find that when that thing does roll into production, you have to park it for a week to drive to the shops or something. Just because, like, solar panels are limited on they're measured in
Yeah,
kilowatts. And
cars
I've
don't
got
have that much radius for sorry.
Yeah, they don't have the surface area, right? And so, like, I've got flexible solar panels that are about the size of what that thing's got on its bonnet, and it's got about the same, again, maybe twofold on the roof and the back. But my solar panels are 180 watt, and they take, I think, a whole day of sunlight. If I keep adjusting them so they're perfectly square onto the sun, will charge a car battery by about a quarter. And that's a car battery, like, that just runs the internals of the car, not an electric car. So I'll be really impressed by this if it comes out, but I think you'll find that that is a plug-in eventually, and it's the solar only tops up. It gives you sort of 4% of your driving range is from solar.
I've made sure that when I get it, my hope is that I'll be able to not have to plug it in. If I have to plug it in, it's not that big a thing. Look at the thing; it's amazing. It doesn't matter if I.
Well, it
That's
says here
just
on
one of my.
that it's good for like 40 miles per day. So
It says that.
if you're driving more than 40 miles per day, you're going to need to charge it
No.
What if
I
you're
understand.
That's what I think.
He's
the
saying
main
he
problem
doesn't
is
mind plugging
having
it
to
in.
charge.
No, that's not.
Yeah, you don't got to
the-
charge your gas.
I thought he said he doesn't
main-
want to plug it in.
No, let
the
me
main
explain.
issue.
Let me explain.
Go
Let
for
me
it.
explain. If it's got, first of all, it's got 3 different levels of battery, 3 different levels of solar. So as you can see from the footage, you've got the solar on the front, on the lid, and on the back. I'm just getting the cheapest one, so I'm just getting one with just a solar panel on the roof. Now with the 40 mile, it's saying 40 miles. So what that means is if you drive, when the battery's charged, let's say the battery's charged and you get, say, the minimum battery range is 220 miles, I think it is. Okay, there's 2 other batteries above that go further, but I'm getting the minimum one, so it's 220 miles. And I go to the shops and I drive 20 miles and I come home and the car is charging the whole time I'm there, the whole time it's parked, and the whole drive back, and while it's sitting in my drive. And so if I go to the shops tomorrow and only drive 20 miles, that means I won't have to plug the car in. If what they're claiming, it can go 40 miles, it will provide 40 miles of range on the solar panels.
Yes,
if
if
that
you
is
only
true,
ever drive that 20 miles per day, yeah.
Exactly. Yes.
Otherwise, you'll have to. If you ever want to go anywhere else, you have to plug it in at some point.
Yes.
But I think that's the business, right? Have a big bank, I'm not saying instead of this, but have a big bank of solar panels at home and some batteries, and then let your car plug into that.
Yeah.
Because that's
Tesla
when you could be
Powerwell
truly,
with Solar City.
Yeah, detached from the
There's
grid
just
kind of style.
Yeah, there's lots of other ways of doing it. I saw there's some YouTuber, it's a couple, and they just built their own solar panels, got some deep cycle marine batteries, and charged them. And at night they ran most of the house.
Can I
batteries.
interrupt, please? Please? You know the deeper theory behind all this, right? That the patents for the solar panels, that the people that, they're the ones that are selling you the electric cars that probably could run on a different type of whatever.
No, what's the theory?
The theory is you could have a better type of electric car, and you don't got it, and they're just never going to give it to you. They're going to give you solar panels, things that they can license and patent and sell you, and they break. You got to fix it, and they're not going to give you the premier thing that the military has, where you don't got to charge it for fucking weeks, and you're fucking good in the middle of nowhere.
20 years ago, you could have made that case. 20 years ago, you could have made that case. Anyone can look up this documentary, Who Killed the Electric Car? GM had an electric car. It was very popular. People loved it. And they only leased them, and then they recalled them all and crushed them. And so the theory went that GM was trying to deliberately stymie the development of electric cars. But that's no longer the case anymore. That's just not true.
Are you violently patting a dog while you talk to us?
Oh my word! I'm sorry. I was scratching my neck.
Sound like a blinker or something.
Yeah,
I've got a back scratch.
I decided patting the dog because the other thought went through my mind that I thought I won't.
I was hitting my shoulder muscles. Sorry.
I was trying to make a crazy point earlier, and then I got dog piled hardcore and never made the point.
Yeah. Make it now. There's no dog piling going on now. Let's hear it.
All right. So the major point that I wanted to make. All right. So we're being dog piled by these people that are creating the language. And when it came time for them to really institutionalize and document and make their black and white and what's legal and what's not, and all the terms and conditions of healthcare, and they really needed all the bureaucracy and legislation on their side so they could sell stuff legally and transport things considered waste and all things for security and all. Because anything biological comes with there's so much. It's so much bullshit. Everything is buried in terms and conditions, and it's crazy at this point. So
can I explain
the language, the convoluting language? I'm sorry, I'm almost done. convoluting language is a weapon. It is literally a form of deception. It is spells. There was a point I was trying to make before about the workers of inequity and how healthcare is not good.
Workers
I'm
of
so mad.
iniquity.
I forgot
Not the
that
workers
major
of
point.
iniquity. The workers of inequity.
Yeah, but if we're still talking about, like they're not giving you what you should have, and your
All right.
benefits.
As far as I understand it, this is what's going on. Solar panels, I don't know that much about them, but from what I've been looking at and reading, solar panels, there are highly efficient solar panels out there. The problem is they can only make them short burst production in labs. They can't make them in mass production. That's the issue. It's not that they don't exist. They do exist. There's lots of them. The problem is making them, mass producing them is nigh impossible to do economically. So they
You
can
gotta
make them.
grow
The problem
flawless
is,
crystals. Like that's just a
yeah,
thing that takes time.
yeah, you can't make solar panels that are very, very efficient economically. So if you want to buy a solar panel that's, say, 2 feet by 2 feet, it's going to cost you $2,000. That's just not
No,
economically
we
viable.
need Tesla technology. We don't need solar panels. We need whatever Tesla had, dude. He was onto something. They fucking snuffed him out. Whatever he was onto, we don't have.
Tesla
Go to a Home
Yeah,
Depot.
but I think that's an issue because I used to have the same thing, like, or whatever the government's got, whatever the people have got, we've obviously got some shitty version of it. But I think that it's a harder view to hold in the modern day and age where you see that guys in garages and madcap scientists with, garages can figure this stuff out such that if Tesla could do it, when was that? Like the 20s? Somebody else should have been able to, at least through just the idea diffusion of going, oh, somebody else has cracked this. Somebody
You've
else
got
should have been able
access
to crack it by now.
everything he had at an average Home Depot. Like he didn't have any special secret sauce. Anybody could go and try and figure that out.
Yeah.
He didn't have any special
And we know
secret
so much about what he did for someone who was
Exactly.
allegedly snuffed out.
Yeah.
How do you even know what he did if they didn't want you to know, right? You trust the information about him that was out that you do have? They let you have it?
Yeah, exactly. One thing I think true is that if there's things that we don't want, if there's a they and they don't want us to know things, we won't know about them. You can't say, oh, there was this secret society. How do you know there's a secret society?
Yeah.
Secrets.
Can you imagine like what everything would look like if literally everyone got access to free unlimited energy? Like we'd strip mine mountains in a weekend as a society.
Yeah.
And it would
if
just
we
be
were
something else.
untethered, our greed would just go through the roof because there would be nothing holding us back. It would be awful in the long run.
And I think we would still find a different bottleneck, right? You say, great, we solved the energy problem, which is a massive problem. I'm not saying, oh, it's a tiny one and these other ones are equal in size, but we would find there is a new bottleneck, which be it space, be it fresh water, be it
you guys are doing your double
nutrients
down
or something
thing.
else.
I
but
don't know.
energy won't solve everything. I mean,
He
so
asked me a
we
question
just
and-
go, right, that one's done. Now I've got a new bottleneck. It used to be food.
Come on, man. I'm trying to remember dude's questions still from before. You guys keep doubling down.
No, I know. I do that too, and then I've got a great thought in my mind and something very apropos, and then
I forgot dude's question.
It was probably only a mid thought at best, so you're probably saving yourself by forgetting.
Was that directed at me?
All my thoughts are way more dank than yours, bro. You got Reggie over there, man. You're smoking the
I
veggie.
forget more than you'll ever learn.
No, don't do that.
You see what I mean? Are you a sadist glober? Are you ad homing because you're hurt? Someone hurt you somewhere?
I forget so much.
All right, anyway, but yeah, dude, they're not giving you the best version of any technology. You know, anything you want to go buy at the store, it comes with batteries. It's gonna die. Your iPhone, it could come with a super awesome battery that doesn't die, but it doesn't. They just do all these things that are just shit. Everything is shit. You gotta pay for a new one all the time.
What do you look forward to next week? Just generally.
A lot. I actually got a lot going on next week. Not gonna lie.
That's good. Everybody needs something to look forward to next week.
Yeah, but I try to not share personal stuff with you guys on here. You're all sadists.
I'm not sad.
Like you,
I'm happy.
You sound
I'm
sadist. You hear it in the tone of this guy's voice. Hold on, let's focus on this guy's sound of his voice. He sounds like a sadist when he talks to me.
Who, me?
Nah, this guy, I don't know. Did I butt hurt you? What did I say that offends you? I don't remember.
It doesn't sound like there are any of those in here at the moment. At least that no one's talking at the moment.
Who's that? Is that Bull Knight? Yeah, Bull Knight over there, not talking now, acting like a little fairy.
I said who, me, and you said no, this other guy.
No, you said it real quiet. I didn't hear
Oh
you.
yeah, sneaky. Are sadists quiet? Is that what they do?
I don't know. You said it. I definitely didn't hear you.
No whispering, please.
Maybe you might cut out. Could have been.
Oh hell yeah!
No whispering, no whistling.
Yeah, but stop being a
Whistling.
sadist, man. You sound creepy over there. What's up? What's going on? You don't think Tesla was onto anything? Alternating current? You don't like it?
Alternating current's pretty slick.
Yeah, you don't
But
think
I
you
don't-
gotta have
but
a better version of your car, a better
it
version
wasn't-
of
it wasn't
electricity in your house
magic.
that you don't have to pay for? Are you paying for gas?
I get
Are you
AC
paying
right
for
now.
gas and
What are you
electric?
talking about?
Are you paying for gas and
I
electric?
get Tesla AC.
I'm asking you if you pay for gas and electric.
Some of it's free from the sun, like I
All
said
right,
earlier.
thank you. Well, I think that there might be a better version that could be free, like what Tesla said. He was onto something.
Did he prove it? No. Did it ever
think
work in real life? No.
I think there could be
So-
a way to do it, and that we don't have the technology right now for some reason.
Okay. That'll be cool if it ever happens, but for now you got nothing.
Yeah, you don't believe in the possibility, which is like
A more likely scenario is that it's not economically.
Should be about, right?
A more likely scenario is that it's just not economically viable. That's
Or
same
it would
thing
have
with batteries.
permanently-
Same thing with.
Sorry.
Same thing with batteries. Same thing with solar panels and all the rest of it. It's just the economics. That's where, if you watch science fiction, which I do a lot, the science fiction is beautiful, but it never considers. They built the Starship Enterprise. They don't consider how much it would cost in materials and man hours to build that thing. They don't ever consider the economics.
And I do, and everything I know about what Tesla did do in real life was that it would permanently bar us from anything microprocessor ever working. It would short it out immediately, and that's not the world I want to live in.
You think that flowing electricity from throughout the air so people can have like energy in their homes? You're saying that would cause like a microprocessor to get fried by the electromagnetic field?
It's inducing an alternating electric field powerful enough to propagate through the air, which does provably cause small metal junctions to arc. So yeah, I do.
I don't know. I don't know what you need a microprocessor for. What are you going to use it for? What's better than free electricity?
To be a sadist to you on Discord, obviously.
Well, yeah, can't lose that. Don't want to lose that.
Gentlemen.
You also have Jesse.
Oh shit!
It's
Seattle have that?
JPL.
Oh shit! He is JPL. Fuck. It's right in front of us all along.
See what it did there?
Hidden in plain sight. That's how they do.
Yeah, Jesse, I listened to you talk to somebody a few days ago in a debate about the celestial theodolite.
Oh yeah, Alan and Dr. Heffron.
So what is this thing they're doing? They fucking update like every week? Like what the fuck? Sorry. Like, what is this update thing they're doing?
it's something they started a while back, was to do an update every week. But then they took off a few weeks because there was some questions they couldn't answer. And then they started up again, and there's still questions they can't answer, but they still go ahead with it.
Aren't they putting all the, like, Heffron's the only one to have gotten more measurements, right? Like, none of the other ones have gotten off the couch to go pitch in, other than yourself?
Other than him and me, no one has done anything from places other than their home. There's people that say they've done it from their home, but of course they don't want to dox themselves, so who knows if they did or didn't, or what their results were.
So they just don't say they did it at their home, and they share them anonymously, and then no one knows where
How
anybody
do
lives.
you update? How do you update on the same measurement? Like, what are they talking about?
Well,
are they still looking at the same Pikes Peak? Are they still discussing the same measurement?
They've Dr. Heffron got more measurements for, to more peaks, so that's more things they can talk about. And then every time they release new information and I debunk it, then they gotta try to come up with a patch to explain that, and so then they need to do another update, and they got this game where they don't tell me what their update's going to be until it goes live, so I don't have a chance to be prepared and have an answer at the time of the show, so they can pretend like, you know, it's all the celestial theodolite works perfectly and shows a flat Earth. And anyhow,
so what's the new technique?
The new technique is basically a royal form of cherry picking. You do the old technique, and if it matches flat Earth, you're good to go. If it doesn't match flat Earth, then you have to figure out the point that the star occluded on the mountain peak, get the latitude and longitude, and get your latitude and longitude, and then use a certain website he found that calculates the forward and reverse angles based on those two latitudes in the bearing angles. And then you go into Stellarium and you adjust the time to a time that's different than the actual occlusion time, but that causes the star's azimuth angle to match the bearing angle indicated by that website calculator, which that has the effect of raising up the results of the normal Heffron method. So he did this because I did a reading where I matched the globe. I wanted a location that gave globe results to the Heffron method, using the Heffron method, and so he came in with this kludge to raise that up and make it a little bit closer to flat Earth than it is to globe. It didn't make it match perfectly to flat Earth, but it made it closer to flat than to globe. It also made the ones that were too high already, or even higher, like Greenhorn Mountain. It made that one higher, even further from the flat Earth prediction, because that one was already too high. But here's the kicker. I did star timing videos from two locations, one at like 25 miles and one at like 12 miles. Well, the closer one gave tiny Earth results using his method, like a globe, but even tinier than the globe. Well, this correction he did just happened to make it very close to globe. So I went out and I got two measurements, one which matched globe, one which matched tiny globe. He came up with a fudge factor to make the one that matched globe closer to flat. Well, that same fudge factor then made my tiny globe one match globe. So, but of course, I couldn't tell everyone this during the show on Monday because they wouldn't let me know what his method was until it went live on the show. And of course, it's a tedious process to test it, and so there was no way I could test it during the show.
That sounds like a pretzel of logic there.
And all the while,
They're hanging their hat on stellarium.
Yep.
And so all the while, stellarium equals every observation I've ever made.
Yeah, wouldn't they be saying stellarium is wrong? Like it
Yes.
literally doesn't match that observation then?
Yes, they're saying that stellarium has a timing error over 4 minutes of time in some cases.
And that is categorically bullshit. That is the dumbest, craziest thing I've ever heard. Because stellarium has been around a very long time, and I've tested it. I use other ephemeride sources. They all agree. You can use stellarium to actually determine time.
Yeah, I don't see how anybody wouldn't have noticed that, honestly.
Well, everybody with a tracking telescope that link into the stellarium's database, is, I want to look at Betelgeuse, and then the telescope just drives right over, and it's right in center field. You could say, I want to look at star HB 39521. It drives over, you're looking right at it. If it's 4 minutes of time, well, a telescope's field of view is not even a degree. In 4 minutes, it'd be long since not outside your field of view.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one thing to say that stellarium's prediction of a star angle right close to the horizon for the vertical angle might be off a little bit if you don't, if the air temperature gradient isn't what stellarium is modeling. But refraction doesn't even affect the right to left angle at all. You can turn refraction on and off, and it does not change the azimuth of the star. So for him to say that the azimuth is wrong by 6 minutes of time is just, yeah, it's crazy.
Now, at 13 degrees of elevation angle, I agree with stellarium in time, azimuth, and refracted vertical angle. Down to, as close as I can measure.
Yeah.
Sub-second time, 1 or 2, 3 arc seconds of vertical angle. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I proved stellarium right, or stellarium proved me right. Oh wait, I agree with stellarium. I agree with the National Geodetic Survey's MICA program. I agree with JPL's New Horizons program. I can't find any disagreement. I've tried for years, professionally.
And this is a random website that this guy is talking about now. What is this website you said he brought up?
Well, there's plenty of websites to do what's called an inverse calculation, where you can get the azimuth from 2 latitude longitudes. It's just a more thorough calculation than Haversine, but
the one he's using,
calculation against the ellipsoid for azimuth can be kind of tedious. So yeah, he's using a website to get azimuth. There's plenty of them out there. It's not some rando thing. I don't think he's getting an incorrect azimuth. It's just azimuth, and azimuth can be, as Jesse mentioned, it'll give you 2 azimuths. From the mountain to the observer is 1 azimuth, and from the observer to the mountain is a distinctly different azimuth. They're not just arbitrarily 180 degrees. If I go this way 91 degrees, I'm going to go back, 179 degrees. No.
The one he's using, I think it just assumes a perfect sphere.
So it's just Haversine. Yeah, but even still, that's not going to be like, degrees off.
Right. It was about 3 arc minutes of heading different than, or bearing different than that one you gave me.
Yeah, the one I gave, he's referencing there, is the National Geodetic Survey has a simple user interface. You can enter a pair of latitude longitudes, and it'll give you the true geodetic Vincenti calculated azimuth down to sub-arc second.
Right, that one would be the accurate one to use, right?
But if it's only 3 minutes, yeah, that's not even an argument.
Man, these guys weren't understanding my claim earlier, and they just kept telling me the wrong thing. I'm like, you guys don't understand what the heck I'm talking about. Man, how many fucking people did I debate? How many different topics did I debate in the past like 4 hours? This is insane. I'm on like a debate-a-thon right now.
Yes, Crack will do that.
No, dude. No, no one does that.
I'm just, I was not really dissing you. That was a joke.
That's funny. What's it called?
See, you know it's a joke because you know I'm not trying to, be a sadist at you.
Yeah, I got globe debunks all day. Like I was trying to explain this thing about the Foucault's pendulum before, and nobody addressed it at all. And I bet you Jesse would address it right now. Jesse and Chuba would definitely know what I'm talking about.
Is that the new Ford car door open chime I hear?
Oh, that's me.
Got to be Issa.
Get out of
Has
here.
Issa joined us? No, okay, that's not it.
My new Ford doesn't make that sound, thankfully.
Oh no,
you drive it into the river.
The Ford door bong is extremely annoying.
Well, 2025 doesn't have it, so maybe they realize the error of their ways.
Yeah, the Ford e-transits, they're just annoying.
Maybe he just likes Ultravox and he's got that playing in the background.
Hell yeah.
So does yours not have it full night, or did it come
No.
out when you were pulling all those other wires out?
Just yank the right wire. No. No,
Boomer, not everyone knows how amazing Ultravox is. Post something. Post like Astrodyne. Astrodyne's a great song.
I listened to it the other night. It's like bloody Space Invaders through a really good sound system, man. They're actually quite shitty, in my opinion, but I thought, fuck, I liked this back then. Wow. Clubs and big PAs, I think, is what made it happen.
Oh, so the Ultravox sound is a really interesting one. I'm not going to take over the chat and bore you with my opinion of Ultravox. However, I did see a Midge at Heathrow Airport in 1989. Yeah, waiting for someone to come out at the gate, and Ultravox guy Midge comes around the corner. He's a shortstop too. He's really short. Like, that's Midge. He's unmistakable.
Did he have like the business slacks and the funny kind of Elvis style hairstyle?
Yeah. The retro, with the spiky sideburns. Yes, all that. He looked like Midge on stage. I don't know if anyone knows. Go ahead.
I used to roadie for a band that was called ASIO, which stood for us, it's in Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, but in the band's name, it was Australian Synthesised Instruments Orchestra. And they had like really good keyboards stacked up, an emulator that was worth 60 grand or some huge amount of money, electronic Simmons drum kit, and one of those Roland guitars that had like a bar, I think it was a GR 707 or something. And they kind of just, they were kind of cool for the 80s, but the music was too synthesized. And I think David Lee Roth said it best: giving synthesizers to the rock industry is like giving whiskey to the certain indigenous cultures. And I thought, oh, David, bit racist, but you kind of got it right.
The thing that Ultravox managed to do, though, is they managed to really integrate it well, because if you listen to the Astrodyne, for example, Astrodyne has a sequencer that's this one tap that goes throughout the song, but the rest of it, it's drums and bass, and there's a solid drum rhythm and there's a solid bass. It's actual physical bass guitar, and they managed to do that in a lot of their song. We Came to Dance is one good example. There are other ones. Reap the Wild Wind. If you listen to Reap the Wild Wind, that is drum and bass, and then a lot of keyboards and all sorts of instruments. They have violins and all sorts of stuff.
On the opposite side, people still don't believe me when I tell them that Led Zeppelin had quite a few songs they played without a bass guitar. It was John Paul Jones playing keyboard and bass on a big keyboard under his feet. which was synthesized bass, like the Doors. You know the song "Hot Dog"? That was done
Yeah, yeah.
without a bass guitar. And a lot of people go,
Right.
"No, bullshit. Led Zeppelin have always had a bass guitar." Oh, they're just clever. They're clever enough to make you think that. So
He'd
Ultravox
play
was
a,
kind of the opposite.
yeah. Jones played Rhodes piano on a lot of stuff, and then he also played recorder. If you listen to the introduction, the beginning few minutes of Stairway to Heaven, you'll hear those the flutes or whatever. Those are recorders played by John Paul Jones.
I know, recorder.
Yeah.
But there was a guy, a
five
producer guy in the
tracks.
States, who actually had John Paul Jones booked and lay down some tracks on something. And he said, "Oh, this will be great." So he got out all the old classic amps and polished them up and gave them new valves and made sure they were working. He said, "So where do you want to plug in?" He went straight into the desk. I said, "Fuck that shit. That's all old crap. Just plug and play. Okay, let's go." Consummate professional. Didn't need all the gadgets, just fucking pure talent.
Yeah, just plug straight in. Geddy ended up doing that. Geddy, after I think it was, I can't remember which tour they did, where he stopped using amps on stage. He actually just plugged straight into the house and then used monitors, and then they switched then to ear monitors. But instead of amps behind him, he started, I think it was with washers and dryers. So they would have tumble dryers, large ones, tumble dryers behind him. And then he switched from that to chicken rotisseries. And then there was something else he did on the Clockwork Angels, I think it was. He got some of course then he could afford to, so he got some fancy backdrop of some kind, some big machine of some kind. But there is a picture I've got. I'll actually, let me find it and I'll post it. It's a picture of, and it was someone at one of the Vapor Trails tours, concert venues that they went to, and it said, "I got this T-shirt from Dryer Number 2, the Vapor Trails tour." And what they would do is halfway through the concert, the roadies would come out and they would get the T-shirts that were inside the dryers and throw them into the crowd.
That's unreal.
Isn't that great?
We used to do our live streams from inside a dryer. We had a clothes dryer that was in space and we were inside it. That was our spaceship. It was just a fucking Simpson clothes dryer. So good though, because it was silver and chrome and spaceshipy. Or we used to do it from the Thunderbirds. You know, Jeff Tracy's office in the Thunderbirds.
Yeah,
We used to do our live streams from there too. And we also did one from Thunderbird 5 where we had all the screens up, and one of them in the bottom corner of the Easter egg was Pornhub. Because if you're on fucking Thunderbird 5 for 6 months a year, you'd definitely have a Pornhub connection, wouldn't you? I got an interesting bit of rock through the other night. You know the Robert Palmer song, "Some Like It Hot and Some Sweat When the Heat Is On"? Apparently the drummer had to get on Concorde, fly over, do the drum track and fly back, arguably making it the most expensive drum track the world has ever made because of the cost of Concorde at the time.
Yeah. That's what Phil Collins did that when they did the Live Aid.
He flew on Concorde too. Oh, okay. Maybe the rock rumours have got crossed over there. Okay. Was Concorde still around for Live Aid?
Yeah. So Collins did a concert. He did a set. I think it was with Genesis or someone in London at Wembley, and then he got on Concorde and flew to LA and did a second concert. Second set. I can't think who he played for though. There you go. Posted the Vapor Trails T-shirt.
Cool.
Isn't that great?
I've got to say, we have the best artists in the rock game, don't we? These painters and TV dudes and all that, they try to be edgy and avant-garde and all that. They just don't cut it like musicians, do they?
No. No, they really don't, do they?
Guys like Alice Cooper or Neil Young. What was that Rust Never Sleeps tour where everything was big and they were all like little midgets? And all the roadies had they looked like Jawas out of Star Wars and they were moving equipment around. And it sort of made, I don't know, it's just weird shit.
It's idolatry, man. The industry that's some of the original MK Ultra right there. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna do that.
You had to do that.
Who's the sadist?
Well, when you
now?
all that big production, all that fire and glitz and glam, and it's idolatry, man.
Here you go. I just posted it. Hold on.
Maybe it's just a way of standing out and selling records and earning a living out of being an artist. Because if you like what you do, you never work a day in your life.
That's right. Here you go. I'll post this as well. This guy. Count the number of strings.
I can't
That
because
guy.
my.
It's really small.
Is
It's
that an eight string?
8 strings.
8?
That, just so
So-
everybody knows, this is going to be interesting to everybody, although possibly not very interesting. But that is the guy who did the intro music for MC Toon. That's his track.
So it's an 8
That's that
string,
guy.
so it's a bottom B and a high B as well.
High B, yeah,
Yeah.
bottom B, high B.
You know
Or
what's
high
funny
A?
is for me because I
Would
too
be
am a
high A?
guitarist. I had briefly had an interlude with a 7 string and sold it because I ended up getting more money for the Ibanez 7 string than I paid for it. They were kind
Really?
of falling out of favour, and I had a crack at it, and I didn't know which
I'm a bassist, and I tried 5 strings.
way to go.
I tried a 5-string bass. I just couldn't do it. I had one. I had a fretless as well. I
Like you
couldn't
can
do
go
either.
high enough. But I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I stuck with 4-string like Eddie. Kind of like modeled my playing after him.
I
stuck with that.
with bass, I found you could actually, if you're cunning enough, you could hit the bottom E, pop it, and then just hit the D as well, and then detune it to an open
Yes.
D, which is Rage.
You're talking
Rage
my
Against the
language,
Machine
man.
stuff.
You do
And it
you do
looks
the
when you do
harmony.
it on stage, it looks fucking good. It looks like you really know your shit. Like you got an ear for music. Look at me, I just went bum, and then you do the bum 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 bum.
Dang,
Yeah,
how long
Another
has
one we
Demok
used-
been muted
Another one we
for?
used to do.
Like this afternoon, man. Shit.
He's been
Another one.
he's been muted since birth, but then occasionally unmuted.
Yeah, thanks for interrupting the middle of. Sorry for interrupting the beginning of
No,
your
I'm
sentence
sorry.
with the
No,
middle
you
of
guys are
mine.
doing your thing. I know. I'm just asking. I just saw you.
We do nothing. Give us some moments.
Yeah. One we used to do live too was we used to do "Girl You Really Got Me Down," where we would start with the Kinks version, which was a
Yeah.
really thin bass and no distortion on the guitars, and the
Right,
drum
right.
just doing Toms.
And then you went to Van
and then
Halen,
turn
right?
it in, and then turn it into the Van Halen version on the
Yes.
bum, and then just turn everything up, and then launch into the Halen.
Their version
Fuck, it
of
worked
that
well.
song is fantastic. I did the
Isn't it?
same thing, Boom. I did the same thing on bass. I would do detune because it's very, very easy. It's one of the easiest things to do as far as tuning live. Because if you do the harmonic on the E string and then play the D string, it's very, very clear harmonic. It just buzzes, the whole thing shakes, and then you can tune it till the shaking stops, and now you're in tune. Very easy to do. I did that all the time on stage, and it's funny. You should talk about doing that exact thing.
Yeah, what does Tim in Rage Against the Machine do? He does something that you just think is counterintuitive, I think. Does he use thick strings and tighten them up? Or thin strings and loosen them? He does something that you think, how does he sound so big and fat? You know, do you know what, you're familiar with Rage Against the Machine, aren't you?
Yeah. I don't know. There's a band I'm familiar with called Status Quo, and their rhythm guitarist Rick Parfitt, he played really heavy strings and then beat the living tar out of them. If you watch him live, he's got no upswings on his strumming. So the strumming has got no up strums. He's all down. So he's hitting the guitar. If you look at the state of his Telecaster after a few decades of doing that, it's a mess. But if you look at him, he just beats a tar out of the thing, and he uses really heavy strings. That could be part of it.
Pete Townsend too. He was also really thick and heavy. But Eric Clapton, I think, and a lot of them, I've now only discovered, because we used to do it with cassettes, and I always thought it was the cassettes varying in speed, and you'd have to retune for each song. Hendrix and Guns N' Roses all use D sharp tuning. They're tuned down the whole guitar is one step down. And the beauty of that is any keyboards, all the black notes become pentatonic. So it's good to play one semitone down. It's easier on your fingers. I mean, the fact that Hendrix did it was cool. And yeah, but even Guns N' Roses do it too. Like, wow, I never realised that. I didn't realise until CDs came out.
Oh my God, these are the idols, man worshippers.
Nerds. So I was going to say that I think I have to check this. Maybe I'll just say it because I thought that there was a couple of tracks Rush did were actually played flat. Xanadu, I think, is in E, and I think there's that or one of the other ones they have. It's actually played flat. The tuning is flat. If you compare Xanadu to Tom Sawyer, it's not the same note. I'm saying that. I'm not 100% certain that is true.
Would it be like Dead Ged tuning on the guitar, or just the bottom D is tuned down a step?
No, it's just the whole thing is tuned. The whole song is tuned.
Yeah, because one that always gets me are those guys who do Led Zeppelin medleys and flip from one of the normal ones into Kashmir, because Kashmir is Dead Ged, and you can't I've tried to get around it, and you just really can't because of the way it is, because Kashmir is fucking, it just is. In fact, there was one on YouTube getting around with Jimmy Page, Jack White.
Yeah, from White Stripes.
And the Edge. And as soon as Jimmy just starts playing it, you see the other two, who I'm not a shit on guitar, they're pretty much gobsmacked. They're getting schooled. Holy shit! This.
Brumer, you're breaking up. Is it just me?
Yeah, no, I'm having internet problems today.
Right.
It's not me. It's the net.
Are you just using your neighbor's Wi-Fi? Is that the deal?
No, I'm using mine, but yeah, no, Starbucks is closed.
Yeah, it's not him. It's his neighbor. He hasn't upgraded his Wi-Fi. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, eggshells. Do it. Do it. Come on. You guys are circle jerkers.
How about no?
Dang circle jerk. I don't want to be in no damn circle jerk.
Music theory circle jerk? Like what?
Wow. No, we're just talking old rockers, just talking about the
No,
about stuff.
I'm asking Eggs to unmute them.
In fact, next week is the 50th anniversary of AC/DC doing It's a Long Way to the Top, driving a truck around Swanston Street in Melbourne. And they're going to do a reenactment.
With
Obviously
bagpipes.
not with original.
Bagpipes. He had to learn bagpipes to play that song. Bon Scott did.
You guys are trying to get me to fucking not want to listen to this. Oh, man. Why are you doing
All right, then bring a topic up. We're just riffing until someone brings a topic up.
We're just trying to get you to feel something.
We're just noodling.
Let's get into really hate this.
We can talk about all the things that's going on in the world that is bad, but if you only do that, you're going to end up an unhappy man.
I've been having the get a gap of light through the trees feeling that somehow music theory should be brought into an apologist, like a Christian apologist conversation.
Oh, explain.
It feels so intuitive that oh, well, these notes sound good because they sound good. But you don't have to go very deep in music theory to that's bullshit. It's so much more complex than that. And even the derivation of what the scales are just point. I feel like to point to like an intrinsic lack of design, for lack of a better word, at least for the human brain and hearing system.
Well, the major scale was actually what's the word, condemned by the Christian Church as luscious modius, as in lustful mode, devil's music. The major scale.
Like going all the way back to Pythagoras, like that gets deep real quick, and it's wild, and it's like it'd be like a new direction to take those conversations. I am not a music theorist. I just like listening to music theorists, but
I'm not really either. I don't know. I mean, I'm a bassist.
Enough said.
I just go boom, boom, boom in the corner.
You know what I find? I find the bass guitarist is the one you're most likely going to have a beer with at the bar and enjoy the convo. Because the rest of them have fucking got vicious egos, or they're just cavemen.
Yeah, how many bassists do you know with massive egos?
I don't think I've known a single one who ever punched anybody in the face.
Bill
Yeah, that's
Wyman
funny you
probably
say
came
that.
close.
You know, now that I think about it, yeah, dude, it's always the ego's always in the lead singer, and the bassist is reserved, and that's funny.
I think it's
The
also got
drummers
to
are
do
all
with like
mad.
they can carry their own equipment in and out in like 5 minutes flat, and everyone else is toiling away.
And also, though, any conversation about bass guitarists always have an asterisk at them, and it says, except for Les Claypool from Primus, because he's the exception.
Yes. Actually,
rule.
Okay, you know what? I've just thought of an example that destroys my argument in that instance there, and I'll just say one word: Sting.
Yeah.
So most bassists, how about we say most bassists, are not massive egotists.
I like Sting's theory on why a three-piece is best. There's more room in the car, you get paid more at gigs, and you only need 3 groupies. Nice one, Sting.
So what point were you trying to make, Bull Knight, that, you know, the Christians that said that, you know, rock and roll is the devil's music, that they were right?
That was not
No,
Christians, that was the Catholic Church, let's be clear here.
They probably realised first that music does have good effects on people, but maybe they observed things and thought, well, we can't let this get out, so maybe people were just going and having a fuck because it could put them in a good mood. I don't know. I don't know why. I just read that in a book. It said it was condemned by the Christian Church as luscious modicus.
Booma, can I ask something? Where's your accent from? Because you don't have the rhotic R's, so you say the K's and the stuff like that. And I'm just wondering, is it Southern English?
He's
Aussie. You're the second person that's asked me that. I'm an Aussie, but I don't sound. I'm an educated Aussie, so I don't have plums in my
That's
mouth.
why it was confusing me. I was so confused. I was like, what?
You're
an Aussie who enunciates?
Yeah, but I don't talk like Steve Bloody Irwin, do I, mate? I'm not the standard
No.
Aussie like that.
So I was kind of picking up on Australian, but I was just like, it's like it can't be. But it turns out it was.
He's not going to be tying any
pretty Aussie,
kangaroos
mate.
down anytime soon.
Oh,
Hey, you
fuck yeah.
should
Well,
have.
actually, the guy who wrote that, Rolf Harris, ended up, well, you
Yes.
guys loved him in England, and he ended up being a fucking child fucking
Yeah,
temper.
he
So
ended
we
up being
kinda
a
hate Rob.
yeah.
Rolf,
You ever eat kangaroo?
That was very disappointing, wasn't it?
I have. Yeah, I have eaten kangaroo.
I've always wanted to try it. What's the profile? Is it like tender? Is it more kind of gamey? What is it?
Well, it can be tough if not prepared. It's more like your bad cuts of beef. You know, the gravy beef that you've got to slow cook because you can't. It's not like a T-bone. The
Yeah.
best thing to do if you've got kangaroo meat is along the spine, what you do where the tail is. You trim that section off, the 2 bits either side of that. Trim them out. You get these 2 big long steaks about 1.5 foot long. Go and put them in the bin and go to a fucking restaurant and get a real steak.
I've always seen kangaroo in stores over there. And I've always wanted to try it. Seems interesting.
Alligator is, from what I hear, it's close to
Alligator is so good, bro. I love alligator.
Oh, I know, right? I've tried it.
I'm like Louisiana and from NOLA. Get some NOLA fried alligator bites. Man, they're fucking banging, dude.
Better or worse than rattlesnake?
What's snake like? I've never tried that.
Yeah, I don't know.
My
hoping
dad's
our,
had it when he was in Texas. I think he told me it was really gamey. It was kind of tough.
That's where I had alligator.
Well, the
Yeah.
beauty of the alligator is the meat comes from the tail, and that's just one big ass muscle. And done right, yeah, like he said, it's just wonderful.
We were at a restaurant in Texas, and the manager, because there was a lot of Brits there, and the manager came out to ask us how we liked all the food and everything, and we said it was great, and then someone said, "Have you tried the alligator?" Several of us have never even considered the idea of eating alligators, and the manager was like, "Really, you've never alligator? That's mind blowing." So he brought a plate of alligator something out and on the house. It was really cool.
Did you like
down
it?
here in the South?
Oh, I loved it.
Dude, down here in the South, we eat some funky stuff. I was at a friend of mine's cookout, and he had raccoon, and I was
Ooh.
not about to eat it, but they liked it, dude. I just couldn't bring myself, knowing what raccoon eat on.
Octopus. There's James May in. Did anyone see James May in Japan? Did anyone see that TV show?
I
James
tried.
May, Our Man in Japan.
I tried. I couldn't stick with it.
Yeah, he's not everyone's cup of tea, but he was on a boat, the fishing, and they caught an octopus, and James May he's quite a nice chap. I think I'll call him Bob. Moments later, Bob is dismembered by the chef at the sushi ran out restaurant. It's so funny.
Listen, dude, squid and octopus is so good. I had some at this Japanese restaurant. It was a full squid. It was so good. They threw some caviar on it.
The only octopus I had was in China, and it was like this big, round, thick piece of muscle, and it still had tentacle suckers on it. It was stunningly fabulous.
Dude, China's like that. My dad, he went there for a business trip, and he ordered a fish, and it came like full head on and everything. It wasn't like filleted at all. And he said it was really good, but like I'm like, I couldn't fucking eat that. Ugh.
you just gotta roll the dice at situations like that.
It was
Like,
like a
give me
snapper or something.
your favorite. Have them bring you their favorite, and just take it for what it is. It'll probably be amazing. It'll be new either way.
Yeah, it was a red snapper. God, it looks fucking disgusting.
I tell you what, the best thing is, imagine it's cold and rainy. You got the bus home. There's no heat on the bus, and then you walk past a fish and chip shop. Nothing like it.
I would say in modern times, probably true. But imagine you're one of the sailors who's like crossing the Pacific. Most of your friends have scurvy, and then you hit an island, and they hand you a pineapple.
No, dude, I would go ham on some fucking hardtack. Oh my god, bro.
Have you made it? Like,
no, I want to.
It's the recipe is so dead
Some
simple.
flour
and
and
a good
water,
thing
right?
to know. Yeah, yeah, at its simplest.
Dude, man, I'd throw down some hardtack.
I'm gonna make some with the kiddo this summer because he'd learned about it at school, like right at the end of the school year. So we're gonna make some. Take it camping.
Do you dip it in soup or do you just raw dog it?
Just gnaw on the corner of it.
Some people like dip them in like soups or like chicken broth.
It is a problem for me. I have to confess, just I love food so much. I just it's a vice.
One we do here is the trout or redfin, which are one fish will feed you. They gut it, cut the head and tail off and scales. And then what you do is you fill the cavity with garlic, onion, lemon, and a couple of other tomato-y sort of vegetables. Wrap it in silver foil and then put it in the campfire with a potato. It's on the other side. You wrap a potato separate and put them in the campfire. And when you pull them out, the garlic and all the stuff, the juices have gone through the fish, and it's fucking yummy as. And the fish were fresh, like. But now you go and eat fish from a restaurant, and you know it's over a day old. It just doesn't. You're jaded. You know what I mean? Too much of a good thing. But yeah, campfire fish in foil is. Oh, fuck, that's nice.
Yeah, it's the problem with being spoiled. I had in Savannah had shrimp and grits, and it was amazing.
What
And
grits
ever
were
since
they?
then,
Do you know?
everything else has been disappointing.
Do you know what type of grits they were?
Hmm?
Do you know what type of grits they were?
No. It was a shrimp and grits festival. So it was
It's
best of the best.
about now in a food conversation is when some European, generally from Scandinavia, mentions that rotten fish dish because they all seem to have to say it even though they've never tasted it. What is it, Stormfrossen or something? 100-day-old yuck fish? Fuck off, will ya? We want yummy food.
The Scots with the fucking haggis. Oh, I couldn't eat that, bro.
No. I've had haggis.
Oh.
Even in Scotland, vegetarian haggis outsells non-vegetarian haggis.
That doesn't.
Bro, how does that work?
It's just the oats and seasoning. Like,
yeah, it's just
you don't need it to be in a sheep's stomach. It doesn't bring anything to the party that anyone's going to miss.
The fish and chips don't come in newspapers anymore.
Yeah.
They used to because they had to. Now they don't have to.
You know, I need to go to the UK sometime and try some food there. I've always heard horror stories of it from America, but sounds about right.
Going to the UK and getting food sounds like going to the ocean to go sand duning.
No, because I want to see your guys' Chinese food because it's so different from ours. It's so different.
The American Chinese food is all full of sugar.
Fuck yeah, and it's good. Oh my!
It's just everything is honey chicken, and everything just
orange
even
chicken,
teriyaki chicken is just
fried
loaded with sugar.
donuts, fried Oreos. Man, I fucking love a fried Oreo. Oh my god! You don't understand.
They have a thing in Scotland called a stoner.
A stoner.
And it's what was it? I think it's a sausage, deep fried sausage. And there's the one where they deep fry a Mars bar. It's just
sounds good. Not even gonna lie. I love Scottish people. Scottish people are so funny.
Yeah, British people. You guys don't even. I don't know who in here is actually British, but whatever. There's no cuisine. It's just you guys just whole steak, just the whole steak. That's it.
Yep, that's
Whole
it.
chicken.
Ain't nothing wrong with
veggies.
that.
No, there's nothing wrong with it, but the cuisine has no.
Oh my god, dude! Give me some steak and taters. Give me some steak and taters. I will
It's
go
too
ham.
straightforward, It's
British.
too straightforward to call
What
it
is
cuisine.
peak American cuisine that you're comparing it to? I wonder.
Oh, some shrimp balls. A shrimp bowl. God damn. Any of our Louisiana food. Catfish. Holy. Oh, there's so much good American food.
Jambalaya.
Oh, gumbo if it's made right.
Philly
Collard
gumbo.
greens if they're made right.
Yep.
Oh my. Speak for the northern folk, but
And if you're northern, it would be anything Portillo's or the Chicago pizza.
Trout.
Deep dish Chicago pizza.
Yeah, they like steelhead trouts up there.
Have anyone's been to Ed Bevick's in Chicago? Anything on the menu.
If somebody offered you monkey, would you eat it?
It depends on if I've just seen Indiana Jones or not.
Or what about a giraffe? Would you eat a giraffe?
A giraffe?
Fuck yeah, bro. Give me some of that that vertebral meat. Oh my god.
Shut up and take my money.
Probably not thinking camel.
Giraffe would probably be amazing.
No, do you know what's a really good meat that you got to be careful cooking? get yourself a spring bear, and from an area that has like a bunch of berries in it. I had a mulberry bush bear, dude. It was fucking amazing.
So
It was
is it like a baby bear before they get all
no,
big and gristly?
nah. This guy was big as fuck. But it's a little gristly, but because it's eating mulberries, it gets super sweet. And
So your
so
bear is grizzly. It's a grizzly bear.
it's a grizzly bear, yeah. But no,
Gristly.
so it
I
eats those
know.
mulberries. Its meat was like borderline purple, but then when you cook it, if you slow cook it, it becomes tender and it's sweet and it is amazing. That and venison. Venison's also a really good
Yes.
meat.
Pork is a nice sweet meat.
I like making pork with a red wine reduction.
Come on, no
Really
one got
brings
that
out the-
reference?
No.
Nope, pork is a nice sweet meat.
Mm-mm. Not according to Muslims or Jews.
Anyone remember watching the movie Babe?
Yes. I don't remember a goddamn thing about it, but I remember watching.
Damn,
RMU.
that movie's older than me. Holy.
That's a great movie. So here's the thing.
You
is-
just brought up Babe. Damn, that's a throwback.
Yeah, Babe is interesting in that in the UK, when I was a kid, they had a show, a TV show on BBC Two, and it was called One Man and His Dog. And it was televised competitive sheepdog competition on TV. And we watched it. And that's, if you watch Babe, that's centered around, well, one of the plot things is centered around a sheepdog trial that they do. And Farmer Hoggett enters Pig as a sheepdog. But the pig is friends with the sheep. And so the sheep just do what
What
the pig asks.
sheepdogs do they got? Do they got like Shelties? Fucking love me a Sheltie, man. Those are
Yeah,
gorgeous
amazing.
dogs.
Yeah. So intelligent.
Oh, I love them, dude. They're so pretty. I love their fur.
Yeah. There's one thing that they did a YouTuber, and he's comes up to his farmland. He's in Ireland or somewhere. And he's got his dog in the back, and it's just sitting there ready. And then he's anticipating. He just goes, he does some whistle or something, and he just tears up the field and rounds up like 10 of his sheep or whatever, and brings them down just from one whistle.
Dogs.
Let's see. Just posting full right now. I'll post a link to One Man and His Dog if I can find it. It's just riveting television. There you go. I was right. To BBC Two. There you go. 1982. Oh, gosh. A farmer looks like he's... Go to 6 minutes in and you'll see the farmer guy. He's from Jaws, that guy from Jaws. 6 minutes, 20 seconds on that video. Gonna need a bigger boat.
Man, what a fucking killer mustache and chops.
It just looks like a Monty Python sketch, doesn't it?
Oh, I love me some Monty Python.
Oh, we see Farmer Hoggett right here, or here. He'll have a sheep rounding up dogs. those are the days, you know, just so calm, peaceful. No internet, no cell phones.
I don't remember times like that. I'm too young for that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
It's a
just, yeah, it is. In some ways, in some respects, it is.
Did you have to teach your parents how to use the printer?
Did I or
Yeah, yeah.
Can
no?
I
I
tell
never
you?
did.
Let me tell you, chaps. Let me tell you a story. My mother. We first got her a computer in 19 something or other, and she was hopeless. One day, I get a call. Oh, I can't get my computer to work. All right, Mum, what's the problem? Well, I don't know. It just won't do anything. I said, all right, have you got it plugged in? Yep, it's turned on. Yeah, all right. Can you see the little pointer thingy? Where's the pointer? Oh, it's in the corner right there in the screen. But the mouse isn't working. All right. So is the mouse plugged in? Yes, the mouse is plugged in. And the computer's definitely on. Yes, yes, I can see the desktop and the little picture on the desktop. And the pointer's right there in the corner. Okay, Mum. Move the mouse. Does the pointer move? No, it doesn't move. What sort of a mouse have you got? Because I didn't set the computer up for it. My brother did. So I said, okay, what sort of a mouse has he given you? Oh, I don't know. It's a mouse. I don't know. Well, what does it look like? She says, well, it's rather odd. I want to say, okay, what's odd about it? She says, well, it's a bit unstable. It's round on the bottom, and then it's flat on the top with a red light.
Oh no. Oh no! Yikes! That's bad.
Like, Mum, the mouse is
I
upside
got
down.
her upside down.
Oh, hey, Blue's in here.
Hey, Jackson.
That is.
How's it going?
You heard about the woman with the you heard about the woman with the coffee cup one?
Yes,
she rang back saying the new model computer doesn't have the coffee cup holder, and they're looking around. What the fuck? Going through the manual and that, and they looked at her older model computer. It was the disk drive. So the drawer was coming out. She was putting her coffee on it.
Damn.
Killer app right there. We're the cursed generation that had to teach our parents how to use the printer and our children how to use the printer.
That's right.
And nobody taught us. We just knew somehow.
Get fucking shit on, nerd. No, my dad already knew how to use it because he was a business major and he operated multiple businesses, so he had to use them quite often.
Hello.
Hello, Poppet.
Have you guys ever tried calculating the angular diameter of the sun?
Sun doesn't exist.
The sun is a massive incandescent gas.
No,
Gigantic
it's
nuclear furnace.
a hologram.
Only
actually.
if you assume a globe first.
This person was trying to explain to me that the sun doesn't set; it just gets farther away. And then I said, "So why is it always that? Then how come it's like the same size all day?" And she said, "No, it's not." And I'm like, "Okay, so if you calculate the angular diameter, and it's consistently 0.5 throughout the day, that means the sun is the same size." There you go.
I asked this.
No.
Well, here's the thing. Let's get to it here. I asked people in here a few weeks ago, how close would the sun have to be for it to change angular size noticeably during the day, throughout the day? Just to, because the debate was about the distance to the sun or whatever. And so the point, the only point I was trying to make is the sun can't be close. You don't have to know how far it is. You just know that it can't be close.
Mm-hmm.
So how close would it have to be for us to change, for it to be noticeable, a noticeable change in its size? It's an open question. It's not a question.
Next,
Like
now that
90%
you've
of
done
its current distance.
now that you've done the angular size, do the math of the inverse square law of the illumination received from the sun, and how much it must fall off if it's traveling away from us at even really generous flat Earth elevations of the sun, like 10,000 miles. Some say 3,000 miles, but
that's it. If you try and frame the argument like that, so you're not specifically claiming distances, you're just asking the question logically, it becomes a less fraught conversation. Because you don't have to know the distance, you don't have to know what it is, you don't have to know how big it is. None of those things are necessary to think the problem through and to realize that the sun cannot be close as it has to be in flat Earth.
If you did like a time lapse of like the little hole you punch through the aluminum foil that you put the sun through, measure the paper, will the hole get small if someone's getting farther away? Would that hole get smaller as time went by or bigger?
if it's
Smaller.
directly related to angular size, yeah.
Smaller, yeah.
You'd have to keep that piece of aluminum foil perpendicular to the incoming light, but
Could I use it as a meth pipe, like on the bottom of it?
definitely.
Without help.
Maybe.
This one flat earther was like sending me videos of like the sun like getting farther away and getting smaller. I mean, I don't know how they did it, but like it's also weird because it like kind of disappears from the bottom up instead of just like the normal way things do when they get farther. So it was a little odd. I don't know how they did that.
You could always ask Witsit and then take a headache tablet because you're going to get a gish gallop and a headache. But you could ask him.
No,
And then
Witsit's
you can make
jumping
an
on
A-
the celestial theodolite bandwagon. That's just golden.
You can make it. You can make an AI song out of his reply.
Oh, couldn't you? I've always thought about doing a flat Earth rap. You just a bass line and a drum beat and just quotes from Flurfs and make them sound well. It's not hard to make them sound stupid, is it? Pretty
I
much
don't
right.
have sound board firms in here, but the server I'm in has a bunch of who is it? It's I think it's Flatzoid voice lines where he sounds stupid. It's quite comical.
You know something I have noticed with the more serious
Breaking up
it's
again.
down
Boomer.
to it's flat and it has to be and whatever. They seem to lack a sense of humour, and that's a very sad thing. I do feel sorry for someone who can't just have a chuckle. Hey, am I roboting?
Big time Starly.
Yeah, my internet's kind of killing me. I've restarted everything.
Yeah. My favorite way to disprove the flat Earth is how the smell of the sky is different at different latitudes. Because humidity plus ozone, sun angle, and atmosphere thickness, it all changes the scent of the air around you. At different latitudes, the angle of solar radiation changes, and which affects ozone production. Ozone is a VOC, and smell
Everybody
variable
knows
change.
we smell in curved, smellable space. So that's actually a flat Earth proof.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you do your own research.
Oh yeah, my bad. I forgot about that.
Smells don't curve, man.
But, if you ever want to disprove a flat earther, just tell them why does the sky smell different at different latitudes? They can't do anything.
That is pretty funny.
It's Alaska smells crisp, and the equator smells damp. There's ionized air. It's because the sun's energy is hitting at different angles.
But farts disperse slower at lower altitudes too. At the equator, farts are pretty quick. But in Alaska, all farts are quite slow.
I think a fart is just a demonstration that gas pressure requires a container, and that container is your ass, and therefore,
There you
when
go.
you release the pressure, yeah, can you fart next to a vacuum? What would happen?
Oh no gas. Nope. You don't have a container. You know, if Earth was flat, how's summer down there, Booma?
Well, it's winter, so I don't know.
Oh, Earth's flat. It can't be winter down there. How do they cope with that? Like I've
good
never
point.
heard it. I've never heard it.
Oh yeah, our flat earthers are a special breed. And Flatsoid, because he's South African, isn't he?
He's South African.
That's a double whammy right there. He's a flat earther and he's in South Africa.
We had a South African teacher, and everyone thought he was Australian. But
Have you seen that? Have you seen that meme thing? And it's got a load of countries in blue, like America, Canada, all of Europe, and then all these other countries, and then South Africa highlighted in red, and the caption reads, "The number of murders is the same in both colors."
oh fuck, bro, that's crazy. I didn't realize South Africa was that bad.
Yeah, all of America, all of Europe combined,
Dude,
and a load of other countries.
I'm right next to Memphis, which is murder capital of the United States, and it's rough out there. I couldn't imagine how.
Nah, Fox News says that's Chicago, so obviously you're a woke.
Oh,
it's Chicago hard.
Yeah, it's Chicago hard. No, dude, Memphis is fucking awful. Never go there. Never go
Looks
there.
like Graceland. Nashville's right. Chattanooga's nice.
Chattanooga's beautiful. My girlfriend's actually going down there to get a surgery on the 24th.
All
I think
right.
so.
It's a lovely bridge.
I've heard Chattanooga's got a great.
Yeah.
Chattanooga's got a great train, hasn't it? There's even a song about it. Chattanooga
The
Choo Choo.
steepest, right? It's
Yeah,
got a
that's the one.
cog. It's a cog railroad.
You can stay. There's a hotel that, and you can stay in a rail car. Chattanooga Choo Choo. It's called.
Dude,
Pardon me,
Chattanooga's
boys.
gorgeous. Nashville's also really pretty.
They've
Knoxville.
got a really good. Yeah, Chattanooga has a really good aquarium.
Oh yeah, we went there. We saw what was it? Bonnethead sharks there, which are fairly rare.
We have an aquarium in Atlanta, and to go to the aquarium to go see fish, we go to Chattanooga.
Crazy.
Apparently, Cleveland's got a wonderful steamer as well. Is that right? You can cook some good food in the Cleveland steamer.
I don't know. We have this restaurant near us called Soli Steamers, and it's fucking hideous. I went there once, and it was one of the worst experiences ever. And I'm not a big steamer guy.
Do you know what a Cleveland steamer actually is, or did I fuck up with my audience?
I don't know what that is. No.
Oh, it's to do with waking up with a poo on your chest in the morning.
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, it's one of those things. That's why. When
Call
no
that
one
something.
else had a little chuckle.
We call it something different. What is it?
So obviously someone had a bad experience in Cleveland with a woman one day, and he had to coin the term. Sorry, I've left you with that mental picture.
Oh, you're fine. I've seen worse. I want to be a paramedic. I wouldn't be surprised if in the future I have a Cleveland steamer on my actual clothes.
I don't believe
Well,
that.
didn't Amber Heard do something similar to
That's
Johnny
what I was
Depp?
going
But
to
just
mention. I couldn't remember her name. Yeah, I could remember her name. I was going to say that Nancy Toon is still going. 3 hours.
Didn't he have like a controversy recently or something?
to do with what?
I don't know. It was either him or someone else.
Being a Satanist.
Oh, was it that?
No, he's been covering the Witsit versus Jaren
Oh
debate
yeah.
from the summit, Flat Earth Summit.
I'll tell you one thing though. Witsit can talk. That's
He
his
doesn't
one
say
defining
anything.
characteristic. But exactly, that's thank you. You beat me
You know
to
who
it by
can-
5 seconds.
You know who can talk
The
and
trouble
say
with all
nothing?
that,
David
he
Weiss.
talks a lot.
David Weiss likes to say stuff, but he says a whole lot of nothing.
It's scatterguns to you can't. You just move on to the next thing. Yeah, that's not a good way to do it. And it's not a satisfying thing to listen to. More to the point, I don't think he really understands that. It isn't satisfying to listen to. You can't really. You're outraged at the one inaccurate thing he says, and then by the time you finish being outraged about that, he said 4 more inaccurate things. So it just frustrates listeners.
Yeah.
He does a lot of like.
He's
He does a lot of like. What about this? And then as you're answering, he goes, then how come this? Have you seen his debate with AI? He debated ChatGPT.
Yes, David Weiss. And he's arguing like it's a
fucking
real
awful,
person.
bro.
He's arguing like it's a real person. He's getting annoyed.
And then he was interrupting him when he was trying to, whenever he was just trying to speak.
Yes. Yes.
It was so funny, bro.
David, it isn't a real person. You can't make it believe flat Earth, David. Just sorry, mate.
He tried to bully ChatGPT, and he somehow lost.
Surprised he didn't accuse it of ad homing him.
He tried to get it on a. He tried to get it on a like a gotcha question. He's like, "Okay, well, you're done. You're done. Gotcha. You're done."
But the ChatGPT kept saying, "I understand your point, but," and then it would just say what the facts are. No, stop. You just claimed that. You're just arguing it like it's a real person. Oh gosh. Have you seen the movie Passengers? It's not bad. I watched it. It's not bad. It's really good in some respects. But the one guy wakes up on a multi-decade trip to another planet on a basically a luxury cruise liner in space. He gets woken up early, and so he's on his own, and he finds the only other person he can talk to is the barman, and the barman is a robot. And he reaches the limit of what the barman can understand and discuss. And so he'll say, "Well, how long have we got till we get to our home, our new home?" And he says, 80 years. So, but when do people wake up? He says, 4 months before we arrive. So why am I awake now? And the robot barman goes, "You're not supposed to be here." And that's all he can do. So David Weiss trying to talk ChatGPT into flat Earth, he doesn't understand that there's a limit. It's not a real person. The character in it's Chris, not Chris Evans. What's the other guy's name? Marvel Chris number 3. He figures out that the barman has a limit to what he can actually talk to him about. But David Weiss didn't do that. Very strange.
David Weiss he's something else.
Come on, what's the Chris?
Did he
Marvel Chris number 3.
actually-
Hemsworth. Chris Hemsworth. Pratt. Thank you.
did he work out in that movie how to get someone else out of stasis, and he picked the best looking chick,
Yeah,
and then got her out, and then basically what he's
yeah,
done is technically murdered her. I think is
yeah.
that kind of what it evolved into, or
That's
accurate. Yeah.
oh,
like
okay, right.
Stockholm syndrome too. Like
It's really bad because he wakes up and realizes he's going to die on the ship because he's a technician. So what he tries to do first, he tries to get into the bridge section where the all the bridge officers are all asleep, and he can't get in. The door's impregnable, and so then he just goes mad, starts going mad, and then he asks the barman to make him a drink every day that's unique, and then one day he goes in and says, "Make me a unique drink," and the barman says, "I can't. You've tried every drink I can make," and then so he starts going insane, and then he decides to wake the chick up. The problem is he can't. Even though he's a tech, he learns how to work tries to learn how to work the pod, the sleep pod. But the problem is the process to get people to sleep is not done by the sleep pod. The sleep pod's function is to keep you asleep and then wake you up. The sleep pod's purpose and function does not include getting you to sleep. So when you find that out, you go, oh no, they're screwed. And so he wakes the girl up. She goes through the same sort of mourning process and realizes that she's dead as well. And of course, she's mad at him. And then she accepts it like he does. In some respects, it isn't a movie that really struck home too heavily emotionally, but I really enjoyed it. But it didn't get big reviews because it wasn't a big blockbuster. And the cast is only like 4 people total. So, well, there you go. But it's just remarkable to me that David Weiss would not understand that he's talking to a computer.
To be fair, he's a flat earther. You can't really expect him to know many things.
Hmm.
I mean, have you seen his debate with Professor Dave?
Oh, that was.
It was like terrible.
Yeah, I felt for him in a lot of ways. I did. I felt for him because he's arguing from such a position of weakness. And Professor Dave is not a nice man. He is not a kind man. He doesn't care. So he's going to see a vulnerability. He's going to see a wound, and he's just going to twist the knife. And if you're in a debate like that where you're just trying to get to the facts, I understand why he takes that position and does that. But that's whatever. That's his thing. And David Weiss he had nothing to offer. That was difficult. We tried to find common ground. I've watched it several times. It's in some ways, even though I don't like the way that Professor Dave does things, it's a masterclass in dissecting bad arguments. The only one that's comparable is when Aaron Ra debated Jaren on the non-sex show.
I could really never watch Aaron Ra, dude. I'm sorry, his looks just scare me, dude. Like in a non-offensive way. He does. I just can't get over his looks.
He looks he looks like an old wizard that's trying too hard.
I know. I can't deal with it, bro. It makes me giggle every time I look at it. I just start cackling up.
And his name isn't Aaron Ra. Also, his name is Aaron something. Aaron something. I don't know, but he has a Jewish name.
Oh, that's why he doesn't go by his name.
Hmm?
That's why he doesn't go by his name. His real name.
Yeah, he took a pseudonym because Anyway, but no, it's even though neither of those guys, I really sort of follow or like how they do things. However, just from the argument point of view, from the logic point of view, difficult to really find flaws in that part of the debate, which is where I get my pleasure from, if you will, is the logic. All these sort of
I just like watching people get
I mean?
humiliated.
That's
what I watch the debate for.
has the Professor Dave approach, isn't it? It isn't. It isn't really a good way of doing it. But
Damn, is it
more to the
funny?
point, yeah, all right, fair. But more to the point, he's up against in when you talk to Flat Earth Dave, he's up against an opponent that has. It's not really an opponent. He's not talking to a scientist. He's not talking to a professor that with whom he disagrees philosophically. He's not talking to someone like that. So taking that approach as someone who's no threat to him ideologically or intellectually, I don't know. We're going back X.
Here comes the pain.
What do you think? Here comes the pain, huh?
Did someone unmute Denmark?
Oh, no, someone said, "Here comes the pain."
Yeah, that's what I was referring to.
No, not Denmark. How dare you?
How dare you,
You
sir?
earthball.
How
You
dare
earthballs
you?
just don't know what you want.
How good does it? How dare you?
Give me a bucket of gravity in a lab in space now.
How dare you? Take away my childhood. Take away my. What's her name? A Danish bint. I think she's Danish, right?
Swedish, I think.
Yeah. Just remembering, can't think of her name. Greta Thurman, or Uma Thurman. Anyway, she was at a rally of some kind of protest, and they had someone who was surreptitiously videoing them, and she was being held by police, and then someone, I think someone called action or something, and suddenly she's being dragged to the police car. Did you see that? They're just standing there holding her. She's standing there quietly, just passively, not just struggling, just standing there passively. And then suddenly they're roughly dragging her to the police car and throw her in the paddy wagon. Did you see
that's when
that?
France deported her, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it was, and you know, when flat earthers say, "Oh, everything's staged," I just saw that. Well, it looks staged. Wait a minute. She's just standing there like it was the director yelled action, and then these, oh, now they're roughly dragging her to the paddy wagon. What? It was great.
Prophecy's very real. They're going by it like a playbook. Fifth seal.
It did in a lot of ways. That little instance right there just made me think, hold on.
Be careful what you put your faith into, what you
Whoa.
who
Thought
you
you were
claim
about
to
to
be
tell
a
me
savior.
what. Be careful what I put something else in.
Huh?
Also,
Thought you about to. I thought you were about to
No, I
tell me.
don't
Be
care what you
careful.
put in where, man. That's up to you.
Right.
I'm just saying,
Careful my
be
jar
careful.
of butter right now.
Like, be careful before you leave. Test the waters.
Don't put your dinghy where you put your thingy.
I'm going to put some hot milk into some cocoa powder. If you'd
It's
excuse me.
hydrophobic. Be careful.
Don't you got to do that the other way around, or you get it's lumpy?
Put a bit of maple. Got some
Gotta
maple
heat
syrup. Put some maple syrup in too.
All right, maple syrup. What else? Bit of
No, maple
salt.
syrup in the
Put
cocoa
some
powder.
Tito's in there.
Make the paste that way.
Couple of drops.
Then
Or a
add
couple of
water.
drops.
Okay.
Couple of drops of raspberry cordial if you don't have maple. That works
Oh.
nice too.
One drop
And a
of
chocolate
vanilla
ice.
extract.
Okay.
Raw
vanilla.
honey is always good.
I got
That's
Some
royal.
cayenne pepper.
A little bit of cinnamon.
Wasabi. Put
My
some
kids were
wasabi in it.
like, my kids were like, Dad, why are you putting salt in your hot cocoa?
Toss
Try
some
it.
Great Northern in there.
Try some salt. Next time you have hot cocoa, try putting salt in it. Really, really works.
Oh yeah, salt. A pinch of salt in bitter coffee nullifies the bitterness. It doesn't take very much salt.
But what if I
Makes
like the
healthier than sugar.
bitterness?
Bitterness is the only thing worth keeping.
I mean,
I have
it's
right
like
here.
it's still smooth, but it doesn't like, slap you.
Okay, I've
Doesn't
got right
remind
here.
me of my own mortality, then I don't want it.
Crown bourbon barrel aged
Some
maple syrup.
crown in it. It's crazy.
Pure maple syrup. I'm in all these references. Someone's got to be getting some of them.
I'm not into maple syrup.
Everyone see Mystery Science Theater 3000?
Yeah.
All of Canada hates whoever said that, and they're sorry for that, but they still hate you. That's all they've got is maple syrup, man, and Celine Dion, and Justin Bieber. So yeah,
Wait,
that's all I have is maple syrup.
And William Shatner. And John Lithgow. And Mike Myers.
You know what works pretty good? Instead of like maple syrup on everything, you can take birch syrup, walnut syrup. You can even take sorghum syrup. Sorghum's known as the pancake plant because you can take the seeds, which is a grain, grind it, make a pancake out of it, and render the stalks. You can squeeze it, get the juice out of it, boil it down, and make a syrup out of it. So you make your pancakes and syrup with the same plant.
Awesome. Thank you for that recommendation.
That's cool as fuck, man.
And it's like takes off like a weed once you plant it. As long as you don't dig up the root, it'll keep coming back year after year.
Like my ex-missus.
I'm getting some massive deja vu right now. That's weird. Have you ever had anyone had really bad deja vu? I mean, really good, where it just feels like you've experienced something. It's a trick of the mind. It's not.
I broke the matrix code. It's not 369. That's a loop trap. It's actually a floating point operation beforehand for self-correcting code under the Con AI algorithm.
Alrighty then. I don't know what that means, but all right then. Do you know what that means?
It means everything's going to be all right, man.
Okay, good. Thank you for that reassurance. There. Sheldon's here.
Welcome to North America.
I love that your name says all glory to the Most High and your name is 420. It's like you're paying obeisance to yourself.
Dude, Jews were getting fucking...
No, that's my birthday.
They were getting high in the tabernacle, bro.
Like, I'm literally Hitler incarnate.
Alrighty then.
But don't worry, I don't hate. I don't hate. I hate everyone equally.
I don't think
But do you hate yourself as much as you hate other people, though?
Yes.
Do you know who Jesse Waters is?
And I
Have you
forgive
heard?
myself as I forgive everyone
Yes, on
else.
Fox, Jesse Waters.
Yeah, Jesse Waters says Holocaust by saying Holocaust, and it fucking grinds my gears.
Well, you know, it's a Catholic term.
Oh.
And the first Holocaust was Cain and Abel, where Cain did a Holocaust, like green vegetables, and Abel did a Holocaust of like animals, and the animals was favored. So it means a great sacrifice.
I just love eating animals, man. Animals taste too damn good. I couldn't be a vegetarian or a vegan.
I'm an omnivore. I eat what my body needs.
Oh yeah. Actually, I'm literally a carnivore. Don't ask me about my blood pressure. I promise you, it's not high.
Oh, my blood pressures. Every time I get my vitals taken, they're like,
"You're too good.
Do me a favor, get up and like do something." I'll get up and do something. They'll take my vitals again. They're like, huh? Why? What do you get? And sitting there going, huh? About, well, you got a strong heart and you're extremely healthy for your age. I would have figured you would have had high blood pressure. It's like, nope, I have a diet of fucking starving to death.
I have a high blood pressure
Then,
because
on
I get
average, how
angry.
many? On average, after they say that, how many people clap?
None.
None?
They just go, oh yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. That's all right.
These are
That's a good.
doctors
That's a
and
good
nurses.
result from a doctor visit.
I think they actually all clapped, and then they gave him an award, and they like plastered his face on the wall, made an altar to him.
Yep, yep.
They also cannot say the word cure.
You know what word I can't fucking say? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to prep this. Rural. Fuck!
As in the rules of the server.
Yeah, I can't. No, like rural, like fuck.
Rural, like farms and shit.
Yeah, I can't say that fucking word,
Rural?
bro.
Yeah.
Rural. I can't fucking say it. I can't do it.
Well, what about saying numbers? How we used to say numbers was 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 3 for 3, 4 for 4, 5 for 5.
That's what I love. That like
I'm-
how do they figure out how language used to sound? Like apparently I think they find rhyming words or something, and they go, okay, if those two words rhymed, they must have sounded the same.
Oh no, there's a dude named Arum Not Zorhang on TikTok, and he fucking recites the Iliad in ancient Greek, and it's something, bro.
Okay. But that's the thing. I want to know if you time traveled an ancient Greek chap up into the modern day, would he listen to him and be like, that dude nailed it? Yeah, he sounds like it sounds like an Athenian. Or would he turn up and be like, you reckon that's how we sound? Because I think it's got to be the latter. It would be like trying to replicate an Australian accent, having never even met an Australian. Like it's hard enough to do it when you have. How do you know you're getting all those sounds right? It just to me sounds preposterous. You got to end up sounding.
Yours is pretty good, those eggs. You're getting close to a good Aussie accent. You'll
Thank
nearly
you,
have it
thank
nailed
you.
one
I've
day.
been working on it. Yep.
My
That's good
girlfriend
to hear.
really wants to learn how to do an Australian accent because there's a species of people in this one game called Drow, and they're from the Underdark, which is the land down under. So she wants to learn how to do an Australian accent. And funnily enough, they have really fucking big spiders. Like the leader of their city is a spider queen. And it's
A drow's kind of dark olive skin with kind of greyish hair. Is that what you mean? That sort of drow?
yeah, not dark olive
Okay.
skin, more dark gray skin, and they have white hair.
Really darkish. So yeah. They look kind of old, but they're not.
Yeah. And they live in a place down under that has big ass spiders. It's fucking Australia, dude.
They
You
get
know,
skin cancer like we do.
How often do you guys see those like fucking gargantuan eldritch spiders?
Oh, every day. Mate, you walk out with your sword, and as soon as you see one, a hellfire
That's what I'm
appears and battle
fucking
music starts
saying,
up.
bro. No, like it can't be that common. Like you're telling me if I see a fucking 2 foot long spider in the corner of my room, that fucker's getting he's gonna combust. That's what's gonna fucking happen to him.
He's getting charged.
Bigger ones you can ride to work.
He'll get
You
tarred
actually
and
ride
feathered. Fuck that guy. No, he'll get tarred and feathered.
Yeah,
Fuck him.
generally, what most Australians tend to do is just if you got a bottle of like just a small can of petrol, you can just usually burn your house down and buy somewhere else.
I'd fucking do if I saw one of those bastards.
To work.
I saw a picture.
You can actually commute on spiders. We have spider car parks and everything.
No, I
Like a
saw a
horse. You
picture
put a little
of
bridle on them and you can ride them to work.
the tourist holding a blue ringed octopus, and it was kind of comical. So,
Hey, you know what the scariest things are in all of Australia?
Cuttlefish.
Fucking koalas.
Americans. Americans.
The turtle feed.
No, American tourists are the most
Those-
dangerous things in Australia.
Those
I
vicious
saw a
ass
documentary once. Terrifying.
drop bears. They all got syphilis.
You know, the worst thing is, I find Australians are telling people we eat Vegemite, and they send them over to Americans, and Americans put it on their fucking toast and eat this shit. Like, for fuck's sake, you ever tasted Vegemite? It's disgusting.
No,
We got the
never
rest of the world
tasted it.
eating this shit. Fuck. Yeah, good move.
Sounds horrendous. It really does. It looks like tar, so I would never fucking eat it. What is it even made out
Marmite. Marmite is amazing.
of? Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, they put it on wheat bix with butter.
Oh
and
my god, onion, malt, and celery.
Oh,
why would you guys eat
Balsamic vinegar, cream cheese. Yep. Oh, yum.
I
They
saw
also
a
have prawn
Americans
pizza.
trying British snacks video, and they got some Marmite,
Mm.
and the guy opens the jar and puts a teaspoon in and scoops out a teaspoon of Marmite and puts it in his mouth. Just cringed. And swallowed it. Poor sod, your system is going to be screwed for the next 20 hours.
Yeah, you know how we can.
Yeah,
how
because
us
it massively
Americans
gives you
can
the
tell?
shits, doesn't it?
It's like it'd be like a teaspoon. It's like imagine like a tablespoon or teaspoon of salt and just eating it.
Do you know how we can tell who's British and who's not in America?
You just call them all British?
No,
The
if they'll
accent.
eat a Hershey's bar or not. If they'll eat a Hershey's bar, they're American.
Oh no, Hershey's bar is revolting. Hershey's chocolate is like Hershey's
Sure,
chocolate
Leopard.
is to chocolate like Where's Waldo is to dictionaries.
Have you had Russian chocolate before?
No.
Oh my god, Polish or
had-
Russian? There's this
had
Polish
trouble.
chocolate called it's a plum
That sounds like a
covered.
wild name.
What? Yeah.
Fuck them. Yeah, fuck them all.
It's called a
Lost in translation.
Slivka. I can't say the last word, but Slivka. It's oh my fucking god, bro! It's a chocolate covered plum. Man, it's so fucking good.
Like dehydrated plum or like fresh.
I don't know.
I just had a really-
that there would be a prune.
I just
in that case.
I just had a really evil idea, and the idea is you go start a business in somewhere like I don't know, Vietnam or somewhere.
Oh no!
And you make these candy products, but the names are all curse words in English. Or Japan. Or Japan
Well,
would be
to be
fun
fair,
because they don't even have the same.
Vietnamese,
candy.
Vietnamese, they fucking pronounce things funny.
Everything sounds
So-
like swear words in Vietnamese.
It really does.
Well, don't you know
No,
how
just go
the
to
French
Japan.
say thank? Don't you know how the French say thank you very much?
I know someone that does.
Merci beaucoup.
La fuck la poussée is how you say the seal says thank you. A la fuck la poussée.
Talking about
Who's there?
James May again, just briefly. He was in Japan, yeah, and he went to a store that sold clothes, and it was a boy band who wanted to give him a sort of a makeover. And the name of the store was written in English, and the name of the store was Sperm.
Love it.
You know, to say a seal
Here's the
pushed
thing
me,
that-
you say fuck my pussy.
Blue,
There's
what kind of
something
French
funny in
lessons are you
India
giving?
that they like. Indians are like, I think, the original edgelords. Because I remember traveling around India and I got like a photo with one where they had like, I wandered past this stall that was selling fireworks, and they were like trying to go for the edgiest ones. So it was currently the war in Iran, I think, in Iraq, I think. So they had Saddam Hussein firecrackers, and they're like, okay, so partly the swastika comes from India, so I do get that Hitler stole the swastika, but people still have like Hitler shops, right, that have clearly got a Hitler face on them that sell clothes. Or I knew a guy that had a Hitler swastika, i.e. it's set off at 45 degrees, maybe it's also going in a different direction, but it's diamond shaped rather than square shaped, and he rode in same motorbike as me, a Royal Enfield that was red with a white circle in the middle of the tank, and in the middle of the white circle, it had a black diagonal swastika. Like he was straight up like riding a Nazi bike, and I met him at a party after having already seen him riding around Mumbai. I was like, "Is that your Nazi bike?" And he's like, "Yeah, my parents hate it."
What?
Yeah, for the longest time, we called BMWs Nazi go-karts.
In America, we call them Nazi rockets.
There you go.
Because they do not see me coming.
That was bad.
Yeah, watch out for that
You're-
whole. I did
you're
not see
fired.
that one coming.
You are
Get
so
out.
welcome.
No,
We have an
folks.
intruder, sir. How did you get in? Intruder window.
French women like happiness too. They like everybody to be happy. So happiness for you all.
I had a person in the server I'm in get angry at the YouTuber because he said, "Thank you, come again," to an Indian man, and I didn't understand why he got all sandy vaginaed over it. It's from The Simpsons.
The turns of phrase I'm hearing here is just.
People are really, really salty. They need to take their ass in the water and fucking
Wash the
desalinate.
sand out their vagina. That's what they need to do. Are you getting pounded, Perfect Storm? Are you getting your shit
No, but I
rocked right
need
now?
my ears to be pounded like that.
Sounds like you're getting like raw dog.
No, I just got some music on 24/7.
Is it to drown out the other people being pounded above you?
No. Your mom's a gas giant, though.
I have two dads.
Yes, that doesn't matter. Gas giants.
No.
Yeah, I got like 7.
I was, I was born of two. I was born of two men. Can't do shit about that, can you, boy? I was immaculately conceived by Spanky, my Lord and Savior.
Yeah, mom's a gas giant, man.
I don't have a mom. I have two dads.
Oh, okay. I get you have two dads, but your mom is still a gas giant.
I don't have a mom.
Well, my
two dads.
progenitor of the gens, don't even really know the guy's name. When I turned 25, I was made aware his name was Smokey. So I guess that makes me the one who brings the smoke.
And you mean you didn't know your dad's name? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Bring me more smoke, man. I want.
Which of your dads named you? Did you not know?
But on the birth certificate, it's this other guy, right? So I know what the name is that he wished. So I know what my other name is.
See.
No Social Security, just a name.
Free man on the land.
Don't use every known technique.
Oh yeah, they cut off my lifeline. I don't give a shit. I'll fucking depose California again. Therefore, I
Deposed
occupy my home.
California.
Kelly shitting you.
Needle
That's a
Dick
fun one.
Central, dude. Have you ever been to San Fran?
Have you,
No.
how does one depose California? That's the bit I'm stuck on.
You never let your enemy see you cry.
Never go to
Yeah,
San
Newsom cried like a
Francisco.
bitch.
Never go to San Francisco. It's Needle Dick Central, dude. It's fucking awful out there.
I would stay far away from San Francisco and LA
Yeah, Needle Dick Central,
and
bro.
Washington, like San Francisco.
You'll walk out, you'll see fucking people injecting kratom into their dick hole. It's not a good sight.
Yeah,
well,
there's
I
a
mean,
reason why
America
these
does
things are
seem like it's in the
epicenters.
middle of a pretty epic demise with like what's happening on the streets. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like the homeless people almost more than the constant breaking into riots.
Yeah, no, did you see the British guy that got fucking shot in the forehead by the guy with the rubber ball gun?
The chick? No. Is it?
No. There's a guy. There's a guy.
Is a guy as well?
There's
shot
a
in the
British
eye.
guy. He got
Fuck,
shot
put
in the
that in the
fucking
chat
eye. I'll find it.
immediately.
Right in the right eye.
Sorry.
I go, oh, there you go,
Red
beans on
Cloud
toast.
gets-
That's what you get for toasting beans.
And the other thing I find funny is
I
that
have it on my
all of the lovers of the 2A who are worried about having to repel a tyrannical government that wasn't following the Constitution anymore are now gleefully cheering for the tyrannical government violating the Second Amendment. It's just not the Second Amendment, the Constitution. It is wild. I'm loving
No,
this.
everything that we're doing is to the letter of the Constitution.
Extradition without due process.
What do you
Detainment
mean?
without-
National Guard was called in. They weren't taking care of it.
If you're expelling people without
Emergency
giving them a
powers
court
were
date,
already, listen to me, emergency powers are already granted to POTUS since 2020 under FEMA.
does the
Special war powers.
Constitution? Does the
It's been
Constitution?
suspended.
Constitution has been suspended.
Under martial law, it is.
That's fantastic.
What do you
That's
think's
exactly
been
the
going on? We
point.
put the
What's
whole
the point
world
of
on
the 2A?
lockdown. We locked you in your
Tell
apartment.
me the point of the 2A.
We
Please
locked
tell
you
me
in
the
your
point of the 2A.
apartment so you
I
could
posted
learn.
that video of the guy getting
Sure,
absolutely fucking
we don't have a Second
sniped.
Amendment.
I
Tell me the
think
point
it
of the
does.
Second
You're not
Amendment.
American. You don't have a Second Amendment.
That's right. Tell me the point of your Second Amendment.
My Second
depends.
Amendment is to bear arms. Arms has nothing to do with the gun.
Why?
Genius.
What's the purpose of it?
It's to raise a banner to wage war, to claim the land back, and push the
Wrong.
foreign government out.
Foreign government out.
Yep.
It could be
Because it's a
domestic. It could be
corporation. A
foreign.
corporation is a dead
That's
body.
funny.
Habeas
That
corpus.
shot's good.
No body.
Sure.
And by the
Uh,
way, all laws are void.
All laws are void. Okay, so you
That's-
don't really have a
that's
Second
something to
Amendment
say.
then at all. do
Syntactical
you?
error.
That's
Yeah,
crazy to
so-
me.
That is a
That's
fun one,
self-said.
isn't it? It's a real big
So
one.
No,
they
so-
want to purge. They want the
He's going to
smoke.
be full. He's going to
I'm
be
going to
full
bring the
sovereign citizen.
chaos.
So hold
That is
up,
my
okay.
job, the angel of death.
Okay. Are you
Yeah,
the
he's-
weapon?
Yes.
You are
He's
the
the
weapon.
man. He's the man and the flesh.
Are you very badass?
I don't know.
You got to be trolling.
You
That
gotta
is
be
a
trolling.
great rubber bullet
Anyways.
shot. You can see it
Dude, he
fly through
fucking
the air.
sniped him, bro. It's crazy.
He
I know.
shot from so far. Really
The reason
lines
why I
up the
did it-
shot for a good 5-10 seconds.
The reason
Knows
why
he
he did
fil-
it, that guy threw a water balloon at him, so he fucking
Yeah.
sniped him, bro.
Oh yeah, you can see him zag. Yes, I see. That's what shakes the camera. I didn't realize it was him throwing the water balloon or water bottle or whatever it is. So the guy filming lobs the water balloon. It's calling him a photographer. The Daily Mail called this photographer shot in head by rubber bullet. And it's like, if that guy lobbed that water bottle, it's not. It's Ryder films himself getting shot in the face after lobbing projectile at armed police. That is fantastic.
At some point, you got to think: are they just automatons? Are they just robotic androids doing what they're programmed to do?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, just sort of groupthink and think all
Yeah.
these people are scum and sick of them and constantly seeing them doing fucked up shit. So you would just have less and less and less empathy over the next few days.
So can
before
we
you
get
find it
along
really
with
easy to
the?
shoot him in the face with a rubber bullet and laugh about it later. Which, to be
Can
fair,
we like
I would do.
get along with the whole flat versus ball? I mean, I don't even think it's either. I think it's both in the same.
Oh, okay, so
Like
it's
a
not a
world
physical
engine.
reality kind of deal.
Well, you ever heard of hyper reality?
Tell me about hyper reality.
It started with Mockingbird with the television and media broadcasting a program to
All
where
I would love to
everybody in
do
America
is
got
for it to make
focused
sense.
on this particular like frame of thought, and then they started causing division in the news, and it's always about division, Hegelian dialectic, right? So now today, since we have updated things to where ordinary people can be the news on Twitter or on X and just hijack the entire news systems around the world. Game, set, match.
I don't
Yeah,
get how that
technology is
can then
very
be both
dangerous
flat and round, though. That's the bit I
because it's a world engine.
feel. What's a world engine? What does it mean to be a world engine?
The stars that are above us, they're us, they're beings. Whenever there's a reset and the sky pulls back and the wandering stars fall, the satellites or the satelloons,
Not the first person to tell you sound a bit unhinged, am I?
yeah, cool. And when they fall, like then the
Yeah.
heavens will open up, then you can take off in the rocket ships. Otherwise, you can only
But
do
you
it
get this
through
doesn't make
meditation.
sense. These are like words all in a string after one another. But what do the stars falling have to do with getting in a rocket ship? Like, what does that mean in reality?
That's the
for
only time
people
that
with
you can leave this
phones?
realm.
So do you get that you're just stringing word after word and it sounds cool, but it makes not a jot of sense?
Yeah, that's because you're not under grasping.
You're not under grasping. You got to
What?
under grasp.
Grasping enough. I've got to be grasping more, but not over grasping, because if
No,
you
just
go, they head in the wrong
You
direction.
just have to be
It's like
gripping.
You don't wanna-
You have to be
is an
walking
under
in.
grasp? Is it under grasp when you like reach in under and grab the taint? Is that like tickle a little
Exactly. It
bit?
sounds like just cupping someone's balls while they try to figure something out.
No, I believe that would be a reach around.
That's true.
No, you're not reaching around.
See,
though, but
this
it's
is
like,
what I mean.
Like you
though.
go for a
This is what I
handshake
wanted
and you
to
get an
check,
under
Gwat.
grasp.
You do make
Hey, I'm a
sense.
mirror.
We've had intelligible conversations in the past. I remember them. You know the difference between a conversation that makes sense and one that doesn't.
Yeah, but see, the thing is I know when you're being disingenuous too.
See, I think you're just making that up so that you've got an excuse to say sort of kind of flowery, weird,
Hey, you can save your ego,
sounding stuff that at the end of the day doesn't mean anything.
bro. You can save your face. I don't care. In the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. We're strangers on the internet, right?
It doesn't matter to me because I worry. I worry
Exactly.
for your sake about this because I don't
Why
think
worry about
speaking
me?
like that. Because I don't think
Why are
speaking
you,
like that good for your brain.
why are you so worried about me?
Because I worry for your mental health.
I wouldn't worry. That's a
I
W
am.
word.
I'm in the middle of it. I'm doing it
That's a
right now,
W
bro.
word. That's a copy. That's a dub over.
It's a dub over. What does that mean?
Oh, what does W start with?
W.
Dub.
A U. A V.
A dub.
Dub.
What
And
the
dub?
fuck?
Well, dub connects to what?
Gas giants.
Gas giants. Got it.
Oh no, you're talking about the red gas giant
I ain't
midget
talking,
or
man. I'm
red
just-
gas
I'm trying to
giant,
figure this
red
the
dwarf
fuck out.
giant, red dwarf giant. Yeah,
Yeah, that's your model.
That's my model.
This is
That
about
true.
76 on the Democ scale. This
Your
is not full
mother.
Democ. This is 76 of 100
No, but this
Democ.
is the thing. Gwat makes sense when he wants to. If he discusses different topics, he can. But he must be able to feel and tell the difference between them because it's a
No, the
moment
thing
you're
is-
dealing hard right now, Gwat.
it's a world engine.
He's 75 on the
I'm
Democ
not gonna
scale.
say it. I can't explain it to you. Can't show it to you. So
Mm-hmm.
let's just say it's like a wheel within a wheel.
Yeah, like that. That's what I'm talking about. Nailing it.
In a lab in a bucket in space.
In a lab in a bucket, right?
Well,
What am
I
I
think
doing
space
here?
is
That's
fake
what
and gay.
makes
I don't
me
think
ask
there.
that question.
I don't think there is empty space. What if
But you
we're
believe
like
in labs and
tiny
rockets, though?
creatures, and outside of this world is full of like gigantic creatures?
Gigantic creatures.
Yeah, ancient mythologies talk about it. And really, if you keep talking about Greece, there were no ancient Grecians. There were
Okay.
Macedonians, Ionians,
PCP,
Parthians.
Lucenite,
Athenians?
PCP. It's dynamite.
Because they called themselves Greeks, right? And
No, they
it was
didn't.
centered on Athens,
No, they called themselves Athenians. Yeah,
but they called
and
themselves
or
part of a larger
Ptolemaics.
group of Greeks. They had an idea of Greece being a kingdom, right? Or
Well,
a
yeah, it
republic.
started with Macedonia, Macedon, and Alexander, King Philip,
Did it start with
and all of
them?
that.
I thought he was well during their.
No, that was just Macedonia. They weren't a unified. There's 14 tribes altogether. They weren't completely unified until Alexander unified them and began his conquest.
Yeah, but
Not
I'm just
really.
saying ancient Greece predates Alexander, right? So Macedonians,
No,
sure they existed, but that was a sort of annexed part of Greece. He was considered a Greek by many other
you're talking
periods.
about the Stoic period, right?
Like what I'm
That was
getting is the
latter classic.
Archaic period goes like till 800 BC, and Alexander the Great is 356 BC.
Yeah, 380 somewhere around there.
Yeah, so the Greeks are a thing that they exist, and Macedonians exist. I think it was Macedonia was a part of Greece, or they tried to at some stage annex it, and it wasn't under their control by Alexander's time.
Yeah,
Sort
cool
of annexed.
story.
They were the kind of the mountain people. The Macedonians were like, I think Macedonia might be mountain people in a loose translation.
Possibly.
Right.
Well, see, here's the other thing I realized too. I was doing some research in Alexander's lineage and all of the stories, and apparently he did something in 53 BC. So you're sitting there telling me he lived for like 200 years? I thought he was only 20.
Who lived for 200 years? Who told you that? You made that bit up.
No, that's the math because it said 58 BC is the last thing that Alexander had done. I was
I
like,
don't know
no,
about
because he
that.
was
Who said
dead.
that? Who said that?
Wikipedia.
Okay,
Hey, I
obviously
heard
got it wrong.
something. Makedonos in Greek does mean like tall or of the tall lands. So it does mean mountain people.
T-A-R.
Tall. It means like of the tall lands. So yeah,
Tall lands,
it could
does
mean
that mean mountains?
it could be translated as people of the mountains. If you want to.
Okay.
Oh yeah, okay. That's what I thought too.
Yeah,
I
so
know that-
Macedonia was considered part of the broader Greek world. That's
In
what I
Arabic,
thought, yeah.
tall, like talut, tall, is like the same as like tall in stature, like in English.
Oh yeah, I love Arabic because I could say "Yaob nakalba kusaktek."
Sounds like I'll punch your mother's dick or something in Arabic.
No, I'm saying by your brother's cock is the best way to translate it.
Oh no.
Has your used chariot warranty been extended? You should extend your chariot's warranty.
Я не знаю, почему я говорю. Я не знаю. Хуй.
So I'm
They keep saying, "Oh, you need charity. You need to do charity." I was like, "You can't get blood from a turnip."
That's a good point. Yeah. I
Man, I
often say
fucking
that.
hate
Squeeze
needles,
diamonds from a
dude.
stone.
I hate needles, man. I can't give blood in general. Fuck that shit.
Nope. I'll fucking kick that doctor right in the dick.
No,
Shove
no,
that
dude.
fucking feminine needle right up his fucking feminine needle.
I'll kick you in the eyeball.
It's a nice offer.
It hits different when you know the meaning of words. Yeah, the Stephanos, the dagger in Revelation, it's a needle. We're at the fifth seal.
Words are overrated.
The Bible.
That's the playbook.
Well, it is for some people, right? But what's the likelihood it's true just based on where you're born, right? You're going to say that based on your accent. If you're like my Indian mate, you'd be saying it's Hinduism. So what are the odds of truth depending on geography, right? There's E equals MC squared sometimes depending on your nationality, obviously not. So if they're describing reality, they can't get it so massively different because they were born on the other side of an imaginary line.
That means you have to square the cosmological constant and therefore violating the laws of physics.
So you make up that cracked,
so?
insane stuff and
How
then argue
so?
against the cracked, insane stuff like you've defeated some point I made.
MC squared. That's the speed of light times the speed of light. That's a violation.
Correct. No, it's
Why is
not.
that a violation? What's it a violation of? Maths? Can you do arithmetic?
It's a violation of the physical laws.
What do you mean it's a violation?
Einstein was an egghead. He was a beer stein. He was a
Einstein was
drunkard.
an egghead. Einstein was an egghead because you can't square numbers? Is this
Hey,
it?
I'm an asshole and he's a fucking beer stein.
But you get that it's just a number. You can square a number. If it's a number, you can times
Not
it
if
by
it's a
itself.
cosmological constant. That means it does not change. Therefore, you cannot manipulate. You cannot increase it or decrease it.
You're not
It stays
increasing
the
or
same.
decreasing. You're getting what that number
That-
is, and in
otherwise,
order
it
to
wouldn't
work
be
out a
C, would
wholly
it?
different thing.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be C, would it?
But it's just if you're trying to work out, like, okay, so is pi
See, this is the
is
syntax
pi
error which makes
is pi
all
a singular number?
laws
Is it a constant?
incorrect.
Is pi a constant? Is pi a constant? Yes, it is, right? It's always 3.1415, not blah, 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 right? It never fluctuates from that. So pi is a constant. But what? We times it by 2? 2 pi r? What? But pi is a constant. How can we times it by 2 in order to get the circumference? That's weird, man. You're violating the laws of nature. Or sometimes you times numbers by other numbers to work out what other values are. That's the dumbest shit I've
See,
ever
it's
heard,
funny
man.
because you know nothing
if
of
you
the
put pi
classics. You
times
think that they were
2,
Greek.
the first values
You
beyond
think they were Greek.
decimal
That's funny.
Why are you running
are
from the
are
maths
division, and
discussion?
anything else that's not
You
being
think they were
multiplied
Greek. That's
is
funny.
irrelevant
They were
because it's
Phoenician,
small.
genius.
What the
Now,
fuck?
drink your
What is
suds.
what is being
Drink your
said?
suds.
Oh, he's
Is
just
that a
left.
deflection or a
What were you
diversion?
saying in the middle?
What the
Perfect
fuck?
storm?
This is like a fever dream. What the fuck's going on?
He was just talking through Gwat and then Gwat rage
I don't
quit
know.
or something.
I'm sorry. I looked at his name and I just kept reading twat 42. It was looks. I don't know. What was he saying though? He went from math multiplying pi and then to fucking Greek. What?
It's a thought pattern that is associated with schizophrenia. Like the seeing interconnectedness where there is none is like one of the ways you diagnose it, pretty much.
Oh, so I wasn't here for most of it. I was off in fucking Neverland.
That is the starkest example I've seen in a while. Sorry,
I think it's
shouldn't be
called
saying that.
pigeon chess in common terms, isn't it? Come in and shit over the board and kick all the pieces over and cock around like you've won. That's what it seems like. I love the way they take, because it's an infinite number, you can't do any math with it. Oh, okay. Like, fair
It's a bizarre
enough.
one. SE said it too, and I was like surprised, and I'm like, these guys will just repeat anything. Like, just if the sounds sound nice to one another, I think it is. The sounds sound nice. Cosmological constant. I know it's a cosmological constant.
Let's
but
read
suddenly now
between
you're
the lines.
multiplying it in order to get a different thing.
Read between the lines. They didn't get past year 9, if that, and they're trying to hide that fact. And as soon as it looks like they realise the jig is up, they disappear. It's just a lack of education. They're trying to hide it, and you'll never get educated if you keep hiding it. I don't think anyone here hates you because you don't know something. People here want to share knowledge. Don't you go learning me.
I was being mean though.
Yeah, Eggs, you're there. Did you get today's
Mhm.
news? Apparently Donald Trump had to leave the G7 meeting because Israel want some advice off him, and usually the advice they want, all they can really offer is America have got those planes that can drop a bomb the size of a bus. And it's something along those lines. They want to drop a couple of huge bombs on
Oh, the
Iraq.
bunker busters.
I think that's the ones.
Oh yeah, Iran would get absolutely fucked. They have like a really large underground bunker, and we have a bomb. The first bomb gets dropped, and it makes way for a second bomb, so it gets down into where that bunker
Oh,
is.
that's clever.
And
so
then-
two totally separate devices chase one another into the same
Yeah,
hole.
and then the one
Fuck
with
yeah.
the huge payload goes down in there and boom, blows the fuck out of their bunker.
That's
So it's like a
clever
little
one.
earthquake. It's a seismic bomb, isn't it? Does a seismic charge which basically cracks structures underground.
Yeah, it's really
But
crazy.
the thing is, the
America makes some
text-
crazy shit.
The text he sent out today was, "We know where you are, Ayatollah, whatever your name fucking is, unpronounceable. We know where you are," and then in capitals, "but we're not going to kill you yet. Unconditional surrender." So if they know where he is, isn't he just going to pack up and go somewhere else? Like, I don't.
Yeah,
this
I
to
don't
me
think you
sounds
would
like a bot.
say. I don't think you would say we know where you are if you really knew where he was.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
You know.
It sounds to me like a taco. Or like a
Funnily
double bluff.
enough, that bomb is called the GBU 57A, and it's called an MOP. It stands for Massive Ordnance Penetrator. It's a £30,000 bomb. It's
Yeah.
fucking nuts, bro. It's so
the size
crazy.
of a fucking. It's a bus. It's the
Yeah.
size of a bus, apparently.
Let me. I'm
there's
going to put
only
it up.
one
I'm going
plane
to
in the
share it on
world
my
that can deliver.
screen. I want to see this fucking thing.
There's only one plane that can actually get the fucker up in the air. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it's a B-52.
Now, what's that old expression? Buy our bonds or get our bombs?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. That's
Look up a B-52
33,000.
Stratofortress. That's what drops them.
So 33,000 pounds of democracy. That's fucking big.
Yeah.
Is that
that's
the
a B-2 Spirit?
Yeah. Is that the Moab bomb, the mother of all bombs? That they called it?
Oh no, that's a different bomb.
So there's a GBU, which number? 50.
That's 57. 57.
I see.
No, the GBU 43 is the Moab.
It digs 200 feet. It
Yep.
claims. Get
Yeah.
fucked.
It
That's
takes
so
200 feet,
good.
and then it fucking explodes with 30k pounds.
So bring your own
Right.
earthquake.
Yeah.
That's a fuck ton of democracy.
Me, bro.
So now
That
the
was
thing
so
here is Iran one of the leading producers of some particular thing in the Middle East, like circuit boards for missiles or something? I think they're actually ahead of the rest of the Middle East countries on. I think it might be about that. I don't want them making too advanced weaponry.
It's
Yeah, I don't know.
It's the fucking well, they have the second largest natural gas reservoirs, and it's the main thing.
How
That's
does
why
it
we
stabilize the resources? Okay.
Yeah.
How does this thing dig down?
It works kind of like a tank shell.
The Germans actually had a similar thing during the Second World War that could apparently crack open a U-boat pen, but they didn't want to develop and use it for fear of the technology falling into the enemy hands and being used against them.
Yeah, imagine having to make one go inert or blow itself
Yeah.
up, and they dug up enough of it.
200
Whoa.
feet is fucking crazy. That's the MOP. That's the 40.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
How does it?
You remember that Monty Python, the Holy Grail, where he's come along with the coconuts, jumping across, and then the arrow, message for you, sir, as he falls over dead. I always think about that when I think about bombs.
It's just the Fortnite bus full of kids with battle royale passes.
Oh, hello there, Anvil.
Hello. Got to sneak in a bit of humour now and then.
Hey, wouldn't it be amazing if some kids found out, like they were playing a fucking video game and discover they'd been recruited by whatever government and were actually fighting invasion wars, but you think you're playing a video game, an MMO with your mates, and you're actually a soldier.
There is a
unknowing.
movie like that where the genius kid is like commanding a battle that he thinks is a game against aliens, but it is actually a real war. And he goes,
Like, and there's a game, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you want to know the fucking crazy thing about that is, it also it's dropped from such a high altitude. It's supersonic whenever it hits the ground. And
Yeah.
it digs another 200 feet.
I think it's spinning as well, so it's armor piercing and rifling at the same time. That's where it gets the extra depth, and then goes kabang. And I dare say any earthworms in the area might be a little bit upset and a bit deaf. Probably put off their food.
I think it would actually cook them alive.
And birds fly. All the birds flew off and pissed off for a week. Going back there.
So it's just made out of a really, really, really strong metal.
It's also supersonic.
Yeah, so it travels insanely fast and then slams into the ground.
Yeah.
200 feet just with kinetic energy is wild.
Yeah, and it's a 5,000 pound payload. Fucking crazy.
How does that work on a turning Earth?
Well, the shockwave.
I think if the Earth was flat, it would like actually fucking flip it, bro. We'd flip upside down a couple of times.
Does it have to take into account the rotation of Earth? I wonder.
Oh yeah, it
Going that
likely does.
fast.
That's why NASA is funded so heavily, especially was.
Right, because the stuff they use in spacecraft today can be synthesized into the rockets of tomorrow.
Oh yeah, well also Boeing as well gets a lot of government contracts.
It's true.
And that Boeing made
with
that.
Everyone's spying on each other with like 4-centimeter accuracy. It's like, yeah, we want to track what you're doing, but we're not going to let the public know about it because as soon as we tell anyone in the public about what we're actually doing, the enemy does too, and it's just like, yeah, okay.
But it's true that we used like a gyro stabilized cameras for filming from helicopters, and we were not the technology of that gyro was so advanced that we could not do any repairs ourselves. All we could do was hook it up. If it needed service, it had to be sent to a special U.S. Army unit in Germany to be fixed. So that's one way of hiding high tech, as you say.
About 100 or so years ago, the Russian fleet was going around to kick Japan's ass, and the Japanese dudes followed the progress of the Russian fleet through the newspapers.
We are so proud of our.
Oh yeah, it's guided. I forgot it's guided. Yeah, that MOP is guided. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's got to be, of course. There'd be no point punching 200 feet deep in an area of effect, right? If only Stratoforce has got to carry it, it's got to be pinpoint. Stratoforce, is that what it's called?
Spirit Bomber.
I
Or
see. So
it's either
parts. It does it in a vertical dive. That's how it gets so fast. Now it makes sense.
Yeah,
How
so that's
fun
a
to
BT
fly that
Spirit.
mission. Oh no.
Who was it talking about the huge like payloads of just rods in orbit and just sending them down at like
Yeah,
10
I've heard
times
about that one. Yeah, like the kinetic space weapons, where it like just deorbits itself and slams into you.
But yeah, with that, like, what, 2 times the speed of sound's a little bit slower. You can guide it a bit better. But
you're familiar with lawn darts? Do you remember those big darts that are called lawn darts that come up every few years and get barred again because they keep hitting people in the skull? Yeah. And there was actually a chemistry set back in the 50s that actually had uranium in it. Love it. Yeah, kids have some uranium and don't have any children. Oh, it doesn't matter. You probably won't anyway.
Oh no, the plane doesn't go into a dive. The plane just goes insanely high.
Yeah.
Well, really, doesn't terminal velocity kind of stop it, or is it designed to just get through terminal velocity a lot faster by spinning or something?
It would have its.
Well, it doesn't hit terminal velocity like 550.
Yeah, it has, but I think the shape, the aerodynamics of it is such that it doesn't hardly reaches its terminal velocity before it hits the ground.
Well, to get supersonic, doesn't it would probably need a rocket on it, wouldn't it? I thought they were rocket assisted. Are they?
No, so they're just dropped. They're
really
just dropped
kinetic.
from an extraordinary height, and they've got a really some like unobtainium alloy shell. It's just an ordinary bomb with an extraordinarily tough exterior.
And so the
punch 200 meters underground, it claims.
And a big part of it is the formula for penetration. On the denominator, it has the cross sectional surface area of the penetrator. So by tapering it to a small point, the smaller that point is, the better it penetrates, since it can it's just a smaller surface area. It means more penetration.
Yeah, but I thought terminal velocity kind of, it varies a little bit, but I thought once it got up to a certain thing, I thought it needed to be rocket assisted to be able to go down supersonic. I don't think you just get supersonic, do you? Like the Red Bull man.
I think it can. I think with its weight, it can.
No.
But no, I'm just thinking physics here. Look, I don't know because I didn't go that far through school. But I've got this feeling that once it's over 550 meters, if you drop a car, whether it's 10 miles or 550 meters, your terminal velocity is still the same. It tops out at 10 meters per second.
But Boomer, don't forget the shape. The shape.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, because the shape has a lot to do with the air resistance.
Yeah, and a skydiver can go faster. Like the James Bond dude for going in. I know that can happen. When you spread eagle out, you are slower in a skydive as opposed to diving, like diving into water. But something tells me that you can't just fall and get supersonic. I thought they had to be rocket assisted, but that's because of the German ones during the Second World War. But I don't know. I'm not trying to say I know everything and I'm right here. I'm more just throwing up I don't think that's right without it being rocket assisted to get supersonic. But I may be wrong. I don't know. You guys are reading the article. I'm not.
If you think about its drop from a really high altitude. So
the higher altitude you are, the lower the speed Mach 1 is.
Yeah, and the air resistance is much lower. So you probably pick up a lot of speed on the way down to where the air resistance actually starts playing a role in it dropping. I don't know. One could probably. It's a bit difficult calculating this while walking my dog, but I think one could do this.
Square root of 2 times the mass times gravity divided by density of air. It's cross-sectional area and the drag coefficient. So if there's not much drag, it's really dense, and it's pretty much just like a bullet tip.
Super fucking dense, and it's like a bullet tip.
Yeah.
So it gets fast, right? Up high, it gets really fast because the air's thinner. But then as it gets into the thicker air, like the space shuttle catches fire, it needs those tiles. Remember when those tiles fell off and burnt the space shuttle as it's coming back in? So what stops this thing as it gets into the thicker air, because it's still got the momentum, I agree. Yeah. What stops it burning up?
There's a different belt up there.
Isn't as fast. Space shuttle was re-entering at about 15 times the speed of sound. This is only like double, maybe triple, so it's not going to face that kind of. Also, the amount of height that it gets, like space shuttles, like re-entering from orbit, it's like 300 miles up. This only goes maybe as high as jets do, like
Also,
90,000
I think it's called the Van Allen belt. There's a little belt in the entry to space where it's really fucking dense, and there's a lot of, I don't want to sound stupid, I think it's high energy particles, and it will heat up things heavy, so that's likely why.
It won't
Look
tell
it
us
up.
how fast it gets.
Van Allen's perfect in the magnetic field.
Spend a lot of time in the Van Allen belts. It's mainly when it hits like air particles as they increase. It's coming in at like 15 times the speed of sound, and it needs those tiles because
Yeah. That's why that one burned up.
It's come from like 500 miles away. The rocket would only be like 95 miles, so it's like
But
40
if
times
you've-
difference. Yeah.
If you've built up enough speed in the thin atmosphere,
Mm.
then you'll be decelerating, but you won't just instantly get to what would otherwise be your, you'll just get really hot on the nose, I think. I reckon that stubby tip of it would just create a shockwave that rides through.
I'm surprised if it does warm up a little. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that shockwave will just be this hot clap in front of it, and might slow it down later. But I think that the idea would almost be like that's what it had on the video. I could get the video up again, but it was making this. That's what it looked like. If you've ever put anything spherical in a stocking, right, and seen it slide down the stocking, that's what it looked like. Stocking, where it's almost was making it look like it's parting even the soil with this sort of nose thingy. I wonder if there's something like that. Like even when it hits the ground, it's going so incredibly fast that there is this sort of explosive front that moves in front of the tip.
Yeah, even planes
Bit like
going
my sex
super
life.
fast, that wave goes towards the tail.
Where you've gone on muffled.
I'll send a picture.
Does it have like a delay of the explosion as well?
G fuse and a delay fuse. And so I think the idea is the G fuse goes off when it hits something, and then the delay fuse will start a timer to go off. That's like.
Oh, hang on, just the thing. What I'm still trying to work out is, does it get supersonic without being rocket assisted? Because that's the bit I'm getting. I reckon it needs to be rocket assisted on the way down to get that speed.
I get what you're saying, but unless the whole video I just watched is completely, because there's just no room for a rocket. The problem with rocket assisted is you end up spending all of this space, all this volume on fuel that gets burnt by the time you're at the target, so is now empty, and that's space that would have to go down underground, and it's empty, so it had low mass, so it would not retain much kinetic energy. So the whole point of that one, at least by the video, is it's got this very thin outer shell, but it is 80% of the mass of the whole weapon. So it's some incredibly dense, densely packed atoms, I guess, of some sort of.
Well,
blah, blah, blah.
getting it up high gives it a lot of momentum. And the thing weighs, 15 tons, okay? And I think it's 15 tons. Yeah, 33,000 pounds. So, but on the way down, and it gets some.
It doesn't go faster than sound, though. That's not true.
I thought it was. Didn't someone say it was supersonic?
It's supersonic.
It's got to be supersonic. It's got to be supersonic.
Somebody said it was supersonic.
You can't hit the ground.
It's like
you can't hit the ground as fast as a plane goes and bury 200 feet. It says it goes 30,000. It's got 30,000. It weighs 30,000 pounds. The whole thing.
Yeah, it says on impact it's around 800 miles per hour.
That's over sound. Right? Sound's about 730 at 0 degrees, and goes up by 3 miles per 1 degree. So that is over. That is past the speed of sound. So that's what I'm getting at. Terminal velocity and Mach 1 to me don't mix unless you've got rocket assisted. And I'm just going on the basis that the German ones they had during the Second World War were rocket assisted bombs to go down faster. And that's what I'm saying with this one, which we still haven't managed to establish yet. I hope Bob the Science Guy turns up, or someone like that.
Now, of
Where's
course,
that nuclear physicist?
every object have a terminal velocity, but I suppose it depends on the shape and the friction of it, and the weight and density, stuff like that. So, just think about it: dropping a feather compared to that bomb, two completely different terminal velocities.
Yeah, but dropping a bowling ball and dropping a rocket-assisted bowling ball is different too. See, I understand that, but you're getting at a ton of bricks or a ton of feathers, which weighs more. But what I'm just saying is terminal velocity and not rocket-assisted doesn't stick together in my little brain, and I don't know why. There's just something in there that's a warning bell, saying it's got to be one and the other.
But if you imagine a meteor, meteor hitting Earth, Wilma, it slows
I just
down.
pulled up a terminal
But-
velocity calculator, and at like 20,000 pounds, it can go 2,300 kilometers an hour. That's its terminal velocity for aerodynamic shape of 20,000
That's
pounds.
almost twice the speed of sound.
Yeah.
Sorry, so what did you get? I missed that bit there. So could you run that past me again?
Basically, a 20,000 pound aerodynamic object using the terminal velocity calculator was around 2,200 kilometers an hour was the terminal velocity.
2,200 kilometers an hour. Oh shit! Hang on, because you're getting pounds to you're chopping around. Don't do that with moonshots, man. We lose rockets that way.
Oh, sorry.
So 2,200 pounds. Sorry, was it 2,200 kilometers per hour? Well, 220k is about 160 mile an hour. So 1,600 miles an hour. Yeah, that's well over the speed of sound.
Yeah, it's almost.
It'd have to be like, even if it was going 800, I just think 800 is so unlikely because 200 feet of Earth is insanely hard to get through. I think.
I suppose
60, 60 feet of concrete as well, right?
Yeah, but that depends on the soil, though, doesn't it? I mean, one thing is dropping in